the one waiting. In the autumn of 2022, a gentle drizzle descended from the gray heavens, lightly kissing the streets of the city. It was the season of fall, and occasionally, one could spot pedestrians hastily passing by, shielding their heads with their hands, devoid of umbrellas. In the narrow alleyway shared by civilians and military personnel, a youth, seemingly in his late teens, sat across from an elderly gentleman, sheltered beneath the awning of a small L supermarket. Beyond the awning, the world lay shrouded in gloom, the ground darkened by the rain, while beneath the shelter, a patch of dry earth remained, as if this solitary spa were the last bastion of purity in an otherwise drenched realm. The young man possessed a clean visage and clear eyes, clad in modest school attire. Before them lay a worn wooden chessboard, with a red sign reading Fulai Supermarket overhead. "Checkmate," the youth, Ching Chun, declared, rising to his feet, leaving the elderly man, with thinning hair, seated in stunned silence. "I can still," the old man protested. "We have only played 13 moves." Casting a calm glance at his opponent, Ching Chun replied, "There is no need to struggle." The chessboard was rife with impending doom, reaching the critical juncture where the truth was laid bare. In resignation, the old man hurled the piece he held onto the board, conceding defeat. Unfazed, Ching Chun strode into the adjacent supermarket's counter, retrieving 20 yuan from the coin basket beneath the register and slipping it into his pocket. The old man grumbled as he glared at Ching Chun. "Every day, I lose 20 yuan to you. I just won 20 yuan from Lao Li and Lao Zhang this morning, and now I've lost it all to you. A fortune teller said I would live to 78, and I'm only 50 now. If I keep losing 20 yuan to you every day, how much will I lose in total?" The old man muttered, "But what you've taught me these past 2 days has been utterly useless." Ching Chun glanced at him. "Do not speak so poorly of yourself." The old man responded with confusion. Irritated, he rearranged the chessboard and said eagerly, "All right, let's review the game." At that moment, Ching Chun suddenly lowered his head. There was more to behold. A man passed by them, holding 4 freshly baked sesame cakes, the steam wafting from the warm pastries creating a delicate mist within the transparent plastic bag. A little girl in a white dress walked by, holding an umbrella, her small shoes adorned with 2 lovely butterflies. Above, raindrops cascaded from the sky, glistening as they fell into the alley. At the end of the alley, a bus numbered 103 swiftly moved past the narrow entrance, while a woman in a beige trench coat hurried toward the bus stop, umbrella in hand. The sound of footsteps, the gentle trickle of rainwater merging with the grates along the road, these cacophonous noises rendered the world eerily silent. Ching Chun had not forgotten any of it. This peculiar memory was an innate gift of Ching Chun, akin to extracting a saved file from the river of time, allowing him to access the vivid scenes contained within that archival strip. Ching Chun picked up the pieces on the chessboard. The old man was completely engrossed in the chessboard. The post-game review was part of their gambling agreement. Ching Chun was responsible for teaching chess, while the old man would learn after losing. This scene was somewhat peculiar. The youth displayed neither the humility nor shyness expected in the presence of an elder, but instead bore the demeanor of a teacher. Red cannon moves from 2 to 5. Black cannon moves from 8 to 5. Red knight advances to 3. Black knight moves to 7. Ching Chun meticulously maneuvered the pieces. The old man did not blink, and while the initial moves were standard, he could not fathom how he had reached the 6th move, having taken his opponent's knight, yet suddenly found himself in a precarious position. The essence of the 13 moves of knight sacrifice lies in the 6th move, where the chariot advances as the knight is sacrificed. It is the ace in breaking through the defenses. Ching Chun spoke quietly. "I observed your game with Old Li at Wangqing Park the day before yesterday. He favors a straightforward opening, and employing this knight's sacrifice against him will certainly yield results." The elderly gentleman fell into deep contemplation, then inquired softly, "Can I truly defeat him?" A glimmer of delight appeared on his face. Yet he suddenly asked, "If I can win after a week of learning, how long must I study to surpass you?" Under the awning, Ching Chun pondered seriously. "The fortune teller mentioned you would live to 78. That might be cutting it close." The old man paused. "If you spoke less, perhaps I could reach 79. Should you not be in evening study right now? Why are you dismissed so early today? Waiting for someone?" The old man was taken aback. He then remarked, "With your exceptional chess skills, why not participate in chess competitions? Did you not mention your financial struggles? Winning a championship could bring in some prize money. The young Chong Chun shook his head, saying, I merely have numerous chess games memorized in my mind I can manage against you all, yet when faced with a true master, I falter. My path does not lie here. Chess is but a transient pursuit. The old man sighed. I once believed that having an extraordinary memory was merely a fabrication of others. The rain gradually subsided. At that moment, the elder noticed Chong Chun lost in thought. Following the youth's gaze, he observed a couple approaching, leading a young boy by the hand. The middle-aged woman donned an exquisite trench coat, holding a cake box adorned with a beautiful purple ribbon. Even the dreary world around them could not conceal the joy radiating from the trio. Chong Chun turned and departed, leaving the old man seated beneath the awning of the Foulet supermarket, softly sighing. The walls flanking the alley were quite aged, the white paint peeling away to reveal patches of mottled red brick beneath. Though the person Chong Chun awaited had arrived, he found himself unwilling to wait any longer. Chapter 2. Countdown. The middle-aged woman cast a glance at the elderly gentleman and inquired, Mr. Zhang, why has Qingshan come to seek you out for a game of chess again? Mr. Zhang's tone was notably less cordial as he replied, your own son. And you question me? He has run out of living expenses and can only earn a meager sum through chess to sustain himself. Zhang Wanfang paused momentarily, perplexed. But I send living expenses to his father for Qingshan every month, she protested. Mr. Zhang pondered this. Indeed, Zhang Wanfang was not impoverished, and it seemed her contributions to Qingshan were not insignificant. Yet, why did the young man still lead such a frugal existence? Qingshan did not strike one as a squanderer. He meticulously managed his daily life, never indulging even in a sip of soft drink. But shouldn't he be attending evening classes at this hour? Zhang Wanfang queried. It was at this moment that Mr. Zhang recalled. He mentioned he was waiting for someone. As she spoke, she prepared to hastily depart with the cake in hand. But the man beside her suddenly interjected, Wanfang, today is Hao Hao's birthday, and we have already reserved a place. After dining, we need to take him to the movies. He is 17 now and can manage on his own. Besides, he has his father with him. After a brief pause, the man softened his tone, adding, actually, we could visit him this weekend instead. Today, let's first celebrate Hao Hao's birthday. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanfang furrowed her brow, but after a few seconds, she sighed in resignation. Very well, let us celebrate Hao Hao's birthday today. Amidst the leafy paths of the municipal government's west residential area, Qingshan walked quietly beneath the fragrant camphor trees. Unlike the towering edifices characteristic of modern urban landscapes, this courtyard is dominated by four-story buildings from the 1970s, devoid of elevators and gas, with occasional plumbing blockages. The household is restricted from utilizing high-powered appliances, as they would trigger the circuit breaker. Qingshan stepped into the dimly lit entrance. Disregarding the peeling posters advertising lock services and property sales, and extracted a key to unlock the door to his ground-floor residence. The modest 76-square-meter apartment comprises 2 bedrooms and a living room, yet suffers from inadequate natural light. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed, Hello, Dad. The voice on the other end interrupted him. If you need living expenses, ask your mother. I have no money. She is quite well off now. In the background, the sound of mahjong tiles clattering could be heard. I don't want money, Qingshan murmured. I haven't asked you for money in a long time. The man, growing impatient, retorted, Are you going to another parent-teacher meeting? Ask your mother about that. Before the conversation could continue, Qingshan decisively hung up, leaning gently against the door. He lowered his gaze to lift the sleeve of his school uniform. He stared blankly at the white digits and symbols on his forearm, reminiscent of a digital display. Countdown 5:58, 13. These white figures appeared as if etched into his flesh, a glowing tattoo that resisted all attempts to be erased. Upon closer inspection, Qingshan noticed intricate and unique patterns within the digits, resembling mechanical components interlocking with one another. The countdown silently progressed, echoing the sound of mechanical engagement. Countdown 5:58, 12. Countdown 5:58, 11. Only 5 hours, 58 minutes, and 11 seconds remained. A constant reminder to Qingshan that when the countdown concluded, some extraordinary event would unfold. He cast a glance at his disconnected phone, then surveyed the vacant room. He was uncertain of the life that awaited him in 5 hours and 58 minutes. All he knew was that he could rely solely on himself. Time is a weighty measure. The length of life and the breadth of civilization are often defined by it. The concept of time permeates every individual's existence. Thus, Whenever a countdown appears in one's life, it invariably instills a sense of urgency. What lies at the end of this countdown? Perhaps peril, or perhaps a different path in life. Qingchen could not ascertain, so he resolved to prepare for the worst. He needed to equip himself with the capacity to withstand potential dangers, at least within the limits of his capability, before the countdown reached its conclusion. Dressed in a pristine gray coat, he obscured his features beneath the shadow of the hood. Under the cover of night, he ventured towards the farmer's market. In October, the twilight in Luocheng descended early. The sounds of cooking emanated from the residential buildings. The sizzle of vegetables colliding with oil followed by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. The scents of eggs, pork, and lamb flooded Qingchen's mind like streams of essential information, ready to be retrieved whenever he might need them in the future. He purchased pliers and a shovel from the hardware store, a bag of rice and a bag of flour, along with some salt from the grocery store. In the pharmacy, he acquired several boxes of antibiotics, and at the supermarket, he procured batteries, a flashlight, and compressed biscuits. Uncertain of the challenges that lay ahead, he endeavored to prepare as thoroughly as possible. These items nearly depleted all of Qingchen's savings. A kitchen knife lay beneath his pillow, while a boning knife rested on the bedside table. The countdown read 2 hours, 43 minutes, and 11 seconds. After ensuring that all doors and windows were securely closed, he sat on the edge of his bed, lost in contemplation. Should he seek assistance? But who could he turn to? His mother had embraced a new family, and his father was a gambler. Just hours earlier, when Qingchen discovered the countdown etched on his arm at the tender age of 17, he instinctively sought his parents' aid. Yet, he quickly dismissed that thought. Qingchen took out his phone, attempting to capture an image of the white countdown on his arm, only to find that the visible white lines were absent from the screen. Such an absurd and bizarre occurrence rendered ordinary help futile. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He rose and rummaged through the living room. 2 minutes later, he gazed silently at the Kuan Yin pendant in his hand, earnestly placing it before him, bowing 9 times. The final preparation was complete. Chapter 3. A fractured world's supernatural phenomena should rightly be entrusted to supernatural entities. For Qingchen, offering a prayer to Kuan Yin bore no detriment. He preferred to complete his preparations in advance, leaving no room for regret. The clock struck 9:30 in the evening. Qingchen sat on his bed, casting a glance at his phone. The dim light illuminated the room, while his WeChat notifications revealed only a few sparse words from his classmate, Nan Gingchen. No other messages graced his screen. The tranquil image of his mother, Zhang Wanfeng, as her WeChat avatar, stirred a twinge of melancholy within him, though it was merely a fleeting sentiment. In truth, he held no animosity towards his mother. His father's gambling had led to the liquidation of their family properties, compounded by abusive behavior and infidelity. Qingchen saw no fault in his mother's decision to seek divorce. On the eve of their separation, his grandmother had implored her not to proceed with the divorce, arguing, as a woman with a teenage son, how will you ever find a new family? Who would want to remarry you? Upon hearing these words, Qingchen had chosen to live with his father as his parents parted ways, vividly recalling their shock and disbelief. The countdown read 2:31:12. Suddenly, a profound question struck him. If these were the final 2.5 hours of his life, what should he do? This inquiry was both grave and romantic, for it beckoned him to consider what he most yearned to accomplish, yet had not dared to pursue: unexpressed affections. Longed for reunions with those never met, destinations left unexplored, and words left unspoken, all fell within the realm of this contemplation. This question pierced the very core of his being. Rising to his feet, Qingchen donned his jacket. In the face of such dwindling time, he resolutely chose to venture out once more. He pushed his battered bicycle out of the door and, once mounted, sped towards his destination. The autumn night air carried a slight chill, and the once busy streets now grew increasingly desolate. Qingchen rose to his feet, propelling his bicycle with fervor, the fabric of his coat billowing behind him in the night breeze. Throughout his life, he harbored numerous regrets and unfulfilled desires. Yet this night, he needed neither timidity nor trepidation, only courage. He first ventured to the Peony Grand Hotel, then to the Luocheng Grand Hotel, and subsequently to the Luoyin residential complex, but found none of the individuals he sought. Riding through narrow alleys, crossing the Chili River Bridge shrouded in the night's embrace, and passing under the dim glow of streetlights, he arrived at the foot of a residential building. Upon spotting an old, battered motorcycle and hearing the clatter of mahjong tiles from the second floor, He promptly seized his phone and dialed the authorities. "Hello, officer. I wish to report illegal gambling at Unit 201, Building 17, Lungting Community, Luojian District." The dispatcher on the other end seemed momentarily taken aback, but soon regained composure. "Understood. We will dispatch units immediately." Upon returning home, Qingchen cast a glance at the white lines etched upon his arm. The countdown read 0:31:49. In the final half hour, he illuminated the desk lamp and quietly pinned a farewell letter, leaving it atop the desk. Should he perish that day, perhaps one day his family and friends would discover his last words. If he survived, his life could unfold in an entirely different realm. The countdown ticked down to 0:00:12. After completing the letter, Qingchen sat upright, gripping a boning knife tightly in his right hand, his clear eyes narrowing in focus. In those final moments, his emotions settled into a profound tranquility. It was as if the impending tsunami were about to engulf a solitary island, and the world stood still. Beneath the surface of the sea, there are no undercurrents, only profound contemplation and fervent courage. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No specters, no zombies, no calamities. Qingchen quietly observes the world descend into stillness, as the time on his phone seems to eternally linger at midnight. The clock on the wall has abruptly ceased its ticking, and the light outside no longer dances. He stirs slightly, and the frozen time appears shattered by his movement, the world in his eyes fracturing like a mirror. Grasping a bone knife, Qingchen surveys his surroundings. The desk has vanished, the room has disappeared, leaving only an expanse of darkness. Time is an enigma, having passed for an indeterminate duration, yet feeling like mere moments. In this instant, Qingchen suddenly loses all sense of time. In the darkness, fragments of the world begin to reassemble, those shards of unknown origin coalescing in an instant to form a brand new realm. Qingchen finds himself lying on a narrow, hard bed, in a completely unfamiliar environment he has never visited. First, he gazes at his palm, which is empty, the bone knife he once held long gone. Then he looks at his arm, only to discover that the white patterns upon it have transformed. Chapter 4. More than one countdown to return. 47, 59, 57. Countdown to return. 47, 59, 56. Has he traversed dimensions? Although it is possible that no one over there is concerned for him. His mother has embarked on a new life, unable to spare a thought for him, and his father should be in detention. Thus, he should not spare a thought for him. Qingchen began to reassess the new world before him. At the moment the world was reconstructed, upon noticing the prison garb adorning his form, Qingchen instantaneously comprehended his predicament. He found himself in a dim and dreary cell. With the sole exception of a technologically advanced alloy gate, the remainder of the space was entirely encased by solid walls. The cell was solitary, furnished solely with a bed draped in a thin sheet. Beside it stood a shelf, which, apart from a blanket, toothbrush, and towel, was utterly bare. The walls of the cell were gray, yet what perplexed Qingchen was that, illuminated by the faint light from outside, the gray walls seemed to radiate a metallic sheen. Metallic walls. Qingchen sat up, bewildered, and touched the surface of the wall, pondering where such extravagant building materials could possibly be utilized. It was evident that this place did not belong to the world he once knew. He quickly lowered his gaze to his palm. The bone-scraping knife was absent, yet the fingerprints upon his palm were indistinguishable from those of his former self. Even the positions of the pores were precisely the same. This was indeed his own body. Qingchen curled up on the bed, gazing at the heavy alloy door, lost in thought. Gradually, a cacophony arose from beyond the door, accompanied by the sound of someone forcefully banging on the alloy gate next door. Qingchen slowly approached the door, attempting to press his ear against it to discern the shouts from outside. However, before he could grasp the words, the alloy door emitted a distinct sound of pressure release and swung open. This square prison fortress comprised 7 levels, each adorned with meticulously arranged and densely packed cells. Behind a series of newly unlatched alloy doors lies a dimly lit cell, reminiscent of a cage for wild beasts. Qingchen stands at the threshold, as if the mere act of stepping forward would lead him into an uncertain existence. In the expansive prison, an unexpected announcement reverberates through the air, delivered by a melodious female voice. At 7 o'clock in the morning, it is time for breakfast. All inmates are requested to line up in an orderly fashion to proceed to the dining hall. It seems that by crossing this threshold, everything would transform. Yet, He senses that a change had already begun within him from a certain moment onward. When did this transformation occur? Perhaps it was when he believed he had only 2.5 hours left to live, prompting him to pursue the desires he had previously shunned. Having even reported his own father, what else remained for him to fear? He stepped out of the cell, but in the next instant, he found himself momentarily stunned. In the narrow corridor beyond, before each cell stood an inmate, an elderly man hunched over, gazing at him with a right eye that glowed with a faint red luminescence. Entirely mechanical in nature, the metallic structure of the eye extended to the right temple, appearing rather crude and unrefined, with its focus shifting incessantly, akin to how he deciphered others through memory. A robust middle-aged prisoner stood nearby, his right arm entirely composed of machinery. As he flexed his fingers, Ching Chun could hear the metallic clinking of mechanical parts in motion. That powerful metallic arm resembled coiled steel muscle, exuding an aura of strength and aggression. In this entire penitentiary fortress, astonishingly, half of the inhabitants possessed mechanical limbs. Mechanical civilization? The phrase flitted through Ching Chen's mind. Before he could delve deeper into his contemplation, he noticed a burly inmate in the adjacent cell grinning at him. "Hey, newcomer, don't overindulge at breakfast. It'll be quite an eyesore when it comes back up." As soon as he spoke, laughter erupted in the corridor. "I heard 12 newcomers arrived last night. It's time for some amusement today." This fellow bore no mechanical appendages, suggesting he had little standing outside as well. Upon hearing the term newcomer, Ching Chun was momentarily taken aback, mistakenly believing the man was aware of his recent transit from Earth. Yet, he soon realized that newcomer merely referred to his arrival in the prison, and the individual was oblivious to his terrestrial identity. Moreover, as Ching Chun furrowed his brow in thought, he considered that the so-called entertainment promised by the others might spell disaster for him, struggling to suppress his inner turmoil and dread. An ordinary sophomore faced with such abrupt and fierce adversity, Ching Chun's sole recourse was to force himself to mask any signs of unease. At that moment, the youth suddenly began to sprint down the corridor. The others remained stationary, as if merely spectators, maintaining their ranks. Someone inquired, "Where's Luo City?" Suddenly, Ching Chun heard a buzzing sound overhead. He looked up to discover 4 drones, resembling droplets of water, detaching from the lofty and cavernous ceiling, beginning their descent. Ching Chen's gaze lingered on the ceiling, where an array of 18 metallic storm turrets, reminiscent of Gatling guns, were suspended in an orderly fashion. As the panicked youth dashed about, 9 of these storm turrets began to rotate. "Please cease movement," a female voice emanated from a drone. "This is a final warning. Please halt your actions." Immediately thereafter, an announcement echoed throughout the prison fortress. "All inmates, please remain in place." In a mere 10 seconds, 4 drones cornered the boy in a corridor, each hovering above him with their barrels aimed menacingly downwards. Simultaneously, a gate at the base of the prison opened, revealing 9 robots armed with cold, black firearms, entering at full speed. The boy, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed to the ground, while Ching Chun observed the scene with a chilling detachment. The adversaries' actions were somewhat excessive, yet they provided Ching Chun with a wealth of information. Machine guns, drones, robots, mechanical limbs. All these details flooded his mind in an instant. However, what astonished Ching Chun the most was the sudden realization that he was not the sole individual to have traversed from Earth to this place. He was neither the first nor would he be the last. Chapter 5, The Transcendent Status. Once, Ching Chun pondered whether others bore countdowns upon their arms. Now, it appeared his conjecture had materialized into reality. How many traversers existed? Hundreds? Thousands? Surely, a considerable number of individuals had journeyed from Earth to this world. After all, there were 2 already within this prison, not to mention the vast world beyond its confines. The newcomers possess a certain intrigue. One, resembling a fool, jested, "I heard he was sentenced to 7 years for tax evasion. In this era, who would dare to provoke the tax authorities if not a simpleton?" Ching Chun turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, which belonged to a young man equipped with mechanical legs. Noticing Ching Chen's attention, he smirked and remarked, "Hey, newcomer, are you ready?" The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Ching Chen frowned but chose to ignore them, redirecting his focus to the boy encircled by drones, whom he recognized. At 17, Ching Chun was a sophomore at the foreign language school in Luo City, while this distressed boy was merely a freshman. This revelation surprised Ching Chun. Could it be that proximity before his transition also resulted in a close geographical location afterward? He also noted that everyone here spoke Mandarin, with not a single dialect heard. At that moment, mechanical guards ascended the staircase, each step effortlessly spanning 5 steps, accompanied by the distinctive sound of hydraulic motion. The boy was in a state of utter despair. Typically, encountering a fellow townsman in an unfamiliar place would evoke an inexplicable sense of security. Yet, Ching Chun did not feel this. Observing the nearly shattered boy, he realized that a compatriot might not provide solace, but rather become a burden. Not everyone could remain composed in the face of this unfamiliar mechanical civilization. Ching Chun stood still, surveying the prison fortress. 9 robots suddenly surged in from the outer gate of the prison, ascending the stairs to escort the terrified youth away. The courtyard below was expansive, divided into several areas: a dining hall, a fitness and entertainment zone, a reading nook, and an audiovisual section, among others. Along the periphery of the square, 4 large steel gates were strategically positioned. At that moment, Ching Chun was taken aback. He noticed 3 individuals had appeared by the dining table in the courtyard. A middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s, sat there, flanked by 2 young men who were smiling and curiously observing the prisoners above. Before the middle-aged man lay a chessboard, arranged with a complex endgame scenario. Beside the chessboard lounged a cat, napping with its paws tucked in, gray in color, with 2 tufts of pointed fur on its ears. Resembling a lynx, though it was not. A Maine Coon? Can cats be kept in a prison? Ching Chun was astonished. He had been so captivated by his fellow townsmen that he had not noticed when these 3 individuals and the cat had arrived in the courtyard. At this moment, the middle-aged man was intently focused on the chessboard, as if the events unfolding above bore no relevance to him. Even the robots in the courtyard seemed oblivious to the presence of these 3 individuals and the feline. The tense atmosphere above contrasted sharply with the relaxed demeanor below, reminiscent of 2 distinctly separate worlds. Among the trio, the 2 young men wore standard blue and white striped prison uniforms, while the middle-aged man donned a pristine white martial arts outfit. In this dreary and oppressive environment, that touch of white was strikingly ethereal. Was he the prison warden? Incorrect. Although the individual was clad in a training uniform distinct from that of the other inmates, the uniform bore a small black identification number embroidered on the chest. After the distraught youth from Earth was taken away, the prison fortress echoed once more with an announcement: "Proceed to the dining hall in an orderly queue." No sooner had the words been spoken than Ching Chun observed all the inmates turn to the right, forming a lengthy line as they ascended the stairs towards the plaza. It was only at this moment that Ching Chun had the opportunity to count the number of prisoners, including himself. There were 102. During the meal distribution, he witnessed 2 burly inmates dragging a young man towards the nearest cell on the 1st floor, with a crowd following, jeering at the scene. Someone shouted, "Hurry, get him into the cell, don't injure him in the plaza, and be wary of the mechanical guards intervening." Meanwhile, the young man struggled fiercely, howling, "Let me go." Yet, regardless of his protests, no one paid him any heed. Instead, their laughter grew even louder. Suddenly, an elderly man with mechanical eyes turned and chuckled, "Stop looking around. It will be your turn soon." Ching Chun cast a calm glance at the old man, who inexplicably felt a tightening in his chest. Ching Chun noticed 3 individuals subtly edging closer to him, as if intending to seize control over him directly. In a sudden burst of urgency, he quickened his pace, breaking away from the line for food, only to find that they too accelerated, encircling him tightly. In the next moment, the scene within the prison fortress seemed to replay vividly in Ching Chun's mind. 18 steel beasts, resembling formidable tigers, lay in silent readiness upon the dome, while 72 drones hung like slumbering wasps within the gray ceiling's honeycomb. 210 surveillance cameras slowly adjusted their angles, as 3 armed robots stood sentinel in the square. One by one, prisoners collected their meals from the window, some grumbling about yet another unpalatable serving of synthetic meat. In the square, individuals moved about. Some ventured to the fitness area, while others gathered to witness the initiation ceremony of newcomers. Yet, instinctively, everyone avoided the middle-aged man who intently studied the chessboard. He remained absorbed in his game, with no one daring to approach within a 5-meter radius. Like a calm and steadfast reef above the ocean's surface, all tumultuous waves and vessels were compelled to retreat. Ching Chun hastened through the encirclement of 3, making his way toward the middle-aged man. Observing his trajectory, many suddenly grasped the intentions of this newcomer. Gradually, more and more gazes shifted toward him, accompanied by hushed whispers. The expressions on the faces of the prisoners seemed to anticipate his impending folly. However, Chen remained impervious to the mocking remarks, purposefully carrying his tray as he navigated through the crowd. Before he could draw near, a young man beside the middle-aged figure intercepted him. With a smile, he remarked, "Newcomer, I understand your intentions, but we will not assist you." Chen disregarded him entirely, directing his gaze toward the middle-aged man, declaring earnestly, "Pawn to e4. I can resolve this predicament." It was only then that the middle-aged man lifted his head. At that moment, an abrupt silence enveloped the square, and the gray tabby cat opened its eyes. Chapter 6. The valiant soldier crossing the river. As the middle-aged man lifted his gaze, Chen felt as though he had succumbed to deafness, for the once cacophonous square fell into an instantaneous silence, devoid of any superfluous sound. A sigh of relief escaped Chen's lips, for this moment validated his bet. The middle-aged man uttered not a word, merely advancing the red pawn on the chessboard by one space. Meanwhile, he maneuvered his black piece, retreating the elephant from 5 to 7, thereby capturing the recently advanced pawn. Chen observed the chessboard from a distance, aware that the configuration known as 4 thieves capturing the king was a renowned endgame on Earth. Typically, an endgame signifies a certain victory for the black pieces, leaving the red pieces without even the prospect of a draw. Achieving a stalemate would equate to unraveling the endgame. Yet, Chen was not content with merely a draw. "Continue," the middle-aged man stated flatly. "Pawn 2 to 3, Chen replied. The middle-aged man closed his eyes, engaging in a blindfolded simulation. King 6 to 1. Chen mirrored his action, shutting his eyes as well. Rook advances to 4. Elephant retreats to 9. To Chen's astonishment, the middle-aged man reopened his eyes, gazing at him in disbelief. Elephant retreats to 7. During the initial 5 moves, their exchanges were uneventful. Yet by the 6th move, both sides found themselves in a relentless exchange of pieces. "You kill me, I kill you." Blood flowed like a river, and lamentation filled the battlefield. The audacity and decisiveness displayed on the chessboard by both players were strikingly ruthless. In this fierce contest of 4 thieves capturing the king, they had transformed the game into a battleground of valor, each willing to sacrifice everything for the ultimate victory. At the outset, Chen possessed 4 pawns poised to cross the river, yet he relinquished each one, retaining only the final piece. The car moved to a position of 4, and then to 5. With the 15th move, Chen finally exhaled a long breath of stagnant air. Pawn 5 advances 1. As the game reached its climax, the true essence of the endgame, where the king is captured, unveiled an ineffable allure. The situation on the battlefield, where both sides clashed across the Chu River and Han border, made the middle-aged man feel as if he were genuinely contending with a strategist in the throes of war. Each move in this game was fraught with peril. The middle-aged man quietly observed the youth before him, who met his gaze with a serious and defiant expression. He realized that while he was merely playing chess, the other was striving for survival in an environment beset by iron beasts, which inherently altered their attitudes. In the prison, applause echoed from an unknown source, unnoticed by anyone. At that moment, within this fortress of confinement, 81 out of 210 surveillance cameras pivoted directly towards Chen. The dark lenses of the cameras seemed to swirl and contract, as if honing in on Chen's visage. It remained a mystery who was behind the focus of those cameras. The middle-aged man smiled softly, flipping the black piece onto the board. "Intriguing. There are few who play chess these days. We shall continue tomorrow." With that, he walked towards the library area, leaving the chessboard on the dining table untouched by anyone. The gray cat on the table stood up, quietly trailing behind the middle-aged man. When curled up, it resembled a mere tuft of fur, seemingly small. However, as it stretched out, Chen discovered that this cat was, in fact, impressively lengthy, exceeding a meter, and remarkably agile. Unlike the typical household cat, which moves with a delicate grace known as cat steps, this feline exuded a demeanor akin to that of a tiger. The crowd gathered in the square was left in astonishment, unable to comprehend how the young lad had emerged victorious in such a precarious situation. Their surprise stemmed from the fact that the middle-aged man had been defeated. The young man who had previously obstructed Chen winked at him, introducing himself. "Impressive. I am Lin Xiao, and this is Yuan. We shall meet again tomorrow." At that moment, Chen was unaware of the middle-aged man's name. Having only learned the identities of the 2 attendants, nonetheless, it marked a promising beginning. The atmosphere in the square remained tense until the middle-aged man departed, at which point it gradually began to loosen. The prisoners who had been welcoming the newcomers persisted in dragging them into their cells, and out of the 12 new arrivals, 9 had already been ushered inside, including Qing Chun. Suddenly, a youth equipped with mechanical legs rushed before Qing Chun, speaking in a panicked tone, "We are all newcomers. Please help me, and I will follow your lead from now on." However, Qing Chun paid no heed to the young man's plea, maintaining a calm demeanor as if he had heard nothing. Laughter erupted among the prisoners as they forcibly pulled the youth away. The last thing heard was the young man shouting, "My uncle is a director at Chaming Company in City 17, you all." Before he could finish, the other prisoners erupted in laughter, declaring, aside from the 5 major consortiums, other companies are inconsequential. Not only would your uncle be powerless in the 18th prison, but he would also have to behave himself. Qing Chun quietly absorbed all that transpired, gathering valuable information. Among the 12 new inmates, it seemed that only the distressed youth and he were from Earth. But what about the seasoned inmates? Could there be a fellow townsman among them? Uncertain of the reason, Qing Chun felt no tinge of despondency. Instead, he harbored a peculiar anticipation for the life that lay ahead, an existence utterly transformed. The phrase "an entirely different life" resonated with an alluring charm. He believed he would indeed embark on this new journey. On Earth, he had often felt like an extraneous being. His father regarded him as a burden, his mother had established a new family, and relatives seldom kept in touch with him. Thus, if his past life was shrouded in shadows, the prospect of a new world, regardless of its inherent dangers, uncertainties, and terrors, was tinged with a sense of expectation. At this moment, he felt uniquely significant. The countdown read 39, 31, 29. Just then, a young man seized the opportunity while others were distracted and approached Qing Chun, whispering, "You have finally arrived. I am Lu Guangyi. Qing Yan arranged for my entrance 3 months ago. You may call me Xiao Lu." Qing Chun was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought as he regarded the young man before him. Lu Guangyi appeared to be around 24 or 25 years of age, with short black hair. His right arm and left leg were outfitted with mechanical limbs, and his eyes were enhanced with cybernetic optics, revealing spiraling patterns that shifted in focus. The craftsmanship of his mechanical body was distinctly superior to that of most inmates, showcasing a streamlined design and exquisite materials. As Qing Chun sifted through his memories, he realized that Lu Guangyi had, in fact, observed him 21 times within the span of just over an hour. Unsure of this individual's identity, Qing Chun noted that the tone of his speech indicated a familiarity. Moreover, it seemed that Lu Guangyi's intentions regarding Qing Chun's entrance into this prison fortress were of a different nature altogether. Qing Chun feared that his time-traveling secret would be exposed. "For now, I do not require your assistance. There are matters I can handle on my own." Lu Guangyi shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle. No, I must ensure your needs are met." Qing Chun was momentarily bewildered. After all, he had traversed time with both body and consciousness. Yet why did he possess such perplexing interpersonal connections? In the eyes of the people in this world, had he truly lived here for so many years? Observing Qing Chun's silence, Lu Guangyi lowered his voice. "This morning, I pondered why you did not seek me out immediately. I see you intended to approach Li Shutong in the guise of a newcomer. How astute. Within this prison fortress number 18, securing Li Shutong's assistance would undoubtedly facilitate our plans." Qing Chun interjected. "What plans? What are you talking about? Could you elucidate a bit more clearly?" Lu Guangyi continued. "Almost as if in soliloquy, I have been here for over 3 months and have grasped the situation well. I shall not falter." The young man chattered incessantly, while Qing Chun listened in silence. It was akin to playing a game of Who is the Undercover, where one draws a blank card and must await the completion of other statements before speaking. Otherwise, if one declares the ability to drink when all others have drawn undesirable cards, it would lead to significant trouble. At that moment, Qing Chun realized that the Li Shutong mentioned by Lu Guangyi was likely the middle-aged man he had encountered. Lu Guangyi, upon entering, had immediately sought out Li Shutong for a game of chess, mistakenly believing he had arrived with a mission. However, my proximity to Li Shutong is not motivated by any absurd plan, but rather by the instinct for survival. "What directives have you brought this time?" Lu Guangyi suddenly inquired. "Directives? What directives?" Qing Chun slowly turned his gaze towards the youth. "A llama has arrived from the south." The youth? Qing Chun immediately turned to leave, leaving Lu Guangyi bewildered in place. "A llama has arrived from the south? What llama?" Chapter 7 number 010101 At this moment, Li Shutong, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Yuan are in the reading area. Lin Xiaoxiao, with a cheeky grin, squats on a chair, barefoot, his shoes strewn beside him. Yuan, in contrast, stands upright behind Li Shutong, occasionally surveying the surroundings. Lin Xiaoxiao, with his striking features, appears particularly clever, while Yi Wan is more robust, his face bearing a touch of resoluteness. One resembles a scholarly attendant, while the other embodies the demeanor of a bodyguard. Upon noticing that Li Shutong has finished reading the news, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, "Boss, that fellow has not assisted any other newcomers." Li Shutong nodded in acknowledgement. It is only natural not to assist. He plays chess with decisive ruthlessness, willing to sacrifice even his own limbs for survival, let alone for others. Chess is one thing, but I would dare to sacrifice pieces on the board. So, boss, will you continue to play with him tomorrow? Lin Xiaoxiao pondered before asking. Of course, Li Shutong chuckled. If I don't play with him, am I to play with you two wretched chess novices? In the reading area, Li Shutong sits at a long wooden table, intently examining a brand new reading device, which prominently displays a variety of news from that very morning. The enormous cat once again reclined on the table, dozing off, as if the essence of its feline existence were to slumber in various locales. This reading area resembled a miniature library. However, the shelves were devoid of traditional paper books, instead housing an array of e-readers, each nestled in its charging slot. Li Shutong glanced at Yi Wan and gestured towards the news displayed on the e-reader. Do you recall that Guo Huzhan apprehended by the Qin group? The trial proceedings have concluded, and he should soon be transferred to prison number 18 in the coming days. You may have an opportunity to interact with him then. Yi Wan nodded. I have dealt with him once before. While he is not the easiest person to engage with, at least communication is possible. Li Shutong acknowledged with a nod, and then turned his attention to Lin Xiaoxiao. What is your perspective on the incident involving that youth this morning? Lin Xiaoxiao responded. I have observed for quite some time and sensed something amiss. The boy appeared to be rambling incoherently after his breakdown, yet when he mentioned Luo Qing and the Yongli group, he spoke with remarkable conviction, as if there were an underlying truth to his words. His background? Li Shutong inquired. I have looked into it. He is merely a high school dropout and an ordinary drifter in society. He was involved with the Black Tiger organization in city number 18, dealing in mechanical prosthetics, and was suspected of illegally seizing them, yet no evidence exists against him. Ultimately, he was incarcerated for tax evasion. His past life experiences are all traceable, but the references he made to Luo Qing and the Yongli group remain elusive, Lin Xiaoxiao elaborated. No one witnessed Lin Xiaoxiao conducting any inquiries, yet it seemed he had thoroughly investigated the troubled youth in merely an hour. This was the most astonishing aspect. Li Shutong remarked, continue to pay attention. I believe it may be connected to a particular matter. Just as Lin Xiaoxiao was about to articulate further, Qing Chun approached slowly, meticulously surveying his surroundings. He first assessed the area near Li Shutong, then attempted to gently extract a pad-like reading device from the bookshelf, pressing the power button. Qing Chun fixated on the screen. If there existed a means to swiftly comprehend this world, it would undoubtedly be through reading its literature. To his surprise, this world had entirely phased out physical books, leaving only electronic devices. However, upon activating the reading device, he found not an operational interface, but a login screen. Lin Xiaoxiao approached and said, This is your first visit to the prison, isn't it? To use this reading device, you must first register an account with your inmate number. Qing Chun glanced at his prison attire, noting the number 010101. Once registered, he turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and inquired, Where can I access the news? Like the one you are holding? Qing Chun realized that Li Shutong held a truly elevated status within the prison, akin to his ability to keep a cat there. He chose not to elaborate further, expressing his gratitude before lowering his gaze to the content on his reading device. Suddenly, he noticed that Qing Chun's device was flipping pages at an astonishing speed. Qing Chun found a spot to sit down, diligently jotting down notes from the content on his reader, swiftly turning the pages. Hours slipped by, and he remained in the same posture throughout. For others, reading may serve as a leisurely pastime, but for him, it was one of the vital means to comprehend the world and ensure his survival. The material on the reader was evidently curated with great care. With essential information nearly absent, an astounding 95 comprised philosophical musings and motivational platitudes. Nevertheless, every piece of information held significance for him at this juncture. As lunchtime approached, Li Shutong finally set aside his reader and turned to Qing Chun, suddenly inquiring, What does the third line on the previous page say? His voice was as smooth as jade, transporting listeners to an ancient, fragrant tea room where the venerable elder imparted wisdom. When order devolves into chaos, One must utilize chaos to restore order and salvage the law. Qingchen replied, lifting his gaze. Yuan took the reader from Qingchen's hands and flipped back a page, affirming, "Boss, that's correct." In that instant, Qingchen noticed the large cat on the table opening its eyes, and he distinctly felt its gaze upon him, filled with astonishment, as if it had understood every conversation. Upon hearing Yuan's confirmation, Li Shutong turned to depart, stating, "Let us go. It is time for a meal." For reasons unknown, Qingchen always sensed a unique aura surrounding Li Shutong's movements. His light, white training attire swayed gracefully, as if he were treading upon clouds. Chapter 8. Shadows. How does one survive in this prison, where the iron beast reigns supreme? Qingchen could not place his hopes on the uncertain origins of the road ahead, for he feared that assuming the identity of the original owner would expose him. He also could not rely on fellow compatriots from the same time and space, as they were in far more dire circumstances than he. Thus, Qingchen resolutely displayed his abilities to demonstrate his worth. Undoubtedly, Li Shutong was the most transcendental figure within this prison. Although his actions were fraught with risk, they represented the best course of action. Li Shutong strolled away with his hands clasped behind his back, flanked by Yuan and the large cat, while Lin Xiaoxiao, with a playful grin, seemed oblivious to their direction. During lunch, Lin Xiaoxiao emerged from an unknown corner, having discarded his shoes, and sat barefoot on the chair opposite Li Shutong at the dining table. The large cat cast him a sidelong glance, while Yuan frowned and remarked, "Show some respect in front of the boss." Lin Xiaoxiao rolled his eyes and retorted, "The boss hasn't said anything. Yima, you are being excessively meddlesome." Li Shutong chuckled and inquired, "What have you found?" Lin Xiaoxiao replied, "The records indicate he is a high school student from city number 18. Orphaned by a tragic car accident, having inherited a fortune, with no prior criminal record or relatives." He continued, "It's all quite clean. What charge does he face?" Li Shutong asked. "Theft," Lin Xiaoxiao responded. "The documents reveal he pilfered a recently assessed liquid crystal phone. Remarkably, within such a short span." Lin Xiaoxiao had even perused Qingchen's files. Li Shutong pondered thoughtfully. How long was he sentenced? "Continue," he said, smiling. "Just now, Lu Guangyi met with that fellow." Lin Xiaoxiao remarked with a sly smile. After Lu Guangyi arrived, he relied on his finely crafted mechanical limbs to suppress the indigenous forces within the prison, establishing a precarious balance of power among the three factions in just a month. At that time, I was perplexed, wondering if he had come to unify prison number 18. It wasn't until today that I realized Lu Guangyi was merely scouting the terrain for that rascal, Qingchen. Suddenly, Li Shutong interjected. The Qing family may be selecting their next generation of shadows. Yuan and Lin Xiaoxiao were both taken aback. The next generation of shadows? Qingchen is one of the candidates? So he came here with a mission. A conglomerate of such magnitude must maintain both its fade and its substance. The head of the Qing family represents the fade, while the shadow embodies the substance. The shadow is tasked with the dirtiest work, wielding immense power as the sovereign of the Qing family's underworld, ungoverned by anyone except the head of the family. However, the selection process for each generation of shadows is notoriously brutal, akin to nurturing a venomous insect. It seems that the Qing family is about to stir up unrest once more, Li Shutong lamented. As they spoke, an inmate inadvertently approached them. From over 5 meters away, Yuan suddenly turned to look at him. The inmate, caught in the penetrating gaze, instinctively turned and walked in another direction. The three of them decided not to continue discussing the topic. Lin Xiaoxiao shifted the conversation and inquired, "Boss, even if he is a candidate for the shadow, is it really necessary for him to keep his identity and background so immaculate, as if he has no connection to the Qing family at all?" Li Shutong remarked. "The Qing family members are as clever as spirits. No need for speculation. Simply wait and see." As he spoke, he embraced the gray cat resting on the table, gently caressing its chin. The cat, in a state of bliss, shut its eyes and lazily sprawled across Li Shutong's lap. He turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and said, "I find myself increasingly intrigued by this Qingchen. Do attempt to gauge his character." Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "Boss, do you hold him in high regard? He is hardly one of us. I merely wish for you to probe his nature. I have no ulterior motives," Li Shutong chuckled. "Furthermore, is it not far more amusing to snatch someone from the Qing family?" Chapter 9. Nightmare. Lin Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before responding with a knowing smile. "Let us first grant him a nightmare." Yuan frowned. "Know your limits. Fear not." At that moment, Qingchen approached to queue for lunch. He held a plate and advanced, but suddenly, a hand yanked him out of the line. Ching Chun was taken aback as Lin Xiaoxiao pulled him along, saying, "From now on, you need not wait in line with them. One who can play chess with the boss need not queue." The other prisoners silently observed this scene, their gazes riveted on Ching Chun. The previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, as if everyone held their breath. In that instant, they recognized that Ching Chun was no longer one of them. Lin Xiaoxiao sat beside Ching Chun on a chair, her eyes sparkling as she said, "There's no need for surprise. Those who can play chess with the boss naturally enjoy certain privileges. Hurry and eat, although the food in this prison is quite unpalatable." Ching Chun looked up at the opposite Li Shatong, who was leisurely consuming his meal, showing no inclination for conversation. He then cast his gaze into the crowd, where Lu Guangyi discreetly gave him a thumbs up from within the line. The solitary confinement cell was desolate. Once the metal gate clanged shut, he approached the sink to brush his teeth and wash his face. However, after taking just a couple of steps, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness suddenly enveloped him. This fatigue felt abnormal. Even after a day of intense mental exertion, he should not be so fatigued that his willpower faltered. Something was amiss. Without time for further contemplation, Ching Chun collapsed onto the ground. In his dreams, Ching Chun found himself standing in the dimly lit living room of a villa. Initially, he recognized this as a dream and was aware that his body remained in the cell. Yet, 2 seconds later, he forgot everything. As if he were meant to be there, no longer recalling that this was merely a dream. The living room featured a fire crackling in the fireplace, emanating a unique damp aroma, as the moisture within the room was being evaporated by the flames, condensing upon the ceiling. Above him, a crystal chandelier hung from the lofty ceiling, yet Ching Chun could not locate its switch. As he surveyed his surroundings, his pupils suddenly constricted. There were bloodstains on the staircase leading to the second floor. The sofa in the living room bore the marks of cat scratches, the leather marred by sharp claws, revealing numerous gashes. On the mantelpiece of the fireplace, a picture frame lay shattered, its glass broken, and the photograph vanished without a trace. The wall bore the marks of knife cuts in a shade of bluish gray, and as the flames of the fireplace flickered, the impressions on the wall twisted eerily in concert with the cracks on the sofa. On the carpet, a bloody dagger rested ominously. Nearby, someone had scrawled in blood on the floor 2 glaring characters: "There are ghosts." Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Ching Chun inhaled deeply. He refrained from touching anything within the room as he approached the door. "Who is it?" A relaxed voice responded from outside. "Police, badge number 27149. Did you call for assistance? Please open the door." After a moment of hesitation, Ching Chun complied and opened the door to reveal a young officer, who was holding a case report notebook. As soon as the officer entered, he noticed blood seeping down the staircase leading to the second floor. He swiftly ascended the stairs, instructing, "Caller, please remain where you are and secure the door." Confused, yet inexplicably compelled, Ching Chun obeyed the officer's command. As the young policeman climbed the stairs, Ching Chun stood frozen at the entrance. Within less than half a minute, another series of knocks resounded at the door. "Who is it?" he inquired. "Police, badge number 27149. Did you call for assistance? Please open the door." Ching Chun was taken aback. Had not badge number 27149 already gone upstairs? Who could possibly be outside? The officer outside urged him, "Hello, please open the door." Taking another deep breath, Ching Chun stepped back into the room. He intended to bend down and retrieve the bloody dagger from the floor, but it felt as though a transparent barrier separated him from the weapon. He stood merely a step away from the dagger, yet it remained forever out of reach. Some sought to prevent him from seizing the blade, while others aimed to confine him within this place. "Step aside," Ching Chun uttered coldly, his pupils narrowing once more, as if all his courage had coalesced into a sharp edge, severing certain ties. In the desolate living room of the villa, an inexplicable sound of shattering glass echoed, and the barrier between him and the dagger lay in ruins. A soft gasp escaped someone nearby. Ching Chun picked up the knife and turned towards the staircase. Outside, the police shouted, "Open the door, caller. Why do you not let me in?" "Lin Xiaoxiao?" At that moment, Ching Chun finally recalled that when he shattered the barrier to grasp the knife, he had also dismantled the nightmarish veil obscuring his memories. It turned out that he was ensnared within a nightmare conjured by Lin Xiaoxiao. This world seemed to possess a newfound intrigue. Chapter 10. To use fire. Lin Xiaoxiao was the architect of Ching Chun's nightmare. This realm had never been solely defined by mechanized civilization. It had persisted, harboring even more enigmatic cultures. That very night, Lin Xiaoxiao created this nightmare entirely at the behest of her employer, Li Shudong. Eager to ascertain the true nature of Qing Chun, the current nightmare, dubbed the Twin Ghosts Dilemma, was intended as a test of his character. Yet, the boy's reaction was anything but ordinary. At this moment, Qing Chun exhibited no tremors, nor did he display the bloodthirsty courage typically seen in one rising against adversity. Instead, he radiated an aura of calm. However, Lin Xiaoxiao was baffled. Despite her efforts to prevent him from grasping the dagger, he had inexplicably broken free from the nightmare's constraints. It is essential to recognize that this is indeed Lin Xiaoxiao's domain. At this moment, Qing Chun had already realized that he no longer needed to ascend the stairs to commit murder. He addressed the empty living room, calling out, "Lin Xiaoxiao?" As the nightmare lingered, Lin Xiaoxiao descended from the upper floor, clad in a police uniform, a smile adorning her face. "How peculiar," she remarked, "that you can maintain your composure within this nightmare. Pray tell, why is that?" "I do not recall having offended you," Qing Chun replied, perplexed. "This is not an act of bullying. Rather, it is an assessment of your capabilities. However, it appears that the nightmare may have little effect on you," Lin Xiaoxiao explained as she settled onto the last step of the staircase. "Is this your unique ability?" Qing Chun inquired. "Indeed," Lin Xiaoxiao shrugged. "Just as you possess photographic memory, I too have my own abilities, and there is no need for concealment." In that moment, Qing Chun felt the world around him growing increasingly enigmatic. He found himself relaxing, realizing that in this prison, she held significant influence. While he seemed akin to a toddler just learning to walk in comparison, with this understanding, he felt no need to remain overly tense. "Are you attempting to recruit me?" Qing Chun asked. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback, noticing that he had completely relaxed in the presence of the unknown nightmare and his own enigmatic self, navigating it with remarkable ease. This young man was merely 17 years old. Curiously, Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, "What brings you to prison number 18? Qing Chun pondered to himself. "If I were to claim that I have no idea why I am here, you would surely not believe me. This matter, you must inquire with Lu Guangyi." To be honest, Qing Chun was also secretly contemplating whether he ought to seek Lu Guangyi to clarify the sequence of events. However, the thought of Lu Guangyi's loquacious and sycophantic demeanor made him feel somewhat troubled. "It's fine if you don't wish to speak. I will eventually uncover the truth," Lin Xiaoxiao remarked. "All right, get some rest. You still have to accompany the boss for a game of chess tomorrow morning." As soon as her words fell, Qing Chun's vision darkened, and he was abruptly jolted from his nightmare. He slowly rose from the cold floor of his cell and lay on the frigid bed, lost in thought. He gazed at the heavy alloy gate, beyond which lay a cold and enigmatic world. Countdown to return, 2059, 21. Countdown to return, 2059, 20. In the early morning, Li Shutong sat at the dining table as usual, quietly observing a half-finished game. It was still not time for the prisoners to exit their cells, and the entire prison was enveloped in silence. Lin Xiaoxiao perched on a chair and said, "Boss, I tested him with the dual ghost dilemma last night, and guess what? He immediately wanted to grab a knife and take someone down. His murderous intent is rather intense." Yuan frowned. "I told you to exercise restraint. Ordinary people can easily collapse in the dual ghost dilemma." "Rest assured," Lin Xiaoxiao retorted with a hint of annoyance, "I didn't even proceed further. And you wouldn't believe it, that fellow managed to break free from my control within the nightmare." "Oh?" Li Shudong raised his head, affirming that he was merely an ordinary person. It was indeed remarkable for an ordinary individual to break free from the clutches of a nightmare. Even the large cat, resting with its eyes closed on the table, cast a curious glance at Lin Xiaoxiao. Yuan inquired, "How did he manage that?" Uncertain, Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. "Perhaps his willpower is sufficiently strong," Li Shutong remarked, not delving deeper into the matter. After all, there were others besides Qing Chun who could escape the binds of nightmares. Crouching down, Lin Xiaoxiao advised, "Boss, I still urge you to consider this carefully. That kid, Qing Chun, harbors a fierce intent to kill. He is not one of us." "Fierce intent to kill?" Li Shutong suddenly chuckled. "We have lost so many colleagues to this cause, and the three of us are trapped in this prison. Therefore, you must understand, Xiao, we cannot confront darkness with gentleness. We must wield fire." As he spoke, a shadow of melancholy crossed Li Shudong's face. "Yuan, bring me the harmonica." As the meal approached, the prison began to buzz with activity. The clamor of steel beasts echoed through the alloy gates, reminiscent of water boiling in a hot pot. Yet, suddenly, a melodious harmonica filled the air above the prison courtyard, soothing to the soul. The sound of inmates banging on their cell doors gradually ceased, and everyone sat in silence, as if cool spring water were poured into a parched wasteland. Chapter 11. Farewell. The harmonica's melody was enchanting. However, while all the prisoners were immersed in the beautiful music, Ching Chen found himself unable to suppress the astonishment and shock within his heart, for he recognized this piece. Farewell. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient path, fragrant grasses stretched towards the azure sky. Ching Chen's pupils gradually constricted. Was this not the world after his traversing? Why then did the song of farewell linger here? Upon witnessing the mechanical civilization, he had thought this place to be utterly disconnected from Earth. Yet, it now appeared he was mistaken. Could this be the future of Earth? The harmonica's melody ceased, and once more, the clamor of prison number 18 filled the air. When the gate swung open, he no longer exhibited the awkwardness and vigilance of his first day. Instead, he bypassed the lined-up prisoners and strode directly towards the courtyard below. His unauthorized actions did not attract the attention of the drones above, nor did the robotic guards spare him a glance. Upon reaching the entrance of the dining hall, Lin Xiaoxiao greeted him with a cheerful smile. Good morning. Did you not sleep well? At that moment, Ching Chen bore the weight of 2 dark circles under his eyes. He coldly regarded Lin Xiaoxiao, thinking to himself, do you not know how well I can sleep? After breaking free from the nightmare, he had pondered over many thoughts while lying on his bed, only succumbing to deep slumber in the dead of night. Although Ching Chen possessed an extraordinary memory, he remained fundamentally an ordinary person, distinct from special individuals like Lin Xiaoxiao, unable to endure a sleepless night and still appear vibrant the following day. Uncle Li glanced at Ching Chen's complexion and remarked, typically, a person emerging from a nightmare would find their vitality greatly diminished, languishing for much of the day. However, you are rather exceptional. Having escaped Xiaoxiao's control in the nightmare and seized a dagger, it is truly remarkable that you can stand here today. Ching Chen took a seat opposite him and, quite straightforwardly, inquired, how does one become like him? Li Shutong smiled, saying, you are quite forthright. However, you cannot tread his path, as it is more fitting for you to follow mine. Upon hearing these words, Ching Chen distinctly sensed an unusual shift in the expressions of Yi Wan and Lin Xiaoxiao. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt the atmosphere had grown somewhat solemn. Even the drowsy large cat raised its head to regard him. He was eager to inquire about the nature of Li Shudong's path. Yet it seemed that Li was quite renowned. As a time traveler, posing such an ignorant question could prove perilous. Setting aside his confusion, Ching Chen asked again, how can one embark on your path? Do not misconstrue my intentions, Li Shutong replied with a smile. When he smiled, the traces of time etched at the corners of his eyes made Ching Chen realize that his age might surpass what he had initially assumed. Li Shutong continued, Yi Wan and Lin Xiaoxiao encountered me too late, hence they are unable to walk my path. Although I admire you now, it is not yet sufficient. Understanding dawned upon Ching Chen, and he nodded. This was indeed reasonable. He felt that if someone were to embrace him with open arms and impart their wisdom entirely, that individual might harbor ulterior motives. What lay before him might not be an opportunity, but rather a perilous situation. Nevertheless, for Ching Chen, merely approaching the fringes of that enigmatic world was already ample reward. It was something he had previously daydreamed about, a realm that did not exist on Earth. Now, he found himself tantalizingly close to it. Well then, shall we play chess today? Li Shutong inquired, casting a glance at Ching Chen. You appear to be in rather poor spirits. Perhaps you should take a day to rest. In the realm of chess, the essence lies in finding a worthy opponent. A victory snatched during a moment of weakness holds little significance. As the prisoners lined up for their meals, the number of those freely roaming the dining hall steadily increased. Today, however, bore a distinct atmosphere, as many inmates dined while attentively observing the unfolding events surrounding Ching Chen. Some even stood with their trays, eyes fixed intently on the chessboard. Beside him, Lu Guangyi watched with great interest, accompanied by a throng of admirers akin to stars orbiting the moon, reveling in the attention. Ching Chen's red chariot's entry into the game captivated the black pieces, harmonizing with the final move of advancing the pawn, culminating in a checkmate. Such a brilliant maneuver is beyond the comprehension of the average mind. While others may have been oblivious to Ching Chen's intentions, Li Shutong certainly understood. To dismantle the strategy of the imperial court, this was the sole path to tread. Li Shutong glanced at Ching Chen and then flipped his black king onto the board, remarking, I initially thought your mental state was faltering. and that my victory would be merely opportunistic. It appears I was mistaken. In the crowd, Lu Guangyi's followers overheard him mumbling, "Another victory. How impressive. To triumph over someone like Li Shutong even once is worth a lifetime. I too wish to learn chess." At this moment, Qing Chun turned to Li Shutong and inquired, "May I pose a question to you?" Chapter 12. Return. Upon hearing this, Yuan, who had been standing nearby, dispersed the onlookers, allowing the two to converse in peace. "Was that harmonica music you played just now?" Qing Chun asked. Yuan and Lin Xiaoxiao were momentarily taken aback, as they had assumed that Qing Chun was going to seize the opportunity of winning the chess game to inquire about something significant, but instead, he merely asked about this melody. The piece was indeed beautiful, and it had never circulated outside. Yet it hardly seemed worthy of such an important moment for Qing Chun to squander. Li Shutong, with a beaming smile, looked up and remarked, "Is it me? Is this the first time you've heard this melody?" After pondering for a moment, Qing Chun replied, "It is quite lovely." He stood in silence for a considerable time, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He was tempted to assert that their founder might very well be from Earth. Furthermore, it appeared that this founder possessed a certain audacity, claiming songs as his own creations. However, he wondered how long Li Shutong's organization had been established and when that time-traveling predecessor had arrived. Qing Chun then asked, "Could you sing it in its entirety for me? I wish to hear it." Li Shutong responded, "The lyrics of this piece are not entirely complete. Over the expanse of time, certain elements have inevitably been lost in the currents of history." "No worries, I merely wish to listen," Qing Chun stated, seeking to ascertain whether the lyrics of this song bore any resemblance to those of Earth. Li Shutong cradled the large cat in his arms and said, "Xiao Xiao, sing it for him." Lin Xiaoxiao began. Beyond the long pavilion, beside the ancient path, fragrant grass stretches to the horizon. The evening breeze caresses the willow. The sound of the flute fades as the setting sun sinks beyond the mountains. Li Shutong chuckled. The line parting occurs oftentimes was added by later generations. It is said that it was not originally so. Yet, no matter how one amends it, it seems to lose a certain essence. After a prolonged silence, Qing Chun suddenly suggested, "What if we changed it to friends part ways? Few remain. Are dear friends truly dwindling?" Li Shutong paused momentarily. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt that only these 5 words were worthy of encapsulating this song. "Farewell, farewell, like the lingering glow of the setting sun, friends are far away in the horizon." In their youth, they reveled in joyous libations, life vivid and exuberant as summer's peak. Yet, little did they know that one farewell would mark their final encounter, from which they would never reunite. Li Shutong, as if seated within the confines of this prison, envisioned the orange-red sun descending towards the horizon, while a dear friend waved to him from afar. After the wave, that friend turned away and departed. "Thank you," Li Shutong remarked. "That addition is truly exquisite," as if those words were the very essence of the song's original lyrics. "You're welcome," Qing Chun replied, unabashedly accepting the compliment. Li Shutong, filled with longing, expressed, "It is at times truly astonishing. Our founder was indeed a person of exceptional talent. It is said that the compositions he created in his time were as numerous as the stars, each a timeless classic. Yet they were lost at the conclusion of the previous era, leaving only this single piece. Only one remains. How regrettable," Qing Chun pondered, considering that Li Shutong's mention of the previous era suggested that the esteemed traveler must have traversed from a time long past. An era is not merely a unit of time, but the dawn of a new civilization. It appears that humanity here has undergone an iterative cycle of epochs. Though the reasons behind such transitions remain a mystery, there is another piece, yet its melody is unknown. Our predecessors have scoured numerous ruins in vain, unable to uncover its score, Li Shutong lamented. Qing Chun hesitated for 2 seconds before cautiously inquiring, "What is the name of that piece?" Li Shutong cast a glance at him and said, "Canon." If previously Qing Chun harbored doubts regarding the identity of this founder as a time traveler, he was now utterly convinced. Qing Chun pondered whether, given Li Shutong's regard for that founder, presenting him with the score of the canon might open the door to an extraordinary path. He was uncertain, unable even to articulate the origins of this score. Once their conversation concluded, Qing Chun navigated through the crowd towards the reading area, desperately in need of rest. He resolved to forego even a meal in favor of sleep. However, scarcely had he laid his head on the table in the reading area when Lu Guangyi cautiously approached. Lu Guangyi yearned to engage Qing Chun in conversation, but, fearing the gaze of onlookers, anxiously fidgeted outside the reading area. Qing Chun, with an impassive expression, lifted his gaze towards him and said, "Attend to your own matters. Do not disturb me." The prison was laden with surveillance, and even the prisoners' welcome ceremonies for newcomers were conducted discreetly within their cells, rendering the reading area a safe haven for slumber. In truth, Qing Chun was eager to glean information from Lu Guangyi regarding the plans of the Qing family. Yet, Lu Guangyi did not depart. Instead, he murmured softly, "Boss, I've pondered for quite some time and cannot decide what to call you. Boss seems most fitting. You've likely heard Qing Yin mention me. I've had a hard life. My father exchanged my kidneys for money with the wealthy, replacing them with a synthetic pair. If my parents do not care for me, who will? Later, I heard Qing Yin mention that it was you who specifically requested my presence to scout the way, citing your confidence in my abilities. I was utterly elated. Rest assured, Lu Guangyi is unequivocally prepared to brave any peril for you, even to the point of sacrificing my life, if need be. However, before I meet my demise, I harbor one regret, as you are aware. My formal education was rather brief, yet I have long admired those endowed with knowledge." At this point, Qing Chun, unable to contain himself any longer, interjected, "What exactly are you trying to say?" Lu Guangyi replied, "Could you possibly teach me how to play chess? Why do you wish to learn chess?" Qing Chun paused in surprise. "Because it's impressive," Lu Guangyi exclaimed. "Boss, even someone as formidable as Li Shutong has fallen to my hands. Is that not impressive? Winning a game or two grants one a sense of pride, does it not?" Qing Chun shook his head. "Of course, one may not be able to defeat him outright, but securing a victory in chess would certainly be a matter of pride," Lu Guangyi asserted confidently. This struck a chord with Qing Chun, as it seemed to imply that Li Shutong possessed considerable prowess. Lu Guangyi continued, "I truly did not anticipate that you would become acquainted with Li Shutong upon your arrival, and that you would engage with him so harmoniously. Given his status in this prison, he might very well know the whereabouts of the item we seek. Moreover, should you obtain his legacy, the struggle for power would likely be secured." The weight of this statement was immense, finally clarifying for Qing Chun the purpose of his presence here: to seek an object. Furthermore, he realized he was entangled in a contest. However, Qing Chun still remained unaware of the significance of Li Shutong's legacy, only recognizing its profound importance. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I shall teach you chess later. For now, could you please keep your distance from me?" With that, Lu Guangyi swiftly dashed towards the entertainment district. As night enveloped the world, the countdown read 0500. Qing Chun sat upon the frigid bed, silently observing the white digits ticking down on his arm. The unique bond between Lin Xiaoxiao and Li Shutong had finally instilled within him a sense of anticipation for this world, as if a new realm had opened its doors to him. The countdown continued. The world shattered once more, and the familiar darkness descended at last. Return. Chapter 13. Somewhat in contrast to the panic experienced before his previous traversal, Qing Chun had achieved a serene composure this time. He awaited the reconstitution of the world after its fragmentation, much like one anticipates awakening from a dream. In the cramped confines of his small bedroom, Qing Chun remained seated at the edge of the bed in the same posture he had taken before his journey. Outside, the night lingered, and to his astonishment, the bone knife he had previously held was still in his grasp. Everything seemed as though it had never transpired. Furrowing his brow, Qing Chun retrieved his phone from his pocket to check the time. It was September 28th, 2022, 12:01. 1 second past midnight. He distinctly recalled that the date of his traversal was also September 28th, precisely at 12:00. This indicated that he had spent 2 days in that realm, while only a single second had elapsed here on Earth. He cast a glance at his arm, and the bruise he had deliberately inflicted moments ago remained. The white markings on his other arm had undergone a transformation, with a countdown of 47, 59, 45. The countdown continued, ticking down to 47, 59, 44. This countdown spanned 48 hours, equivalent to 2 days. Indeed, only these markers could attest to the veracity of his experiences. He had genuinely ventured into a mechanical civilization, encountered an individual named Li Shutong, been subjected to a nightmarish trial by someone called Lin Xiaoxiao, and met a sycophant named Lu Guangyi. There was a composed Yuan and a peculiar large cat in that realm. Just as Qing Chun was lost in contemplation, his mobile phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar landline number. "Hello," Qing Chun answered. "Greetings, this is the Wangqing Road Police Station. Your father has been detained for illegal gambling. We kindly request your presence," the voice on the other end replied. Chun was momentarily taken aback, calculating the time. He deduced that his gambling father had likely just been apprehended. He hadn't anticipated a call from the police station so soon. What do you want me to do?" he inquired. According to the Public Security Administration punishment law, he is required to be detained and fined. "We need you to handle the necessary procedures," the policewoman stated. At this moment, the officer seemed startled. "Aren't you his son?" Chun, without further hesitation, promptly hung up the phone. His gambler father would be detained for at least 10 days, which meant he would not have to confront him again before his next journey. However, for a young man, the notion of his father being detained and reprimanded by others was a deeply unsettling feeling. In the throes of adolescence, most youths often look to their fathers as paragons of virtue. However, when one discovers the myriad flaws and lack of dignity in their father, it feels as though a crucial pillar within them has suddenly crumbled. Chun inhaled deeply, reclining slowly on his bed. He unlocked his phone to peruse his call history and WeChat messages, yet found no word from his mother. The world outside was perilous and unknown, and it was already past 1 a.m. Sleep eluded him. In the dimly lit room, the glow of his phone screen illuminated his face, displaying the sheet music for Canon that he had recently unearthed. For Li Shutong, this represented a profound regret throughout his life, yet for Chun, it was effortlessly acquired. Perhaps this exemplifies the disparity between their worlds, as the other possessed that which Chun yearned for deeply. Nevertheless, should he share the sheet music with Li Shutong? If he did, how would he elucidate its origins? Ultimately, he could not await a phone call or message from his mother. On the first day of the countdown, at 7:30 a.m, Chun donned his blue and white school uniform and stepped outside, nibbling on instant noodles as he walked. The Luoqing Foreign Language School, which he attended, was merely a 5-minute stroll from his home, requiring only the crossing of a small path to reach it. Along Xingzhou Road, the enticing aroma of breakfast from a fried egg pancake stall wafted through the air, while passers-by enjoyed bowls of steaming tofu pudding or spicy soup at the small vendor. Freshly fried youtiao glistened with a golden crispness, and the tea eggs, once shelled, revealed a smooth, translucent surface. However, Chun found himself devoid of funds. His meager savings had been allocated for essential supplies in anticipation of the countdown. In Class 3 of the second year, a student responsible for cleaning was tidying up the classroom, and the lingering scent of the wet floor had yet to dissipate. Chun sat in the last row when he noticed his deskmate, Nanjechen, hurriedly entering the classroom, his expression fraught with anxiety. "Did the homeroom teacher say anything about me skipping class yesterday?" Chun inquired in a hushed tone. Nanjechen, seemingly preoccupied, appeared not to have heard. "Huh? What? It's nothing," Chun replied, shaking his head. "Why do you seem so flustered?" "Flustered?" Nanjechen was taken aback. "Not at all." Chun fell silent. After a brief moment of quiet, Nanjechen suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "Chun, what would you do if you encountered something particularly bizarre?" "I would report it to the police," Chun responded. His gaze fixed intently on Nanjechen. Nanjechen's eyes sparkled with realization. "Exactly. Call the police. Is there anyone from your family at the station?" "Yes." Chun pondered for a moment before adding, "My father was just arrested last night for gambling." Nanjechen? Chapter 14. Remember me in wealth and honor. Nanjechen gazed at Chun, stunned for a while. "Bro, I meant to seek assistance from the police officers at the station, but being arrested isn't exactly helpful." "Then there's nothing to be done." Chun sighed and further questioned, "Have you encountered something truly strange?" "What is it?" "It's nothing, really," Nanjechen replied, opting for silence on the matter. Chun chose not to speak further. Yet, a faint suspicion began to stir within him. Could it be that the peculiar phenomenon South King spoke of was a countdown appearing on his arm as well? At that moment, a classmate engrossed in their phone suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! It's not even class time yet, and only about 10 of us are in the classroom." Everyone turned their gaze towards him, curious to know what was amiss. "You all need to see this trending news. Jacob has held a press conference, claiming he has traversed into a world of mechanical civilization. The complete video of his conference is trending," the startled classmate reported. Jacob, an American national, is one of the most renowned basketball stars in the world, with a multitude of fans. Upon hearing this, the students immediately pulled out their phones to check the trending news, all of them perplexed. However, he had never anticipated that people abroad were also experiencing phenomena of traversal and countdowns. South Kingshan had already opened the video, and Chun glanced over. In the video, Jacob sat behind a desk, addressing all the media he had summoned. The flashes of cameras in the venue flickered intensely, creating a somewhat dazzling effect. Yet, the first thing that caught the attention of all viewership was Jacob's left arm, which had been entirely replaced with a mechanical prosthetic. In the footage, Jacob effortlessly threw a basketball into the hoop with his left hand from across the entire court, achieving this feat 10 times in succession. Is this special effects? South Qingshan murmured. Could it be a commercial, perhaps enhanced with CGI? Qingshan remained silent. In the video, Jacob addressed the media, stating, "Last night, I unexpectedly discovered a countdown appearing on my arm. When the countdown concluded, I found myself transported to a peculiar mechanical civilization, a realm that is also Earth. Complete with a sun and a moon, yet it seems to exist in a parallel universe, with a civilization trajectory starkly different from our own." Jacob raised his left arm, declaring, "Upon crossing over, I acquired this arm, as if I had supplanted someone from that world, becoming a new version of myself. I am unsure of the principle behind it, but its strength far exceeds my expectations, and it is remarkably agile and precise. The reason I am holding this press conference is not to boast. That world is not as idyllic as one might imagine. Rather, it is fraught with peril. I am here to prevent myself from being covertly taken for research purposes. I hereby declare that I refuse to become a subject of experimentation. If I were to go missing one day, I implore you all." Upon hearing this, Qingshan suddenly realized that Jacob, being a public figure, could not conceal the presence of his mechanical limb. He was acutely aware that the technology from that world surpassed contemporary advancements, which likely fueled his fear of being abducted for research, prompting him to adopt such a radical approach. This may not be the wisest course of action. It is possible that his anxiety led him to make this hasty decision. Qingshan glanced at Nan Gengchen, who, at that moment, sat frozen in shock. The entire class was engulfed in a state of astonishment and disbelief, struggling to discern whether this trending topic was genuine or merely a product of special effects. The demise of an internet executive within the confines of their abode has brought to light intricate mechanical constructs upon their person, bearing a striking resemblance to Jacob. Simultaneously, a university student has come forward with claims of transposing to an alternate realm, replete with not only mechanical civilizations, but also individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. Adding to this chorus, a high school student asserts to have not only traversed to another world, but also to have undergone an awakening of latent powers. Qingshan furrowed his brow as he observed this cascade of news, unfolding at a pace more rapid than he had anticipated. Not all individuals possessed the circumspection he had exercised. An increasing number of news reports were disseminating the reality that these were not mere special effects or marketing ploys, but tangible occurrences. A classmate inquired, "Considering the seemingly substantial probability of transposing, is it conceivable that our school harbors fellow travelers? Perhaps we shall soon witness individuals attending classes adorned with mechanical appendages. I, too, aspire to transpose." The classroom was gradually filling with students, each arrival prompting a collective gaze, scrutinizing for any telltale signs of mechanical augmentation. It is crucial to acknowledge that they were merely 17 or 18 years of age, a period characterized by an insatiable curiosity, a thirst for exploration, and an acute sense of vanity. While adults might meticulously weigh the balance between peril and opportunity, adolescents are more inclined toward anticipation. The perusal of Harry Potter kindles a yearning to traverse King's Cross Station, and the reading of novels fosters a desire to be guided by celestial beings. Yet, in the realm of reality, one is more often greeted not by deities, but by deceptive schemes. Consequently, upon discovering that transposing can lead to distinction, they tend to disregard certain perilous aspects, instead harboring the expectation of being among the chosen few to traverse. There was but a solitary divergence. Qingshan had genuinely traversed. Gradually, Qingshan discerned the dissipation of Nan Gengchen's flustered demeanor, supplanted by an increasingly invigorated countenance. Qingshan inquired with studied nonchalance, "Is this the uncanny matter you were alluding to earlier?" Nan Gengchen lowered his voice, "I cannot divulge it to you at present. But rest assured, should fortune smile upon me, I shall not forget you, my brother." Qingshan nodded. "Indeed, remember our bond when prosperity dawns." Qingshan remarked, "I am uncertain. It is possible it may not be conveyed." Qingshan, cognizant of the perils inherent in that world, offered a well-intentioned admonition. "Observe that numerous transmigrators have recounted encountering danger. Therefore, exercise caution and temper your aspirations for wealth." Nan Gengchen paused for several seconds before inquiring, "Where would you desire to dine upon our return?" Qingshan. Abruptly, a voice arose from within the class, tinged with perplexity. "What, pray tell, governs this phenomenon of transmigration? So many have traversed, yet we remain behind. Nangingshan murmured sotto voce, perhaps only those endowed with genuine, exceptional talent are capable of it. Qing Chun, overhearing this, raised his eyebrows in silent skepticism. News pertaining to transmigrators proliferated, both domestically and internationally. Gradually, Qing Chun began to discern a pattern. Subsequently, individuals emerged, avowing that while they had not previously undergone transmigration, they had discovered a 48-hour countdown emblazoned upon their arms after the stroke of midnight. These individuals constituted the second cohort. In the ensuing instance, the initial and subsequent cohorts shall traverse simultaneously. Suddenly, a female student exclaimed that a streamer was claiming to be a time traveler and was showcasing their mechanical arm on a live broadcast, and she shared the link in their group chat. It was indeed convenient for communication since students carried phones these days. Everyone clicked on the link and saw an outdoor streamer displaying their mechanical arm. Qing Chun felt something was amiss because, in his prison, he had never seen such a plasticky mechanical limb. Before the streamer could even present it for 2 minutes, the mechanical arm snapped and fell to the ground. It was evident that this was someone wearing a model to capitalize on the trend. Qing Chun couldn't help but chuckle, wondering what kind of charlatans were emerging to exploit the situation. There were two possibilities. Either the number of time travelers was fixed, with new ones entering when others died, or the number of time travelers was continuously increasing, with more to come in the future. Gradually, all the students in the class arrived, and someone exclaimed that time travelers had appeared on the streets of Los Angeles, as seen in a video circulating on their friends' social media feeds. Upon hearing this, the students all gathered around. The video showed a male youth in a hurry, with strange mechanical patterns on his cheeks, giving him a unique technological aesthetic. Then, someone noticed that his gray steel ankles were visible as he walked. Clearly, the young man's legs had also been replaced with mechanical prosthetics. In the video, the person filming attempted to continue recording, but the young man suddenly leaped onto the roof of a nearby building, about 4 or 5 meters high, and disappeared without a trace. A female student murmured in a low voice that he was quite dashing. How delightful it would be if our school had such a time traveler, enabling us to directly inquire about matters pertaining to that other world. At that moment, Qing Chun suddenly recalled that there indeed existed another individual in this school who had traversed time alongside him, the son of the chairman of the Yongli group, Huang Jixian. If memory serves correctly, he should be in class 7 of the first year. With this thought in mind, Qing Chun seized the opportunity, with over 10 minutes left before class commenced, to make his way downstairs to the first-year classrooms. The atmosphere at Luoqing Foreign Language School was presently buzzing with excitement, as everyone animatedly discussed the incident involving the time travelers. Observing the crowd, Qing Chun felt an inexplicable sense of detachment, as if he had somehow begun to drift apart from the very essence of his former self. In the past, he would have been focused on diligent study, devoting his time to earnest review and preparation, aspiring to gain admission into a prestigious university and venture far from here. Yet now, it seemed that his path lay elsewhere. Upon arriving at the entrance of Class 7, Qing Chun casually approached a bespectacled boy and inquired, "Excuse me, has Huang Jixian come to school today?" The boy nodded and replied, "I only know that he resides in the Inrun Central Garden. The exact location eludes me. Are you looking for him? I can pass on a message when he arrives in class." "No need. Thank you," Qing Chun responded, surmising that Huang Jixian might not be coming after all. The young man, overwhelmed by his own turmoil, might have succumbed to madness. Laughter erupted in the classroom, filling the air with a cacophony of mirth. During class, Nangingshan was engrossed in his phone. As the bell rang, he abruptly presented his phone to Qing Chun, exclaiming, "He Xiao has released a guide." "He Xiao?" Qing Chun inquired, puzzled. Nangingshan elaborated, "He posted a game guide video a few hours ago, but no one has ever encountered the game he's referring to. Yet, he's earnestly creating a walkthrough." With the recent emergence of time travel incidents, it's dawned on everyone that his game guide might be connected to that other world. He could be one of the time travelers. The video was devoid of visuals, featuring only a black backdrop and white subtitles. A youthful male voice narrated, "Due to the unique nature of this game, I'm unable to provide gameplay footage. I've designated this game as the inner world, and the world we currently inhabit is referred to as the outer world." He Xiao continued calmly, "Regarding this game, I've only recently entered it, so my information is limited. I haven't yet discovered a method for acquiring hidden orange-tier weapons. Currently, there are 3 known paths for obtaining a profession. The first involves utilizing technology to modify oneself. which can be done directly by purchasing from a mechanical hospital. Mechanical limbs are relatively expensive, and since I haven't found a money-making exploit yet, I haven't been able to experiment. Selling one's own organs seems to be the easiest way to acquire funds, but I wouldn't advise anyone to try it. The second path involves joining the taboo tribunal and becoming a new human by injecting gene serums. However, I haven't located the relevant NPC for this organization yet. It seems to be shrouded in mystery. The third known career path lies within prison number 18, where one must seek out an NPC named Li Shutong upon entry. This is currently recognized as the career path with the highest potential. Should additional career paths emerge in the future, I shall continue to share such information with all of you. Qing Chen found himself increasingly astonished as he watched the video. Yet, he Xiao seemed to be utterly enamored, treating the place as if it were a game to be conquered, viewing Li Shutong merely as an NPC for career quests. It remains a mystery what identity he Xiao possesses within that world. The only certainty for Qing Chen is that Li Shutong enjoys considerable renown there, to the extent that he Xiao had heard of him within merely 48 hours of entering. Beside him, Nan Gengchen murmured after watching the video, "This is essentially useless information. Acquiring mechanical limbs requires funds. The Forbidden Tribunal is elusive, and while one might find leads in prison number 18, there is no indication of how to gain entry." The topic of traversing into other realms remained lively until the afternoon, when a disquieting news report surfaced. A young man, confirmed to be a traveler, was discovered dead in his home, his mechanical legs, previously showcased in the video, having been severed and disappeared without a trace. This news cast a shadow, abruptly dampening the enthusiasm that had enveloped everyone. Chapter 16. Life is singular. The emergence of extraordinary events in everyday life is, in truth, a profoundly romantic notion, akin to an adult fairy tale. The Hogwarts acceptance letter that eluded you in childhood seems no longer a distant dream. Yet, this grim news acted as a deluge of cold water, extinguishing the fervor in many hearts. It is only during moments like these that individuals come to the stark realization that the world is far from idyllic. The value of futuristic technology is immeasurable. Beyond the materials and structures of bionic mechanical limbs, the very technology of interfacing these limbs with neurons is enough to drive numerous corporations into a frenzy. This is genuine future technology, and it is more practical to seize what is within reach than to await extraterrestrial advancements. Crucially, ordinary individuals who have traversed time possess no experience in confronting violent organizations. The news reported a death at home. The victim stabbed through the ribs into the heart with a dagger. In contrast to mechanical limbs, this dagger represents a complete absence of technological sophistication. This is not a fairy tale. Rather, it resembles a satirical fable for adults. Suddenly, many time travelers who had revealed their identities for attention began to fear for their safety. Some who had returned with mechanical limbs worried about being targeted. At this juncture, Japanese media outlets speculated that perhaps killing a time traveler could enable one to take their place and acquire the qualification to travel through time. This conjecture is utterly insane. It is practically an insinuation to everyone. Kill the time traveler near you, and you can become one yourself. Nan Gengchen, who had previously been in high spirits, muttered quietly, "I finally get a chance to change my destiny, and suddenly it's turned into a horror game." Nan Gengchen and Qing Chen could be considered kindred spirits, both burdened with gambling fathers who turned their homes upside down. Consequently, they both yearned to earn money. Nan Gengchen had even submitted novels to magazines, hoping to earn some royalties, but his efforts were in vain. "Indeed, I understand," Nan Gengchen nodded and remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "Why do you think we are so destitute?" Qi Chen pondered for a moment before replying, "While others' fathers toil tirelessly, yours is engaged in card games." Although Nan Gengchen felt a twinge of resentment towards his father, he could not help but feel discomfort by Qing Chen's words. Defiantly, he retorted, "And what about your father?" Qing Chen responded, My father is fervently playing cards." Nan Gengchen was left speechless. A silence enveloped them, and after a while, Nan Gengchen inquired, "By the way, how did your father end up in that situation?" Nan Gengchen paused, contemplating, "Why don't you report my father as well?" Qing Chen was taken aback. At that moment, the school bell rang. Qing Chen felt an unsettling sensation that he had overlooked some crucial information. He lowered his gaze to conceal his pupils, which suddenly constricted. Everything that had transpired that day flashed through his mind like a cinematic reel, all the information coalescing, summarizing, and organizing in an instant. The second batch of time travelers, whose countdowns had just appeared on their arms, and the streamers who had emerged to sell products, All these fragments of information floated down like autumn leaves from the heavens. Qing Chun deftly plucked the useful leaves from the air. In the next moment, he looked up in astonishment. The time travelers he had discovered today seemed to be concentrated in a dotted distribution across more than a dozen cities. Some residents in certain cities voiced their confusion online, questioning why not a single time traveler could be found in their locality. This indicated that the distribution of time travelers might be remarkably concentrated, limited to just a handful of cities. Before departing, the class monitor shouted, "Qingchen, remember to pay for the textbooks tomorrow." Qingchen waved his hand in acknowledgement. He then swiftly exited the classroom under the envious gaze of Nangengchen. As dusk settled, students who had just finished their classes hurried to the cafeteria for a meal, eagerly awaiting the evening study session. Meanwhile, Qingchen maneuvered through the crowd and climbed over the campus wall at a secluded corner. Upon returning home, he shed his school uniform and donned seldom-worn attire, topping it off with a baseball cap before stepping out. He searched for the address of Irwin's Central Garden on his phone, which was approximately 6 kilometers from the school, the residence of his fellow townsman, Huang Jixian. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable urge compelled Qing Chun to seek it out. With no funds left for a taxi, he had merely 50 cents in his pocket, his only savings until his next chess match with Grandpa Zhang at Fulai Supermarket. He decided to run. Although Qing Chun had never prioritized physical exercise, merely participating in school calisthenics, he suddenly realized the necessity of fitness. He must possess a robust physique to confront the perils of the world. It is noteworthy that the word life in Chinese has no homophones, perhaps subtly indicating that life is singular and must be cherished. Chapter 17. Intersecting Surveillance as nightfall approached. A gentle autumn breeze swept over Wangqing Bridge, and as Qingchen ran, he stretched his body, the wind billowing his garments behind him. Irwin's Central Garden stands as one of the most expensive residential complexes in Luoqing, renowned as an affluent district. However, before he could ponder how to enter, he noticed 6 men clad in black suits emerging from a narrow path at the back gate of the community. Their postures were impeccably straight, resembling a row of razor-sharp bayonets. As they moved, their steps remained perfectly synchronized, the timing of their footfalls and the distance covered as if meticulously measured. Suddenly, Qing Chun froze, for among these 6 individuals, he recognized a young boy, Huang Jixian. At that moment, Huang Jixian appeared dazed, muttering incomprehensible phrases, prison, machinery, monster. They swiftly boarded 2 black SUVs waiting outside the back gate. One of them seemed to sense something, turning to glance in Qing Chun's direction from the passenger seat. Qing Chun immediately averted his gaze and feigned disinterest, engrossing himself in his phone. The man appeared to disregard him, and the 2 SUVs sped away into the night. Qing Chun stood frozen outside the community gate, staring at his phone in silence. Who were those people? He pondered the identities of the men in black as he walked. But gradually, he sensed something amiss. A young man in a black hoodie had silently followed him for 5 blocks. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. He had seen this person before. In an instant, Qing Chun felt every muscle in his body tense, an invisible pressure encroaching upon his sense of security, as if he were being relentlessly stalked by a predator. The brim of his cap cast a shadow over his cheek. The young man in the black hoodie continued to walk past him without pause after he stopped, leaving Qing Chun perplexed, momentarily questioning whether he was merely being paranoid. On the bustling thoroughfare, the man clad in a black hoodie swiftly vanished from sight, having ended his phone call and continued on his way. At that moment, before Qing Chun could relax, he spotted a familiar face among the crowd waiting at the next traffic light, a face he had previously encountered at the entrance of the Central Garden community. This was no mere coincidence. It was a case of cross-tracking, one of the most reliable methods of surveillance. Qing Chun felt grateful for having perused numerous books, both useful and otherwise. He finally comprehended that when the individual in the SUV had gazed at him, he had become a target. There were more than 6 individuals. Others lurked in the shadows. Was this a clandestine organization, so meticulously trained and keenly interested in matters concerning traversers? Their proficiency was unsettling. Qing Chun suddenly suspected that he might not be among the first wave of traversers. Perhaps he belonged to the second or even the third. Otherwise, even if someone had learned of traversers today, they would not have been able to react with such swiftness. These individuals were evidently prepared. The boy's obsidian eyes were intense and profound as he observed the night runners approaching on the sidewalk, the vendor selling candied hawthorn skewers by the roadside, the graceful woman clicking her heels, and the shifting shadows cast by the yellow streetlights. There were 12 seconds remaining on the traffic signal. Calculating the route through Wangchumen Street, Zhenghe Road, and Kaiyuan Avenue. An adult running at an average speed would require no more than 10 minutes if he wished to evade his pursuers. Now was the time. As the green light illuminated, the watcher lifted his foot to cross the street, while Qing Chen abruptly turned and walked away. It may appear to be mere soliloquy, yet for those who observe closely, one might discern a semi-transparent earpiece nestled within his left ear. No, I have but 2 minutes remaining to reach the designated tracking point. The tracker at the intersection mused with a sigh of resignation. A voice emanated from the earpiece. I am certain he has detected us. He is no novice. The young man clad in a black hoodie pondered for a moment before responding. That boy appears to be merely 17 or 18, likely still in high school. If he truly has discerned our pursuit, it would be quite extraordinary. Moreover, have you noticed how effortlessly he handled the situation? When he first paused to make a call, I scarcely felt as though he had noticed my presence. Otherwise, I would have swiftly taken control of him. I am genuinely curious as to why you abruptly decided to track him. We have ample tasks to attend to today, and no need to squander time on mere passers-by. Chapter 18. The mysterious organization. The night had deepened considerably, and Qing Chen navigated through the greenery, relying on the towering sycamore trees flanking the road to conceal his movements. The exhilarating rush of adrenaline, the sensation of his heart racing, persisted until he had ventured an unfathomable distance, finally dissipating. In comparison to his experience at prison number 18, Qing Chen felt that this night bore the true essence of peril. He could not ascertain who his pursuer was or what intentions lay behind their scrutiny. The mere suspicion directed toward him had instigated their surveillance, an unsettling sensation indeed. It was as if he had abruptly emerged from the greenhouse of his school into a world rife with genuine predators. Perhaps this was the world in its truest form. At this moment, the autumn air was crisp and the temperature was gradually dropping, yet the shirt on his back was already drenched. Qing Chen walked along. Searching for the game streamer, he xiao on his phone, hoping to see if she had released any new strategies. However, the streamer, who had promised to make a summary introduction of the underworld that very night, had mysteriously vanished. Was it possible that she had also fallen prey to a clandestine organization? How many such enigmatic groups could exist across the nation? Qing Chen could not ascertain. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens pierced the quiet of the neighborhood as a police car entered the community. Furrowing his brow, Qing Chen followed, only to find the vehicle halting right at the entrance of his building. From the second floor, the sounds of a woman's weeping and a man's anguished cries echoed. The neighbors had all gathered outside, forming a circle around the scene, while Qing Chen blended into the crowd, silently observing. What was happening? What had transpired? An elderly man inquired, puzzled. There is a man in this building who frequently abuses his wife, a woman cradling a child remarked, rocking gently as she spoke. That poor woman has been hospitalized before due to his beatings, yet he remains unchanged. When she sought to divorce him, he threatened to kill her entire family if she dared to leave. What is going on today? Someone questioned. Could it be that the man has harmed her again? But it sounds like the man is the one in trouble, another voice chimed in. You've hit the nail on the head, the woman replied. I was just about to intervene, only to discover that this time it was the woman who struck the man. What? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing this, Qing Chen finally felt a sense of relief. To be honest, he held no sympathy for the man, and a hint of amusement flickered within him. What could be more pitiable in this world than a man who resorts to violence against his wife? Unable to defend himself, he now lies incapacitated. And one might argue he has brought this upon himself. At this moment, the police have ascended to inquire about the situation. As the man is awkwardly lifted onto a stretcher, Qing Chen casts a glance and notices that the man's legs are grotesquely contorted, clearly indicating fractures. As the ambulance departs, the police gesture for the onlookers to disperse. Brother, my mother just asked me to stay at your house for a while, but when I knocked, you weren't home. The young girl spoke with a quivering voice. Her name is Li Tongyun, and this is not her first time seeking refuge at Qing Chen's home. Though Qing Chen is not one to meddle in others' affairs, he recalls an occasion when the couple upstairs was embroiled in a heated argument, leaving the girl sobbing alone in the hallway. Having just returned from evening classes, he was about to pass by when the man from above emerged in search of her. She then beseeched Qing Chen, asking if she could take shelter in his home. Ultimately, he acquiesced. That night, he prepared soy sauce fried rice for her and entertained her with animated films on his phone. Subsequently, the woman upstairs became aware of this arrangement and, during future disputes, permitted the girl to seek solace at Qing Chen's residence. Presently, Qing Chen gently ruffles the girl's hair, inquiring, Have you eaten? I had some crackers, but I'm still a bit hungry. The timid Li Tongyun replied. Let us go then. I haven't eaten either. I'll make you some fried rice, Qingchen said. Although he had exhausted his savings while preparing supplies, he found that his kitchen was well stocked with rice and seasonings. Once you've had your fill, your mother should be all right. So do not fear. Your father will no longer be able to overpower your mother. Can I still come to your house? Li Tongyun suddenly inquired. Of course. Just as Qingchen was about to respond, his expression abruptly changed. He swiftly retrieved his keys and opened the door, pulling Li Tongyun inside with him. Confused, Li Tongyun gazed at Qingchen and asked, Brother, what is the matter? He quickly drew the bedroom curtains shut and peered outside through a narrow gap. It's nothing. Just remain silent, Qingchen instructed. As he spoke, a rugged vehicle approached from the corridor outside. It was unmistakably one of the vehicles he had seen earlier at the Silver Run Central Garden that evening. It seemed the occupants had come upon whispers of a time traveler's presence and had hastened here. Qingchen felt a surge of anxiety. He had not anticipated such a swift response. At that moment, two young individuals emerged from the vehicle, one clad in a black hoodie and the other in a gray coat. They were, indeed, the same two who had previously shadowed Qingchen. His heart raced at the thought of fate's cruel irony. In the next instant, the young man in the black hoodie glanced towards the window where Qingchen was hiding, prompting him to immediately retreat. What's wrong? Inquired the companion in the black hoodie. Nothing. Just felt like someone was observing me, but perhaps I am overthinking it, he replied with a grin. Let us go upstairs to attend to business. Qingchen's concern shifted to the woman above. More precisely, he worried about the repercussions should the woman be taken. It would spell disaster for young Li Tongyun. With her father hospitalized from an assault and her mother abducted by a mysterious organization, what would become of her? 10 minutes elapsed, and before Qingchen could devise a plan, the two young men had already descended the stairs. They efficiently entered their vehicle and departed, leaving Li Tongyun's mother unharmed. What is happening? Qingchen found himself somewhat bewildered. Wasn't the intention of the adversary to capture all travelers? Gradually, the police vehicles departed, and a knocking sound reverberated from outside his door. Qingchen approached to open it, only to behold Li Tongyun's mother standing there, her hair disheveled, a gash at the corner of her mouth, and traces of blood marring her face. The woman seemed to realize that her appearance was less than presentable and hastily tucked her unruly hair behind her ears. She softly addressed Qingchen. I apologize for troubling you once more. Chapter 19. Restrictions on movement. Are you all right? Qingchen inquired, regarding the woman outside his door. This was the first time he scrutinized her closely. Their previous encounters had been hurried, and due to the domestic violence she endured. She had always been evasive around other men, even around Qingchen, a mere high school student. This was likely the shadow cast by her past. At that moment, the woman's arm had transformed into a mechanical limb, and Qingchen noted that her prosthetic was more aesthetically pleasing than those of most inmates in Prison 18. With its graceful and elegant lines imbued with a sense of formidable beauty. The woman, slightly embarrassed, remarked, I didn't expect to trouble you again. It's nothing, Qingchen replied, shaking his head. I was just about to prepare a meal for Li Tongyun. Upon hearing this, the woman appeared somewhat irked, retorting, Listen, do not trouble her further. However, Qingchen suddenly suggested, I just heard Xiaoyan mention that you both haven't eaten yet. Why not join me for a meal at my home? Both the woman and Li Tongyun were momentarily taken aback. Although Qingchen had previously offered assistance, he had never before expressed such warmth. He had always seemed apprehensive of causing trouble. I, too, am eager to learn about matters concerning time travel, Qingchen explained, thus I wish to inquire. How should I address you? Well, I would like to ask Aunt Jiangshui about the affairs of the inner world, Qingchen stated. Is it convenient to discuss? Mother. Let us dine at brother's house, Li Tongyun whispered softly. Jiang Shui gazed at the pleading expression on Xiaoyan's face and sighed, then turned to Qingchen and said, I must apologize for the inconvenience. Qingchen sensed the genuine remorse emanating from her. With such a disposition, could one truly survive in the ferocious world of the inner world? He suppressed his curiosity until he placed the plate of soy sauce fried rice on the table. Finally remarking nonchalantly, I noticed the police arrived to handle the case. What did they say? At that moment, Qingchen posed the question that had been weighing on his mind. I saw two more individuals arrive later. What was their purpose? I am uncertain of their intentions, Jiang Shui replied, shaking her head. They conversed with the police about certain matters and then requested I fill out a form, subsequently taking 2 photographs of my ID before departing. Qingchen paused, taken aback. Was it truly that simple? Did the police not intervene? His curiosity piqued. It appeared they presented some form of identification to the officers, Jiang Shui clarified. As for the specifics, I am not well informed. In any case, they were not stopped. This gave Qing Chun a preliminary understanding of those individuals. Firstly, they do not apprehend every time traveler they encounter. Secondly, they possess official credentials. Regardless, the other party was not as deranged as one might have imagined, which brought a sense of reassurance to Qing Chun. Suddenly, he turned to Jiang Shui and inquired, "And Jiang, what is your status in the inner world?" The term inner world had gradually spread after He Xiaoxiao's strategy guide, becoming a recognized appellation for that alternate realm. "And what about your arms?" Qing Chun probed further. He then asked, "I came across a reference to prison number 18 in a guide about travelers. Where is that located?" "It lies on the outskirts of City 18, Jiang Shui replied. "This prison is quite notorious, seemingly designated for housing serious offenders. It is the highest security facility within the Federation." "Federation?" Qing Chun hesitated momentarily. "What else do you know, Aunt Jiang?" "I have only just crossed over 2 days ago, and I am still quite in the dark," Jiang Shui responded, shaking her head. At that moment, the young girl Li Tongyun interjected, "Mom, what is the name of your clinic?" "Oh, just asking," Li Tongyun said while picking at her soy sauce fried rice. Jiang Shui turned her gaze back to Qing Chun. "Why are you so curious about matters pertaining to the inner world?" "I am quite envious of you travelers," Qing Chun smiled, expressing his desire to experience it himself. Jiang Shui shook her head. "That world is perilous. Apart from the Li, Qin, Qing, Kamishiro, and Kashima groups, others live in dire straits daily. Far worse than in the outer world." Qing Chun reflected that, despite being a member of the Qing family, he too was entrenched in adversity. "What are your plans moving forward?" he inquired. A thought suddenly occurred to Qing Chun, and he cautioned, "Then let's procure tickets first." Many individuals travel to Zheng City daily, making ticket acquisition challenging. Jiang Shui, without much deliberation, promptly utilized a mobile application to purchase a ticket to Zheng City. The payment was successful, but the ticket issuance encountered a setback, indicating a failure. Indeed, Qing Chun mused. The clandestine organization's act of photographing Jiang Shui's identification was perhaps aimed at curtailing her movements. Chapter 20. A conclave of time travelers. It appeared that departing from Luo City was an impossibility. Following the unsuccessful attempt to secure a train ticket, Jiang Shui endeavored to purchase an airline ticket, only to meet with the same outcome, a failure in ticket issuance. This enigmatic organization wielded considerable influence. Qing Chun, unwilling to be confined to a single city, resolved to maintain a low profile, irrespective of the organization's motives. Jiang Shui interjected, "By the way, Qing Chun, why haven't I encountered your parents in the past couple of years? Do you reside here alone?" "Indeed," Qing Chun affirmed. "They divorced, and I reside here independently." He then inquired, "By the way, Aunt Jiang Shui, what is your profession?" "I am an art instructor at the adjacent White Horse Elementary School," Jiang Shui responded, refraining from elaborating further. She rose to gather the dishes from the table. "I shall attend to the washing of the dishes." "There's no need. You may leave them there." "I will wash them shortly," Qing Chun offered. "No, you have already prepared the meal. I cannot possibly allow you to wash the dishes as well," Jiang Shui insisted, proceeding into the kitchen, leaving Qing Chun and Li Tongyun in the living room. "Wait, I can wash them myself." Before Qing Chun could complete his statement, Jiang Shui ushered Li Tongyun away, affording him no opportunity to react. Qing Chun stood in the dimly lit room, utterly taken aback by the unexpected actions of another. The class WeChat group had accumulated a staggering 999 unread messages, with everyone engrossed in discussions about the phenomenon of time travelers. Even the events that transpired with Jiang Shui that evening had gradually become fodder for conversation among the citizens of Luo City, and it was likely to trend on social media by tomorrow. Students, office workers, and even the true elite were all keenly attentive to the term time traveler. He glanced at the chat history, noting how, whenever someone delved into the characteristics of these travelers, Nan Gingshan would eagerly interject, asserting that these individuals must be exceptionally talented in their own right. At that moment, Qing Chun couldn't help but wish that Nan Gingshan would find himself in the confines of Cell 18. Though this would compromise his own ability to maintain anonymity, the expression on Nan Gingshan's face at such a moment would undoubtedly be priceless. Qing Chun opened a search engine, hoping to see if He Xiaoxiao had released any new strategies. However, the live stream remained dark, devoid of any updates. He cast another glance at WeChat, noticing that his mother had yet to send a message. Just as he was preparing for sleep, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displayed, "Mom." Qing Chun sat up to answer, "Hello? On the other end, Zhang Wanfang spoke, Xiaochun, I've already transferred the living expenses to your father. Yet, it had been a long time since Qingchen had seen any living expenses. Mom, this week, he attempted to mention the upcoming textbook fees. But before he could finish, Zhang Wanfang interrupted, How suddenly has a fever, so I won't be able to visit you this weekend. All right, get some rest. And do not neglect your studies. After Qingchen ended the call, he felt a sense of relief. He had finally received the long-awaited phone call. Yet it seemed the other party had forgotten all about his previous truancy. Nevertheless, it mattered little. At that moment, a message from Nan Gingshan arrived in the dead of night. Qingchen, are you there? What is it? Qingchen inquired. I just found a group online that welcomes all time travelers to join and exchange ideas. Are you interested? I can send you the group number, Nan Gingshan replied. His enthusiasm palpable, already embodying the persona of a time traveler. Qingchen responded, But we are not time travelers. Why would we join? There was a brief pause from Nan Gingshan, then he said, Just to join in on the fun, perhaps we might learn something new. Who knows? If one day we do become time travelers, it would be beneficial to have some prior knowledge. I'm not going. You can go if you wish, Qingchen replied. At that moment, he felt no inclination towards the time traveler group. What if it was a trap set by some clandestine organization, luring people into their snare? While it might not pose a significant danger, he certainly did not wish to curtail his freedom. Only someone as naive as Nan Gingshan would rush headlong into such frivolities. Fine, if you're not going, I'll just go and have some fun, Nan Gingshan declared. After that, there was silence from his end. Just as Qingchen began to feel a hint of drowsiness, another message from Nan Gingshan popped up. Qingchen. What now? Qingchen asked, exasperated. Seriously? Are con artists today this outrageous, exploiting every trending topic? Qingchen pondered, realizing that the time traveler group was indeed unreliable. Yet he had not anticipated it to be this absurd. Did you purchase anything? Qingchen inquired. Qingchen had been holding back for quite some time. Impressive, Nan Gingshan continued, saying, There are also travelers in the group claiming to have obtained gene elixirs from the other world, which, when consumed, can elevate one to the extraordinary. What else did the group say? Another traveler mentioned that he had met several wealthy women over there who were willing to pay handsomely for a child, and he could facilitate introductions. What else did the group say? Qingchen began to comprehend that this traveler group chat was merely a gathering of frauds. He even suspected that apart from Nan Gingshan, everyone else in the chat was a swindler, with Nan Gingshan being the sole fool. Chapter 21. The Shadow Conflict at 7:20 a.m., with a countdown of 16:40:00 remaining. Jiang Shui spotted him and greeted him with a smile as she opened the window. Qingchen, I've made rice porridge. You should come up and have some. No. Qingchen quickly waved his hand and then headed to school while munching on a compressed biscuit. It had been quite some time since he experienced such kindness, making him momentarily unaccustomed. Upon entering the school gate, Qingchen noticed many students rushing towards the high school teaching building, and on the way, he encountered Nan Gingshan, who was also sprinting. Curiously, he asked, What is going on? Haven't you checked the class WeChat group? Someone from the neighboring class has a traveler in their midst, and that individual is currently in the classroom, Nan Gingshan replied, breathless. Wait, how did they discover that he is a traveler? Qingchen wondered. As no one in the neighboring class had mechanical limbs yesterday, Nan Gingshan explained. He boasted about it himself, after holding it in for a day. He couldn't contain himself while chatting with classmates last night. Upon hearing this, Qingchen's brow furrowed. A school houses approximately 2,000 students, and among the known time travelers, 4 have emerged from this institution alone. This begs the question, what is the nationwide count? Even if only a dozen or so cities across the nation have witnessed the advent of time travelers, their total number would still be substantial. At that moment, Qingchen pondered whether a mass exodus of people from all over the country would flock to these select cities, each harboring the hope of becoming a member of the 3rd, 4th, or 5th wave of time travelers. Qingchen and Nan Gingshan hastened toward the classroom. But before they could discern the situation, the dean, accompanied by a cohort of teachers, arrived and escorted the student who claimed to be a time traveler away from the classroom. We're too late, Nan Gingshan muttered. Qingchen, refraining from further meddling, turned and led Nan Gingshan toward his own class. He remained uncertain whether the enigmatic organization had caught sight of his appearance. Given their ability to restrict Jiang Shui's movements, they were likely capable of accessing road surveillance. Although his residential area was relatively antiquated, with sparse surveillance, and he had deliberately chosen routes devoid of cameras that day, Qing Chun hesitated to guarantee that they had not traced him. Throughout the entire day, Qing Chun remained dutifully in class, avoiding any potential encounter with the mysterious organization. He did not venture beyond the classroom except for necessary trips to the restroom. Qing Chun, look! Nan Gingchen exclaimed. He Xiaoxiao's guide has been updated. Qing Chun's eyes immediately lit up. Among the numerous time travelers who had emerged to introduce the alternate world, He Xiaoxiao's guide remained the most captivating. Others had merely provided overviews of the world's structure or fragmented pieces of information. Yet, He Xiaoxiao, a distinguished player in the gaming realm, shares genuinely invaluable insights. For instance, the Forbidden Tribunal, Li Shutong, and gene serums, elements that remain unfamiliar to the majority of time travelers. However, following her sudden disappearance and subsequent reappearance, what transpired? Qing Chun activated his mobile video. Hello everyone, I am He Xiaoxiao. Due to certain exceptional circumstances, I was unable to provide new strategies yesterday. Today, I present a guide summarizing the current expansion of the game in the realm, the Shadow Strife of the Qing clan. The Qing group stands as one of the 5 major corporations within this world, and the Shadows are those who wield all power in the underworld. Operating from within the Qing group. Currently, 8 known candidates for the Shadows have emerged, each possessing extraordinary talents, namely Qing Huai, Qing Wen, Qing Shi. Yet, one remains shrouded in mystery, and I have yet to uncover his identity. Qing Chun was unaware that Li Shutong had speculated he might be a candidate for the Shadows. He himself did not comprehend the significance of his presence in prison number 18. However, he suddenly began to understand the reason for his appearance there. It must be said that He Xiaoxiao's guides have consistently proven immensely beneficial to him. The countdown reads 6:19:29. The moment of crossing approaches ever closer. And Qing Chan can distinctly sense Nan Gingchen growing increasingly anxious. Should this fellow indeed have crossed into prison number 18? He might as well take the risk of assisting him while remaining undetected. Assuming, Qi Chung cautioned, if you were to traverse tonight, you must exercise utmost caution. You have undoubtedly seen the accounts online. The inner world is fraught with peril. Nan Gingchen's expression betrayed his discomfort. I am not a time traveler. He stammered. As long as you are aware, Qi Chung replied, choosing not to elaborate further. He closed his eyes to rest, and after an indeterminate span, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Upon opening the door, he found Jiang Shui awaiting him. Is there something you need, Aunt Jiang? He inquired. Jiang Shui shook her head. You cannot fathom the dangers of that world, but I am acutely aware. There, without the backing of the 5 great conglomerates, human life holds little value. I am not merely asking for your assistance in looking after Xiaoyan for an extended period. Her grandmother will arrive from Zhengqing tomorrow very well. I agree to assist you, but I sincerely hope for your safety. Qi Qing nodded. Thank you, Jiang Shui said, unexpectedly handing him a key. Keep this key. Should any need arise, it will facilitate your entry. With that, she turned and departed. Qi Chung stood in a daze for several seconds, taken aback by the trust she had bestowed upon him by giving him the key to her home. Countdown, 0:09:59. Seizing the final moments. Qi Chung placed a small USB drive in his mouth, eager to test whether the concealed object within his body could penetrate the temporal barrier. He then twisted his arm until it bore a purplish hue. Once everything was in place, he inhaled deeply. Countdown, 0:00:10. The world shattered and reformed. Chapter 22. Welcome to prison number 18. Qing Chun gazed at his arm, where the white, interlocking mechanical patterns of the countdown had assumed a new form. Countdown to return 47, 55, 50. However, Qing Chun pondered whether the limits of the countdown would change. Would it increase or decrease in the future? The familiar cell, the well-known alloy walls, the cold, unyielding bed. Never had Qing Chun felt such elation. He feared that should he traverse again, he might find himself in an entirely different place, rendering his past efforts futile. And the goodwill painstakingly earned from Uncle Li would dissipate. As it stands, each traversal appears to be a continuation of the last, implying that the canon score he memorized remains valuable, regardless of Uncle Li's true identity. The strategy involving He Xiaoxiao has already been established. She is a pivotal figure within this world. Qing Chun expelled the USB drive from his mouth into his palm. The fact that he could bring the USB indicates that as long as the items are within his body, they can traverse through that temporal wall. He glanced at the bruises upon his arm, noting that similarly, injuries sustained in the outer world would accompany him through the transition. This further affirms that his body is indeed the same as it was during the traversal. Step by step, Ching Chun relied on his own methods to deepen his understanding of this world and the mechanics of his journeys. As time progressed, the clamorous sounds of prisoners striking against the metal gates began to resonate throughout prison number 18. Unbeknownst to him, compared to the desolate and indifferent world outside, Ching Chun found a certain warmth in the cacophony he had not heard for the past 2 days. As mealtime approached, the metallic gate swung open punctually. No longer cautious like when he first arrived, Ching Chun boldly stepped over the threshold and gazed down the stairs, spotting Uncle Li, Yuan, and Lin Xiaoxiao already gathered below, with Lin Xiaoxiao waving enthusiastically at him. All around, the envious glances of the prisoners lingered. It seemed that, unbeknownst to him, this 17-year-old had become a figure of significance within the confines of the prison. Yet, he did not hasten down the stairs. Instead, he lingered in the shadows of the 5th-floor corridor, quietly surveying the prison. At midnight the previous night, after all inmates had been confined to their cells, a new batch of arrivals was escorted in. Meanwhile, the second group of travelers from the outside world had likely already reached the inner realm. At that moment, 8 bewildered newcomers stood scattered in the corridor on the 2nd floor, timidly assessing their surroundings. Ching Chen's gaze froze for a moment, for among them was Lu Daizhu, the classmate from the neighboring room who had boldly claimed to be a traveler just yesterday. Amidst the commotion, Lu Guangyi on the 6th floor called out cheerfully to the newcomers, "Look, we have some new faces. Let's have some fun later." Suddenly, someone greeted the new prisoners with a grin. "Welcome to prison number 18. Ching Chen keenly observed the expressions of the newcomers, noticing how Lu Daizhu's demeanor shifted upon hearing the mention of prison number 18. The initial look of fear was swiftly replaced by a glimmer of secret delight, as if the term prison number 18 held a peculiar significance. However, Lu Daizhu did not act impulsively. Instead, he quietly observed other prisoners as they queued to descend and collect their meals. Along the way, he softly inquired of the prisoner ahead, "Excuse me, who is Li Shetong?" The surrounding prisoners paused, momentarily taken aback, pondering amongst themselves, could this fellow possibly have some connections? After a moment's consideration, one prisoner pointed out, "There he is, down below." Peering down from the upper floor, Lu Daizhu was struck by Li Shetong's distinctive presence. He thought to himself that He Xiaoxiao had indeed spoken the truth. This middle-aged man exuded an aura of authority. Once the meal distribution concluded, Lu Daizhu noticed the other prisoners gradually encroaching upon him, their smiles laden with ulterior motives. Alarmed, he decisively made his way towards Li Shetong. Yet, before he could approach, he found his path blocked by Lin Xiaoxiao, who stood before him with an amiable grin. "It's quite curious these days, isn't it? How does a newcomer dare to seek out my boss directly?" Lu Daizhu glanced back at the eager prisoners attempting to seize him and lowered his voice conspiratorially to Lin Xiaoxiao. "I'm here to receive a mission. I'm one of our own." Lin Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, utterly perplexed. What on earth? Lu Daizhu's declaration bewildered her. What mission was he speaking of? She had never encountered him within their organization, and his words bore the weight of a clandestine rendezvous. Growing anxious at her silence, Lu Daizhu pressed on. "I truly am here for a mission, a transfer task. Get lost," Lin Xiaoxiao impatiently remarked, waving her hand at the nearby prisoner. "What are you standing there for? Take him away." Lu Daizhu, now truly anxious, shouted at Li Shetong, "Li Shetong, I am here to receive my transfer mission." In an instant, the entirety of prison No. 18 fell into a profound silence, as if someone had abruptly pressed the mute button. The prisoners stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, sensing an eerie atmosphere enveloping them. Meanwhile, Li Shetong remained fixated on the remnants of the scene before him, his gaze unwavering. Lin Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes, letting out a scoff. What peculiar character has arrived now? To be honest, Lu Daizhu himself was at a loss regarding the situation. The guide provided by He Xiaoxiao merely outlined 3 career paths, the first 2 of which were rather ambiguous, leaving the third, involving prison number 18, as the most viable option. Now, having inexplicably found himself transported to this very prison, was this not the hallmark of a destined individual? Yet, it appeared that this was not an appropriate setting for a transfer mission, leaving him questioning whether he had made a grave error. Before Lu Daizhu could ponder further, the prisoners around him, prompted by Lin Xiaoxiao, began to forcibly escort him towards the cell for his lesson. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, Lu Daizhu squeezed through a gap in the crowd and rushed to the nearby alloy gate, pounding frantically, "Let me out. They are going to torment me. Let me out." At that moment, drones descended from the heavens, and 9 mechanical prison guards below sprang into action. Qingxin watched Lu Dezuzu in disbelief, wondering if the boy had lost his mind. Upon arriving in a new world, should one not first take a moment to observe their surroundings? Chapter 23. The uninvited guest. The prison had lost its usual liveliness. Everyone was baffled, unable to comprehend what kind of fool would venture here to provoke Li Shutong. The mechanical guards converged upon Lu Dezuzu, their movements accompanied by the hissing sound of hydraulic mechanisms within their alloy skeletons. Witnessing this display, Lu Dezuzu momentarily forgot his ambition to establish a name for himself in the 18th prison. As a member of the second wave of travelers, he found himself in this realm dominated by steel beasts for the first time, and he was immediately overwhelmed by the unfolding events. Within mere seconds, he was firmly subdued by the mechanical guards and escorted to an unknown area beyond the square. Boss, don't you find things a bit peculiar lately? Lin Xiaoxiao mused while perched on a chair. The other day, a child arrived and went mad, incessantly rambling about watching Luo Qing, as if he were truly the scion of a wealthy consortium. And now another fool shows up, demanding you assign him a task. What task could that possibly be? Li Shutong pondered for a moment and replied, "It is indeed rather strange." Suddenly, Lin Xiaoxiao interjected, "Hey, where's Qingchen? He was quite enthusiastic about lunch yesterday. Yet he seems to be absent today." At that moment, Qingchen was traversing the corridor. He paid no heed to Lu Dezuzu and instead sought out Lu Guangyi. Whispering instructions, after the meal, have your men detain all the newcomers and interrogate them one by one about their identities and backgrounds from the outside. Understood. Lu Guangyi promptly replied. In his perspective, the boss likely intended to ascertain whether any rival forces were attempting to encroach upon their territory. Conversely, Qingchen contemplated the possibility of hidden traversers among the newcomers. Should there indeed be a traverser, it would be impossible for them to fabricate an identity from the outside world. Those who could elucidate their origins were undoubtedly natives, while those who could not were certainly traversers. At that moment, Qingchen seemed to recall something, hesitated briefly, and then addressed Lu Guangyi. "I understand that the welcoming ceremony is your custom, but please refrain from being too harsh. Everyone has their struggles." Lu Guangyi, taken aback, agreed, "All right." Qingchen attentively listened as Lu Guangyi detailed the circumstances of each prisoner. Only after confirming that no traversers remained in the prison did he stride over to sit across from Li Shutong at the dining table. "Shall we play chess today?" "We shall not. I must refrain for the next few days," Li Shutong replied after a moment of contemplation. "I have matters to ponder, and a guest is expected." "A guest?" Qingchen inquired, puzzled. Li Shutong smiled faintly. "An unexpected visitor." A rare expression of hesitation crossed Li Shutong's face. "I am uncertain." Qingchen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that even Li Shutong was befuddled by the traverser. It was likely the first time Li Shutong had encountered such a situation. At that moment, only Qingchen was aware that Lu Dezuzu, this foolish individual, had genuinely mistaken Li Shutong for a game NPC after perusing his Xiaoxiao strategy guide. As the countdown reached 37:002, a resounding rumble emanated from the direction of the alloy gate, which began to slowly ascend. As the alloy gate swung open completely, a towering bald man, over 2 meters tall, was escorted inside by a dozen mechanical prison guards. Surrounding him were 9 drones, meticulously sealing off every possible avenue of escape. Furthermore, as this imposing figure entered, 6 metallic storms in the heavens began to rotate slowly, each with a mere 90-degree arc of movement rather than a full 360 degrees. Thus, as the robust prisoner moved, evading the firing range of certain metallic storms, new ones continually entered a state of alert, steadfastly tracking him. This was the first time Qingchen witnessed an individual being escorted alone in daylight, and he was taken aback by the sheer display of force from the guards of prison number 18. Over 3,000 inmates silently turned their heads to observe. The atmosphere laden with silence. The crisp clatter of chains echoed through the prison, the sound of the alloy shackles clanking against the ground with each step of the bald man. His skin bore a bronze hue, marked by the sun's relentless exposure, and the skin on his arms was adorned with intricate black patterns, resembling totems, strange yet magnificent. Notably, he bore no mechanical augmentations. Previously, Qingchen had thought Yi Wan to be sufficiently tall and robust, yet in comparison to this prisoner, she seemed somewhat lacking. Once the bald man was ushered into the prison's depths, the mechanical guards began to retreat from the alloy gate. Yet they showed no intention of releasing the shackles binding his feet. The large cat, usually languid, now fixed its gaze intently on the bald giant while nestled in Li Shutong's arms. The bald man turned his attention towards Li Shutong. Qing Chen also turned to Li Shutong, who smiled back at him. I did not expect this guest to be so forthright. His name is Guohuchen. In a moment, you and Yuan should step back a bit, so as not to get hurt. Yuan glanced at Qing Chen. Realizing that the boss's special caution regarding this minor detail indicated a level of affection for the young man that exceeded her and Lin Xiaoxiao's expectations. Meanwhile, Lu Guangyi, who had been mingling within the crowd, muttered as he observed Guohuchen's bald head. Guohuchen, he has actually arrived. No wonder the boss mentioned that a llama has come from the south. How fortuitous. After the boss entered, he did not seek any clues, but rather spent his days playing chess with Li Shutong, reading books, appearing as if he were carefree. It seems he intended to stir the waters once Guohuchen arrived, allowing us to reap the benefits. How clever. Lu Guangyi's thoughts began to race. At this moment, Qing Chen appeared to him as a strategist, plotting with foresight. Chapter 24. The center of the world. Guohuchen rubbed his forehead and spoke in a resonant voice. Let us not beat around the bush. I have come for the forbidden item ACE-005. Just tell me where it is contained within the prison, and I shall take my leave. Li Shutong patted the large cat, signaling it to move aside, then gently smiled and replied, one must be courteous when addressing a senior. It minimizes the risk of misunderstanding. Guohuchen, unfazed, retorted, if you hand over the forbidden item AC-005, I shall certainly extend you some courtesy in return. Li Shutong was intrigued. Why has the Spade organization suddenly taken an interest in forbidden objects? From your tone, I almost thought you had joined the Forbidden Tribunal. Guohuchen slowly positioned himself 5 meters opposite Li Shutong. We Spades require this forbidden object. Li Shutong chuckled. What do you intend to do with this forbidden item? Of course, it is of use. Guohuchen replied. By the way, there are rumors circulating that you made a deal with the Qin family, guarding a forbidden object to prevent the Qing family from seizing it. Is there any truth to this? What forbidden object are you safeguarding? You misunderstand. I have not engaged in any transaction with the Qin family, Li Shutong patiently clarified. Do not hastily draw conclusions based on hearsay. Qing Chen listened quietly. The last time he encountered the term Forbidden Tribunal was in his Xiaoxiao strategy video. It seemed that this Forbidden Tribunal existed solely for forbidden objects. He speculated whether the forbidden object Guohuchen referred to might be the very thing he himself was in search of, perhaps a test within the shadowy conflict he was entangled in. At that moment, Guohuchen stepped forward again. Where is ACE-005? Li Shutong shook his head. I know, but I will not disclose that information. Why not? Guohuchen took another step forward, and the tattoo-like totems on his body appeared to come alive, twisting and writhing with frenetic patterns. With a thud, everyone felt the ground tremble slightly as he stepped down. Li Shutong smiled. There is no particular reason, save for the fact that I quite like ACE-005. In an instant, Guohuchen advanced with a swift step, unleashing a punch that soared towards Li Shutong's face like a resounding bronze bell, striking with the ferocity of thunder. Accompanying this movement was the metallic storm of gun barrels. Over 3,000 prisoners began to stir restlessly. The 72 metallic storm devices above the steel dome stirred to life, with 36 of them swiftly rotating. The prisoners gasped in terror, witnessing what they perceived as a celestial clash that would bring calamity to mortals. At this moment, aside from the vortex's epicenter where Li Shutong and Guohuchen stood, only Qing Chen remained undistracted, gazing upward at the steel heavens. Amid the chaos, no one noticed as he took a few steps back and turned to head in another direction. In a heartbeat, 36 cold machines erupted in a barrage of gunfire, indiscriminately suppressing the inmates of prison number 18. The projectiles were not metallic bullets, but rubber ones, as these 36 metallic storms were solely intended for subjugation. The other 36, however, were the true weapons of mass destruction. The rubber bullets rained down like a tempest, leaving the prisoners in disarray. Guohuchen's fists roared like thunder, creating a tempest within prison number 18. Yet, in the next moment, that fist abruptly halted, as Li Shutong, with a beaming smile, raised his hand before him, halting the thunderous assault. Li Shutong stood unwavering before Guohuchen, as steady as a mountain. However, he suddenly froze in astonishment, for just 2 meters behind him, Qing Chen sat calmly at the dining table, where he usually pondered over chess matches. The 36 metallic storms relentlessly unleashed rubber bullets to quell the uprising within the prison, their trajectories weaving densely together. Yet, Qing Chen remained ensconced in the shooting dead zone, as the rubber bullets rebounded off the ground, narrowly grazing past him. In the depths of prison number 18 lies the soul-shooting blind spot. A torrential downpour cascades from the heavens, yet not a single drop falls upon the youth, as if he were the very epicenter of the world. The ominous rain from the iron sky gradually abates. Apart from Qing Chun, Yi Wan, Hua Huchan, Li Shutong, and Lin Xiaoxiao, all the other prisoners are in anguish, clutching their heads and huddled on the ground. They writhe in pain, with some who were slow to drop being battered into a pitiful state by the metallic storm. In stark contrast to their disheveled plight, Qing Chun sits serenely at the dining table, exuding an ethereal detachment. For reasons unknown, Li Shutong feels an inexplicable fondness for this youth, despite having known him for but a few days. Is this truly the shadow that the Qing family intends to select? Contemplating this, he casually pushes Hua Huchan's fist away with his palm, a seemingly nonchalant gesture that sends Hua Huchan staggering back 5 or 6 meters before he finally steadies himself. No longer reckless, Hua Huchan sits cross-legged, focusing on his breath. Throughout this skirmish, he has merely managed to stir the white training outfit of his opponent a few times. Rumors have long circulated that Li Shutong has ascended to the status of a demigod in this era, yet his renown hails from a time long past, rendering it impossible for younger masters like Hua Huchan to have witnessed his prowess firsthand. Li Shutong diverts his gaze from Qing Chun, turning instead to Hua Huchan with a smile, asking, "Shall we continue?" The burly man, whose totemic energy has now settled, replies in a deep, resonant voice, "No more fighting. No more fighting. What is the point in continuing when I can't win? Rest assured, even without your prompting, I can find the ACE-005 forbidden object." Qing Chun finds this bald man rather intriguing. Despite the earlier fierce confrontation, a sudden capitulation has taken place. The opponent, far from appearing as menacing as anticipated, seems to have become surprisingly unarmed after the altercation. The shift in demeanor is rather pronounced. Nevertheless, Hua Huchan contemplates that since Li Shutong is aware of the location of the forbidden item, he shall follow the latter, hoping that a slip of the tongue might reveal something valuable. There is no rush. He shall search gradually. Li Shutong, seemingly indifferent, nodded slightly. He ceased to concern himself with Hua Huchan and instead took a seat opposite Qing Chun at the dining table. Was this position calculated? He inquired. Qing Chun shook his head. Though my computational abilities surpass those of the average individual, I am currently unable to undertake such extensive ballistic calculations. I can only make an educated guess. Li Shutong also shook his head. An estimation alone is insufficient to accurately pinpoint this location. A brief calculation allowed me to identify 4 potential areas, and fortuitously, your habitual seating aligns with one of these options, thus rendering further calculations unnecessary, Qing Chun stated calmly. His presence here is a gamble, yet it has proven fortuitous. He has always excelled in such probabilistic and judgment-based choices. Chapter 25. A new nightmare in the aftermath of the chaos. The prisoners gradually rise to their feet. As dozens of mechanical prison guards enter the square amid the synchronized sound of hydraulic movement, directing the inmates to restore order to the overturned surroundings. In the dining hall, Hua Huchan sits cross-legged on the floor not far away, resembling a monk deep in meditation. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at the scattered black rubber balls on the ground, reflecting. When celestial beings clash, it is the mortals who suffer. The fighters remain unscathed, while the prisoners, who played no part in the conflict, are truly unfortunate. Hey, Hua Huchan. It said that you are compassionate and often engage in virtuous deeds. How do you account for those who have been ensnared by your actions? Hua Huchan, without raising his eyelids, replied, You speak of innocent victims while in prison? Here, one and all, none can claim innocence. How hypocritical, Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed, rolling her eyes. Furthermore, Hua Huchan opened his eyes briefly to regard Lin Xiaoxiao, stating, I am not a monk, so refrain from describing me with such terms as compassionate. After speaking, he closed his eyes once more, diligently regulating his breath. Although he appeared uninjured after the earlier confrontation with Li Shutong, he now felt a profound discomfort within, as if his internal organs had been scorched by flames. Seeing him meditating in silence, the others ceased to interfere. Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged a knowing glance with Yuan, and suddenly, an invisible force field expanded around them. Qing Chun had witnessed this ability before, when the iron sky unleashed a deluge of dark rain. All droplets aimed at Yuan were deflected by this protective barrier. Noticing Qing Chun's confusion, Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and reassured him, Speak freely. Your voice will not carry beyond this field. Li Shutong sat at the dining table, cradling a large cat in his arms, and addressed Qing Chun. This morning, I saw Lu Guangyi interrogating those individuals during the initiation ceremony. That was your doing, was it not? Indeed, Qing Chun acknowledged. Aware that Li Shutong recognized his connection to the Qing family and understood that Lu Guangyi acted under his command, thus he chose not to conceal the truth. Why must we interrogate them? Li Shutong inquired. I wish to discern if there are any forces contending with me for the forbidden objects. Qing Chun fabricated a rationale to justify his actions. Li Shutong nodded. I appreciate your candor. However, I observe that Lu Guangyi has not mistreated those newcomers. Is that also your sentiment? Indeed, Qing Chun replied. But I recall that when you first arrived, you did not extend assistance to the other newcomers, Li Shutong remarked. To the best of my ability, Qing Chun clarified. Li Shutong chuckled softly, refraining from further comment. If his own survival were at stake, Qing Chun would quietly watch others perish without offering aid. That was his principle. His life had never been devoid of tribulation. Thus he learned the art of selfishness early on. This was the perspective life had bestowed upon him, not a choice he had made himself. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly glanced over at Guohuchan, who was not far away. Qing Chun turned to see Guohuchan still seated with closed eyes, yet his long arms hung down at his sides. He was using the index and middle fingers of both hands to elevate his entire body slightly off the ground. Then, like a creature on the prowl, his forefingers inched closer to Yi Wan's energy field, attempting to eavesdrop. This sight evoked a bemused smile from Qing Chun, a towering man adorned with intricate tattoos, who had just moments ago displayed formidable strength, was now feigning meditation to listen in on others' conversation. The contrast was striking. This spectacle even amused Li Shutong. All right. Let us disperse. It is a pity that we could not play chess today. I shall turn to my reading. Before departing, Lin Xiaoxiao crouched before Guohuchan and remarked with a smile. If you lose, just stay put. We truly wish to avoid enmity with the spades. We understand the hardships you endure in the wilderness, but could you refrain from causing us further trouble? Guohuchan lifted his eyelids slightly. I have not lost to you. So why the smugness? Lin Xiaoxiao arched an eyebrow. Do you think I am incapable of dealing with you? Guohuchan replied calmly. Try laying a finger on a single hair of mine. Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at his gleaming bald head. The rumors were indeed just that. Guohuchan was entirely different from what she had heard. Qing Chun turned away to the window to fetch his meal, devouring it ravenously. Although the food here was mediocre, the synthetic meat at least carried a semblance of flavor. Qing Chun felt a tinge of nostalgia, realizing that the prison meals in this world were, surprisingly, better than his daily fare in the outside world. As he buried his head in his meal, he inadvertently looked up and suddenly noticed that a quarter of the 210 surveillance cameras in prison number 18 had silently pivoted toward him. It seemed that his recent discovery of a shooting blind spot had caught someone's attention. Yet, he remained oblivious to the identities of those monitoring him. After finishing her banter with Guohuchan, Lin Xiaoxiao stood up, set Qing Chun's tray aside, and returned to the window to tap on it. She addressed the robot within. The boss has instructed that from now on, you shall provide him with real meat, as much as he desires. Qing Chun was momentarily taken aback. Why? Lin Xiaoxiao smiled mysteriously. You will find out soon enough. It may not be a good thing. However, this time, he did not collapse to the ground and lose consciousness as he had previously. Instead, he calmly rinsed his mouth with utmost seriousness. Once he lay comfortably on the bed, he gently closed his eyes. The nightmare commenced. In his dream, Qing Chun found himself in a vast desert, where two figures sat atop the distant sand dunes. In this nightmarish realm, the yellow sand billowed around him, and the sun blazed mercilessly. Mere moments passed before Qing Chun felt his lips drying and cracking. One of the figures across from him implored, Qing Chun, please let us have a sip of water from your backpack. If we don't drink soon, we shall perish. Qing Chun opened his backpack, revealing indeed a bottle of water within. He remained silent. The other figure, unable to contain himself, urged, we will not drink for free. Name your price. At that moment, a voice whispered in Qing Chun's ear, when faced with your fellow travelers on the brink of death from thirst, how will you set your price? Qing Chun coldly regarded the figure before him and replied, I will let the person beside you witness your death from thirst, and then I will have him set the price. As soon as he spoke, the figure transformed into Lin Xiaoxiao, while the other slowly evaporated like a mirage. Lin Xiaoxiao, speechless, said, are you even human? I already knew this was your nightmare, so I feel no sympathy. Qing Chun found a comfortable spot to sit. How strange it was. Lin Xiaoxiao remarked from across the way. You are now able to remain awake and retain your memories within the nightmare. Surely, you can also resist its call. Chapter 26. Only those who have endured suffering lead a higher existence, Lin Xiaoxiao inquired. If you are capable of resisting nightmares, why then do you still choose to enter? I presumed you had something to convey, which is why I came, replied Qingchen. What is it that you wish to test this time? To use nightmares to evolve humanity, allowing you to experience certain hardships, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked. However, seeing as you effortlessly resisted the nightmare, it appears that such dreams may prove futile in the future. The boss must personally guide you. Qingchen pondered this notion. This nightmare felt distinctly different from the last. It resembled a lesson assigned by a teacher to a student. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao interjected, do not overthink it. The boss merely appreciates your presence for now. Whether you will become his student in the future remains uncertain. You envy me, Qingchen stated. Indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao candidly acknowledged. Not everyone can become the boss's student. At least, neither Yi Wan nor I can. Why is that? Qingchen asked, puzzled. Because neither of us has withstood the first trial, Lin Xiaoxiao explained. But the boss believes you possess the capability to endure. Endure? Qingchen was taken aback. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled mysteriously. It is a path of rebirth through death. Each advancement requires traversing a realm of despair, experiencing pain anew. Then why me? He questioned. Because the boss believes you possess the courage to rise from the brink of death. Given such suffering, why do you still harbor envy? Qingchen queried. Because it is a path of cultivation, brimming with infinite potential, and the limits of both Yi Wan and I have long been predetermined. Lin Xiaoxiao expressed a hint of yearning. That path, though fraught with suffering, imparts a deeper understanding. Only through a life marked by pain can one ascend to greater heights. Qingchen chose not to dwell on this matter further and instead inquired about another perplexity. How old is Mr. Li Shutong? Why do you ask that? Lin Xiaoxiao queried. Puzzled. Oh, it's just a casual question, Qingchen replied. Traversers age more swiftly than ordinary individuals, for they must divide their existence between two worlds. As a result, while Qingchen's peers may appear as mere 40-year-olds, he himself would bear the visage and physical capabilities of someone in their 60s. Thus, he was curious whether an extraordinary being like Li Shutong could extend his lifespan. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him. Take a guess. The boss's age is not easy to determine. After a moment of contemplation, Qingchen suggested, 35 years? Too young, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. 60 years? Not correct. 120 years? Stop. Don't guess any further. Or you might scare the boss away, Lin Xiaoxiao said. The boss is 46 years old this year. Individuals like him can live to be over 200. Qingchen was taken aback. Why do you follow him? He inquired. There is no particular reason. I, Yi Wan, and many others are orphans. Lin Xiaoxiao reclined upon the warm sand, resting his arms beneath his head as he gazed at the sky. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and the air grew cooler. You were born into the Qing family, so you cannot fathom the harshness of life outside. Becoming an orphan is a rather simple occurrence. Perhaps it was merely a chance encounter on the road between parents and members of a certain society, leading to a quarrel. Perhaps it was the moment you received your salary, only to find yourself targeted. Perhaps it was the leak of chemical materials in the factory, resulting in pollution. Perhaps it was an attack by hackers while you were connecting to the virtual network through neural links. Regardless of the circumstances, individuals met their untimely demise with alarming casualness. Subsequently, you find yourself unable to pay property taxes, the insurance company denies your claims, and the bank seizes your home, casting you onto the streets, where no one cares for your existence. At that juncture, your life is shrouded in despair. The society seeks to ensnare you as a drug mule, subjecting you to heinous abuse and recording it for profit as a twisted form of virtual existence. No matter who it may be, you would follow him without hesitation. Qingchen quietly observed Lin Xiaoxiao, and in that moment, he comprehended that, in comparison to the other's life, his own struggles were trivial. At this point, Lin Xiaoxiao rose and said, "All right, get some rest." As the nightmare dissipated, Qingchen remained in the dim confines of his cell, lying upon the cold metal bed. Having now glimpsed the enigmatic depths of Li Shutong, he pondered whether the cannon in his possession was sufficient to barter for an opportunity to unlock the doors to a new world. Qingchen was uncertain of the cannon's weight and was unable to elucidate its origins. He decided to wait. Patience and hope. These two words encapsulate the entirety of human wisdom. Countdown, 2400 hours, 00. In a corner of prison number 18, a voice called out, "Is anyone there? Let me out." Why am I confined here? Someone pounded forcefully against the alloy gate, shouting at the top of their lungs. Lu Dizhus, the time traveler from Los Angeles, finds himself confined in a solitary cell. Since he sought assistance from Li Shutong to complete his tasks, he has been relegated to this secluded corner, utterly forgotten. Here, the concept of time is non-existent. The cycle of sunrise and sunset remains unseen. Lu can only gauge the hour outside by the meal times delivered by the robots. His attempts to strike the metallic gate diminish into feeble taps, ceasing only when exhaustion overcomes him, rendering his voice hoarse. Lu grapples with confusion as he observes that while others in the inner world thrive, equipped with mechanical limbs and engaged in various factions, his own circumstances have taken a dismal turn. Prior to his arrival, he had boasted to his classmates about being a time traveler. How could he possibly explain his predicament? Should he confess to having a secure position within an administrative unit of the inner world, where he need not lift a finger and is guaranteed sustenance daily? Or admit that he has successfully transitioned to a new role, a role as a prisoner? Chapter 27. The informant morning breaks with a countdown of 16:20:00. Last night, a new batch of inmates arrived at Prison 18. Under Qing Chen's directive, Lu Guangyi was tasked with inquiring about the newcomers' origins, yet among them, not a single time traveler could be found. Qing Chen speculated that all time travelers enter and exit simultaneously, implying that none could have arrived midway. Consequently, all time travelers are now aligned on the same temporal plane. At this moment, Li Shutong and Qing Chen were already seated at the dining table, engaged in a game of chess. After advising Lu Guangyi to exercise caution, the cacophony of anguished wails from the newcomers had lessened within the prison, prompting Li Shutong to reflect upon the chessboard. But have you considered that these newcomers may not necessarily harbor gratitude towards you? Qing Chen pondered for a moment and remarked, when you encounter a beggar on the street and toss him some spare change, that small sum may not suffice to lift him from his plight. Yet it grants you a sense of inner peace and joy. Li Shang smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. Unlike the usual spectators of the game, today there was an additional presence, Guahuchan. Just yesterday, this burly man had seated himself politely at a distance, but today he boldly settled beside Qing Chen. The towering figure, over 2 meters tall, made the chair appear diminutive, akin to a child's stool, creating an awkward sight. Nevertheless, Guahuchan was unfazed. He simply desired to remain close to Li Shutong. Unable to best him, he chose instead to join forces. Noticing that Qing Chen's meal included genuine meat while his own did not, he boldly addressed Li Shutong. I am, after all, a person of some standing in the spade community. You indulge in real meat while I am relegated to synthetic fare. Surely, this is not the way to treat a guest? Lin Xiaoxiao, witnessing his brazen audacity, retorted with a cold laugh, are you truly comparable to us? Perhaps you should challenge the boss once more. Should you emerge victorious, you may feast as well. Must we always resort to violence? That is hardly commendable, Guahuchan replied, stroking his bald head. Furthermore, while it is acceptable for the three of you to indulge, why is it that this young man playing chess also enjoys real meat? He is merely an ordinary individual. Hey, kid, why don't you fetch yourself another portion? You can give me yours. Everyone paused, taken aback by Guahuchan's cunning. Realizing he could not provoke Li Shutong, he opted to target Qing Chen, viewing him as an easier target. At that moment, Qing Chen lifted his gaze to Guahuchan and then turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and the others. In silence, Qing Chen closed his eyes. Seeing this, Guahuchan assumed the young man was too intimidated to provoke him. So he brazenly took Qing Chen's dinner plate and placed it before himself, proclaiming, you all witnessed it. He relinquished it willingly. The instant Guahuchan threw his punch, the world stood still. The inmates were overwhelmed by a tempest of metal, unable to raise their heads, their prison uniforms rippling like rain-swept waters as rubber bullets struck them. The slowly rising alloy gate, the rapidly entering mechanical prison guards, the sounds of gunfire, the impact of rubber bullets, and the whirring of hydraulic machinery all intertwined. At that moment, only Qing Chen calmly observed everyone. No, this was not the moment he sought. The fallen prisoners rose to their feet in bizarre postures. Moment by moment, the scenes of the past played in reverse within Qing Chen's mind, frame by frame, until, the instant Guahuchan stepped into Prison 18. Qing Chen strolled leisurely through the crowd, listening to everyone's voices. Just as Guahuchan was about to devour all the meat from Qing Chen's plate, Qing Chen opened his eyes. Lu Guangyi, Qing Chen said, I will name a few individuals. You are to extract them. With that, he turned to face the prisoners and began to identify them, singling out 8 in one breath. as Lu Guangyi dragged those individuals from the crowd. Guo expression grew increasingly grim, and he lost all interest in the meet. Not all of them, Guo said, his face darkening. Indeed, Qing Chen affirmed with a nod. Upon your arrival under escort, your gaze swept across 5 individuals, and each of them simultaneously extended a forefinger. While the significance of this gesture remains unknown to me, I am certain it was intended for your observation. Conversely, 3 others exchanged a fleeting glance, their eyes meeting in a silent acknowledgement. Lin Xiaoxiao and Yuan exchanged a look of surprise. Even they were too preoccupied to notice. It was as if, amidst the torrential chaos, Qing Chen stood apart as a lucid observer. Li Shutong chuckled. Within the diverse confines of the number 18 prison, it is only natural that various factions maintain a watchful presence. Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, Boss, shall we relocate these individuals to other prisons? No need. Li Shutong demurred with a shake of his head. The unwarranted transfer of 8 individuals would only invite undue speculation from external observers. Yuan, isolate these 8 and subject them to individual interrogation to ascertain the affiliations of the remaining 3. At that moment, Qing Chen, recalling Lin Xiaoxiao's earlier amusement, rose once more and identified over 20 additional individuals. He did so without uttering a word, yet Lin Xiaoxiao's teeth ached at the implication. He murmured to Li Shutong, Boss, this kid has identified our people as well. Li Shutong turned to Qing Chen, admiration evident in his eyes. That you have yet to attain the realm of the extraordinary, your capacity for memory and analysis surpasses that of many who have. Upon witnessing that Qing Chen had identified the members of the Knights, Guo suddenly realized that this young man was not affiliated with them. What is your name, young brother? He inquired. Qing Chen glanced at him, responding succinctly, Qing Chen. From the Qing clan? Guo was momentarily taken aback. How could the Knights possibly be connected to the Qing consortium? Must one with the surname Qing necessarily belong to the Qing clan? Even if they do, it does not imply they will remain with the clan for a lifetime, Li Shutong interjected with a smile. In the wilderness, there was once a renowned individual with the surname Qing, was there not? Guo eyes flickered, and his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. Not particularly impressive, Qing Chen replied coldly. After all, the other party was attempting to seize forbidden items from him, and he had no reason to extend them any cordiality. Thanks to Li Shutong's influence, he had managed to eliminate some of the adversary's preemptively placed pawns, which could be deemed a modest achievement. As they spoke, a commotion erupted nearby. Qing Chen turned his gaze to the source of the disturbance, observing that the 3 non-spade members he had just identified lay sprawled on the ground, their lips and faces displaying a purplish hue. This was a classic sign of asphyxiation. Yuan removed her outer clothing to wrap around her hand, then crouched down to gently pry open the mouth of one of the deceased. She looked up at Li Shutong and said, Boss, there's a venom pouch concealed in the back molars. Upon opening the mouth, there's a faint bitter almond scent. It's cyanide. Guo remarked. These 3 are not from my spade. Assassins, Li Shutong stated calmly. This is indeed somewhat surprising. No one knew who had orchestrated their infiltration, nor did they understand the purpose of their entry into prison number 18. Qing Chen gazed silently, his expression revealing nothing, yet the tight grip of his fists betrayed his anxiety. He opened his palm to glance at the crimson imprints etched by his fingernails, glistening with perspiration. This was his first encounter with death, both in the external world and the inner realm. The notion of concealing poison within one's teeth was something he had only ever witnessed in films. Chapter 28. A return to the past inside prison number 18. The mechanical wardens carried away the bodies of the 3 deceased soldiers. A solemn quiet enveloped the prison as silence reigned among the inmates. Qing Chen sat at the dining table, lost in thought, his complexion notably pale. For the first time, he felt fear, an unease that gradually manifested into physical discomfort, rendering even his recently consumed breakfast indigestible. At school, teachers had instructed him on functions, subjects, and predicates. At home, his parents had taught him how to wield chopsticks, wash clothes, and care for himself. Yet, none had imparted the true essence of death. Such an experience could only be comprehended through direct witness. Seeing life dissipate unnaturally before one's eyes was profoundly shocking. Li Shutong observed Qing Chen and inquired, Is this your first encounter with death? Are you afraid? Just a little. Qing Chen nodded. Did you know that every person possesses 2 lives? Li Shutong chuckled. The second life begins when you realize that you have but one. From that moment, one starts to appreciate the significance of time, and becomes acutely aware of how much time has been squandered. For reasons unknown, Qing Chun found an unexpected calmness within himself upon hearing those words. Li Shutong gazed at him and inquired, "These 3 assassins are most likely targeting me. So assist me in identifying them. Consider it a favor owed to you. You may exchange it for something of your choosing." From the onset of their chess match, Li Shutong repeatedly asked what he wished to obtain. Chengchen replied, "I desire a list of members from the Li Corporation." Puzzled, Li Shutong remarked, "Why do you not request the method for becoming an extraordinary being instead?" Chengchen continued, "When the time is ripe, you shall provide it to me without the need for exchange." Li Shutong's smile deepened. "You are more astute and patient than I had anticipated, possessing a keen understanding of restraint. However, you are correct. Some things are not meant for barter, and when the moment arrives, they will be acquired naturally. Though your lack of experience with bloodshed disappoints me somewhat, upon reflection, I would find it rather dull if you were indifferent to life." Having said this, he instructed Lin Xiaoxiao to retrieve a list of Li Corporation members. "I am curious, what do you intend to do with this?" "I trust one need not elucidate its purpose," Chengchen replied. "Very well, I shall refrain from further inquiries," Li Shutong said with a bemused gesture. "This is merely repaying your favor. Do as you wish." He had initially expected Lin Xiaoxiao to return for the nightmare test that day, yet she did not appear. Perhaps she believed that he was no longer bound by nightmares, rendering the test unnecessary. Or perhaps Li Shutong deemed it superfluous. In the recesses of his mind, Cheng Chun sensed that he was drawing ever closer to the path of the extraordinary. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying in the modest dwelling on Xingzhou Road. The melodious chirping of birds wafted in through the window, heralding the dawn. He cast a glance at the white markings on his arm, the countdown reading 40, 2021. It appeared that 2 days had passed. The process of traversing realms was silent and unobtrusive, so much so that even a slumbering person remained undisturbed. He mused quietly. Curiously, at this very moment, he felt an inexplicable anticipation for the next journey. Dressed in his school uniform, he prepared to step outside, only to find Jiang Shui leading Li Tongyun as he opened the door. "Good morning, Aunt Jiang. Is everything all right with this latest traversal?" Qing Chen inquired. "All is well," Jiang Shui replied with a smile. "I was just about to take Xiaoyin to school. Come over to our home after school. I'll prepare some fish and ribs to celebrate." "Celebrate what?" Qing Chen questioned, puzzled. "We shall discuss it tonight. You will find out then," Jiang Shui said, departing with a smile, leaving Qing Chen in contemplative silence. As he walked along the road, Qing Chen opened his phone and perused the trending topics, one of which caught his attention. A foreign news report stated that on the dark web, there were claims that killing a traveler would not confer the opportunity to traverse. Upon reading this news, he was momentarily stunned, for these few words implied that a vibrant life had been extinguished, perhaps many lives. The harsh reality often bore a far more gruesome visage than mere words could convey. Upon arriving at school, he noticed a throng of students gathered around the neighboring class. Eugenie explained, "Didn't we mention that a traveler emerged from the adjacent class? His name is Lu Dizhu, and he has just arrived at school. Everyone is inquiring about his experiences with traversing." Upon his arrival, the individual in question was immediately escorted away by the robotic wardens. Throughout the subsequent 2 days since the transmigration, Qing Chun had not encountered him. Qing Chun surmised that he would emulate Huang Jixian by applying for a leave of absence. Contrary to expectations, he was present in the classroom, seemingly unaffected. At that moment, Lu Dazhu was besieged by classmates, with one inquiring vociferously, "Where did you materialize after the transmigration? Why do you lack mechanical augmentations?" Many transmigrators seem to possess them. Lu Dazhu, appearing exasperated by the incessant questioning, retorted, "I did indeed transmigrate. Then, why do you lack mechanical augmentations?" Lu Dazhu, with a stiffened neck, responded, "Are there not numerous individuals without mechanical augmentations? Moreover, is the possession of mechanical augmentations necessarily advantageous? I assure you, I was transported to prison number 18, where I encountered Li Shutong." The classroom was momentarily silenced. Chapter 29. Veracity and Deception. When Lu Dazhu proclaimed his transmigration to prison number 18 and his subsequent meeting with Li Shutong, the declaration resonated among his peers as akin to announcing, "I have participated in the unreleased beta version of this game, acquired the game's sole legendary weapon, and unlocked its most formidable hidden class." Instantly, Lu Dazhu ascended to a godlike status in the estimation of his fellow students. Qing Chun, observing the reactions, remained taciturn, refraining from exposing the fabrication. His classmates then inquired, "What is Li Shudong's appearance? He sounds like a formidable figure." One classmate remarked wistfully. Indeed, Lu Dizhu spoke. He also has a cat, an exceptionally large one, with 2 tufts of fur standing upright on its ears, resembling a lynx. At this moment, someone inquired, "Did you obtain the method for job transition from him?" Influenced by Xiao, many students began to describe the inner world using gaming terminology. However, upon hearing this, Lu Dizhu hesitated. Acquiring a job transition is not as simple as it seems. You have also heard from Xiao that Li Shutong is no ordinary person. Earning his trust is certainly not an easy feat. The classmates nodded in agreement, acknowledging the logic in his words. This led them to ponder whether Lu Dizhu would indeed have the opportunity for a job transition. Nonetheless, Lu Dizhu quickly added, "Since I have already traversed to prison No. 18, I certainly will not let this opportunity slip away, and moreover, I have already spoken with Li Shutong." The student's interest was rekindled. "What did you discuss?" Lu Dizhu continued to evade, just exchanged a few pleasantries. Another classmate asked, "So, are you a prisoner in prison number 18? Is it dangerous and arduous?" Lu Dizhu replied, "Not at all. I am quite different from the other prisoners." Qing Chun. Lu Dizhu spoke the truth. Indeed, he was not like the other inmates. After all, the others were not confined. It is said that when the divine created humanity, the divine attendants were concerned. You have endowed humans with curiosity, wisdom, and courage. They may become excessively formidable. Qing Chun believed that having a sense of vanity might not necessarily be a negative trait. However, in the current environment, revealing oneself as a time traveler was an exceedingly foolish choice. Yet, as he was reflecting on this, he suddenly spotted Nanjingchen, who was cowering at the back of the crowd, with his head bowed low. "Nanjingchen," Xingchen called out. Who called me?" Nanjingchen looked up, and Qing Chun could see that he appeared utterly dejected. "What happened to you?" Xingchen inquired, puzzled. "Did someone hit you?" No. Nanjingchen quickly shook his head, lowering it again. "I just didn't sleep well." Qing Chun scrutinized him. There were no mechanical limbs or any other abnormalities, just a lack of spirit. "Time travel? What time travel?" Nanjingchen feigned confusion. This made Qing Chun ponder deeply. What had this fellow experienced in the other world that had transformed him from his previously ostentatious demeanor into this wretched state? "What did you do after traveling back?" Qing Chun muttered. "I didn't travel," Nanjingchen retorted. "Whoever says I did, I'll argue with them." It was not until they were about to start class that Nanjingchen finally whispered, "Didn't I mention to you that there's a group of time travelers?" "Yes, you did," Qing Chun nodded. "Did I not tell you that someone is selling socks from the other world?" "Yes." Qing Chun nodded again. "Did I not also mention that a time traveler claimed they could help connect us with wealthy ladies?" "Yes," Qing Chun confirmed. "This time traveler is indeed real." Qing Chun felt a sudden surge of respect. He stared at Nan Gingchen in utter astonishment, rendered speechless for quite some time. To be honest, he had never experienced such shock even during his initial foray into this alternate realm. After a moment of realization, Qing Chun nodded. A prolonged silence enveloped both parties. Suddenly, Qing Chun inquired, "Is the remuneration substantial?" Nan Gingchen's expression shifted dramatically. "I have already stated that I am not a traveler." Just then, the school bell rang. However, the student's attention was not directed towards the teacher who had just entered the classroom, but rather towards 4 individuals clad in black outside in the corridor. Qing Chun concealed himself behind Nan Gingchen, silently observing the scene outside. The individuals in black were accompanied by the director of academic affairs, making their way to the adjacent classroom. Students were engaged in astonished discussions, yet Qing Chun remained unfazed, for he had already encountered these figures before. Chapter 30. How to earn money with the appearance of the individuals in black. All eyes were drawn to them. Even students in the opposite building's corridor began to notice the unfolding situation, each one peering over the railing in curiosity. Qing Chun continued to keep himself hidden beside Nan Gingchen. Though he had worried unnecessarily, the group did not cast a single glance towards their classroom. At that moment, Qing Chun had formed a hypothesis. An organization capable of enlisting the cooperation of the Director of Academic Affairs must possess some official backing, which offered a degree of reassurance. As soon as the class concluded, students from surrounding classrooms surged forward, encircling Lu Dizhu and bombarding him with questions. "Who are those individuals in black?" Lu Dizhu, equally bewildered, replied, "I have no idea who they are. The academic director, Shi Qingyan, merely instructed me to cooperate with them." "What do they want with you?" Another student inquired. Oh. Suddenly Lu Dizhu seemed to recollect something. They were holding several photographs captured by the surveillance cameras at the intersection, inquiring if I had ever encountered a certain individual. The person in the photographs appeared to be relatively young. Given that the images were taken at night, they were somewhat indistinct. The individual donned a gray hoodie and a cap, rendering their features indistinguishable. Qingchen suddenly furrowed his brow. Why are they searching for him? A classmate inquired. The man in black explained that he might also be a traveler, having been spotted at the entrance of another traveler's residence. Lu Dezhu remarked that the informants were not reticent, merely stating that this traveler possessed unique attributes, particularly strong counter-surveillance abilities, far surpassing those of an ordinary student like myself. If anyone were to encounter someone resembling him, they were to contact the man in black first and refrain from any unguarded interactions. One classmate questioned, "Why did they ask you about this?" They claimed to be tracking leads based on the surveillance footage, indicating that the individual's activity radius was confined to a 3-kilometer area. However, our neighborhood is quite old, with narrow and dilapidated streets, and many places either lack cameras or have malfunctioned, resulting in a severed trail. The discontinuation of the lead was not mere coincidence, as Qingchen had deliberately donned a garment he hadn't worn in 2 years and had intentionally evaded the cameras. Lu Dezhu continued, "They did not merely inquire of me. They also questioned several teachers at the school, suspecting that the traveler might be within our institution, yet the teachers failed to recognize him." The presence of a traveler had become a hot topic of speculation within the halls of Luoqing Foreign Language School. Among them, several charming young ladies whispered softly outside the classroom, which greatly gratified Lu Dezhu's heart. Nan Gengchen sat within the classroom. Enviously gazing out the window, they had traversed time to stand beside the prominent figures, conversing with them, and perhaps one day would become extraordinary themselves. Why was the disparity between individuals so vast? Qingchen cast a sidelong glance at him. "Envious? Aren't you?" Nan Gengchen murmured. "You were talking about earning a fortune and treating me to a meal, but it seems that's no longer feasible. Then let us earnestly focus on our studies. There are many ordinary individuals living their lives well. One need not necessarily aspire to be a time traveler," Qingchen replied. Nan Gengchen hesitated, torn between the desire to conceal his identity as a traveler, thereby avoiding danger, and the youthful inclination to incite envy in others. Thus, he oscillated between the identities of a traveler and an ordinary person, engaging in self-deception. As evening approached, the class representative sought out Qingchen and Nan Gengchen. "Qingchen, you two are the only ones who have yet to pay the book fees." After a moment's contemplation, Qingchen responded, "My parents are not home. I would prefer to delay the payment for a couple of days." The class representative nodded and turned to Nan Gengchen. "And your book fees?" Nan Gengchen, feeling embarrassed, replied, "I would also like to postpone for a couple of days." The class representative understood the financial difficulties both faced and said nothing further before departing. While the surrounding classmates offered no disdainful glances, many believed that high school students were preoccupied with thoughts such as, "This classmate's family is wealthy, I want to befriend them," or "That classmate's family is impoverished, I shall not associate with them." However, the reality is that the thoughts of high school students are not that intricate. Their concerns are generally similar. Who on earth invented functions? Let me see whose multiple-choice questions only earned 15 points. "Oh, it's me." At that moment, Qingchen glanced at Nan Gengchen. "Did you not bring the textbook fee either? Did your father not provide it?" Qingchen inquired. "No, he didn't. What did he say?" Nan Gengchen replied. "He told me to return the books to the school." Qingchen? Suddenly, a mere textbook fee posed a dilemma for two struggling young men from another world. This also served as a reminder for Qingchen that he should start earning money. He could indeed continue to exploit those elderly gentlemen at chess, but the returns were insufficient. Therefore, he needed to contemplate how to generate income from the inner world. It is unreasonable to guard a treasure mountain while repeatedly returning empty-handed. Chapter 31. The Li Consortium. As the workday concluded, the narrow Xingshu Road became lively, with stalls selling roasted sweet potatoes, watermelons, and cold dishes lining the streets. During those days, his father had not yet succumbed to gambling, his parents were not divorced, and his grandparents did not resent him. Upon entering courtyard number 4, Qingchen suddenly noticed 2 men squatting by the roadside, smoking. The sky was gradually darkening, obscuring their features, with only the flickering red glow of their cigarette embers visible. As Qingchen stepped into the corridor, he caught a whiff of a delightful aroma wafting from upstairs. Li Tongyun was already waiting at his doorstep. "Brother, Mom is almost finished preparing dinner. She asked me to wait here for you. What if I have evening study?" "You don't need to wait for me," Qing Chen gently patted Li Tongyun's little head. I've noticed your absence from evening self-study sessions these past few days, Li Tongyun remarked, gently tugging at his sleeve as she guided him upstairs. Upon opening the door, Qing Chen observed that the previously shattered furniture had vanished, and the room had undergone a remarkable transformation, shedding its former dilapidated state for a renewed ambience. His gaze fell upon the dining table, laden with the enticing aromas of sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried beef with chili peppers, minced pork with pickled cowpeas, and hot and sour shredded potatoes, a veritable feast. Compared to the bland fare of prison number 18, this was a genuine improvement in culinary standards. Aunt Jiang Shui, what exactly are we commemorating? Qing Chen wondered aloud. Jiang Shui emerged, carrying a steaming pot of soup, her face beaming with joy as she declared, I mentioned to you before that I had established a mechanical limb clinic in the inner world. Yes, I recall you mentioning it, Qing Chen replied, rising to assist her in placing the soup pot on the table. Qing Chen listened attentively as Jiang Shui continued. Those who come to have their mechanical limbs modified all appear to be formidable individuals, and the security in city number 18 is particularly poor at night. It's unsafe to walk the streets after 8 p.m., so I've been quite concerned. The Li Consortium, Qing Chen muttered to himself. I also told you that in the inner world, the consortiums reign supreme. Any business with consortium investment is avoided by criminals, Jiang Shui said, settling at the dining table with elation. They not only provided me with a sum of money, but also replaced my signage with a Li Consortium-branded holographic neon sign. Now, I'll be much safer in the inner world. Qing Chen smiled. With the assistance of the Li Consortium, a celebration is certainly in order. Content with the present circumstances. Jiang Shui remarked to Qing Chen with a radiant smile. Weren't you once envious of time travelers? If you ever find yourself transported here, seek me out in City 18. Auntie Jiang Shui may not be able to do much, but I can certainly offer you protection. Qing Chen sighed inwardly, for he was indeed in City 18. Yet his predicament was beyond the aid of ordinary individuals. The contention for the Qing Consortium's shadow and the legacy of the Knights organization transcended the comprehension of typical transmigrators. By the way, Auntie Jiang Shui, Qing Chen inquired, have those men in black suits approached you again? They haven't sought me out, but I reached out to them. Jiang Shui responded. After entrusting Xiao Yun to you, I considered contacting them to see if they could provide assistance in the inner world. Jiang Shui continued. However, they indicated that their organization was newly established and struggled to exert influence in the inner world, thus they were unable to help. After the meal, Jiang Shui proceeded to wash the dishes, leaving Qing Chen and Li Tongyun seated at the table. At that moment, Qing Chen abruptly questioned, You're also a time traveler, aren't you? Li Tongyun blinked innocently and asked, Qing Chen, what are you talking about? On the previous occasion, you specifically inquired about your mother's clinic's name. As a result, this time, the Li Consortium invested in her clinic and provided such attentive protection, Qing Chen stated. You may deny it, but I can also reveal these clues to your mother. Li Tongyun immediately relented. Please don't tell my mother. Qing Chen breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his conjecture was correct. Upon learning that her mother had opened a clinic, Li Tongyun's initial reaction was not one of curiosity about the inner world, but rather an inquiry into the name of her mother's establishment. Consequently, she utilized an opportunity for a transaction yesterday to request from Uncle Li the membership list of the Li Consortium, where she indeed found her own name. Navigating between two realms, both her name and her body remained unmistakably her own. Qing Chen quietly asked, Why not inform your mother? In the inner world, few dare to challenge me, but if my mother were to find out, she would undoubtedly meddle in both my affairs. Li Tongyun replied timidly, Please don't tell her. I can offer you money. I have plenty of pocket money in the inner world. Without hesitation, Qing Chen responded, I am not a traveler. What would I want with money from there? Li Tongyun, taken aback by his forthrightness, questioned, Aren't you a traveler? Certainly not, Qing Chen denied. By the way, how much pocket money do you have in the outer world? Li Tongyun paused, perplexed. You wish to deceive a child of her allowance? I am not attempting to covet your pocket money. I merely inquired, Qing Chen said, feeling a touch of embarrassment. At that moment, he, too, felt somewhat bashful. How absurdly obsessed with money he had become. Seizing the moment while Jiang Shui was still occupied with washing the dishes, Li Tongyun whispered to Qing Chen, I truly have little pocket money in the outer world. How about you propose a different condition? What kind of condition? Qing Chen asked. How would I know? Just remember, you cannot inform my mother, Li Tongyun insisted, lowering her voice once more. Very well, You can hold on to this matter for now. Qingqin glanced at Jiang Shui's silhouette in the kitchen and said, "Please remember to take good care of your mother in the other world. I've heard it can be quite chaotic there." "Yes, rest assured," Li Tongyun replied contentedly. "When you have the chance to traverse to the other world, I will protect you all." Qingqin couldn't help but chuckle. The promises of children are so innocent and straightforward. He bid farewell to Jiang Shui and descended the stairs, finding his own home considerably quieter than the bustling upstairs. There were no family members and no one to converse with. Qingqin opened his phone to check the class group chat, which was still filled with trivial discussions. In class 3 of the second year, it seemed that only he and Nan Gengchen were the travelers. He then opened Weibo, and to his astonishment, he noted 2 trending topics rapidly ascending. A mysterious organization abroad was offering a hefty bounty for mechanical limbs and futuristic technological items from the other world. Someone had taken screenshots and shared them online, even providing a list of items. Nice anti-aging medication, 80-002 gene serum. Among them were numerous targeted cancer therapies, many of which had yet to be developed in the surface world. The common trait of these futuristic technological items was clear. They were life-saving, life-extending, and promised eternal youth while enhancing physical capabilities. They even openly taught travelers how to carry these items by wrapping the pills in protective film and placing them in the mouth or inserting them rectally. One must understand that the value of targeted therapies and anti-aging medications is incalculable. If a wealthy individual were gravely ill with cancer and on the brink of death, with their only hope resting upon the life-saving drugs from the other world, what price might they be willing to pay? What price could possibly equate to the value of life? Indeed, there are numerous life-saving innovations, such as bionic kidneys and hearts, yet these contrivances are not portable. Qingqin found himself reflecting, as he contemplated how to transcend the ordinary, that some had already embarked upon commercial ventures. However, this method was not one he could employ at present. Engaging in tangible transactions would inevitably expose his identity. Suddenly, it dawned upon Qingqin that this enigmatic organization was also procuring mechanical limbs. Just days ago, a traveler had suffered the loss of both legs, and now these individuals were offering exorbitant sums, likely exacerbating the criminal activities targeting travelers. Silently, he approached the window and parted the curtains just enough to gaze outside. To his dismay, the 2 individuals who had been lurking were now nowhere to be seen. After a brief moment of hesitation, he promptly dialed 110. "Hello. This is Building 12, Courtyard 4, Xingzhou Road. I noticed 2 suspicious men this evening, and I believe their intentions are dubious." His hesitation stemmed from the fear of misjudging the situation and reporting a false alarm. The operator on the other end confirmed, "You are at Courtyard 4, on Xingzhou Road. Correct? Let me clarify. You have observed 2 unfamiliar men in your community." Before she could finish, a piercing scream erupted from above, Li Tongyun's voice. "Please dispatch assistance immediately, thank you." Qingqin concluded the call, convinced that his assessment had been accurate. These 2 were indeed intent on approaching Jiang Shui. As he had passed them, they had scanned for directions, one of which was undoubtedly the window of Jiang Shui's home. Qingqin entered the kitchen and grasped the entrenching tool he had previously purchased. Just as he was about to step outside, uncertainty washed over him. He was merely an ordinary 17-year-old student. He had witnessed death, yet he remained an average individual. His adversaries were 2 adults. Could he truly confront them? Standing at the threshold, he was not a paragon of virtue. Rather, he was selfish, indifferent to the plight of his classmate who had succumbed to madness in prison 18. However, he could not stand idly by while a child like Li Tongyun fell victim to malicious hands. In a fleeting moment, he contemplated that even if he possessed extraordinary abilities, lacking the corresponding courage rendered those powers futile. With a decisive click, Qingqin turned the doorknob and charged outside, entrenching tool in hand. Yet, as he swung the door open, he was taken aback to see a middle-aged man tumbling down the staircase. The man's arm lay grotesquely twisted, his unconscious form sprawled on the sloped steps. Nearby, a spring knife lay scattered on the ground. Qingqin glanced upward, his eyes widening as he beheld Jiang Shui standing above, her face smeared with blood. The white long-sleeved t-shirt she wore stained crimson with streaks of red. One sleeve had been torn, exposing her mechanical arm, which glimmered with blue patterns, both slender and powerful. Elegant yet unyielding. She trembled, yet her gaze gradually hardened with resolve. The fierce instinct of a mother protecting her child is something an ordinary person could scarcely comprehend. Jiang Shui met Qingqin's eyes, glanced at the entrenching tool in his grasp, and after a moment of calming her emotions, she uttered a word of gratitude. Thank you. She understood Qingchen had come to assist. Is there only one person? Qingchen inquired. Is there something wrong with Xiaoyan? He asked. Jiang Shui remarked, I was terrified. Qingchen furrowed his brows and replied, you should take care of Xiaoyan first. With that, he dashed out of the corridor, catching sight of a figure sprinting into the night. Jiang Shui wished to stop Qingchen, but had not yet found her voice before the youth vanished into the darkness. However, she suddenly realized that he was running in a different direction. Chapter 33, The Power Outage of Mechanical Limbs, revised, in the Shroud of Night. Qingchen swiftly scaled the low walls of two small courtyards, navigating through his most familiar terrain. In an instant, the entire layout of No. 4 courtyard materialized in his mind like a three-dimensional tableau. The printing factory's residential building and the forestry bureau's courtyard rose in his imagination like white models. The autumn breeze was brisk, carrying with it a hint of the day's lingering heat. The youth silently calculated the speed of his quarry. No, he must accelerate. In the next moment, Qingchen felt his lungs ignite, his blood boiling in response. Suddenly, he paused in the shadow of a corner, holding his breath. The rustling of sycamore leaves in the courtyard whispered softly, their shadows dancing upon the ground. The sounds of footsteps nearby and the extinguished lights of countless homes ceased to matter. It was now. The boy swung his spade forcefully in the darkness, slicing through the air beyond the corner. With a thud, the middle-aged man, in full flight, was struck on the legs, tumbling forward. Qingchen did not spare another glance at his adversary, turning to vanish into the shadows between the buildings, having struck swiftly and decisively. It was only after the middle-aged man departed that his anguished screams reverberated throughout the entire neighborhood, illuminating countless windows as curious onlookers peered outside, only to behold the assailant. Curled up in despair, the man's right leg lay shattered, blood gushing forth abundantly. Paralyzed by fear, I contemplated calling the authorities to intervene. No need, I've already reported it, Qingchen stated. Upon hearing his voice, Li Tongyun lifted her gaze, tears brimming in her eyes, and implored, Brother, one has escaped. At that moment, Jiang Shui noticed the gash on Qingchen's palm, inflicted by the shovel. A sudden realization struck her. He must have encountered the assailants and even engaged in direct confrontation. Yet, as she scrutinized him, she found no other injuries apart from the wound on his palm. Your hand is injured. Wait here, I'll fetch some gauze and iodine, Jiang Shui offered. Ultimately, he was but an ordinary individual. Qingchen, casting a glance at his palm, inwardly lamented his cerebral prowess, which was not complemented by a robust physique. There's no need for trouble, Aunt Jiang, he replied. I have supplies at home. Meanwhile, neighbors, alerted by the commotion, began to emerge. Previously hesitant, they now felt reassured by the sounds of activity. Jiang Shui hesitated momentarily before consenting. All right. Outside, the clamor of discussions, the wailing sirens of police vehicles, and the bustling footsteps of passers-by seemed to have no effect on Qingchen. He lay quietly on his bed, lost in contemplation, reflecting that the moment he wielded the shovel marked the dawn of a new chapter in his life. Gradually, he succumbed to slumber, only to be abruptly roused by a fervent knocking at the door. With bleary eyes, Qingchen opened the door to find Li Tongyun standing there. Brother Qingchen, could you please come to my house? Li Tongyun asked weakly. What's wrong? Qingchen responded, puzzled. Please help my mother, Li Tongyun said urgently. As Qingchen ascended the stairs, he found Jiang Shui sitting helplessly at the dining table, her arms hanging limply by her sides. Are you injured? Qingchen inquired. He was momentarily taken aback. He had never seriously contemplated the operational mechanics of mechanical limbs, merely assuming they were endowed with some form of advanced technology, perhaps even housing something akin to an antimatter reactor. However, he had not anticipated that Jiang Shui's overexertion of her mechanical limbs the previous day had rendered them inoperative. In simpler terms, they had run out of power. Wait, their durability is that poor? Qingchen questioned, perplexed. How do the people in that world endure high-intensity combat? Jiang Shui elucidated. The entire inner world has completed an upgrade to wireless charging energy. One can observe the condensation towers of nuclear reactors on the city's outskirts, and all the electricity generated is distributed through cloud flow towers scattered throughout the city to supply power to the entire metropolis. In the inner world, whether it be vehicles, communication devices, mechanical limbs, rice cookers, or lighting, 90 of electronic devices have bid farewell to wired transmission, with the network being similarly liberated. as if a vast Wi-Fi network enveloped the entire city. Each individual possesses a unique identification number, and by paying monthly fees associated with this number, they can enjoy a life of convenience. The conglomerate charges based on each individual's electricity consumption. Wireless charging? Qingchen pondered. Isn't that the dream of the scientist Nikola Tesla? The essence of charging lies in the transmission of energy. In fact, such technology exists in the external world as well. However, the technology in this world undoubtedly differs from that of the external realm, having potentially surpassed numerous levels of advancement. At this moment, Li Tongyun suddenly inquired, will wireless charging emit radiation? Last month, elderly residents from the neighboring community pressured the mobile company to dismantle the signal tower. Could this radiation be even greater than that of the signal tower? Jiang Shui had not given it much thought before, but now, prompted by Li Tongyun's question, she felt a tinge of concern and asked, many public accounts have stated that even mobile phone radiation poses significant risks to human health. Might this cloud flow tower affect our well-being? Qingchen pondered for a moment and replied, the intensity of radiation varies from person to person. What does that mean? Li Tongyun questioned, perplexed. Qingchen continued, the lower one's education level, the greater the perceived radiation. Li Tongyun. Jiang Shui. Chapter 34. The Kunlun Guest, revised. In the city, there are cloud flow towers. But what if you need to leave the city? Qingchen broached another subject. What if you pass through the immigration checkpoint and truly venture outside the city? He asked. It is said that along the roads in the wilderness, cloud flow towers are scattered as well. Jiang Shui explained. Mechanical limbs can indeed store greater energy, akin to the choices we have in the external world when purchasing phones. 64 gigabytes, 128 gigabytes, 256 gigabytes, where more durable options come at a higher price. Generally, people do not have concerns regarding durability, so they opt for the more economical choices. Oh, it is merely to encourage consumer selection. Qingchen nodded in understanding. In the inner world, many young individuals pursue mechanical limbs, akin to how children in the outer world covet sneakers and the latest smartphones. Jiang Shui elucidates. Not only that, many people adorn their mechanical limbs with embellishments, such as elegantly inlaid golden lines and borders, or set with precious stones and diamonds. Qingchen reflects. I understand, it's akin to skins in a video game. Jiang Shui ponders. This interpretation is not entirely unfounded. It appears that numerous individuals possess golden adornments on their mechanical limbs. While precious stones and diamonds are rare, golden embellishments are quite common, as exemplified by Lu Guangyi. Qingchen tentatively inquires, are those inlaid golden lines and bars made of real gold? Indeed, Jiang Shui nods. Then, is the gold in the inner world akin to that in the outer world? Qingchen questions once more. It should be the same. Jiang Shui replies. The 5 major financial conglomerates in the inner world issue currency based on their gold reserves. At this moment, Qingchen comprehends how to amass wealth in the inner world. He even distinctly recalls how much gold each individual possesses. At this juncture, Lu Guangyi might still be oblivious to the fate that awaits him. Qingchen asks, what means of transportation exists in the wilderness? Is it also electric? They utilize diesel engines, which deliver substantial energy output, with low rotational speed and high torque, making them more suitable for military and heavy off-road use. Moreover, diesel engines are largely devoid of electrical circuits. They can be started purely through manual cranking and pushing, rendering them more apt for harsh environments and climates. Qingchen was taken aback to discover that the inner world still relied on diesel engines. Jiang Shui added, of course, the military possesses even more formidable aircraft powered by liquid oxygen, and, what was it called? I seem to have forgotten. The affluent in the city also utilized hover cars as their mode of transportation, employing the same fuel. Liquid oxygen and methane? Qingchen inquired. Yes, that's it. Jiang Shui's eyes sparkled. Rocket fuel, Qingchen exclaimed, reflecting on how Elon Musk's SpaceX rockets currently operated using this very substance. Jiang Shui turned to Li Tongyun and said, Little Yun, you must study diligently like your brother Qingchen. Just by my mentioning half a name, he can discern what I intend to convey. For Qingchen, the appearance of Jiang Shui and Li Tongyun, both of whom had traversed dimensions, filled certain gaps in his understanding. While in prison 18, he refrained from probing further to avoid revealing the identity of a traveler. Upon returning to the surface world, the cacophony of information became increasingly challenging to decipher. Hearing the authentic details of the inner world from Jiang Shui stirred a sense of excitement within him. Jiang Shui's mechanical limb clinic attracted a diverse clientele. making it an excellent place for gathering intelligence. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Qing Chen asked, "So, did little Tongyan call for me to ask for assistance?" Li Tongyan replied, "My mother can no longer lift her arm. Could you kindly help care for her for a day?" At that moment, Jiang Shui's arms hung limply at her sides. Qing Chen noticed that she had not washed her face that morning. Remnants of sleep lingered at the corners of her eyes. Her hair was unkempt, lacking the usual ponytail, and she had not prepared breakfast for Li Tongyun, appearing quite disheveled. At this moment, Qing Chen recalled a previous traveler in Luoqing, who had leapt several meters onto a rooftop in an attempt to evade pursuit. He wondered how that individual fared afterward. Perhaps they lay incapacitated on the ground. Nevertheless, such a scenario might serve a purpose, for at least the modifier of mechanical limbs would exercise caution in the material world. He gazed into Li Tongyun's eager eyes, then glanced at Jiang Shui's apologetic expression and sighed, "But I am not adept at caring for others." It was Sunday, and while he had ample time without classes, Qing Chen only knew how to look after himself. He had never cared for anyone else. Jiang Shui quickly interjected, No, you need not worry about me. It's just that I am unable to prepare a meal for Shaoan today. Could you possibly assist in looking after her?" Meanwhile, Li Tongyun, with a pitiful expression, pleaded, "Brother Qing Chen, could you prepare us some food? I am hungry." Qing Chen chuckled softly. "Cooking is indeed within my capabilities." No sooner had he spoken than a series of firm knocks echoed from outside. "Hello? Is anyone home?" Qing Chen, already standing in the living room, peered through the window and was taken aback to see an off-road vehicle belonging to a mysterious organization. "Shaoan, please answer the door for our guests. I will head to the kitchen to prepare your meal," he instructed before retreating into the kitchen and closing the door behind him. Shaoan opened the door, and two young men clad in black suits entered, one of whom addressed Jiang Shui. "Hello, I am Lu Yuan. We have met before, from Kunlun." Kunlun? Qing Chen paused momentarily in the kitchen, realizing that the organization was named Kunlun. Jiang Shui then said, "Please, have a seat. Shaoan, pour some water for our guests." "How did your arm come to be like this?" a member of Kunlun inquired. "The mechanical limb has run out of energy," Jiang Shui explained, taking note of this incident. The young man addressed his companion, having gathered some information about the mechanical limb's condition, realizing they were unaware that such limbs could deplete their energy. Meanwhile, Qing Chen, who was eavesdropping in the kitchen, speculated that they might, as Jiang Shui suggested, be newly formed and thus unfamiliar with the inner world. Jiang Shui asked, "What brings you two here?" "Oh, we would like to inquire about something," the Kunlun member replied. "Last night, two assailants attacked. One of them fled from your residence and was subsequently ambushed in the community, resulting in a broken tibia. Do you know who was responsible?" "Do not worry. We are not here to pursue legal accountability. We merely wish to understand," he continued. Qing Chen's heart raced at this revelation. Chapter 35, The Search for Qing Chen, revised. "Do you know who did it?" Lu Yuan asked. The living room fell into a sudden stillness, the atmosphere thickening like calm water, slowing the movements of all present. In the kitchen, Qing Chen instinctively held his breath. After adjusting her posture, Jiang Shui slowly replied, "I do not know who was responsible. Perhaps someone acted out of righteousness." "Why are you investigating this?" Jiang Shui was already quite aware of their intentions, realizing they were there to investigate Qing Chen. Yet, she was reluctant to allow them to uncover anything about him. The image of the young man in the night, wielding a spade, and the cracked skin of his palm felt vividly close, instilling in her an unprecedented sense of security in the presence of an outsider. Lu Yuan smiled and elucidated, "Please do not misunderstand. We are not an enforcement agency, and thus we do not intend to take any action against this brave individual." A member from Kunlun interjected, "Indeed, we merely seek to locate him based on the perpetrator's description, as we find his timing and ambush skills to be exceptionally astute, far beyond that of an ordinary person. We wish to ascertain whether he is a time traveler." At that moment, Li Tongyun, ever so demure, chimed in. "Since the incident occurred yesterday, my mother and I have remained at home and have not ventured out, so I am unaware of who was responsible. Most individuals harbor an innate belief that children do not fabricate lies." Li Tongyun's sudden explanation undoubtedly augmented her credibility. In a fleeting moment, Qing Chen pondered that this young girl might possess an extraordinary disposition. Initially, she had sought refuge at her doorstep, timid yet undeniably compelling. Now, as a time traveler, she had managed to keep such a significant secret from her own mother. This was no mere coincidence. Jiang Shui and her husband had long been embroiled in discord, with domestic violence prevalent. Children raised in such tumultuous environments often exhibit distinctive traits, either reclusive or prematurely mature, or perhaps displaying other psychological characteristics. He himself had emerged from a similar familial milieu as had Li Tongyun. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Qing Chen suddenly sensed that he had encountered a kindred spirit, one who concealed a tempestuous inner world beneath a calm exterior. This was his intuition. At that juncture, Li Tongyun inquired, "Uncle, didn't that brave uncle or aunt help us? Why are you searching for him? Are you going to capture him? Are you bad people?" "No. It's not that," some members of Kunlun awkwardly clarified. "Please don't misunderstand, young one." Lu Yuan explained, "It could very well be a valiant individual. To clarify once more, we harbor no ill intentions. As the Kunlun organization has recently been established, we are in search of like-minded talents." "I understand," Jiang Shui replied. "Moreover, there are indeed certain organizations and factions within the inner world that have discovered the existence of the outer world. According to our statistics, 21 travelers have mysteriously perished, having suffered torture prior to their demise, and over a dozen travelers have explicitly stated that they are imprisoned by inner world organizations. I hope, Ms. Jiang Shui, that you will remain vigilant and not be discovered by them," Lu Yuan cautioned. "Understood," Jiang Shui nodded, feeling a sense of dread at the data Lu Yuan had shared. It was terrifying to think that one's identity could be exposed in the inner world. Just then, Lu Yuan's companion's phone rang. He glanced at it and said, "He Xiaoxiao has appeared again." Jiang Shui inquired in confusion. "Is he Xiaoxiao the person who posts strategies on Douyin?" "Yes," Lu Yuan affirmed. Li Tongyun innocently asked, "Uncle, who is that he Xiaoxiao? He seems to know so much." Lu Yuan, intrigued, responded, "Oh, you know if he Xiaoxiao too? We are currently searching for this individual as well. However, he is quite adept at concealing himself. We have yet to uncover his identity. He should have left some clues. But all traces related to him have been erased. I've said quite enough. We shall not disturb you further. Farewell." Jiang Shui rose and said, "I am unable to accompany you further." Lu Yuan approached the door, casting a discreet glance at Qing Chen's athletic shoes before silently stepping outside. Qing Chen emerged from the kitchen, apologizing. "I am sorry for the trouble I have caused you." "Do not say that. It is we who have inconvenienced you," Jiang Shui replied. "Had it not been for our predicament, you would not have been drawn into such matters. What would you like to eat?" Qing Chen inquired. "I just opened the refrigerator and discovered there are no vegetables left," he added. Jiang Shui instructed Li Tongyun to retrieve 200 yuan from her wallet, suggesting, "We need to buy some groceries, perhaps some spare ribs? You and Xiaoyan are still growing. You need to consume some meat." After contemplating, Qing Chen took the money and left. In the dilapidated corridor, advertisements were plastered everywhere, alongside walls shedding their time-worn paint. He stood in the shadows of the staircase, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the iron railing, producing a series of sharp sounds. Just as he was about to exit the community, he spotted a black SUV parked by the roadside, where its occupants observed him with quiet scrutiny, waiting for him to pass by. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over Qing Chen, lingering momentarily on his shoes. The two individuals inside the vehicle watched in silence until Qing Chen had walked far away, at which point Lu Yuan suddenly remarked, "It is not him. You are well aware that there were others in the room earlier, seemingly hiding from us. Why not just rush in for a quick glance?" "It would save us a great deal of trouble," the other person queried, perplexed. "I believe it is wiser to have all the traversers under control," Lu Yuan replied, shaking his head as he rolled down the window and lit a cigarette, the orange ember swirling amidst the fog of smoke within the car. He exhaled the smoke from his lungs, stating that Kunlun was not a place that accepted just anyone. The boss had mentioned their future endeavors, emphasizing that only those of the same ilk would be welcome. "So what do we do now?" a companion inquired. "Let us wait a little longer. If nothing comes of it, so be it," Luo Yuan replied, extinguishing his cigarette. "A new era has begun, and some individuals are destined for greatness. Perhaps we need not seek them out. They will reveal themselves in due time." Qing Chen made his way to the agricultural market on Jiandong Road, slowly retrieving his phone to search for the name he Xiaoxiao on Douyin. During his earlier conversation at Jiang Shui's home, Luo Yuan had divulged numerous insights. Even Kunlun was oblivious to He Xiaoxiao's true identity, as she had not been assimilated into their ranks. In today's interconnected world, how challenging is it to erase one's digital footprint? Your registered phone information and identity details are nearly all accessible online, easily retrievable. Unless, of course, one possesses technology or capabilities that transcend this era, which humanity has yet to comprehend. Chapter 36. New Strategies. Revised. Qingchen opened Douyin and located a video featuring He Xiaoxiao. The backdrop remained black, with white subtitles and no additional information. A young male voice began to articulate, due to the numerous inquiries in the comment section regarding how to reach the inner world. This episode will focus on how to obtain a public testing qualification for this game. Currently, the known birthplaces of time travelers are concentrated in 19 cities, namely Wuqing, Jingqing, Nancheng, Luocheng, Chuancheng, Chongcheng, Shuncheng, Kuanqing, Haicheng, Jiqing, Zhengcheng, Hangcheng, Fuqing, Guangqing, Lancheng, Xiancheng, Huqing, Jincheng, and Taiching. Although there may be sporadic appearances of time travelers in other regions, the likelihood remains minimal. Therefore, I personally recommend that players seeking to obtain public test qualifications should promptly visit the aforementioned 19 cities before the public test channel closes, as this may enhance their chances of becoming time travelers. While the probability may not increase significantly, it at least offers a glimmer of hope. It is known that the third batch of time travelers will be born tonight, and the exact time of the public test channel's closure remains uncertain. So please cherish this opportunity. Additionally, the difficulty of the inner world game is exceedingly high. Thus, I advise all time travelers to form their own teams for exploration within the inner world to elevate their chances of survival. According to tradition, everyone may leave a comment regarding the strategy direction they are most eager to learn about. I will select the most popular strategy topics to feature in the next video. Finally, do not reveal your identity within the inner world. It is perilous. The video concludes here, with a final warning caption that He Xiaoxiao has notably highlighted in bold red font, making it quite conspicuous. Qingchen felt a sense of urgency, as there was a latent threat in Prison 18, represented by Lu Duzhu, who would undoubtedly succumb to interrogation. Where should he go from here? Moreover, the strategy devised by He Xiaoxiao to obtain public test identity coincided precisely with Qingchen's conjecture. It was unexpected that the other party continued to regard the inner world as a realm of gaming, persistently employing gaming terminology in their strategies. Moreover, this individual, He Xiaoxiao, single-handedly accelerated the gathering of those yearning for transcendence towards the 19 cities. One could foresee the tumultuous impact this guide would have domestically, with He Xiaoxiao being the most renowned time traveler. Upon opening his comment section, Qingchen was taken aback to find that the most liked comment was an inquiry about how to acquire a career path from prison number 18. It appeared that there was a remarkable fascination with prison number 18. The commenter's ID was a series of numbers. Qingchen then clicked on the user's profile and discovered that many of their liked videos were related to Luoqing, including one featuring the sports day of Luoqing Foreign Language School. Qingchen pondered the uncanny coincidence. Could this possibly be Lu Dizhu's? Furthermore, would He Xiaoxiao consider visiting prison number 18 due to this comment? It was difficult to say. The only known method of gaining entry to prison number 18 was through criminal activity. Surely, He Xiaoxiao would not take such risks. Qingchen cast another glance at the other comments. In the comment section of this Douyin post, numerous individuals expressed their desire for He Xiaoxiao to reveal her identity, or to disclose her role within the inner world. Several others even claimed to be time travelers themselves, wishing to form a team with He Xiaoxiao. Strikingly, beneath the comments from those requesting to team up with her, someone inquired whether these time travelers had romantic partners. Even more astonishingly, some individuals inquire whether they are in need of sons. This reflects the fervor surrounding the concept of time travel, as the extraordinary and transcendent has always represented humanity's most romantic aspirations. However, the events in the alternate realm have also given rise to numerous charlatans. Following the incident involving a foreign mysterious organization offering rewards for anti-aging genetic serums, some have openly peddled anti-aging medications domestically. What was once an endeavor that Qin Shi Huang failed to accomplish with the help of Su Fu and 3,000 young boys and girls can now be purchased with a mere sum of money. Just moments ago, Nan Gengxian messaged Qingchen, stating that someone in the time travel group was selling the elixir of immortality purportedly discovered by Su Fu, and the price was rather reasonable, offered at wholesale rates. Qingchen expressed his confusion. How can you ascertain the authenticity of this potion? Moreover, Su Fu is from our side. What connection does he have with the alternate realm? Qingchen was utterly bewildered. The notion of traversing time with young boys and girls was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to the situation, turning off his phone screen. To be honest, he found it increasingly difficult to discern whether Nan Gengxian was genuinely naive or merely feigning ignorance. As the countdown read 1308, 19, He prepared a meal for Jiang Shui and Li Tongyun, watching as Li Tongyun dutifully fed her mother. For reasons unknown, he felt a twinge of envy towards the mother-daughter duo. Jiang Shui, originally possessing a somewhat fragile disposition, had chosen to become resilient to protect Li Tongyun. In turn, Li Tongyun had opted to mature and become more understanding to care for her mother. Yet, Qi-Chen remained solitary in his existence. If someone were to present him with a choice to continue living either in the alternate realm or the real world, Qi-Chen mused that he might indeed select the alternate realm. At that moment, Jiang Shui inquired, "Xiao-Chun, it's rare to see your parents. Are they particularly busy?" After pondering for a moment, she continued, "I noticed your washing machine is broken. Since we are quite familiar now, feel free to let Annie help you with your laundry in the future. Do not hesitate. Also, there's no need for you to cook dinner after school. You can simply come over to Annie's house for a meal. Even if you don't come, I must prepare dinner for Xiaoyan anyway. It would only require an extra pair of chopsticks." Qi-Chen contemplated her words and smiled, responding, "All right, thank you, Auntie Jiang." As night fell, before the countdown could reach 0, Qi-Chen lay down and drifted off to sleep early. He had become increasingly adept at navigating this experience of traversing worlds. Chapter 37. The people of Chuanzhou, revised, a familiar sound echoed in the air. Someone was forcefully banging on the metal gate, and a steel beast was roaring in the cell. "Newcomers, welcome to prison number 18. Qi-Chen sat up on the hard bunk, a faint smile gracing his lips. He silently repeated in his mind, "Newcomers, welcome to prison number 18. Here, he found familiar faces, well-known rules, and hopes for the future. It felt as though he truly belonged to this inner world rather than the outer one. All he needed to do was move forward. For every path ahead was a new direction. Glancing down at his arm, he was taken aback. The countdown showed 1:60:2009, subtracting the time he had spent sleeping. This countdown was unexpectedly set for 7 days. This was astonishing. He had grown accustomed to the 48-hour countdown, yet the rules had abruptly changed. Why was that? What patterns could be discerned? It seemed that the rules of this traversal still required further exploration. Qi-Chen arrived at the alloy gate, which opened in response. As if anticipating his presence, the prisoners outside the corridor, upon seeing him, inclined their bodies in a gesture of respect, greeting him with a bow. In contrast to the outer world, this place felt much more like his domain. Standing in the corridor, Qi-Chen greeted Lu Guangyi from a distance, who immediately grasped his intent. Once all the prisoners lined up to descend the stairs, Lu Guangyi promptly began to manage the new inmates. At that moment, Uncle Li tacitly approved of Lu Guangyi's actions, seemingly eager to observe Qi-Chen's intentions. 7 new prisoners had arrived today. As Lu Guangyi apprehended the newcomers, it became apparent that 6 of them were veterans, resigned to their fates. Experienced inmates understood that endurance was key. Resistance could lead to harsher consequences. However, when Lu Guangyi approached the last new prisoner, that individual began to evade capture incessantly. Yet, devoid of any mechanical limbs, this prisoner, with merely the physique of an ordinary person, stood no chance against the metallic beasts. Just as Lu Guangyi was about to seize him, the new prisoner panicked. "Don't touch me. Why are you grabbing me? I'll crawl away." While uttering these words, he continued to run and evade capture, vociferously cursing. "Don't provoke me. I'll slap you dead with a single blow." Qi-Chen was taken aback by the raw dialect of Sichuan he heard, for in this realm, dialects did not exist. Everyone spoke Mandarin. Not only was Qi-Chen stunned, but Lu Guangyi and the others were equally perplexed. What on earth is this guy saying? Can you understand him? The crowd exchanged glances, a semblance of understanding flickering in their eyes, yet the full comprehension eluded them. In a world where a singular accent dominated discourse, the dialect stood in stark contrast, rendering them almost alien. This was the realm of time travelers. As Qi-Chen spoke in Mandarin, the dialect prevalent in Luocheng, he had previously failed to recognize that dialects were the most significant risk of exposing the existence of the outer world. In this moment, he could vividly imagine the predicaments faced by those travelers bearing regional accents. Yet, how could this individual, with a mouthful of Sichuan dialect, have traversed to prison no. 18? According to the patterns Qi-Chen and Di Xiaoxiao had previously deduced, only 19 cities in the nation experienced a concentration of travelers, and it appeared that those from the same city landed in nearly identical locations. Thus, it should be that only the inhabitants of Luocheng could possibly arrive at City No. 18. Was there an error in his deductions? Was the landing point random? No, there must be exceptional circumstances. He cast a glance at Uncle Li and the 2 others below. Their expressions had clearly shifted, each now wearing a grave demeanor. Qing Chen believed that as long as the others were not fools, they would undoubtedly perceive the underlying implications of these consecutive anomalies. It was only a matter of time before those from the inner world became aware of the outer world, given the sheer number of travelers. Uncle Li, observing the farce unfolding nearby, turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and said, "Apprehend him and conduct a thorough interrogation, including the previous individuals, Huang Jixin and Lu Dizhu. I suspect they may hail from the same place." "Understood," Lin Xiaoxiao replied solemnly. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Sichuan native collapsed, succumbing to a nightmare. Lin Xiaoxiao approached Lu Guangyi, calmly stating, "Step aside, that person is mine." However, despite standing before someone like Lin Xiaoxiao, Lu Guangyi mustered the courage to reply, "Only our boss can give permission." As he spoke, he turned to glance at Qing Chun, who remained shrouded in the shadows of the third-floor corridor. The prisoners were taken aback. Wasn't Lu Guangyi himself the boss? How could there be another one? It was only at this moment that the prisoners surrounding Lu Guangyi realized that Qing Chen was not merely a fortunate youth who had chanced upon Li Shatong, but rather a true deity in his own right. With the surname Qing, he was indeed Lu Guangyi's superior. The thought sent shivers down the spines of those who had previously considered making a move against Qing Chun. In this world on the eastern continent, no one could afford to disregard the formidable presence of the Qing family. It was an era in which everyone was compelled to live under the shadows of the 5 major conglomerates. In their leisure, people might indulge in hedonistic pleasures, but no one was exempt from the overarching influence. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Lu Guangyi with a smile and remarked, "You dare to stand in my way knowing my boss's identity. Quite the tenacious spirit, I must say." Qing Chun, unwilling to put Lu Guangyi in a difficult position, nodded in acquiescence. Lin Xiaoxiao parted the crowd, single-handedly leading the man from Chuanzhou out. Qing Chen observed as the heavy alloy gate on the prison side gradually opened for Lin Xiaoxiao, only to close slowly after she passed through. It seemed that Li Shatong and his companions could indeed come and go freely within prison number 18. But if they were free to enter and exit, why did they not leave? He descended the stairs and took a seat opposite Li Shatong, inquiring, "Where has Lin Xiaoxiao gone?" An unexpected event unfolded, as Li Shatong gently cradled the large cat in his arms and remarked, "Though I remain perplexed by this surprise, it appears to be something beyond my imagination, intricately linked to certain individuals." Upon hearing this, Qing Chen fell into a contemplative silence for a while. At that moment, he realized that his time was running short. Setting aside the matter of his compatriot from Chuan province, it was evident that Lu Dazhu would certainly falter under Lin Xiaoxiao's interrogation. The exposure of the outer world was inevitable, and it would transpire swiftly. Yet, there was nothing he could do. He could only await the unfolding of events. Chapter 38. The Secret of Qing Chun, revised. In prison number 18, the inmates were struck into silence by the sudden turn of events. Guohuzhan had arrived, and so had the Qing family. A storm was brewing. At the dining table, Guohuzhan savored genuine beef with great appetite, while Qing Chen partook of his meal more slowly. Yuan stood behind Li Shatong and suddenly posed a question to Guohuzhan. "Don't just focus on eating. Was that person one of yours?" It was rumored that there were still a few places in the wilderness where strange languages were spoken. "Not one of us. That fellow hardly resembles a denizen of the wilderness," Guohuzhan replied, wiping his shiny mouth. "When have you ever encountered such delicate and tender-skinned folks from the wild?" "Indeed." Yuan frowned. "Our people have already been located by our young brother Qing Chun, so fret not. I am now prepared to face this alone." Guohuzhan chuckled. "Could you arrange for my 5 brothers to have some meat as well? Is genuine meat still scarce in the wilderness?" Yuan scoffed. Guohuzhan lamented. "With the constant threat of corporate raids looming over us, who has the time to raise livestock? Moreover, 2 more forbidden areas have emerged in the wilderness, nearly leading to loss of life, revealing that the realm of survival is not as expansive as one might presume. Of course, young brother Qing Chen has ventured there, with provisions being scarce for him." Qing Chen paused momentarily. Forbidden area was yet another novel term, seemingly associated with taboo objects. At that moment, Guohuzhan turned and draped an arm around Qing Chen's shoulder, saying, "Young brother Qing Chen, why not accompany me into the wilderness? I dare say, with your talents, you shall have whatever you desire, and eat whatever you wish." Li Shatong chuckled. "What do you have in the wilderness? Why should anyone follow you?" To which Qing Chen interjected, "He has his painted pancakes." Guohuzhan fell silent. At this juncture, Qing Chen appeared calm on the surface, yet deep down, he was acutely aware of the challenges he must confront, knowing he could neither evade nor find refuge. In a dim corner of prison number 18, Lin Xiaoxiao sat in an interrogation room, quietly observing the traveler from Chuanzhou, Jiansheng, seated across from her. The room was shrouded in shadows. Dust particles drifting lazily through the beams of white light cast by the overhead LED lamp. Jiansheng was in a deep slumber, while Lin Xiaoxiao had just entered his dreams using her nightmare abilities, only to be abruptly awoken by his relentless tirade. To be honest, Lin Xiaoxiao was quite intrigued by this individual, who, it seemed, could hurl insults for a full half-hour without repetition. As Jiansheng gradually regained consciousness, he beheld Lin Xiaoxiao, who, with a scowl, began to curse. "You bastard." "Stop," Lin Xiaoxiao interrupted, her face darkened. "Don't say anything just yet. Your words give me a headache. Can we have a civilized conversation? I'd give you a piece of my mind." Lin Xiaoxiao remained silent. Just as Jiansheng was about to unleash another tirade, Lin Xiaoxiao swiftly activated her nightmare ability, and he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, plunging him back into slumber. What a calamity! Lin Xiaoxiao sighed, turning to the adjacent interrogation room, where Lu Dizhu sat trembling. This time, Lin Xiaoxiao refrained from unnecessary chatter, directly dragging Lu Dizhu to witness Huang Jixian's condition. Huang Jixian was bound to the medical room's bed with metallic restraints, muttering to himself one moment and struggling desperately the next. Lu Dizhu, lacking resolve, blurted, "I'll tell you everything. I'm from a parallel universe. I'm a high school student." Seeing the other party spill information as if from a bamboo tube, Lin Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief. Had she known he was so easy to interrogate, she would not have bothered provoking Jiansheng. "What is Luoqing?" Lin Xiaoxiao inquired directly. "It's just a city where we live," Lu Dizhu replied. "How many have crossed over?" "I'm not sure. Some say it's a few thousand, while others claim it has surpassed 10,000. Lin Xiaoxiao's tone turned stern. "What intentions do you have in crossing over, and why do you approach my boss?" Li Shutong. Lu Dizhu was on the verge of tears. "We are all randomly traversing through time. Before we crossed over, none of us knew where we would end up or what identities we would assume. There was truly no ulterior motive. My approach to Li Shutong was merely because someone mentioned that finding him in prison number 18 would grant me a career path." This time, Lin Xiaoxiao spent a full 3 hours interrogating Lu Dizhu. During this period, the adjacent Jiansheng awoke 3 times, uttering 27 curses before being rendered unconscious yet again. Initially, Lin Xiaoxiao was skeptical of the time travel events, but every statement made by Lu Dizhu held up under logical scrutiny. He believed that a fool like Lu Dizhu, who treated his boss as an NPC to be farmed, could not possibly conceive such a coherent narrative structure. Thus, despite his disbelief, he was compelled to accept that Lu Dizhu was indeed speaking the truth. The most unbelievable events in this world had truly transpired. The interrogation room seemed to be engulfed in an eternal silence, and Lu Dizhu quivered, hesitant to speak. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly inquired, "Have you ever heard a song called Farewell?" Lu Dizhu paused for a moment. "Yes, I know it. Doesn't it contain a lyric about half of the close friends being lost?" "Yes, how did you know?" Lu Dizhu asked, puzzled. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's furrowed brow finally relaxed. He understood. At this very moment, thousands of time travelers were arriving in the realm where he resided, supplanting the indigenous population to continue their lives. These individuals bore varying identities, their fates intertwined due to an extraordinary event. But that was not the crux of the matter. The most crucial revelation was that he had uncovered Qing Chen's secret. Chapter 39, The Farthest Path Among All Shortcuts, revised. The information in question bears no secrets. Sooner or later, the inner world will be fully aware of the existence of travelers. Unless, of course, the interrogation results reveal a secret pertaining to someone present. Qing Chen pondered how the inhabitants of the inner world would perceive the outer world. Setting aside others, Li Shutong is a figure of considerable authority. A person of immense control, how could such an individual allow events to spiral out of control? Regardless of the goodwill accumulated previously, it pales in comparison before someone in power. Qing Chen did not firmly believe that Li Shutong would take his life, but he was prepared for the worst. However, Li Shutong was also an astute individual. Without uttering a word, he understood Lin Xiaoxiao's intentions. "Xiaoxiao, take our friends from Spades to another location," Li Shutong instructed. "I'm not going anywhere." Guo Huchan suddenly realized that there might be significant secrets at play here. At that moment, Yuan abruptly unleashed a transparent force field, enveloping both Li Shutong and Qing Chen within it. Guo Huchan, attempting to eavesdrop, was unexpectedly repelled by the force field, stumbling backward. With a playful smile, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, "If you wish to remain here in search of the forbidden item ACE 005, do not venture forward." Refusal is not an option, Guo Huchan retorted angrily. At this juncture, Li Shutong calmly turned to Qing Chun and inquired, "So, your intention these past few days in having Lu Guangyi interrogate the newly arrived prisoners was indeed to locate them?" Qing Chun reflected momentarily before responding, "Precisely." Surprisingly composed, more so than I had anticipated, Li Shutong mused. "It is not composure. Rather, it is the futility of panic." Qing Chun replied, "Although Xiao Xiao has yet to disclose the outcome of the interrogation, I am certain it harbors a significant secret." Li Shutong remarked, "I have always been ruthless when confronted with uncontrollable circumstances. Have you ever contemplated the possibility that you might not see tomorrow?" "Indeed, I have," Qing Chun replied. Lifting his gaze to absorb his surroundings, the astonishing steel dome, the gleaming black metallic storm, and the mechanical prison guards, standing motionless with their weapons scattered throughout the penitentiary. There were also the grinning inmates, the newcomers limping and grimacing in pain. Qing Chun was uncertain whether he would witness such sights again, prompting him to take in the view a moment longer. Suddenly, he turned to Li Shutong with a smile, saying, "These past few days have been rather enjoyable. If possible, I would like to get to know you better. You won our chess match on the first day, so I owe you a request. You may voice it now." Li Shutong replied, "What do you desire?" Qi Chen pondered for a moment before asking, "Could I have another farewell tune? Isn't that trading your life for mine?" Li Shutong laughed. "My life cannot be exchanged, nor would I wish it to be," Qing Chen stated. "Very well. I have always admired your audacity. Consider this piece a gift from me. You may make that request at any time." Li Shutong instructed Yi Wan to fetch a harmonica. The farewell melody, akin to a personal serenade for Qing Chen, resonated through the prison, imparting a serene ambience. "Thank you," Qing Chen expressed. Time passed gradually, transitioning from day to night, severing all connections. In the next moment, the entire prison was engulfed in profound darkness. Subsequently, the alloy gate of Qing Chen's cell swung open once more. In the darkness, someone placed a black hood over his head and carried him to an unknown location. Moments later, the two individuals who had transported him set him down somewhere and then departed in succession. The sound of hydraulics echoed again, as if sealing something away, isolating him further. Quietly, he lay in the dark, refraining from rising to discern his surroundings. Only the sound of his own breathing accompanied him, alongside a countdown visible solely to him, illuminating nothing else. Time passed slowly and heavily. He understood well the reactions one experiences in a confined, dark environment. The disorientation of not knowing one's whereabouts, coupled with the inability to converse with another soul, could entirely consume a person with loneliness and fear, obliterating any sense of time. The absence of time is the most terrifying aspect. Many succumb before the 24-hour mark. There was once an experiment that offered $1 million for anyone who could endure 5 days in such confinement, yet no one succeeded. The allure of wealth is undeniable. Yet 99 faltered before the arrival of the 72-hour mark. However, it is likely that Li Shutong and others did not anticipate that Qing Chun had never feared solitude. Since his parents' divorce, he had begun to coexist with loneliness. Qing Chun was acutely aware that the lack of water would be his greatest adversary. The countdown had returned to 1:46:9:02. This timer on his arm would assist in calculating the passage of time. Day 1 of confinement. Those were memories etched in his mind, requiring no device for replay. Deprived of water, his neurons began to confuse the needs for sustenance and hydration, and he started to feel fatigued. The countdown reverted to 1:22:9:02. Day 2 of confinement. Qing Chun lay on the floor, his eyes closed, silently revisiting 8 films in the recesses of his mind, basking in the embrace of darkness. A gnawing hunger and thirst began to assail him. Yet he seemed to have forsaken his external senses, remaining unperturbed. Countdown, 98:9:02. On the 3rd day of confinement, the pangs of hunger ignited a fierce struggle within his will, eroding his spirit. This time, he relived 12 films without a moment's respite for sleep. The loss of moisture within his body tormented him, causing waves of chilling heat to course through him, while his skin began to parch. His memory faltered, the films in his mind transforming into disjointed slides. Reminiscences of bygone times began to intertwine. Sleep eluded Qing Chun. Countdown, 74:9:02. On the 4th day of confinement, his hunger began to wane. He opened his eyes to the boundless void and darkness, lost in thought. It had been ages since he last checked the time. It seemed a futile endeavor. Yet, throughout it all, Qing Chun had uttered not a single word, nor had he let out a cry. In the darkness, the world remained perpetually silent. He had not calculated how long it had been since he last slept, but that appeared inconsequential. With his silence, Ching Chun waged a quiet battle against the world's stillness and obscurity. In prison number 18, the night had descended into a dim twilight, the lights within the fortress dimming to a faint glow. Even the drones in the hive seemed to have succumbed to slumber. Li Shutong sat at the end of the dimly lit reading table, resting with closed eyes, while Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at the time beside him. Boss. It has been 4 days. Li Shutong nodded thoughtfully, his gaze drifting towards a shadowy corner before lowering his head once more. At that moment, a feeble knocking echoed from a distance, accompanied by the irate mutterings of Lu Guangyi from behind a door, intermittently exclaiming, "Li Shutong, where have you locked my boss away? I, Lu Guangyi, will not let this slide, nor will Qing Shi." From the very first day of Qing Chen's disappearance, Lu Guangyi sensed something amiss and caused quite the uproar in prison 18, nearly triggering a second metallic storm. Thus, for 4 days, Qing Chen vanished while Lu Guangyi languished in his cell. It was only on the 4th day that Lu Guangyi began to calm down somewhat. Lin Xiaoxiao disregarded Lu Guangyi's tirade and continued, "Boss, Qing Chen has not uttered a single word during his 4 days inside, nor has he shown any signs of breaking down. He is an exceptionally intelligent individual, having deliberately slowed his breathing from the very first day to prevent rapid moisture loss. It is hardly surprising that he has endured these 4 days," Li Shutong remarked. Nevertheless, to remain silent for 4 days is truly rare. It does not seem as though he is being tortured, but rather, he appears to be in a state of waiting. Yet he has gone 4 days without water. If he does not drink soon, he will perish, Lin Xiaoxiao said anxiously. Ironically, the once critical Lin Xiaoxiao found herself pleading for the young man. Fully aware of the ordeal Qing Chun was enduring. Suddenly, Yuan spoke up, "Boss, the dark room may hold no power over him. It's time to release him." However, after a moment's contemplation, Li Shutong surprisingly replied, "Let us employ the water torture. The boss is in a dire state of dehydration upon encountering water. He instinctively seeks to drink, a behavior that could lead to his demise." Lin Xiaoxiao is alarmed. The water torture involves placing a cloth over the victim's face and then pouring water over it. This method functions like a one-way valve. Water continuously flows in, while the cloth prevents expulsion, allowing only a single breath. Even if one attempts to hold their breath, the sensation of air being siphoned away is inescapable, akin to a vacuum cleaner. Lin Xiaoxiao understands that even an ordinary person would be unable to withstand such torture, let alone Qing Chun, who has endured 4 days of thirst. As the torture commences, a parched individual will desperately crave water. However, the water seeping through the cloth will not only quench Qing Chen's thirst but will also flood his lungs, obliterating any remaining hope. Yet, Li Shutong appears resolute. Life and death hinge upon his choices. Without having witnessed true mortality, how can one traverse my path? Li Shutong inquires calmly. Countdown. 50. 902. Day 5 of confinement. The dark room is opened, and Qing Chun is lethargically escorted out. He is placed upon a chair, and a thick towel is draped over his face. Icy water cascades over the towel, obstructing all oxygen and vitality. Qing Chun sits motionless, his lips pressed tightly together, valiantly resisting the urge to drink, determined not to succumb to the temptation before him. Nearby, Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Wan exchange glances, astonished that even at this juncture, Qing Chun maintains a lucid will, fully aware of his predicament and striving with his last vestiges of resolve for a chance at survival. Qing Chun felt water flowing into his nasal cavity, filling his body. It seemed as though he were ensnared in a dream. In his childhood reverie, he remembered someone clasping his hand, that hand warm and tender. In the park, it felt as if warm seawater enveloped his form under the golden sunlight, which undulated gently. "Mom, I wish to have candied hawthorn," young Qing Chun whispered to the woman ahead. With tearful eyes, she purchased the treat for him, saying, "Little Chen, enjoy your candied hawthorn here. Mother will just step away for a moment." Qing Chun waited from noon until dusk. He began to weep, yet his tears availed him nothing. The young boy believed the woman had merely lost her way and would soon return. Amidst the watery torment, Qing Chen's mind gradually regained lucidity. Realizing that this was not the first instance he had been forsaken, it appeared that his peculiar memory had awakened during that time. However, possessing such vivid recollections was not a boon. He remembered every pain, each one crystal clear. As he endured the suffocating sensation in his brain and the convulsions of his limbs, the water surged into his lungs, yet he remained there, unmoving like a statue. He neither struggled nor begged. In the darkness, a voice spoke, "Come with mother." The voice repeated, "Come with mother." Ching Chun's voice grew resolute. "No," I said, "no. Mother." In that instant, the damp cloth on his face was removed. The dim light now appeared somewhat blinding, and through his blurred vision, he saw Lin Xiaoxiao anxiously patting his back. Li Shutong stood quietly before him and inquired, "Why have you not sought my assistance? I still owe you a request." Chichen, facing the blinding light, stubbornly gazed back, forcing the water from his windpipe, and resolutely replied, "Because you do not require a weak individual." At that moment, Li Shutong suddenly recalled the first time they played chess, witnessing the same relentless courage and tenacity, akin to a lone wolf traversing the wilderness. He realized this was the person he had been searching for. Li Shutong then asked, "Can you forget everything I have done to you today?" "I cannot forget," Chichen responded. "But I do not mind." "Very candid, very good." Li Shutong turned and walked toward the exit of the interrogation room, saying, "Starting tomorrow, I will personally teach you. I will guide you through every shortcut in this world, even the most distant paths." Chapter 40. The first stand alone. Once again, I find myself unable to sleep. After several hours of tossing and turning, I may as well engage in conversation with everyone. This narrative marks my initial attempt at portraying a protagonist shaped by their family of origin. During interviews, I mentioned that personal experiences influenced this work. Yet I find myself less accomplished than Qingchen. What Qingchen undertakes now is largely what I yearn to do, but have not dared to pursue. Thus, I often urge readers not to conflate the author with the narrative. A novel is a novel, and an author is an author. As for me, I merely hide behind my computer, sharing stories with you all. The impetus for writing this book and exploring this theme stems from my genuine fascination with it. A group of individuals traverses a realm, each undergoing a transformation in identity. Children metamorphose into princesses, and wealthy scions descend to the lower echelons of society. The dramatic tension arising from such shifts in human nature fills me with joy as I contemplate the narratives I aspire to craft. I possess a profound yearning to express myself through this story, for I am enamored with both the character Qingchen and the tale itself. Therefore, rather than categorizing it strictly as cyberpunk, I prefer to designate it as a narrative of collective traversal. Cyberpunk merely serves as a vessel for the narrative. The true essence lies in the interplay between individuals. My inclination to articulate my thoughts is finite, and I sense an urge to depart from this industry. Prolonged periods of writing have rendered me unwell, and I fear that I may eventually succumb to the strain. During my writing sessions, the narrative unfolds behind my closed eyelids. The mere thought of the plot compels me to rise and amend the content, for sleep eludes me otherwise. Who can truly fathom this? Above all, it is vital to cherish the present moment. The first sequence has languished throughout the entirety of the book, failing to provide proper updates. And I have taken several leaves of absence. Of course, even during these absences, it remains undeniable that the first sequence is an exceptional story. I do not foresee the conclusion of this book unless illness befalls me. Otherwise, I shall persist. Yet, it is prudent to prepare for the inevitable, as the pace of updates will undoubtedly slow as we near completion, for that period is particularly challenging. This book shall not have an official designation, for it is a labor of love. And I dread awakening one day to find the novel's page adorned with a 404 error. I wish to avoid its untimely demise due to unforeseen circumstances. Thus, I reiterate, there will be no official designation for this book. At most, an organization akin to Kunlun may emerge. If you perceive it as such, then it is indeed so. It is not what you perceive it to be, unless you deem it so. Harbor no excessive skepticism. My actions are merely driven by a primal instinct for survival. Therefore, should comprehension dawn upon you, I implore you to intercede and elucidate, should any further doubts arise. In truth, having penned merely 90,000 words, I find myself overwhelmed with emotion. It is undeniably exhilarating. But enough of my ramblings. I shall devote every fiber of my being to crafting a compelling narrative. The remainder shall be revealed in due course. I extend my gratitude to all who have lent their support. Once again, I express my sincere appreciation. Chapter 41. Decryption. Revised. Li Shutong departed with Big Cat, merely stating his intention to personally instruct Qingchen, without specifying the nature of his tutelage. However, Lin Xiaoxiao, well acquainted with his employer, discerned that his spirits were exceptionally high. The lineage of the knights, as it had descended to Li Shudong's generation, teetered precariously on the brink of extinction, though he never voiced his concerns. Lin Xiaoxiao had witnessed firsthand his repeated selection of potential successors, followed by repeated failures. Lin Xiaoxiao was aware of his employer's anxiety. The path was fraught with insurmountable challenges. So much so that both he and Yi Wan had found it impossible to traverse. At this moment, Qing Chen's prison garb was thoroughly drenched, his hair dripping with moisture. His breath coming in ragged gasps as he struggled to regain his composure. The torment of waterboarding was an experience that would undoubtedly leave indelible psychological scars. I must commend you, Lin Xiaoxiao remarked. I am at a loss as to how you endured those 4 days in the confinement cell. I, for one, could not withstand more than 36 hours. Yuan fared slightly better, lasting 47 hours. Slightly better? Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him. A considerable margin. If you please, Lin Xiaoxiao retorted with a hint of impatience. Qing Chun gradually regained his breath. You were also subjected to the confinement cell? He inquired. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and remarked, for the average person, this would be a form of torture, but for us, it is merely a test, a necessary ordeal. When the boss instructed us to confine you in the small dark room, I realized he intended to select you. Yuan handed a soft and thick deep blue towel to Qing Chun, saying, wipe yourself off. It is rare to find someone as resilient as you during water torture. It is quite common for others to lose control of their bodily functions. It seemed that Yuan was no stranger to administering water torture. At this moment, he genuinely acknowledged Qing Chun from the depths of his heart. Just then, Lin Xiaoxiao entered the interrogation room carrying a tray which held a bowl of rice, a plate of fragrant sweet and sour ribs, and a bowl of congee. After contemplating for a moment, Qing Chun picked up the bowl of congee. Yuan turned to Lin Xiaoxiao and declared, I have one. You owe me 1,000 yuan. Qing Chun was taken aback. You were betting? Indeed, Lin Xiaoxiao replied helplessly. Your blood sugar is critically low. Seeing the food before you, you should be craving something sweet. This is your body signaling the answer to your brain. Which is why I wagered you would first indulge in the sweet and sour ribs. Yuan countered, however, you have not eaten for 4 days. A wise individual would choose to drink the congee first, resisting their bodily instincts, and remind themselves what the most prudent choice is. I bet that someone who can endure the small dark room and water torture would not be foolish enough to eat the ribs first. Qing Chun slowly consumed the congee, feeling his chilled body gradually warming. In the past, even the most harrowing experiences he had faced in the outside world paled in comparison to what he had endured over the past few days. Even he himself was uncertain of where his path would lead. Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly remarked, thus, you were utterly unaware of being a part of the Qing family upon your arrival, which is why you sought the boss for a game of chess to extricate yourself. Qing Chun nodded, acknowledging that there was no longer any reason to conceal the truth. Lin Xiaoxiao inquired further, so, in reality, you share no connection with the Qing family, correct? You have never lived within their sphere and feel no sense of belonging? Qing Chun nodded again. A smile brightened Lin Xiaoxiao's face. That is quite fortunate. I surmise the boss recognized this aspect, which influenced his decision to accept you. Yuan reassured Qing Chun, you need not worry. The identity you possess in the external world is known solely to myself, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the boss. Even Li Dongza remains unaware. We shall safeguard this secret for you. Qing Chun exhaled in relief. Thank you. Who is Li Dongza? Li Dongza from Hengsha, Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled. Hengsha is an organization under my knight's command. The knight's capabilities may exceed your expectations. It seems you are quite oblivious to the world outside. We must educate you over the next few days. Yuan added. By the way, that Lu Guangyi has been remarkably loyal to you. He has endured considerable hardships for your sake these past few days and nearly confronted the boss. Thank you for the reminder, Qing Chun nodded. Do you know Lu Dezhu, Huang Jixin, and that foul-mouthed Jinsheng? Lin Xiaoxiao queried. I know Lu Dezhu and Huang Jixin. Though not well, they were my high school classmates, Qing Chun explained. Wait, so you were merely an ordinary high school student in the external world? Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Although he was aware of certain aspects of the outer world, he believed that Qing Chun should possess considerable prowess in that realm. The abilities and determination exhibited by Qing Chun were not traits one would expect from an ordinary student. Qing Chun remarked, the outer world is relatively peaceful, devoid of extraordinary beings. Mechanical limbs, or gang organizations. It is stable and harmonious. In such an era, even common folk lead respectable lives, free from peril. How enviable, Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. Qing Chun then inquired, where is the person speaking in dialect confined? It's just a few rooms away from this interrogation chamber. What's the matter? Lin Xiaoxiao replied. May I have a few words with him? Qing Chun asked. Of course, you may, Lin Xiaoxiao said with a smile. We are all on the same side now. You will find your way in prison number 18. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Chun tied the towel used during the water torture around his face and asked Lin Xiaoxiao to fetch a device for reading. He then approached the solitary confinement room where Jianxing was held. As the metallic gate opened, Yuan stepped in first to subdue Jianxing. This fellow, hailing from Earth, appeared to be around 30 years old. Jianxing immediately began to curse, "You brat," before he could finish his sentence. Qing Chen silently inscribed 3 characters on the reading device, prompting the other to cease his tirade. Quan Jai Xiang. Jianxing paused. "You are from Earth?" Qing Chen continued to write. "I have a few questions for you. Aren't you from Chuan Province? How did you end up here, and why are you in Luo City? What is your profession?" Jianxing gazed at the slowly closing alloy gate and suddenly realized that his compatriot had no intention of rescuing him, prompting him to curse once more. However, upon a moment's reflection, he found something amiss. Since this youth was indeed a denizen of Earth, why did he appear to hold such a high status in this realm? Lin Xiaoxiao, who had previously interrogated him, along with the burly man, seemed to be cooperating with one another. Were there already such formidable figures within the time travelers? Outside the door, Lin Xiaoxiao observed Qing Chen, first glancing at the towel draped over his face, then at the reading device in his hand. This youth had just endured a stint in a dark room followed by water torture, yet he managed to maintain such a cautious demeanor. Chapter 42, The Enforcers of the Retirement Home, Revised, Countdown, 47, 37, 20. Qing Chen, Yuan, and Lin Xiaoxiao traversed the desolate corridors of prison number 18. This was his inaugural glimpse of the prison's visage after 9 p.m. Vast and tranquil. For mechanical guards stood silently in the plaza, their mechanical eyes extinguished, as if they had entered a state of slumber. At this moment, Qing Chen had confirmed that he and his Xiaoxiao's deductions were accurate. Jianxing had indeed crossed over to city number 18 due to his appearance in Luoqing. Yuan remarked, "On the day the travelers emerged, we did not apprehend you immediately, to avoid raising suspicions among others. Therefore, you need not worry about your identity being exposed. Xiaoxiao has publicly declared that you coveted the ACE 005, guarded by the boss, and thus received a minor reprimand." Qing Chun understood that Li Shutong had been prepared to accept his entry into the organization from the very beginning. It was merely a matter of whether he could endure the trials ahead. At that moment, a weak and hoarse voice echoed from somewhere within the prison. "Li Shutong, you have to release my boss." Qing Chun was taken aback. "Have you kept him locked up for 4 days?" "Yes. Otherwise, he would have come looking for his boss again. If it weren't for his admirable loyalty, the boss would have dealt with him long ago," Lin Xiaoxiao replied. "But rest assured, someone has been bringing him food and water throughout these 4 days. Have you investigated what he did before?" Qing Chen inquired. "We have," Lin Xiaoxiao responded. "He once worked as a thug at a nursing home for the Federation." Qing Chen's mouth gradually fell open. "A nursing home? Thug? Oh, you don't know about this?" Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. "In the impoverished districts of our world, there is generally no custom of caring for the elderly. Once individuals reach the age of 60, they are sent to nursing homes, while their children squander their retirement funds. Then how do they employ thugs? Do they attack the elderly?" Qing Chen was astonished. No, Lin Xiaoxiao explained with a mix of laughter and exasperation. "They collect protection money from the elderly. The seniors pay them to place orders, and then they send the strongest, most mechanically enhanced youths to pose as the grandchildren of these elderly individuals, to intimidate and deter other seniors. This way, the elderly in the nursing home will not be bullied by others. They even have a renowned slogan," Yuan added. "Union's elder care services, ensuring a quicker and better experience than your son could provide. After all, we worry about losing your business if you pass away, whereas your son wouldn't be concerned since he inherits everything upon your death." Qing Chen hesitated. "Is the industry lucrative?" "Decently so," Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. "It can sustain a syndicate, but it's beneath the dignity of our Hank syndicate." At this juncture, Qing Chen found it peculiar that the Qing Consortium would dispatch an elder care enforcer to assist him in the paramount matter of the shadow contest. Qing Chen mused. "Might I visit him?" "Certainly," Lin Xiaoxiao obliged, escorting Qing Chen to Lu Guangyi's chamber. He greeted the surveillance camera, and the alloy gate swung open. However, Lin Xiaoxiao and Yuan remained outside, granting Qing Chen and Lu Guangyi a private audience. Lu Guangyi lay listlessly on the frigid floor. The food on the adjacent tray had been touched, but scarcely consumed. "I am unharmed," Qing Chen reassured softly. He was somewhat enervated, so he simply settled onto Lu Guangyi's cot. Lu Guangyi crouched beside him, inquiring solicitously, "But boss, why have you grown so gaunt? Have they been tormenting you?" "When Qin Yin visits in a few days, I shall inform him of this matter. Do not apprise Qin Yin," Qing Chen demurred. I heard you sought out Li Shutong? Nodding slightly, Lu Guangyi remarked, is it not merely his ACE-005 that occupies your thoughts? Why must one be subjected to such torment? Previously, Guahuchen was also preoccupied. Yet nothing came of it. It appears that you, as merely a shadow candidate, believe that the Qing family would not resort to drastic measures. Let us not dwell on this matter any further. When one is under another's roof, one must bow their head, Qing Chen replied. That will not suffice. Tomorrow, I shall confront Li Shutong, Lu Guangyi said vehemently. Enough with the pretense, Qing Chen said, bemused. Pretense? I am not pretending, Lu Guangyi hesitated. Qing Chen's piercing gaze met his, until Lu Guangyi, increasingly filled with trepidation, slumped dishearteningly to the ground. Qing Chen felt a twinge of nostalgia. They had known each other for only a few days. Even if he were to embody the prowess of Cao Cao or the benevolence of Liu Bei, he would not possess the kind of imperial aura that compelled submission. Thus, he understood that Lu Guangyi was aware he would not genuinely be in peril, and was merely feigning loyalty. In this world, there exists no unconditional love or loyalty. He then heard Lu Guangyi mutter despondently, You have seen through me, boss. Qing Chen sighed. There is no need for you to curry favor. I have noted your actions over these past few days. Rest assured, as long as you do not engage in treachery, I shall not discard you. Suddenly, Lu Guangyi lifted his head. Is that true, boss? Indeed. Qing Chen affirmed with a nod. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, However, there is one thing I must clarify. You must adopt a more subdued approach moving forward, and refrain from the ostentation of the past. Previously, I had heard Qing Yin remark upon your modest demeanor, and indeed, it is as he said. Upon hearing this, Lu Guangyi immediately adopted a more compliant attitude. Boss, please point out any areas where I require improvement. I shall certainly adhere to your guidance. Qing Chen paused for a moment in contemplation before suggesting, First, remove the gold bars affixed to your mechanical arms. Let us embrace simplicity. Very well. Without hesitation, Lu Guangyi promptly tore off the gold bars. These bars, slender and flat, could more aptly be described as golden threads rather than bars. Approximately 1 millimeter thick, 2 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters in length, they transformed the previously exquisite appearance of his mechanical arms into something more commonplace. Nodding in approval, Qing Chen stated, I shall safeguard your gold bars for the time being. Remember, discretion is paramount. Lu Guangyi did not dwell on this, as the common perception in the inner world was that those affiliated with the 5 major financial conglomerates lacked for nothing. After all, they were the ones who printed the currency. Rest well, Qing Chen remarked nonchalantly as he took the gold threads from Lu Guangyi's hands, rolled them into a compact ball, and tucked them into his pocket before departing. As Qing Chen's mind raced, he calculated that this amounted to approximately 2 cubic centimeters of gold. Given the standard density of gold at room temperature, which is 19.23, this equated to over 30 grams. What then? Is the current market price for gold in the outer world? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired, Is there anything else that requires your attention? After a moment's reflection, Qing Chen replied, Indeed. I have a plan that aims to ascertain a particular matter. Chapter 43, The Slayer, Revision, Countdown, 2000 hours. Early morning, Qing Chen emerged from the metallic gate, only to be met with the curious gazes of his fellow inmates, who appeared astonished by his reappearance after a 5-day absence. However, this time he chose not to traverse the corridor, but stood steadfastly in place, awaiting the prison's announcement. Subsequently, he descended with the line to partake in the meal. The prisoners quickly came to believe the rumors that had circulated a few days prior. The youth had angered Li Shutong, resulting in his confinement in a small dark room for several days, where he had endured some form of torment. Consequently, he had lost his previous privileges within the confines of prison number 18. Nevertheless, the inmates remained wary of provoking him. For while Li Shutong could afford to offend the Qing family, they could not. During mealtime, Lu Guangyi and Qing Chen seated themselves at a distance from Li Shutong. Qing Chen bowed his head, meticulously chewing his food, ensuring that each morsel was thoroughly broken down before swallowing. His stomach was particularly fragile at this moment, necessitating careful attention. Throughout the meal, he uttered not a word, leaving only an air of silence between him and Li Shutong, starkly contrasting what had seemed like camaraderie just days before, now rendered as strangers. At that moment, only Guahuchan maintained a carefree demeanor, unabashedly approaching Qing Chen with his tray. With a jovial tone, he inquired, What did you do to upset Li Shutong to the extent of enduring such treatment? Qing Chen lifted his gaze to him. Aren't you afraid of offending Li Shutong by sitting with me? Guo Chan replied nonchalantly. I fear not even the Spade Consortium. Why would I fear Li Shutong? Then why seek me out? Qing Chun expressed a lack of interest in Guo Chan, a boisterous man prone to making grand promises. I am unlike others. While they may value the esteemed Qings behind you, I cherish your capabilities instead. Guo Chan remarked earnestly, expressing his desire to invite such an ambitious individual as yourself. I am not interested, Qing Chun replied calmly, rising from his seat. He tossed his plate to Lu Guangyi for washing and solitary, made his way towards the reading area. After a few steps, he seemed to falter, collapsing to the ground. But fortunately, he managed to brace himself with his hands, avoiding embarrassment. Qing Chun stood and continued onward. Unbeknownst to him, 2 prisoners had stealthily trailed behind, now approaching him with a casual demeanor. The youth's gaze was clear yet imposing, as if he could see through them. The 2 prisoners paused momentarily, exchanging glances that hinted at a shared resolve. In an instant, each extracted a sharpened toothbrush handle from their belts and lunged towards Qing Chun. In his eyes, he observed the hydraulic actuators in their mechanical legs suddenly surge with power, steam erupting from their metallic limbs. This was not merely a physical reaction from their mechanical appendages. Rather, it was the air being compressed by the internal mechanisms of their limbs, instantly vaporizing the moisture within. Yet, just as they leapt towards him, their eyes closed in unison, and they succumbed to unconsciousness. Qing Chun stood aside, allowing the 2 to brush past him, their bodies tumbling across the ground multiple times before finally coming to a halt. They could not rise again. Their consciousness had been ensnared by Lin Xiaoxiao's nightmare. Qing Chun crouched beside them, observing, while Lu Guangyi approached and forcefully pried open their mouths, brutally extracting the molars of both individuals. The prisoners were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the rapid unfolding of events. They remained oblivious to why these 2 inmates had targeted Qing Chun, nor did they grasp how they had collapsed. Lu Guangyi held up a molar in his hand for Qing Chun to see. It was unmistakably a silver venom sac. In that instant, Qing Chun understood. The 3 deceased warriors had not come seeking Li Shutong. Their true aim was himself. The 2 warriors who had just arrived had entered 5 days prior, alongside the Sichuan native Jian Sheng. Initially, he had paid them little mind, yet on the 4th day in the dark chamber, as his solitude deepened, his mind became increasingly lucid, replaying every peculiar occurrence that had transpired. Thus, he had granted them an opportunity, a chance for them to strike when he was isolated and vulnerable, to ascertain precisely for whom these warriors were sent. Had they refrained from attacking, he would have exposed them, but their aggression immediately clarified the situation. Considering the timeline, the first batch of warriors had entered alongside him. Therefore, it was evident that from the very first day of his arrival, there were those intent on his demise. Had he not swiftly approached Li Shutong, instilling a sense of caution in his adversaries, he would have perished long ago. Who, then, harbored such murderous intent against him? Perhaps it was the other shadow candidates. It seemed that the contest among the shadows was far more perilous than he had envisioned. This dark race among 9 individuals was not merely a competition of who could execute their tasks more effectively, but rather, who could be more ruthless and decisive. At that moment, 4 mechanical jailers approached with synchronized precision. However, they did not trouble Qing Chun. Instead, they directly carried the 2 deceased warriors away. Qing Chun understood that they would face extraordinarily harsh interrogation and punishment, having just experienced it himself. Boss, what should we do now? Lu Guangyi inquired. We wait for them to speak, Qing Chun replied, exchanging a glance with Lin Xiaoxiao before making his way towards the reading area. As night fell, prison No. 18 returned to tranquility. While Qing Chun lay on his bunk, contemplating various matters, the alloy gate of his cell unexpectedly swung open. Rather than being surprised, he quietly stepped outside. Uncle Li, Yuan, and Lin Xiaoxiao were already waiting for him in the gym below. Uncle Li looked at Qing Chun and asked, Is there anything you wish to inquire? We can address other matters before our studies begin. Who wants to kill me? Qing Chun queried. We haven't managed to extract that information yet, Lin Xiaoxiao responded. These 2 had strong wills. They were able to keep their mouths shut even within the nightmare. Their mechanical limbs seem to have been specifically modified to prevent us from discovering their place of purchase or production. But rest assured, give me 7 days, and I will provide you with answers. Thank you, Qing Chun nodded. Uncle Li pondered briefly and remarked, ultimately, it is the younger generation of the Qing family vying for the shadow position. The path is fraught with danger, and you must be mentally prepared for it. Why is there such a fierce competition for the shadow position? Qing Chun asked, perplexed. Is it truly worth risking life and limb? Li Shutong smiled and remarked. It is unclear when the Qing family established the tradition that only those who have served as shadows can become the family head. Chapter 44. Breathing, Refinement. Only a shadow can ascend to become the family head? Qing Chen pondered, finding himself perplexed by the concept of the shadow struggle, which had eluded his understanding thus far. At long last, many of his questions could be addressed. Recognizing that he was not a denizen of the inner world, Li Shutong took on the role of a mentor to clarify. The Qing family has existed since the previous era of human civilization. In those times, shadows were mere expendables within the Qing conglomerate, typically chosen from the ranks of the unremarkable Qing offspring, wielding far less power than they do today. Shadows engaged in clandestine affairs and were ultimately discarded like pawns. Eventually, an exceptionally gifted shadow of the Qing family turned the tables. Henceforth, a new principle was instituted. All Qing family heads must be selected from among the shadows. For a true family leader must have witnessed the darkest facets of existence to possess the courage to confront the world. Furthermore, those who have served as shadows are never forsaken by the family in their twilight years. Qing Chen inquired, how many shadows have there been? He continued, in this era, medical advancements are quite remarkable, allowing a family head to live for over a century. Thus, when a head steps down, they must choose their successor from amongst several shadows they deem worthy. What becomes of the other shadows? Qing Chen asked. They relinquish power but may enjoy a peaceful retirement. Li Shutong replied, once one has been a shadow, they not only gain the right to become the family head, but also acquire a kind of immunity. I have always found this system rather peculiar. Since the esteemed ancestor of the Qing clan once served as a shadow and experienced its hardships, why did he establish such a peculiar system akin to nurturing venomous insects? Qing Chen pondered. The rule of 9 vying for position was not set by him, but by his son, who seemingly decided upon it because he had selected several inept shadows, leaving himself devoid of capable companions. Thus, he permitted those beneath him to compete, allowing the strongest to emerge victorious. Li Shutong elucidated. Did the ancestor of the Qing clan not hinder his son? Qing Chen inquired. Initially, the struggle for shadows was merely a matter of completing tasks, with the most capable emerging as the victor. Li Shutong responded. However, as nearly a millennium passed, the nature of this contest gradually changed, transforming into a struggle for survival where only those who could endure would assume the role of shadow. Qing Chen nodded. As this made logical sense, the ancestral family laws reflected idealism, yet all ideals inevitably decay over time. Nothing remains immutable, for human hearts are ever-changing. Subsequently, the tradition of this shadow contest persisted, with Li Shutong chuckling. Perhaps the heads of the Qing family understood that without ferocity, how could they establish themselves in this world? Indeed, Qing Chen nodded. Thus, I must be vigilant regarding my safety, as all 9 shadow candidates seek to eliminate one another. Indeed, Li Shutong nodded. To be candid, this has exceeded my expectations. I did not anticipate such swift attempts to eliminate others from the outset, as this has not occurred so quickly in the past. Unless, of course, someone perceives a threat emanating from you. Is it because I am closely associated with you? Qing Chen analyzed. No, before I even got to know you. The death soldiers had already accompanied me in. Without overthinking it, he would naturally understand with time. Li Shutong remarked with a smile. Can I withdraw from the Shadow War? Does joining the Knights conflict with the Qing family? Qing Chen inquired. There is no conflict. Li Shutong shook his head. But it is advisable to keep your membership in the Knights discreet. Haven't you noticed that I am confined here? Moving forward, I shall teach you in the dead of night, while during the day, it will be as it is now. As for whether you can withdraw from the Shadow War, that decision is not yours to make. Well, Qing Chen nodded, not one to shy away from challenges. Since he could not withdraw, he would engage with the other candidates. At that moment, prison number 18 felt particularly spacious, and Qing Chen found a sense of liberation. Li Shutong sat cross-legged on the ground. A large cat nestled against him in slumber, while Qing Chen mirrored his position opposite. Is there anything else you wish to ask? Li Shutong inquired. I see that the standard weaponry in this world still consists of firearms. Are there no more formidable weapons available? Qing Chen questioned. There are, though they are scarce. Li Shutong replied. There are small EMP grenades specifically designed for mechanical limbs, as well as special weapons mounted on such limbs. However, the corporate military predominantly relies on firearms, with ammunition primarily made of copper. Qing Chen was puzzled. Given that this world is supposedly advanced in technology, why do the weapons resemble those of the surface world? Li Shutong chuckled. Because, to take a life, a single bullet suffices. The phrase sufficient holds profound significance. It has been said online that the mirrors of the inner world lack the technological allure one might expect. Aside from their ability to defog, they offer no additional functions. This is simply because the purpose of a mirror is fundamentally uncomplicated. Complexity in technology does not necessarily translate to complexity in everyday objects. With that trifling matter addressed, let us turn to more significant issues, remarked Uncle Lee. Is that the longest path among all shortcuts in this world? Asked Qingchen. Indeed, nodded Uncle Lee. Extend your right hand. Qingchen laid his open palm before him, only to find Li Shutong suddenly gripping his wrist. The pulse ensnared by that grip felt as if it were bound by shackles. Qingchen was taken aback. Everything exhibited by the other party contravened the principles of biology. He sensed that with each breath he took, a torrent of fire surged down his throat, spreading throughout his lungs, the terrifying heat enveloping his entire being, followed by a heart-wrenching agony. It was not a genuine temperature, but rather an illusion wrought by inexplicable pain. Gradually, fiery patterns began to manifest on both of Qingchen's cheeks, the pain creeping along those markings and infiltrating his mind. He yearned to free his wrist from Li Shutong's grasp, yet Yuan, calm and composed, advised, endure it. Qingchen gradually settled into silence, ceasing his struggles, reminiscent of the ordeal he faced during his water torture the previous day. Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, "Do you recall what I once said? Only through enduring a life of suffering can one attain a higher state." Chapter 45, Confronting Pain, Revised, The Illusion of Burning. The boiling blood, the heartbeat like a drum. It felt to Qingchen as if the world was resonating with a profound sonority, the poignant lament of whales. The cataclysmic collapse of towering mountains and the overwhelming surge of tsunamis. His very existence seemed to be galvanized in tandem with these events. However, this searing sensation soon began to subside, and with each breath, the fiery on his and Li Shutong's faces remained, yet the air he inhaled transformed into a soothing zephyr, devoid of the preceding torment. Beside him, Lin Xiaoxiao interjected with a sudden reminder, "Safeguard your consciousness. The anguish you have forsaken will soon inundate your mind. All of it. Remember, it is all-encompassing. At that juncture, you will teeter on the brink of collapse, and if you fail to surmount this trial, no one can assist you." Qingchen's spirit was immediately fortified, for the suffering Lin Xiaoxiao spoke of surged into his consciousness, the frigid water coursing through his lungs during the waterboarding, akin to venomous saplings with icy tendrils embedding themselves within his pulmonary tissues, the parched desiccation within the dark cell, colliding with the agony of the preceding water torture. And the sun set on the day his mother departed, along with the image of her silhouette dragging a suitcase beneath the twilight sky. All of this assailed him like an inexorable tide, threatening to pulverize the seaside cliffs into fragmented rubble. The black waves, as fine and sharp as blades, emitted hollow howls and lamentations. Once more, he plunged into an ethereal, tenebrous ocean. From the abyss, a tender voice beckoned, "Come with mother." In the darkness, myriad tentacles sought to drag him into the chasm. Qingchen closed his eyes, feeling as though his very strength was being sapped away by those grasping appendages. The gentle voice echoed once more, "Xiao Chun, come with mother." As if only a fleeting moment had elapsed, he opened his eyes again. No wonder Li Shutong remarked that one cannot traverse his path without enduring that trial. It was all for this moment. Qingchen's breath resembled a fierce blaze. The future? The future is merely a continuation of the journey ahead. Beside him, Yuan and Lin Xiaoxiao's expressions shifted. They stood upright and exchanged a glance, seemingly astonished that Qingchen remained lucid until now. They had also endured such torment, and when anguish converges, they are acutely aware of the experience of their hearts beginning to crumble. Only those who have confronted every instance of suffering can traverse the chasm of self-reflection, severing their past from their future to march forward. Lin Xiaoxiao murmured, "Perhaps Qingchen possesses an extraordinary memory, which is why those pains have never escaped his mind." The human brain is equipped with a protective mechanism, compelling one to deliberately forget certain things to facilitate a more bearable existence. However, the state of hypermnesia endowed Qingchen with remarkable talent, yet also bestowed upon him boundless suffering. The agonies he has cyclically revisited over the years have long since become second nature to him. Qingchen was never a favored child of a sheltered existence. From an early age, he became a devotee of suffering. Furthermore, he had already traversed that abyss long ago. Li Shutong gradually released his grip, reflecting, "This trial turned out to be even smoother than I had envisioned." No one truly comprehends the intricacies of another's life, while one revels in their gifts. They may simultaneously bear burdens unknown. The fiery patterns on Qingqian's cheeks began to fade, and he inquired, "What is the purpose of this breathing technique?" He posed this question because he did not perceive any significant changes in his body. "I felt invigorated, unimaginably light, the weakness from the prior 4-day fast swiftly receding." However, no sooner had the words left his lips than Li Shutong observed the fiery on Qingqian's face, which was seated opposite him, no longer receding, but instead spreading once more. Li Shutong was, admittedly, somewhat helpless at this point. He had been guided by his teacher over 40 times before barely managing to memorize the breathing frequency, and even the slightest deviation was unacceptable. Yet, the young man before him had grasped it in a single attempt. Li Shutong then remarked, "Since I don't need to guide you through this, let's proceed directly to the legacy of the Knights. We can discuss the function of the breathing technique later, in its nascent stages." The Knights organization was founded when Rinhe discovered the secret of the genetic shackles. According to his summation, humanity possesses 8 genetic shackles, which unlock themselves upon the completion of 8 trials of life and death. Li Shutong continued, "In the earliest days, the Knights organization did not possess a breathing technique. You had to complete all 8 trials of life and death in one breath to be considered a qualified knight, with all 8 genetic shackles unlocking simultaneously upon your completion, transcending the ordinary. At that time, knights were abundant, but later they dwindled in number, not due to a lack of suitable candidates, but because one of the trials of life and death had to be completed in the sea, yet the entire ocean had become a forbidden zone. What was once a near-death experience had become a certain demise. With one less trial of life and death, the genetic shackles naturally could not be unlocked. However, Qingqian, the new leader of the knights at the time, was also exceptionally gifted, and he pioneered the breathing technique. The successor of the knight discovered that when confronting life and death trials, the 8 of breathing techniques allowed for the unlocking of a genetic seal upon the completion of each trial, rather than necessitating the completion of all trials in one breath. In accordance with the classification of levels in this realm, there exists 6 tiers: A, B, C, D, E, and F. Without the breathing technique, one must accomplish 8 life and death trials in a single breath to attain a rank. However, prior to achieving a rank, one is merely an ordinary individual. With the breathing technique, upon completing the first life and death trial, one ascends to F rank, and upon completing the 6th, one attains a rank. Qingqian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that extraordinary individuals in this world were categorized by levels of power. He suddenly inquired, "What is your rank, teacher?" Yuan interjected, "The boss is a demigod, holding S rank." This is because Uncle Li had already completed the 7th life and death trial, with only the final one remaining. But what is the remarkable nature of this breathing technique that facilitates the unlocking of genetic seals? Qingqian questioned. "You should be aware of endorphins," Uncle Li replied. Although Qingqian possessed an eidetic memory, he had not previously focused on this subject and could only respond based on his recollections, like dopamine. It is a secretion that provides pleasure. However, there is a distinction. Dopamine is released during activities such as gaming, winning the lottery, or gambling, while the exhilaration and relief following physical exertion are attributed to endorphins. Uncle Li shook his head, saying, "Such platitudes are often recited, yet dopamine does not directly induce happiness. It merely serves as a neurotransmitter responsible for transporting serotonin-like substances that can elicit joy. However, to speak plainly, it is not incorrect to say that dopamine provides pleasure. Yet one must grasp that it bequeaths not true joy, but rather an insatiable yearning for addiction." "And what of endorphins?" Qingqian inquired. Endorphins are substances that bring forth a bittersweet experience. They bind with the body's morphine receptors, serving a fundamental analgesic purpose. However, as Li Shutong elucidated, the venerable Qingqian conducted rigorous examinations and discovered that when knights surmounted life and death challenges, their bodies released a copious amount of endorphins. Thus, he posited that dopamine is a toxic allure that ensnares one in ephemeral pleasure, while the soothing endorphins are the keys that unlock the genetic code. Consequently, within the knightly organization, a new creed emerged. A life steeped in suffering is one of greater elevation. Chapter 46. Forbidden Substance, Revised. As Qingqian listened to Li Shutong recount the legacy of the knights, he could envision the forebears who had severed countless thorns to forge a new path. He inquired, "What is the relationship between the breathing technique and endorphins? How is it that employing breathing techniques can facilitate the premature unlocking of the genetic code? Are there other benefits as well?" Li Shutong replied, "Once you have completed your first life and death trial, I shall disclose the remaining benefits to you. Knowing them now would bear little significance. Is it not possible to inject endorphins directly? Qing Chen asked. Li Shutong chuckled softly, saying, we reside in an era where even love can be simulated with phenylethylamine chips. Yet you must understand that any reliance on external forces proves futile for us. There were predecessors who attempted to bypass the breathing technique by directly injecting endorphins. However, even after undergoing the trials of life and death, they failed to unlock the genetic seal. To this day, the secret of the genetic lock remains sacred and incompletely explored for the Knights. We can only adhere to the archaic rules, which is why I assert that this is the longest of all shortcuts in the mortal realm. The singular path to divinity lies solely in the arduous journey of suffering. Understood, Qing Chen remarked. What will transpire if I employ the breathing technique as an aid to complete all 8 trials of life and death? Completing 7 trials grants one the status of an S-class demigod. What then, for the 8th? This inquiry holds no significance, Li Shutong replied with a shake of his head. On the contrary, Qing Chen countered, gazing intently at him. For within the vast ocean of the outer world, there exists no forbidden territory. Li Shutong's expression shifted to one of astonishment for the first time. Indeed, in your realm, where there are no extraordinary beings, how could there be a forbidden land? Li Shutong pondered, realizing, hence, you may traverse all trials of life and death in another world. Li Shutong had been ensnared in the realm of demigods for an indeterminate duration, yet the 8th trial remained forever beyond his reach. For millennia, countless knights have found themselves trapped at this bottleneck, unable to advance further. Now, suddenly, there emerges a youth capable of fulfilling the unachievable aspirations of all predecessors. What are the forbidden lands and the forbidden objects? Qing Chen finally posed this question, observing her employer deep in contemplation. Yuan interjected to elucidate. The essence of both forbidden objects and forbidden land stems from the same source, extraordinary beings. Extraordinary beings? Qing Chen inquired. Indeed. Lin Xiao smiled and replied. When an extraordinary being meets an untimely demise, their formidable essence seeps into the earth, nourishing the creatures that dwell there, ants, centipedes, scorpions, and any insect that exists. It also enriches the flora and even the microorganisms thriving in that soil. Consequently, the denizens of those forsaken lands undergo evolution, transforming the land of death into a realm of taboo. The ocean of the inner world is terrifying precisely because a whale evolved from a transcendent species, aged and succumbed to illness, its blood and flesh saturating the entire expanse of the sea. The Lu Island Consortium once captured footage of it. They developed an unmanned submarine to explore the ocean, but before it was obliterated by the dread marine creatures of the New Order, they managed to film a colossal whale skeleton on the seabed, Lin Xiao elucidated. Qing Chen, intrigued, asked, how large was that whale skeleton? Lin Xiao hesitated. It was truly immense. Speak plainly, Qing Chen said, his expression darkening. The unmanned submarine filmed it from over 300 meters away, yet even at that distance, its head could not be fully captured within the frame, Lin Xiao explained. Qing Chen marveled. It was indeed immense. Thereafter, humanity on land never entertained the thought of venturing out to sea again. What, then, is this taboo object? Qing Chen queried. A taboo object is something that exudes from an extraordinary being after their death, a span ranging from over a decade to a century. It either possesses their extraordinary abilities from life or embodies their lingering obsessions, Lin Xiao clarified. Could you provide a few examples? Qing Chen asked. Gold coins. Yes, the trunk of the vehicle is brimming with gold coins. Numerous factions favor utilizing it for smuggling goods, though locating it proves to be a formidable challenge. What if we were to steal its gold? Qing Chen inquired. He nodded thoughtfully. There exist certain forbidden objects that bear no connection to the abilities of the extraordinary. And they may even be enigmatic entities endowed with infinite life, Lin Xiao continued. If you possess a means to contain it, then perhaps it will serve you. But what if there is no way to contain it? It could become exceedingly perilous. At that moment, Li Shutong seemed to have reached a revelation, rising to declare. In the face of forbidden objects and their sacred grounds, we are akin to hunters lost within a forest, wielding a long sword. Fully cognizant of the ferocious beasts that dwell therein, and understanding that these beasts are manifold. They not only contain the forbidden objects, but also harbor those extraordinary beings that may give rise to such objects. For they do not desire the beasts to proliferate to a point where humanity could be obliterated. Qing Chen appeared contemplative. Li Shutong gazed at him and said, From this day forth, Yuan will instruct you in combat techniques, enhance your physical prowess, and impart the skills necessary for the 8 challenges. I envy your existence in the surface world, yet that is inconsequential. What truly matters is that perhaps you hold the power to transform an era. Let us commence. I can hardly await the day of its fruition. With that, Li Shutong departed. The eerie 18th prison felt foreboding in the darkness, yet Qing Chen suddenly realized that. In contrast to the sun-drenched surface world, he found himself genuinely preferring this place. Despite being confined, he sensed a profound sense of hope and freedom. Chapter 47, Family Visitation, Revised. The training commenced without any forewarning. Yuan produced a temperature-controlled lunchbox, adorned with an LED display that indicated the internal temperature, along with options for heating, humidifying, air frying, and cooking rice. Qing Chun mused to himself, "Isn't this essentially a rice cooker that operates without a power cord?" It appears that there is indeed a Yunlu Tower near the prison. Yuan opened the lunchbox, revealing an impressively arranged array of beef slices. "Eat," she instructed. "Aren't we supposed to train? Wouldn't eating now be detrimental to the stomach?" Qing Chen inquired. "When practicing breath techniques, if you do not eat, your body will deteriorate due to excessive consumption of energy," Yuan elucidated. Suddenly, Qing Chen posed a question. "Wait a moment. When I utilize the breath technique, I distinctly sense an inexplicable energy coursing through my body. It seems to offer no tangible benefits, yet I feel I can exert control over it." Yuan shook her head. "I cannot clarify that. You may inquire with the boss." "All right," Qing Chen replied, refraining from further questions. The following morning, the countdown read 2020-00. Lin Xiaoxiao, seated at the table, queried Yuan, "How did the training progress last night?" Typically, one would struggle to endure such intense training at the outset. How late did he manage to train? Yuan cast him a glance. At full capacity. He practiced from 11 p.m. until 3 a.m. Wait a moment. Looking at him, he seems like someone who has never trained before. How could he last until 3 a.m.? Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "Yima, please do not work him to death. With the art of breath control, what is there to fear?" Yuan shook her head, stating, "Before the training commenced, I had him consume an entire box of beef, which he has since expended entirely during the training. The boss specifically instructed this, so rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. For an ordinary individual, commencing high-intensity training on the first day with such a regimen would likely lead to failure, possibly even resulting in rhabdomyolysis. Despite possessing the art of breath control, fatigue would still claim him," Lin Xiaoxiao muttered. Yuan shook her head once more. It is as if he can sever the connection between body and spirit, solely fixating on the training objectives, indifferent to the exhaustion of his body. Such a phenomenon is unprecedented in my experience. At that moment, the 18th prison had reached the hour for breakfast, and the metallic gate swung open with a resounding clatter. Qing Chen stood obediently in line, still devoid of any privileges. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced towards Qing Chen and was astonished to find him radiating vitality. The after-effects of 4 days of fasting seemingly vanished. Turning to Li Shutong, he inquired, "Boss, is the art of breath control truly so remarkable? Perhaps you could allow me to try it again tonight? I feel I might still be salvageable." Li Shutong, his gaze fixed on the chessboard, replied without lifting his head, "When I offered you the chance to try again back then, you hesitated. Now it is too late. You are simply too old." "I am merely 27, Lin Xiaoxiao protested. "The longer one lives, the more burdens they bear," Li Shutong remarked. "After surpassing the age of 20, one encounters increasingly more worldly sufferings. The use of breath control cannot help one surpass the trials of conscience. In our youth, we believed our struggles were significant, yet adulthood reveals that such pains are of an entirely different nature." As the conversation continued, the intercom unexpectedly blared within the confines of prison number 18. "Inmate number 010101. Inmate number 002199, and others. Please proceed to the visitation area accompanied by guard number 03. The number 010101 belonged to Qing Chen. He was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time during his lengthy stay in this world that he had received a visitor. So much so that he had forgotten the existence of familial visits within the prison. Luo Guangyi, seated opposite him, remarked, "Boss, today is family visitation day. It must be Qing Yan who has come." With a nod, Qing Chun rose to his feet. He followed over 80 inmates, forming a queue as they passed through the massive alloy gates and traversed the long corridor. The corridor's walls were also constructed of metal, with 2 white lights adorning the ceiling, creating the illusion of walking through a time-space tunnel. Along the way, one inmate teased another, Han Linshan. Your sister is here to see you again. Be sure to ask her for a photograph. I could use it tonight. The inmate named Han Linshan responded with an expletive. Had it not been visitation time, a fight would surely have ensued. The other inmates were raucous, yet Qing Chun remained composed and silent. No one dared to jest with him, and those behind him intentionally kept their distance. Upon arriving at the solitary visitation room, Qing Chun pushed open the door to find a girl of 17 or 18 seated inside. Though her appearance was not striking, there was an inexplicable freshness about her. She wore formal attire on her upper body, paired with a knee-length skirt, presenting an air of utmost seriousness for this meeting. However, the girl seemed unaccustomed to wearing such attire, which rendered her somewhat restless. Qing Chun observed her closely. A small mole graced the side of her nose, and her complexion bore no trace of makeup. Once seated, the girl refrained from meeting Qing Chun's gaze, casting furtive glances occasionally, yet she remained silent. An air of quietude enveloped them. Qing Chun hesitated, fearing that his identity as a time traveler might be disclosed, he momentarily faltered in his inquiry. But it was evident that she was not Qing Yan, for Qing Yan was male. Shindaikuan, I am your fiancé, my name is Shindaikuan. Qing Chun found himself at a loss for words. The girl too fell silent. Qing Chun remained uncertain of her intentions. This was evidently their first encounter. Only when visiting hours concluded did Shindaikuan whisper softly. Sitting so quietly seems pleasant, yet this boy's silence is truly captivating. What? Qing Chun queried, puzzled. The girl smiled gently. It's nothing. Chapter 48, Cyber City, revised. Upon returning to prison number 18, Lu Guangyi approached with an inquiry. Boss, did Qing Yan say anything? Realizing it was not Qing Yan, Qing Chun shook his head. Continue with my plan. Lu Guangyi quietly asked, have you truly fallen out with Uncle Li? Qing Chun glanced at him. Indeed, we have parted ways. But we never intended to rely on external forces for our mission, did we? Exactly, Lu Guangyi affirmed. You still have me, boss. As night falls, the countdown reads 5:59. 59 in the 7th district of City 18. Jiang Shui strolls slowly through the city illuminated by vibrant lights, and for someone like her, who exists in the realm of the extraordinary, this place resembles an immense labyrinth. When she gazes upward into the sky, what greets her is not the haze, the azure expanse, or the cotton-like clouds, but rather a towering, uneven congregation of steel edifices. Suddenly, a mechanical dolphin materializes in the sky, as if it has breached the surface from the depths of the ocean. As it glides gracefully past the buildings, its tail flicks, sending forth a holographic splash of cerulean waves. For those witnessing this spectacle for the first time, instinct would compel them to shield their heads, fearing the droplets might fall upon them. Yet, after descending more than 10 meters, the waves transform into resplendent fireworks, dissipating into the air. It is only at this moment that the sky reveals an ethereal and dazzling advertisement. Yuzu Mobile, providing you with the finest holographic communication experience. Between the towering structures, countless sky bridges intertwine, resembling strands of rope binding the edifices together from the ground. As Jiang Shui continues her journey, she brushes past innumerable inhabitants of this world, and upon noticing the auspicious cloud emblem on her chest, they instinctively part to clear her path. The auspicious cloud, a symbol of the Li family. She steps into an elevator of a building and presses the button for the 32nd floor. The transparent elevator ascends rapidly, and as she turns to gaze outside, one building after another appears and vanishes. Occasionally, hovering vehicles whiz past in the air, their destinations unknown. The sleek silver vehicles boast streamlined designs, with what should have been wheels replaced by jet turbines, expelling blue flames. With a soft chime, the elevator reached the 32nd floor. Jiang Shui stepped out and made her way across a spacious sky plaza toward the first floor of the Cloud Mist building, where her clinic was situated. The city was a labyrinth of towering structures, where ascending to the 100th floor might merely bring one to the ground level of a particular edifice. However, before she could enter the building, she was intercepted at the entrance. Hello, Miss Jiang Shui. The speaker was clad in a meticulously tailored suit, with an elegant golden tie clip adorned with a cloud motif. Furthermore, two individuals stood behind him, each holding a black sealed case. Hello. Is there something I can assist you with? Jiang Shui inquired, her voice barely above a whisper. The more she listened, the more she sensed something amiss. The time travelers of the outer world often spoke of the terrifying power of the conglomerates, yet she found the company to be remarkably benevolent. Not only investing funds, but also generously providing mechanical limbs and securing the finest experts for her training. As if they were aware of her unfamiliarity with the installation of such devices, doubt began to creep into her mind. Suddenly, a member of the Lee family spoke up. 2 years ago, you inadvertently assisted a middle-aged woman who is a member of our Lee consortium. She has been searching for you for 2 years and has only recently discovered your whereabouts. Hence, this is her offering. Jiang Shui nodded, somewhat confused. Oh, I see. As for whether she had indeed helped anyone 2 years prior, she had no recollection. This was precisely the advantage that Li Tongyun had exploited, as she understood Jiang Shui's amnesia regarding her past. Moreover, she was acutely aware that even if Jiang Shui's mother felt bewildered, she would not dare to inquire further, thus distancing herself from the situation. At this moment, Jiang Shui no longer harbored any doubts and joyfully accepted the generous gift from the Li family, these 2 mechanical arms. A member of the Li family elaborated, stating that these were the most advanced products available on the market, equipped not only with high-energy weaponry, but also boasting exceptional endurance. With a neural connection synchronization rate of up to 97. Thank you. I am truly grateful, Jiang Shui exclaimed, her delight intensifying. In the next instant, the Li family member suddenly remarked, there is one more thing. Huh? Jiang Shui responded, puzzled. A lady asked me to convey to you that you are a very kind person and she appreciates you. You make delicious tomato and egg dishes, and your sweet and sour ribs are quite commendable. You will undoubtedly be a very capable mother in the future. Please do not feel inferior or timid. You deserve a better life. Jiang Shui was left speechless. What on earth is this nonsense? In truth, these were the sentiments that Xiao Tongyun wished to express to her mother, albeit in a jumbled manner, without having fully formulated her thoughts. Were she not afraid of revealing her identity, she might have directly instructed the Li family member to tell Jiang Shui, please treat your daughter kindly. Do not hit her. Do not force her to attend school. Do not compel her to complete homework, and refrain from enrolling her in tutoring classes. However, such words could not be uttered now. It was necessary to proceed gradually. The countdown read 0:30, 00, with merely half an hour remaining. In the gym area, Yuan was guiding Qing Chun through a series of 6 training exercises designed to enhance his core explosive strength. Following the core strength training, targeted exercises for cardiovascular function would ensue. The night was long, and the training was arduous. At that moment, Li Shutong suddenly appeared in the fitness area. He gazed at Qi and inquired, are you about to return to the world of performance soon? Qi nodded and replied, yes, teacher. Is there something you need? Li Shutong responded, I wish to witness the crossing into another world firsthand. Perhaps I might uncover some hidden truths. Qi, drenched in sweat, felt the weight of his exertion. Yuan had brought him supplements and beef to sustain him during his training. It must be said that while the breathing technique proved effective, the toll it took on his energy was immense. After a brief interval without sustenance, Qi felt an overwhelming hunger. Like a glutton, he consumed voraciously and trained relentlessly. In that moment, Qi noticed a flicker of hesitation in Li Shutong's expression. Curiously, he asked, is there anything else, teacher? Li Shutong pondered for a moment before saying, could you bring me several more chess endgame studies? Qi was taken aback for a couple of seconds, then chuckled, of course. At that instant, he sensed a shift in Li Shutong's demeanor, as the air of authority he usually exuded softened, revealing a more human essence. Under the watchful eyes of Yuan and Li Shutong, Qi placed the USB drive in his mouth. Then, an idea struck him, and he retrieved a crumpled gold bar from his pocket. Yuan exclaimed, what happened to the gold bar on your arm? Li Shutong remained silent. In an instant, the fiery patterns on Qi cheek spread toward his ears, as the energy that once coursed through him enveloped the gold bar in his hand under his will. A look of astonishment appeared on Li Shutong's face as the countdown reached 10. Darkness enveloped the world. Chapter 49, The Scapegoat, Lu Dezuzu, revised. As the darkness dissipated, a fleeting second apart made him yearn for the eerie prison once more. Qi expelled the USB drive from his mouth and glanced at his palm, astonished to find the golden orb, which should have remained in the inner world, still resting in his hand. This delightful revelation signified that he possessed an advantage over others when traversing between the inner and outer realms. Qi cast a glance at his arm. The countdown stood at 168, 0000. Another 7 days awaited him. He was uncertain. Qi smiled. Instead of succumbing to sleep, he adhered to the training regimen imparted by Yuan. Self-discipline was the truest form of freedom. Drawing in a deep breath, he resumed the peculiar breathing rhythm, causing the fiery patterns on his cheeks to bloom once more. Suddenly, he realized he had overlooked something of great importance. After completing his training, Qingchen sat on the ground, sipping water while allowing his sweat to cascade down. A quiet murmured phrase in Japanese from the other party lingered in his mind, suggesting a wealth of concealed information. It was akin to when one travels to a place, and the locals, wishing to insult you, resort to a dialect you cannot comprehend. Soon, subtitles appeared on the translation software. Sitting here so quietly seems rather pleasant. The silence of this youth is truly captivating. Qingchen was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? Was this an emissary from the realm of time? Or did the Kamishiro family still retain their heritage of the Japanese language? Yet if they were indeed time travelers, how could one explain their fluency in Mandarin? Few inhabitants of the island nations can speak Mandarin so fluently, I fear. How curious. The following morning, upon awakening, Qingchen noticed his phone incessantly flashing with WeChat messages. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Nanjingchen. Qingchen, Qingchen, Qingchen. Do you know how remarkable Lu Dezuzu from our neighboring class is? Qingchen furrowed his brow. What do you mean? You must come to school, Nanjingchen urged. Dressing in his blue and white school uniform, Qingchen hurried to school. Before leaving, he glanced in the mirror and was relieved to see that the after-effects of his fasting for several days had vanished. Upon his arrival at school, he spotted Nanjingchen's diminutive figure struggling to greet him amidst the throng, standing on tiptoe and stretching his arms. Qingchen squeezed through the crowd and quietly inquired, "What has happened?" "Look at the trending topics," Nanjingchen replied, opening Weibo for him to see. What he beheld left him astounded. A man from Chuan Prefecture, Jian, had traveled to Luocheng on a business trip and inadvertently became a time traveler, finding himself in the number 18 prison of the underworld. Recognized as a time traveler, he was confined in a hidden solitary cell. For 7 days, he had been imprisoned. According to Jian, a time traveler had already emerged as a significant figure within the number 18 prison, possessing the ability to enter and exit freely, commanding extraordinary individuals to serve him. Jian hoped to locate this time traveler, willing to negotiate or pay, in hopes that the individual could persuade the authorities of the number 18 prison to release him. One cannot help but remark upon the misfortunes of Lu Dezuzu and Jian Shang, while others bask in the vibrant lives of time travelers, immersing themselves in the holographic displays of the city and navigating the cybernetic metropolis. These two find themselves confined to a prison, a fate far less enviable. At this moment, Qingchen suddenly comprehended why a gathering had formed before Lu Dezuzu's class. When classmates inquired later, Lu Dezuzu maintained an air of inscrutability, offering no explanation, implying that it was a matter of confidentiality, best left unasked. The more he refrained from elaboration, the more fervently others indulged in speculation. Consequently, many began to believe that Lu Dezuzu was on the cusp of inheriting the legacy of Li Shetong, poised to ascend to the ranks of the extraordinary. Following the emergence of Jian Shang's predicament, upon seeing the trending topic on Weibo, classmates immediately thought of Lu Dezuzu. In their collective understanding, the only time traveler within the confines of prison number 18 was none other than Lu Dezuzu himself. Initially, Jian Shang's trending topic languished in the 40th position, but with this revelation, it surged into the top 10 within a mere 3 minutes, continuing its ascent. Now, nearly everyone who encountered this trending topic, along with its comments, firmly believed that Lu Dezuzu was indeed the enigmatic figure Jian Shang had alluded to. As whispers circulated among the crowd, Lu Dezuzu ascended the stairs with his backpack. Upon turning into the corridor and confronting the throng before him, he was momentarily taken aback, his face paling. "What is going on?" he inquired. "Haven't you seen the trending topic? If not, at least check your phone," urged a classmate. "There is someone named Jian Xing who claims to have seen you in prison number 18. Hoping you could speak to Li Shetong on his behalf to secure his release from solitary confinement." He hastily opened his phone to check the trending topics. Yet the more he read, the more he felt something was amiss. According to Jian Shang, that enigmatic magnate had previously visited the individual in question and posed several inquiries. However, that person was not himself. Thus, aside from himself and Jian Shang, there was a third time traveler incarcerated in cell 18. And that individual was indeed a genuine powerhouse, while he was merely a scapegoat. He desperately wished to implore this illustrious figure to release both himself and Jian Shang. Tears welled up in Lu Dezu's heart. At that moment, he wished to deny his identity, for the situation had escalated. Lu Dezu attempted to assert, "The person Jian Xing referred to is not me. There is another." A classmate questioned, "Earlier, when asked if there were other time travelers in cell 18, you said there were none." Lu Dizhu. Qingchen chuckled. Having someone draw attention to him was not unwelcome. At that moment, for news vehicles approached outside the foreign language school of Luo City, and as reporters disembarked, they rushed towards the school. The two security guards at the entrance tried to stop them, but they were utterly ineffective. Time travelers bore identical appearances in the outer world. Once they had appeared on television, they would be remembered. Chapter 50, The Ruthless Bandit, revised. Why are you leaving? I want to hear what Lu Dizhu has to say. Nan Gengchen murmured. Qingchen glanced at him. Are you a time traveler? If not, listening would be of no consequence. Nan Gengchen was momentarily taken aback, but this is first-hand information from the inner world. What if you? We could use it when we travel through time in the future? Not interested, Qingchen replied nonchalantly. Traversing dimensions is indeed fascinating. South Gengchen remarked. If we were to both traverse into the inner world, we could become extraordinary beings. Or perhaps even modify our bodies with mechanical limbs to transform into superhumans. At that point, we could form an alliance of paternal sorrows, which sounds exhilarating. Qingchen. The reporter was ultimately obstructed by a group of teachers at the entrance. A school is a sanctuary for learning, and it cannot be permitted for outsiders to disrupt its sanctity. He seized a student on the playground and inquired, how does one find class 4 of the second year? The student, taken aback by the local dialect, nonetheless offered directions. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude and made his way to the classroom. Standing at the door of class 4, he asked, why is it that no one remains? The students at the entrance took a moment to respond. Are you referring to Lu Dizhu? Yes, Lu Dizhu. Jian Sheng exclaimed, slapping his forehead. One of the students pointed him out, and upon realizing it, Lu Dizhu felt a sudden urge to flee. Jian Sheng rushed forward, grasping him and urgently stating, I know you were quite formidable in prison number 18. Even the interrogation of that extraordinary being was conducted under your supervision. So your standing must be quite elevated. Lu Dizhu, in a state of panic, protested, it's not me. You've mistaken the person. Fear not, my dear. I shall not let you slip away. Jian Sheng's words were abruptly cut short as two teachers, who had just arrived, pulled him out of the classroom. I will pay you. At this moment, Lu Dizhu was on the verge of collapse. He had never anticipated that a single lie of his could unravel such a cascade of events. Yet, a pressing question loomed. Who is the third time traveler in prison number 18? At this very moment, Qingchen sat in the classroom, seemingly detached from the clamor outside. He observed Nan Gengchen retrieving a computer programming textbook and inquired, what brings this on so suddenly? Nothing in particular. Nan Gengchen replied, I simply wish to acquire a skill. What do you think about getting closer to Lu Dizhu? If we cultivate a good relationship, we might reap significant benefits in the inner world. However, at that instant, he suddenly bowed his head, lost in thought. He was well aware that Lu Dizhu was a fraud, yet others remained oblivious. With the number of time travelers across the nation likely exceeding 10,000, could it be that someone might be lured to Luocheng by Lu Dizhu's identity? Strange, given the gravity of today's events. Why had the Kunlun organization yet to make an appearance? Was it possible that Li Shudong's legacy lacked the gravity to attract attention? Surely not. There was undoubtedly something amiss. As the evening progressed, and it was time for the night study session, Qingchen had yet to catch a glimpse of Kunlun. A persistent feeling of impending events lingered, though he could not ascertain their nature. At 9:20 p.m., students from the second and third years of Luocheng Foreign Language School poured out of the institution. The nighttime campus, illuminated by the soft glow of street lamps, possessed a unique beauty. Clad in their uniforms, the students strolled along the paths, engaged in lively conversations, while peers on bicycles bid farewell before vanishing into the darkness. A group of girls led the way, with infatuated boys trailing behind, playfully jostling with friends in an attempt to capture their attention. This seemed to embody the essence of youth. At this moment, Lu Dizhu bid farewell to his classmates and pushed his bicycle out of the shed, heading towards Xinglong Garden. As he passed Huanghe Road, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Noticing a black business vehicle rapidly approaching him from the side, he turned his head for a fleeting glance and was taken aback to see that the front passengers wore sunglasses, with the one in the passenger seat turning to gaze at him. A wave of dread washed over Lu Dizhu, just as they were about to enter an unmonitored overpass. The driver of the black vehicle abruptly maneuvered the car towards Lu Dizhu, attempting to collide with him. He hurriedly swerved onto the sidewalk, but to his horror, the black business vehicle veered onto the pavement, striking both him and his bicycle. The air was filled with the shrill sound of tires screeching against the ground, accompanied by Lu Dizhu's anguished cry. The black vehicle came to a slanted stop against the curb, and a cold voice emerged from within. Quickly resolve this, take him away. Two figures, clad in sunglasses, leapt from the vehicle, advancing towards Lu Dizhu's with relentless determination. Their fierce demeanor resembled that of thugs from a Hong Kong action film. Most alarmingly, Lu Dizhu's discerned that both individuals were equipped with mechanical limbs. Help! Lu Dizhu screamed in sheer terror. In an instant, a blinding beam of high beams illuminated the scene, casting light upon all present. The roar of an approaching engine echoed like thunder, reminiscent of a steel beast charging forth on the concrete pavement. With a thundering crash, a black SUV violently collided with the rear flank of the black business vehicle, sending it tumbling away. The two ruthless assailants who had disembarked earlier changed their expressions dramatically and immediately lunged towards the black SUV. Their mechanical arms unfurled, revealing two long blades. However, before they could reach the vehicle, a shadowy figure leapt down from a 6-meter-high overpass. Someone had been waiting here all along. The figure descended with remarkable speed, landing directly atop the two assailants. With legs forged from steel, it forcefully pressed down on their shoulders, pinning them to the ground. Blue sparks danced as the mechanical limbs of the thugs shattered, exposing the electronic components within. The descending figure turned to Lu Dizhu's and inquired, "Are you all right?" "Greetings. We meet for the first time. I am Zheng Yuandong, the head of Kunlun." Chapter 51. Unspoken Understanding. Revised. Lu Dizhu sat dazed on the ground. Noticing his silence, Zheng Yuandong turned and approached the overturned black vehicle. From the void, he drew a black long knife and effortlessly sliced through the car's body. The steel frame melted away as if it were wax meeting a searing flame. In the midst of this action, several more black SUVs encircled the area, and Lu Yuan leapt from one of the vehicles, exclaiming, "Boss, I didn't expect your prediction about the attack's location to be accurate." Zheng Yuandong surveyed the four unconscious individuals inside the business vehicle and nodded slightly at Lu Yuan. Lu Wenqin, Xian Qiuzhe, Cui Chang, Wang Hani, all registered. It seems Lu Wenqin was the one who brought them together. Call for assistance to tow the vehicle and expedite their removal. As the head of Kunlun spoke, he appeared to possess considerable knowledge about the individuals, even identifying the mastermind among them. Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded. There seems to be an increasing number of such individuals lately. Perhaps we could assimilate more time travelers? Zheng Yuandong shook his head, asserting, the purity of the organization and the significance of belief far outweigh mere strength. At the very least, the strength acquired through blind expansion is not what Kunlun should aspire to. In fact, as Qing Chun had suspected, it was rather peculiar that Kunlun did not make an appearance when a significant time traveler like Lu Dizhu emerged. They should have at least inquired about the situation. However, Kunlun failed to do so. Upon receiving the news, they recognized Lu Dizhu's importance, and Zheng Yuandong understood that other time travelers would inevitably covet Lu Dizhu. Who is Li Shutong? He is the contemporary leader of the Knights organization, a figure whom even Li Dongza of the Hung Society refers to as boss. How challenging it is to approach such a person in the inner world. It is akin to scaling the heavens. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding regarding the inner world would likely acknowledge Lu Dizhu's value. At that moment, a Kunlun member was examining Lu Dizhu for injuries. Zheng Yuandong inquired, "Is he injured?" "That's good," Zheng Yuandong remarked. Turning to Lu Dizhu, "There is no need for fear. We are here specifically to protect you tonight, and we will provide you with around-the-clock protection." Lu Dizhu, in a state of panic, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Zheng Yuandong nodded. "No need for thanks. It is best for you to exercise caution as well. Should anything unusual arise, please do not hesitate to contact us. I have already provided you with the phone number." Soon after, a tow truck and police vehicles arrived, all attending to the scene. Lu Dizhu stood, watching the retreating silhouette of the off-road vehicle, momentarily stunned. Just like that, they left. The other party did not inquire further, nor did they attempt to win him over. Why is that? In the distance, on a black SUV heading towards the Kunlun headquarters, Zheng Yuandong suddenly asked Lu Yuan, "Do you find this somewhat peculiar?" "What seems strange, boss?" Lu Yuan inquired. "This student possesses neither courage nor the most fundamental awareness. How can someone like this be valued by Li Shutong?" Zheng Yuandong expressed his bewilderment. "Perhaps Li Shutong does not hold him in high regard," Lu Yuan suggested tentatively. "Unlikely. According to Jin Sheng, even extraordinary individuals serve that enigmatic time traveler. Therefore, it stands to reason that this person has indeed garnered Li Shutong's esteem," Zheng Yuandong replied, shaking his head. "I suspect there is a third time traveler in prison, no?" 18. Yet this does not align with the information we have received. We shall observe further. Answers will eventually emerge. Boss, are you not considering bringing Lu Diju into Kunlun? Lu Yuan asked. Zheng Yuandong slowly responded. He is not suitable. Lu Yuan seemed to recall something. By the way, boss, He Jinka proposed holding a meeting next month. Zheng Yuandong shook his head. Let us set that matter aside for now. At 10 p.m. that night, Qingshan began his training at home, even extending his training time by an hour. However, one notable difference was that in prison, he had access to ample beef and eggs. Yet upon returning to the material world, it was a different story. He could not afford such luxuries. Just as he was drenched in sweat, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Rising to open it, he was greeted by Li Tongyun, who was carrying a plate of dumplings. And Qingshan could even catch a whiff of the fragrant chives and eggs within. Li Tongyun, with a gentle demeanor, said, Chichen Gich. This is freshly fried by my mother. She asked me to bring it to you. Thank you, Qingshan replied, declining to be overly courteous this time. As Li Tongyun turned to ascend the stairs, Qingshan inquired, You are quite clever, aren't you? You grasp what I am alluding to. Slowly, Li Tongyun pivoted back. Donning a red and white dress, and with a sweet smile, she asked, Qingshan Gij, you are a time traveler too, aren't you? On what basis? Qingshan chuckled in response. Li Tongyun lowered her voice and said, Because on the day my mother scolded my father, you took me inside and hid behind the curtains, secretly observing the people from Kunlun. You have seen them, and were evading them. It was not that he was dim-witted, rather. He had not previously realized that this young girl, raised in a similar family environment, possessed a precocious and astute heart. Who would idly suspect a child? Yet, he was already aware of her identity, while she found it challenging to discern his. The two, one large and one small, exchanged a knowing smile, seemingly reaching an unspoken understanding. Chapter 52. The Transfer Student, revised, the following day, as Qingshan stepped outside. He was taken aback to find the door of room 102 across the street wide open, revealing a space covered in protective plastic sheeting. Inside, a group of workers was renovating the floors and walls, their attire impeccably coordinated, with Sanji decoration emblazoned on the backs of their uniforms. He approached one of the workers and inquired, What is happening here? The worker glanced at him and replied with a smile, We are moving. Qingshan, maintaining an air of nonchalance, further asked, What about the owner? Since we are practically neighbors, I would like to extend a greeting. Qingshan felt a sense of bewilderment. It had been quite some time since anyone resided in Unit 102 across the hall. So how was it that new neighbors had suddenly appeared? Not only Unit 102, but he also perceived commotion coming from above. Ascending the stairs, he was astonished to discover that Unit 202 was undergoing renovations as well. What was going on? Were two new households arriving all at once? This was evidently unusual. However, all he encountered were moving workers. He had yet to catch a glimpse of the homeowners. Outside the corridor, individuals were unloading furniture and everyday items from a truck. He observed that those possessions were meticulously organized into cloth bags, categorized into fragile items, books, clothing, and a myriad of other types. Moreover, each box was encased in a dust cover. In an instant, he surmised that the newcomers were undoubtedly affluent. He glanced back at his own dilapidated building, then returned his gaze to the opulent moving scene before him. Would the wealthy truly choose to relocate here? What a ludicrous thought. Everything before him felt starkly incongruous with his own living conditions. Although the unit across from his differed in layout, it barely measured 92 square meters. And with its aging structure, even a heavy appliance could cause a power outage. The wealthy would have to be mad to choose to live in such a place. Unless, perhaps, they had ulterior motives, such as matters concerning the inner world. They must be here for Jiang Shui. At that moment, Jiang Shui stepped out with Li Tongyun, exchanging a glance. As Qingshan cautioned, Aunt Jiang, please be careful. Jiang Shui nodded in acknowledgement. Once Qingshan arrived at school, he passed by Lu Dizu's classroom nonchalantly. However, he was momentarily taken aback, noticing the other party sitting languidly in the classroom, their arms and face adorned with bandages. QNGCH and instinctively opened the trending topics, discovering that the incident involving Li DZH had ascended to the 13th position on the hot search list. The trending news featured not only photographs of Li DZH's injuries, but also speculative commentary from reporters. The location of the photography appeared to be at the school's entrance, and judging by the angle, it seemed the photographer must have been crouched within the greenery across the street. Such is the nature of paparazzi. QNGCH and never anticipated that the incident of traversing dimensions would garner enough attention to stir the interest of paparazzi. It is understandable, they chase after newsworthy events, flocking to wherever the heat is. Once they capture the material, it can be resold to marketing accounts in an instant. And now, what could possibly attract more attention than time travelers? Even celebrities and internet influencers pale in comparison beneath this trending topic. Another piece of news caught HCOXIO's latest strategy guide. This time, the background remained entirely black, accompanied solely by subtitles and a male voice. Today, I present an introduction to the Forbidden Lands dungeon. Currently, it is known that there are a total of 139 Forbidden Lands scattered across the wilderness, and of course, there are newly formed Forbidden Lands that have yet to be recorded in official documentation. Investigations suggest that the formation of the Forbidden Lands is intricately linked to the extraordinary beings within the realm. In this world, many advanced biotechnologies and genetic technologies have achieved breakthrough advancements through samples obtained from the Forbidden Lands. Those who successfully navigate the Forbidden Lands dungeon may find themselves rewarded with substantial monetary gains from the consortium. The Forbidden Land dungeon is exceedingly perilous, with certain instances housing formidable bosses. Here, He Xiaoxiao warmly advises everyone to harmonize their professions and assemble a team for the expedition. Qing Chun, look, said his deskmate, Nan Gingchen, as he nudged his arm. As Qing Chun lifted his gaze, the gentle morning sunlight streamed through the classroom door, illuminating two unfamiliar girls standing outside. Both girls were of similar height, their long, slightly curled hair glistening like porcelain in the sunlight, strikingly radiant. One was clad in a casual black and white baseball jersey, while the other donned a loosely fitting long-sleeve t-shirt, seemingly having chosen a few items at random, yet exuding an effortless elegance. Beside Qichin, Nan Gingchen's eyes widened in awe. As their math teacher, Tian Hailong, addressed the class, I have an announcement. We have 2 new transfer students in our class, and I hope everyone can unite and assist one another. Now, I would like them to introduce themselves. The girl in the baseball jersey stepped forward and smiled. Hello, everyone. My name is Wang Yun, and I hail from Haiqing. The other girl introduced herself. Hello, everyone. My name is Bai Waner, also from Haiqing. I look forward to your kind support. The classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause, with Nan Gingchen's claps echoing the loudest. Tian Hailong surveyed the room and pointed to the space adjacent to Qingchen and Nan Gingchen, saying, You will sit there for now. Qingchen is one of the top students in our grade. Feel free to ask him if you have any questions. A few boys promptly stood up, volunteering to assist in fetching 2 sets of desks and chairs from the storeroom. A young man cleared his desk and placed it beside Qingchen, Nan Gingchen, and their companions, then turned to Wang Yun and said, You can use my desk first. Wang Yun smiled and inquired, What about you? The young man replied, It's nothing. I'll just go to the storeroom and get another one for myself. Qingchen sincerely admired this classmate, recognizing him as someone capable of achieving great things. Wang Yun expressed her gratitude and sat beside Nan Gingchen. Just as Nan Gingchen was overwhelmed with excitement, Wang Yun extinguished all his enthusiasm with a single phrase. Do you know Lu Dezuzu from the neighboring class? Chapter 53. The new neighbors that question pierced through Nan Gingchen's heart in a mere 0.001 seconds. It was as if Cupid intended to shoot an arrow of love, only for him to watch helplessly as the arrow transformed into an RPG rocket. It was utterly unexpected. After a prolonged silence, Nan Gingchen finally replied, I don't know him, but I could get to know him. Wang Yun smiled, but chose not to speak further, focusing instead on organizing her desk. The 2 girls had brought very little to school, merely some stationery and textbooks for language and mathematics. Qingchen noticed that he did not recognize the labels on their clothes. Throughout the 45 minutes, Wang Yun glanced at her arms 6 times, while Bai Waner checked hers 5 times, both monitoring the countdown. Notably, Nan Gingchen's observations totaled 21. After class, Wang Yun and Bai Waner walked towards the classroom exit, where 2 young men awaited them in the corridor. 2 boys, whom Qingchen had never encountered at school, stood before him. One was tall and fair-skinned, exuding a certain air of sophistication reminiscent of a refined yet nefarious character from a film, complete with gold-rimmed glasses. The other, more demure, sported black-framed spectacles. The 4 of them engaged in hushed conversation in the corridor, drawing the attention of numerous classmates who cast curious glances in their direction. This floor housed a total of 6 classes, comprising 452 students. Yet, these 4 transfer students seemed to encapsulate the focus of the entire level, as if all eyes were irresistibly drawn to them, igniting a sense of inadequacy within the onlookers. The boy with the gold-rimmed glasses appeared to be the leader among the quartet, as he was the one who spoke calmly the most, while the others listened intently. "Is there anything else?" Qingchen inquired. The student with the gold-rimmed glasses was named Hu Xiaoniu. Rumors circulated that he had driven the other three to school that morning in a Mercedes G63, a symbol of masculine aspiration, as Nan Gingchen remarked. The other boy was called Zhang Tianjin. Driving? Qingchen was taken aback. Students of their humble means had never witnessed a classmate arriving at high school by car. Such scenarios seemed the stuff of idle dramas. Throughout the day, Wang Yun and Bai Wan'er hardly conversed with their classmates. Each break, they would step outside the classroom to chat with Hu Xiaoniu and Zhang Tianjin, effectively denying the local students any opportunity to engage with them. During this time, the two girls exchanged a few words with Nan Gingchen, inquiring about the names of their teachers, the pace of the curriculum, and some facilities and customs of the school. However, they did not utter a single word to Qingchen. Qingchen discerned that the academic performance of these two girls surpassed expectations. Bai Wan'er, during English class, retrieved from her bag a copy of the 2021 TOEFL exam papers, which Qingchen had previously encountered. Meanwhile, Wang Yun was engrossed in solving physics competition problems. She appeared to have paid little attention to other subjects. The Olympiad questions were unfamiliar to Qingchen, clearly sourced from some clandestine educational institution's materials. Moreover, on one occasion while passing through the corridor to the restroom, Qingchen distinctly overheard four individuals conversing in English. This choice of language seemed deliberate, likely intended to prevent their classmates from comprehending the discussion. In a third-tier city like Luocheng, there were not many high school students capable of understanding spoken English. Qingchen caught snippets of keywords: time traveler, transcendence, and how to travel from city number 7 to city number 18. When the time for evening self-study arrived, Qingchen quietly informed Nan Gingchen, "I'm leaving. Send me a WeChat message if anything arises at school." Bai Wan'er and Wang Yun watched as Qingchen exited the classroom. One of them inquired of Nan Gingchen, "Has he skipped class? Isn't he a good student? Why would he skip class?" Bai Wan'er expressed her confusion. "That must be the privilege of a good student. The teacher hasn't said anything about him until now." Nan Gingchen replied. Left alone, he sat forlornly in the last row. Gazing at the setting sun outside the classroom, Nan Gingchen suddenly felt a pang of loneliness. As Qingchen made his way home, he intended to don an outfit he hadn't worn in quite some time, and then seek out the small shop that illicitly purchased gold, where he planned to sell the gold he had acquired from Lu Guangyi. The energy expenditure from his breathing technique was substantial, necessitating that his diet keep pace. After preparing everything, Qingchen slung a backpack over his shoulders and stepped out, only to encounter Wang Yun, Bai Wan'er, Hu Xiaoniu, and Zhang Tianjin. He realized that his new neighbors were indeed them. Wang Yun and Bai Wan'er resided on the second floor, opposite Jiang Shui, while Hu Xiaoniu and Zhang Tianjin lived directly across from him. Their presence was undoubtedly aimed at Lu Dezhu, yet establishing acquaintance with Jiang Shui as well would be a commendable outcome. This was the sole rationale for their choice to reside in this dilapidated building. Upon seeing Qingchen, Wang Yun paused momentarily, then smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to live here too." Hu Xiaoniu, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, inquired with a grin, "And who might this be?" "This is a classmate from our second-year class 3, Wang Yun elaborated. "I heard from the teacher that he is one of the top students in our grade." Hu Xiaoniu turned to Qingchen and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Hu Xiaoniu. I look forward to your guidance." Qingchen replied calmly with a nod. "I look forward to your guidance as well." With that, he swiftly vanished into the dusk, harboring no intention of prolonged interaction. Chapter 54, Scholar and Genius, Revised. Hu Xiaoniu observed Qingchen's departure, sensing a familiar essence. It was not that he had encountered Qingchen before, or that Qingchen resembled someone he knew. Rather, it was the latter's demeanor that kept others at bay. It resembled the way they distanced certain classmates from their circle, an outward display of politeness veiling an inherent pride. This revelation took Hu Xiaoniu by surprise. He glanced at the building where Qingchen resided and then asked, "Have you all noticed that he seems a bit peculiar?" "Today," I inquired with Nan Gingchen, who mentioned that this particular student consistently ranks among the top 3 in grades, which naturally breeds a sense of pride. It is common for academic prodigies to possess such traits. Bai Wan'er chuckled, remarking that the gods of study from our city exhibit similar behaviors. Wang Yun, with a smile, shook her head, stating that the academic elites from smaller cities face limitations due to a lower ceiling. In truth, Wang Yun's intention was not to mock, but rather to highlight the stark contrast between the educational standards in major cities and those in smaller locales. In some prestigious high schools within large urban centers, one could engage in seamless English conversations with random individuals, a testament to the overwhelming proficiency of the students there. These students have amassed countless competition awards, spending their winter and summer breaks immersed in enriching experiences akin to living in two distinct worlds. Ultimately, there is no need to dwell on the notions of academic excellence. Our paths are unlikely to intersect beyond being mere neighbors, Wang Yun suggested. Let's head inside. The workers have already departed, and the room has been transformed remarkably within a single day. While the interior has not undergone a complete renovation due to the time constraints, they have hastily laid down fixed carpets across the floor and applied anti-fog treatment to the walls, followed by a new layer of wallpaper. For the four of them, this arrangement is barely acceptable for habitation. In fact, we could easily opt for a hotel. Residing here is not a necessity. Everyone's objective is Lu Dezhu. And Jiang Shui is not particularly exceptional, Bai Wan'er noted. Hu Xiaoyo remarked, do not be so short-sighted. Since we have decided to travel from city No. 7 to city number 18, we ought to make an effort to cultivate friendships in city number 18. Have you not seen He Xiaoxiao's guide? It emphasizes the importance of forming teams. Wang Yun still appeared somewhat melancholic, stating, you insist on slowly establishing a rapport with Lu Dezhu. While I believe that directly purchasing information and resources would suffice, Zhang Tianjin shook his head and replied, since we have chosen to come to Luoqing, we must prepare for hardship. This was an agreement made between Xiaoyo and me from the very beginning. Hu Xiaoyo, being the backbone of the group, nodded and said, our current focus should be on fostering a good relationship with Lu Dezhu, so let us temper our usual demeanor. While a lack of money is indeed detrimental, wealth alone cannot solve all problems. You must understand that there are many individuals in the world far wealthier than us. When the time comes for others to seek to purchase resources from Lu Dezhu, our connections will be our greatest asset. By the way, how are things progressing on your end? Wang Yun inquired. We initially planned for the four of us to be in the same class, but the school insisted that class 4 of the second year is full. Suddenly, Wang Yun added, have you heard? Yang Yang is also planning to transfer. Yang Yang. Bai Wan'er and the others were taken aback. Yang Yang, a rather simple name. Yet the reaction from Bai Wan'er and the others suggested that this name held a unique significance within the esteemed institution of Haiqing. Zhang Tianjin suddenly exclaimed, surely she isn't transferring here as well? Let us not dwell on that for now, and I have not heard any news of Yang Yang becoming a time traveler. Hu Xiaoyo said, for now, let us pay a visit to our new neighbors. As he spoke, he retrieved a delicate box from within the house as a token of their meeting and ascended the stairs accompanied by others. Knock, knock, knock. Hu Xiaoyo rapped on the door. A voice emerged from inside. Xiaoyan, go answer the door. It might be your brother Qingqian. Following that, Xiaoyan's sweet voice chimed in, brother Qingqian, please hold on. I'll come to open the door. With a click, the door swung open. Wang Yun greeted cheerfully, hello there, little one. Suddenly, with a thud, the door was shut again, and from within, Li Tongyan exclaimed, Mom, it's not brother Qingqian. Jiang Shui inquired, puzzled, then who is it? The soundproofing of the house left much to be desired, and Hu Xiaoyo could hear the animated voices of the barking agents within, but the door remained resolutely closed thereafter. Wang Yun and Bai Wan'er exchanged glances. Brother Qingqian. That name sounds somewhat familiar. At that moment, they were oblivious to the fact that their neighbors in this building included a direct descendant of the Li family conglomerate and a sole disciple of Li Shutong. They had come all the way to Luo City, only to find that they had not even identified the correct person. Meanwhile, the brother Qingqian, being mentioned by Li Tongyun, stood in a quaint alleyway south of the intersection in Luo City. The small alley, steeped in history, featured traditional Chinese architecture, with gray walls and black tiles flanking the cobblestone path. When it rained, droplets would collect on the tiles and cascade down the ridges. With his hood drawn up, Qingqian inquired, how do we collect the gold? The elderly man inside, who was busy weaving a bamboo basket, glanced up at him askance and asked, do you have a receipt? No, Qingqian replied, shaking his head. The elderly man cast a glance at him, setting down the bamboo basket as he remarked, it's quite difficult without an invoice. If you are genuinely intent on selling, I can offer you 340 per gram, without inquiring into your sources. Today's gold price is 380 per gram, but stolen goods carry their own price. After a moment's contemplation, Qingqian replied, agreed, 39 grams. The sum of 13. 260 yuan was already a considerable fortune for him, sufficient to alleviate his immediate predicament. Chapter 55. Life cannot be replayed, but it can be revisited, revised. Qingchen did not request a bank transfer. Instead, he insisted on receiving cash. The old man in the gold shop counted the money while muttering, "For someone so young, you exhibit quite a degree of caution. However, it is wise to be prudent in your line of work. Should you acquire more in the future, return to me. For larger quantities, I can raise the price by 5 yuan per gram, no matter how much you have." The old man seemed to regard Qingchen as a thief. Yet Qingchen refrained from disputing this perception. He handed the cash to Qingchen, who meticulously examined each bill under the light, scrutinizing the watermark, security thread, microprinting, and the hidden characters, leaving no detail unchecked. Finally, Qingchen extracted 2 notes from the stack. "This 50 and 20. Could you please exchange them?" The old man, experiencing a slight toothache, remarked, "Most who come to sell gold simply take the money and leave. Seldom do I encounter someone as meticulous as you." As he opened a nearby drawer to retrieve the requested notes, Qingchen added, "If you wish to conduct business properly, refrain from passing counterfeit bills in the future." "Very well. Do visit often," the old man conceded. Qingchen then ventured to the farmer's market, purchasing over 10 pounds of beef, 3 pounds of eggs, and an assortment of vegetables. Yuan had once remarked that he must transform into a ferocious carnivore. Upon returning to the building, he glanced up and spotted Li Tongyan on the second floor, discreetly waving at him. Qingchen pondered for a moment and reciprocated with a wave, signaling her to come down if she wished to speak. As soon as Li Tongyan entered, she exclaimed, "Brother Qingchen, who are the new neighbors? Have you spoken with them?" "They have transferred from Haiqing, drawn here by Lu Dizhu's," Qingchen divulged. "I overheard them conversing in English. Haiqing must correspond to the city number 7 in the underworld." "Brother Qingchen, you can understand English?" Li Tongyan inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. "Your listening skills are impressive." "It's manageable," Qingchen replied, choosing not to elaborate further. He continued, "Their residence here is undoubtedly linked to your mother. These individuals have traversed to city number 7 without any roots. Hence they seek opportunities in city number 18. Li Tongyan contemplated this and remarked, "City no. 7 is under the Qin Consortium's domain, while city number 18 belongs to the Li Consortium. Why would they come here?" Qingchen mused, "It matters not. As they converse freely in English, I shall glean more information. Do they speak directly in front of you?" "How reckless," Li Tongyan queried, tilting her head. Qingchen chuckled, gently ruffling her hair. "It's simply because they aren't as clever as you are." At that moment, Li Tongyan dashed to Qingchen's bathroom, seizing the clothes he had changed out of. "Mother instructed me to take your clothes upstairs to wash. Please don't make it difficult for me, brother. I'm just following her orders." With that, she opened the door and hurried upstairs. No one was there to supervise, nor to applaud. All that Qingchen could do was remind himself to persist and advance. He had once heard someone say that those who live in isolation are either deities or beasts. Since he was yet unable to ascend to divinity, it would suffice to embody a beast for the time being. On the 3rd day of his return, Qingchen arrived at school early to swap his desk with Nan Gingchen's, thus positioning himself adjacent to Wang Yun. Nan Gingchen lowered his voice and remarked, "I thought you were utterly indifferent. Who would have imagined you could be so proactive? If only you had mentioned it earlier, we could have exchanged seats yesterday." Qingchen cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Observing Qingchen's reticence, Nan Gingchen assumed it was due to shyness and shifted the topic with curiosity. "Yesterday, a master entered our crossing group, claiming to have learned the art of technological fortune-telling from the inner world." Qingchen inquired, "Did you have your fortune told?" "Indeed," Nan Gingchen replied. "It was only 5 yuan per reading. The fortune-teller predicted that I would come into a substantial sum of money at the age of 65. An amount I have never encountered in my lifetime." Qingchen hesitated momentarily, then quipped, 65. Is that from the money your son burns for you?" Nan Gingchen was taken aback. Irritated, Qingchen retorted, "Could you possibly consider leaving that crossing group? Just the thought of it gives me a headache. There's not a single serious time traveler in there. Well, perhaps one, but he is merely a pimp for wealthy women in the inner world." Nan Gingchen stubbornly replied, "What if there is some truth to it?" At that moment, Wang Yun and Bai Wanner entered the classroom. Upon noticing the swapped seats between Qingchen and Nan Gingchen, they indeed paused in surprise. Bai Wanner asked in English, "Why have those two changed seats?" Wang Yun smiled lightly, "Who knows? Let's not dwell on it." Moments later, Bai Wanner inquired, "Didn't the teacher mention that he excels in his studies? Is it possible he understands what we are discussing?" Wang Yun turned to observe Qingchen earnestly. She noticed that he remained engrossed in the mathematics competition paper, meticulously verifying his calculations and filling in answers without interruption. As a top student from Haicheng, Wang Yun even followed Qing Chen's problem-solving steps for a while, ultimately confirming that he had made no mistakes and was not merely pretending. It was then that Wang Yun remarked, "Our teacher from Haicheng once said that even if students from small cities excel in English, they often struggle to communicate effectively because they study solely for examinations. Moreover, the college entrance examination listening section does not contribute to their official scores. Just look at him. He is entirely focused on the paper, unable to eavesdrop on our conversation while working so swiftly." Baiwana nodded in agreement. Suddenly, with a hint of concern, Wang Yun asked in English, "Do you think Hu Xiaoniu is telling the truth when he says we can avoid Chen Liao by going to City 18? Baiwana shook her head. "I don't know. We can only take it one step at a time." 10 minutes later, as the two ceased their conversation, Qing Chun gradually put down his pen. Wang Yun's observation was indeed accurate. Even someone like Qing Chun found it challenging to simultaneously verify complex mathematical problems and eavesdrop on their dialogue. However, what set him apart was that the sounds of the past were etched in his memory. Chapter 56, Testing and News, revised. During the break, Wang Yun, Baiwaner, Hu Xiaoniu, and Zhang Tianjin convened in the corridor. The throng of students predominantly donned school uniforms, while the four of them, conspicuous in their own attire due to the delayed distribution of uniforms, stood out. Hu Xiaoniu glanced at his solid gold Rolex Daytona wristwatch. With 8 minutes remaining before the commencement of class, he inquired in a subdued tone, "First, relay any anomalies from your end." Baiwaner cast a smile at Wang Yun, remarking, "No irregularities, save for a male student who specifically exchanged seats for Wang Yun's sake." "Cease your frivolous remarks," Wang Yun retorted, gently striking Baiwaner's arm. "Perhaps he harbors no ulterior motives. You are cognizant of the truth," Baiwaner responded with an insinuating tone. At that juncture, Hu Xiaoniu interjected, "Is he a chrononaut? Did he relocate to your vicinity under the presumption that you are chrononauts?" In actuality, Hu Xiaoniu was acutely aware that even if a high school boy harbored secret affections, he would not proactively exchange positions to be near his object of admiration on the very first day. Consequently, Hu Xiaoniu promptly sensed an incongruity. Wang Yun and Baiwaner exchanged glances, presumably not. Bear in mind that this is Luo City, one of the 19 conclaves of chrononauts. It is not uncommon to be surrounded by chrononauts, Hu Xiaoniu analyzed. Exercise caution. If he were to comprehend our discourse in English, dire consequences might ensue. He is unlikely to comprehend, Wang Yun stated. We deliberated about him in his presence, yet he remained engrossed in his mathematics examination. Wang Yun acquiesced after contemplation. "Very well. I shall observe him." "And then?" Hu Xiaoniu inquired. Wang Yun shook her head. For 45 minutes, he had not once glanced at his arm. Even in moments of idle contemplation, he never lowered his gaze. Hu Xiaoniu sighed in relief. And Zhang Tianjin inquired, could it be that he suspected someone might be observing him, and thus deliberately averted his eyes from his arm? Hu Xiaoniu pondered for a moment. Let us temporarily dismiss the possibility of him being a time traveler. Typically, a youth's disposition lacks such restraint and forethought. If he truly possesses such depth, it would be quite alarming. Zhang Tianjin jested. Or perhaps he genuinely harbors feelings for Wang Yun. By the way, how are things on your end? Any progress? Wang Yun asked. None, Hu Xiaodian replied calmly, shaking his head. Lu Dezhun is remarkably adept at feigning ignorance. We cannot yet find a foothold with him and must slowly cultivate a rapport. Why not start by establishing a connection with Jiang Shui? Suggested Zhang Tianjin. This way, at least we can gain some insight into the situation in City 18 before we arrive. That seems the only course of action. Although Jiang Shui appears to be rather difficult to engage with, Baiwana remarked. Shall we then begin with this Qing Chen? Zhang Tianjin proposed. Yes, we shall start with Qing Chen and then use him to connect with Jiang Shui. Wang Yun nodded. At that moment, a voice interjected. Qing Chen, Nanjingchen. Here you go. This is the water we just retrieved from the school supermarket. Nanjingchen turned to see a bottle of Nongfu Spring, freshly taken from the refrigerator, glistening with droplets of condensation on its surface. Due to the moisture on his fingers, the delicate and fair fingers of the other party appeared even more translucent. Nanjingchen asked in a daze, Is this for me? Baiwana replied with a radiant smile, Of course. Thank you. Nanjingchen exclaimed, filled with excitement. Yet, in that very moment, Qing Chun lowered his gaze to his phone, seemingly oblivious to the exchange. On the screen, a news article read, Authorities successfully dismantled an illegal detention site in the country, rescuing 12 identified time travelers. Among them was a well-known internet celebrity who had mysteriously vanished. Their families were threatened to coerce the time travelers into transporting items through their bodies, utilizing drugs concealed in the rectum, stomach, and oral cavity to traverse between worlds. At the scene, law enforcement seized a substantial quantity of interdimensional drugs, predominantly gene therapies and targeted medications. It is reported that the two types of gene therapies found at the site do not enhance physical capabilities but can ameliorate hereditary diseases, congenital deafness, and congenital heart disease. Currently, law enforcement has apprehended 4 suspects, with 9 still at large. According to the suspects' statements, all 9 fugitives are time travelers. This news is indeed shocking. Previously, crimes involving time travelers were reported abroad, yet such astonishing occurrences have now surfaced domestically. It is likely that no one will dare to publicly identify as a time traveler any longer. From this day forward, all time travelers must remain silent, as if everyone is ensnared in a dark forest. Qing Chen, Wang Yun, beside her, waited patiently, but seeing that Qing Chen did not respond, she called out again. Are we neighbors? I look forward to your kind assistance in the future, Wang Yun said with a smile as she took a seat. The classmates in the room erupted in confusion. What was happening? Qi Qing and these 2 transfer students were neighbors. Qi Qing sat quietly in his place, swiftly comprehending the intentions behind their sudden change in demeanor. Just hours ago, they had been indifferent, and now they were acting strangely cordial. At that moment, Wang Yun chuckled. What are you staring at so intently? I called you, but you didn't respond. As she leaned closer to glance at his phone, an inexplicable fragrance wafted towards Qi Chang, seemingly intentional. However, when the girl caught sight of the news on his screen, her body froze. Chapter 57. The Two Bosses, revised. This was a piece of news pertinent to all time travelers. For a moment's carelessness could lead to a fate akin to the 12 time travelers mentioned in the report, imprisoned in an inexplicable place, reduced to mere vessels for others. At that moment, if one wished to avoid becoming someone else's pack animal, one must cultivate strength or conceal oneself. Qi Cheng mused that perhaps the assailants who ambushed Jiang Shui had harbored similar thoughts. He noted the report concluded with a chilling detail. The criminal organization engaged in transactions using virtual currencies, and to date, the identities of the buyers of the genetic agents remained elusive. 9 individuals were at large and being pursued. As time passed, the criminal news spread rapidly throughout the country, impacting every time traveler. In a secluded ancient alley deep within the scenic gates of Luo City, a young man clad in a black trench coat was navigating through the shadows. Historical records indicate that Legion Gate was established during the Sui dynasty. The entire structure comprises the City Gate Tower, a moated city, arrow towers, city walls, and a protective moat, and it has now become a renowned historical monument in Luoqing. A young man, adorned with sunglasses and gleaming black leather shoes, appeared incongruous amidst the ancient architecture, resembling a modern urban dweller who had suddenly traversed time, stepping into history. Further within, a small courtyard housed a building with red pillars and gray tiles, its entrance bearing a plaque inscribed with the characters Kunlun. The young man grasped the beast-head knocker and rapped upon the door. A head emerged from within, scrutinizing him with curiosity. Who is it? The young man removed his sunglasses and smiled. Jojo, he Jinxiu. Shortly thereafter, with a creak, the red wooden door swung open, revealing over a dozen individuals clad in black, standing solemnly on either side, all gazing intently at He Jinxiu. He Jinxiu chuckled. You need not be so wary of me. Where is Boss Zheng? Without hesitation, he cheerfully entered the main hall, settling into the grand armchair in the place of honor, remarking, This Chinese furniture is rather rigid, quite uncomfortable to sit upon. By the way, do you have any wine? I do not partake in tea. As he spoke, the members of Kunlun exchanged glances, noting He Jinxiu's audacity in occupying Zheng Yuandong's seat. Some contemplated interjecting, but were restrained by Lu Yuan. Yes, we have wine, came a voice from outside, as Zheng Yuandong strode into the courtyard, declaring, With guests arrives wine and meat. When wolves approach, we are armed. He Jinxiu adjusted his black trench coat, but did not rise. 2 days ago, he had invited Mr. Zheng to a meeting, only to be declined, which compelled him to fly all the way from the capital. What could be so urgent? Zheng Yuandong sat comfortably in another grand chair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, concealing his mechanical limbs beneath the fabric. He Jinxiu smiled at him. Mr. Zheng, have you seen today's news? Yes, I am aware that you recently rescued 12 time travelers. Zheng Yuandong nodded. However, there is no need for you to come to Kunlun seeking accolades. Accolades are unnecessary. I merely wish to inquire about your thoughts on my proposal. He Jinxiu inquired calmly. Currently, the number of people under your command at Kunlun is not only stagnant but declining, which is incongruent with the demands of the times. The world is becoming increasingly chaotic. With such a scant workforce, how can you maintain domestic order? Our philosophies differ, Zheng Yuandong replied. You from Jiuzhou seek to regulate all time travelers, while I believe it is not essential. A mixed bag within an organization can be detrimental. Do you comprehend the peril that arises from not encompassing them all within a regulatory framework? How many more time travelers will fall victim? Today's incident is a prime example. He Jinxiu's voice gradually took on an oppressive tone. If you do not gather people and inform them of the realities of this world, how will they understand the dangers that lie within? He Jinxiu fell silent for 2 seconds before smiling and asking, what do you think? Zheng Yuandong straightened his posture and replied, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Driven by a genuine concern for the chrononauts or merely a thirst for power? He Jinxiu rose and began to walk away. I already know your answer, Boss Zheng. As for my intentions, you shall discover them this afternoon. The Kunlun members who had been observing in the courtyard made way for him. Zheng Yuandong suddenly said in a grave tone, I hope that when we face external enemies, we can still stand as comrades. He Jinxiu paused momentarily. We will, old squad leader. With those words, the young leader of Kyushu turned and walked into the ancient alleyway outside, the sound of his leather shoes gradually fading into the distance. That afternoon, while the fervor surrounding the previous news had yet to dissipate, another headline concerning He Xiaoxiao rapidly ascended the trending charts. In a Douyin video, He Xiaoxiao stated against a black backdrop, in light of the recent malicious incidents involving the confinement of chrononauts, I advise all players who have obtained public beta access to be mindful of their personal safety. The other world offers immense playability and the potential to alter one's destiny. But if one's life is extinguished, there will be no destiny to speak of. I am currently in the process of establishing a chrononaut group chat system, utilizing otherworld technology. The group chat will be accessible to all chrononauts, facilitating information sharing and mutual assistance. Once the group chat is established, my walkthroughs will be exclusively available within the group. Upon this announcement, the entire nation was in uproar. Qing Chen frowned, wondering what kind of person He Xiaoxiao was to dare to establish a chrononaut group chat. The other party indeed possesses certain technologies from the inner world, and has consequently erased their own identity information. Alternatively, it is possible that He Xiaoxiao is not a person at all. This group is one that he dares not join, unless he too can conceal his identity. For in He Xiaoxiao's video, it is stated that no outsiders can intrude, yet the crux lies in the fact that He Xiaoxiao can effortlessly acquire information on most individuals. This chat system resembles a crab trap, with He Xiaoxiao akin to an Alaskan crab fisherman. He merely needs to navigate his time-stealing vessel through the northern waters of the Dutch harbor, casting iron traps into the depths of the sea, waiting for the king crabs to willingly ensnare themselves. That night, Qingchen once again skipped class. He ventured to a dessert shop to purchase a cake for Li Tongyun as a gift, along with some fruits and vegetables. Upon knocking on the door, he heard Li Tongyun's jubilant voice from within. It's brother Qingchen. She opened the door and, lowering her voice, inquired, What about your classmates? I don't know, don't mind them. Qingchen replied with a smile, ruffling her hair. Come and see my mother's new mechanical limbs. They are stunning, Li Tongyun exclaimed, tugging at Qingchen's sleeve to lead him inside. Jiang Shui, who had been cooking, found herself unwittingly the center of attention. Previously, Jiang Shui's arms resembled a series of alloy steel pipes intricately joined together. But now they appeared more akin to human arms, with fingers, wrists, and elbows seamlessly connected. Qingchen, filled with curiosity, asked, Is this a new purchase? How's the endurance? The endurance capability is more than tenfold that of my previous one. Jiang Shui smiled and remarked, I suppose I am quite fortunate. 2 years ago, my identity in the inner world allowed me to rescue someone who happened to be a prominent figure in the Leaf family consortium. Now, all of this is her way of expressing gratitude. Qingchen casually glanced at Li Tongyun, prompting the young girl to hastily pull him out of the kitchen, exclaiming, Mom, please hurry and cook. I'm starving. In the living room, Li Tongyun lowered her voice and asked, Brother Qingchen, are you inquiring about these matters to deduce my identity? Qingchen shook his head. No, I was merely asking out of curiosity. Li Tongyun's eyes twinkled as she continued. You still haven't told me what your identity is in the inner world. Can you guess? Qing Chun had no intention of revealing it. How about we exchange secrets? I'll share mine if you share yours, Li Tongyun proposed with a cheerful smile. Qing Chun shook his head once more. No exchange. How dull. Li Tongyun pouted and sat on the sofa. You must already know my identity, even keeping it from a child. Qing Chun chuckled softly. You are not an ordinary child. At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. Li Tongyun leaped off the sofa and approached the door, only opening the inner wooden door without unlocking the iron security door. Outside stood Wang Yun and others, smiling as they greeted Li Tongyun. Hello there, little friend. We are classmates of your brother Qing Chun and are quite familiar with him, Hu Xiaoyo exclaimed. With a loud bang, the door was once again shut, isolating the group from the outside world. For individuals stood outside the door, exchanging bewildered glances, never anticipating that they would be turned away not once, but twice. Why was it that Qing Chun could enjoy a harmonious rapport with this family, while they could not? Before they could voice their thoughts, the gentle Jiang Shui reopened the door, her expression imbued with apology as she spoke. Hello, I'm terribly sorry. The children can be thoughtless. You must be the new neighbors. Please come in. The gaze of Hu Xiaoyo and the others converged upon Jiang Shui's hands. All four were time travelers, having encountered numerous mechanical limbs within City Number 7. Yet they felt that Jiang Shui's hands possessed a unique quality, exquisite and powerful. At that moment, Li Tongyun sat sulking on the sofa, showing no inclination to greet their guests. Wang Yun stepped inside first, politely inquiring, Would you like to change into slippers? Oh, Li Tongyun replied reluctantly, rising from her seat. The four placed their respective gifts for the visit upon the dining table. Wang Yun had brought a toy bear for Li Tongyun. Baoner had a toy from the Paw Patrol animated series. Zhang Tianjin contributed 2 bottles of champagne, while Hu Xiaoyo presented a bottle of whiskey encased in a wooden box. Chapter 59. Such simple questions they cannot answer, revised. Each of them understood that beneath this warm and inviting demeanor lay an insurmountable barrier of politeness. In Jiang Shui's eyes, they were guests, not friends. At this juncture, Hu Xiaoyo regarded the group with earnestness, stating, Perhaps we were mistaken. We have erred from the very beginning. The others turned their attention toward him. Indicating their sofa, Hu Xiaoyo remarked, having journeyed such a distance from Haicheng to Luo City. We even went to the extent of air freighting our genuine leather sofa, and observed the antiquated fabric sofa across from us. My intention isn't to emphasize disparities in wealth, but rather to underscore the necessity of relinquishing the ingrained arrogance within us. Zhang Tianjin, removing her black-rimmed glasses, acquiesced. I concur with Xiaoyo. Hu Xiaoyo continued. It is precisely because of this inherent pride that we find ourselves unable to forge friendships with individuals such as Qing Chun, Jiang Shui, Li Tongyun, and Lu Dezhu. But surely, we possess certain advantages over them, Baoner observed, before noting Hu Xiaoyo's grave countenance and amending her tone. Very well. Then what course of action should we undertake? Wang Yun muttered. However, the Luo City Foreign Language School's uniform is rather unsightly. Is it not permissible to wear our own attire? I've had so many garments transported here. Absolutely not, Hu Xiaoyo stated unequivocally. Observing the 2 girls descent into silence, he inwardly sighed. Countdown, for days. Qing Chun awoke from his slumber and, upon rising to wash, noticed in the mirror the gradual hardening of his abdominal contours, though not yet possessing the sharply defined musculature of a fitness enthusiast. The nascent form of his abdominal muscles was becoming apparent. Remarkable, considering he had only been exercising for 5 days. He was finally beginning to comprehend the wondrous effects of the breathing technique. Standing before the mirror, the visage of Qing Chun in the reflection revealed the blooming of fiery patterns on either side of his cheeks in sync with the peculiar rhythm of his breath. He had purchased 13 pounds of beef a few days prior, which had cost him over 500 yuan, and it had been entirely consumed in a mere 2 days. He now resembled a black hole of sustenance, with the breathing technique swiftly depleting the energy within his body, only to rapidly decompose the newly acquired nutrients and reshape his physique. As the flame-like patterns dissipated, Qing Chun couldn't help but reflect on why Li Shudong had remarked that with the aid of the breathing technique, an untrained individual could reach a realm in 3 months that would typically take others 5 years to attain. This phenomenon was truly remarkable. Upon arriving at the classroom in the morning, Qing Chun was momentarily taken aback. He beheld Wang Yun and Bai Waner, both adorned in crisp school uniforms. presenting themselves in such a fresh and pristine manner that they appeared less like the top students of Haiqing and more akin to the ethereal dreams of their male classmates. Nearby, Nan Gengchen, seated at his desk, occasionally cast furtive glances in their direction. Once Qing Chen settled in, Wang Yun suddenly smiled and remarked, "Classmate, the teacher mentioned you are the best student in our grade. I have a mathematics problem I find perplexing. Could you possibly explain it to me?" Qing Chen glanced at the problem, which involved a hyperbolic equation, but he noted the numerous traps within the question, rendering it quite challenging for the average student. However, he was acutely aware that both girls were also academically gifted, having even tackled physics competition problems, so it was improbable that they could not solve a hyperbolic equation. After a moment's consideration, he replied, "I need to prepare for today's lessons. Perhaps you could consult with Nan Gengchen instead?" Wang Yun, observing his demeanor, pursed her lips. But upon reflection, she considered that since Nan Gengchen had a good rapport with Qing Chun, cultivating a relationship with him might also be a viable strategy. As Hu Xiaonyou had advised, they must adopt a more humble approach in befriending these individuals, shedding any sense of superiority. Upon this realization, Wang Yun decisively moved a chair to sit beside Nan Gengchen, and with a smile, she inquired, "Classmate, could you elucidate this problem for me?" "Of course," Nan Gengchen replied with newfound enthusiasm. Wang Yun gazed at him with eager anticipation, only for Nan Gengchen to ponder the question for a considerable time before turning to her and confessing, "I don't know." Wang Yun. Qing Chun, seated nearby, struggled to stifle a laugh. Although Nan Gengchen's academic performance was decent, it was hardly exceptional. Wang Yun's initial efforts had met with disheartening failure. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. This could indeed be a clever approach. She selected the simplest problem from the exercise book and repositioned her chair beside Nan Gengchen once more. "Classmate, could you explain this question?" This time, Nan Gengchen's interest was piqued. He could solve it. However, Qing Chun watched in astonishment as Nan Gengchen proceeded to elaborate on a remarkably straightforward geometric sequence problem for a full 10 minutes, until the class bell rang. Just then, she overheard Nan Gengchen quietly remark to Qing Chun, "Yet, it seems these two transfer students are not particularly adept at their studies. They cannot even tackle such an elementary problem." Wang Yun. At the moment she heard those words, she nearly choked with indignation. Chapter 60, Doubts Revised. Wang Yun, a top student at Haicheng High School, was on track to participate in the globally renowned AAPT Physics Bowl competition across the ocean on March 30th of the following year, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, in her efforts to draw closer to Nan Gengchen and Qing Chun, she had deliberately chosen a simple geometric sequence problem, only to be perceived by him as an underachiever. Her pride could hardly withstand such a blow. Just as Wang Yun was about to reason with Nan Gengchen, Bai Waner timely intervened, softly reminding her, "A moment of impatience may ruin a great plan. Have you forgotten what Xiaonyou said? Exercise restraint." Meanwhile, Nan Gengchen was whispering to Qing Chun, "Do you think her request for me to explain the problems could be a sign that she has feelings for me?" Qing Chen had no intention of engaging in that line of conversation. Instead, he suddenly inquired, "Have you been exposed to the hacking industry in the inner world? Why else would you be glued to programming every day?" "No, not at all," Nan Gengchen replied, feeling somewhat guilty. "It's merely a hobby, something I'm learning for fun." At that moment, Qing Chen realized that he too ought to learn something. Although the technology in the inner world vastly surpasses that of the outer world, it does not imply that knowledge is entirely irrelevant in the outer realm. For instance, chess had served as his stepping stone in prison number 18. Suddenly, Qing Chun had an epiphany regarding what he wanted to study, Japanese. He had inexplicably acquired a fiancée in the inner world, and his desire to understand her words depended solely on translations. For the past decade, Qing Chun had maintained a thirst for knowledge, yearning to alter his fate and sever ties with his past. This habit would not wane, even with the advent of the inner world. He first opened his phone to search for foundational textbooks on learning Japanese and impulsively purchased 4 volumes on Taobao. In that moment, Qing Chen seemed to recall something and whimsically searched online for the name Kamishiro Sora. He was taken aback. He found it. She looked exactly the same, and she was a celebrity. Beside him, Wang Yin caught a glimpse of his phone and curiously remarked, "So, you have a fondness for this girl from the island." Having gazed at her for such an extended period, Qing Chen lifted his gaze to meet hers for a fleeting moment and replied, "No." Wang Yin took his retort as mere bravado and chose not to pursue the conversation further. However, within Qing Chen's mind, a tempest was brewing. Initially, he had approached the search for Kamishiro Sora with a sense of experimentation, never anticipating that he would actually uncover her presence. She was the girl from the interrogation room, who had shared a silent exchange with him. Her smile possessed an undeniable charm, pure, innocent, and as pristine as a mountain stream. According to the information available, the girl's father was of Chinese descent while her mother hailed from the island nation. It was no wonder she was fluent in both languages. Last year, she had garnered the Best Supporting Actress award at the Island Film Academy for her role in Fusang Flower, and this year, she starred as the lead in Iwai's film Aoi. Although both films were niche artistic endeavors with limited international recognition within the island, she was heralded as a potential pillar of the future film industry. At that moment, after perusing the search results, Ching Chun found himself in a daze, struggling to comprehend how he could possibly be connected to someone of such stature. Wang Yun, having seen Fusang Flower and Aoi, was well aware of Kamishiro Sora's rapid ascent in the island's entertainment scene, and it seemed entirely reasonable for her to soon become a representative of the forest goddess archetype. Such a girl felt worlds apart from a boy from a small city. Yet, Ching Chun was pondering that, according to the information he had gathered, the Kamishiro family was not separated by the sea from other clans. After all, as Li Shutong had once stated, the entire ocean had become a forbidden realm. It was improbable that the Kamishiro family could traverse the waters to reach the mainland if they resided on an island. Thus, the time travelers from the island will traverse to a continent alongside the domestic time travelers? Up until now, Qingxin has yet to glimpse the map of the inner world. Perhaps he could request it from Lin Xiaoxiao during the next journey. As class concluded, Wang Yun and Bai Wan'er ventured into the corridor to meet up with Hu Xiongnu and Zhang Tianjin. Hu Xiongnu inquired, "Is there any new development?" Bai Wan'er responded with curiosity, "Did the teacher not say that Qingxin is a good student? He hardly embodies the qualities of a diligent student, especially with his obsession with celebrity culture." Wang Yun sighed, "Who knows? Many exemplary students experience a surge of hormones in their second year of high school, leading to a decline in their academic performance. This is not an uncommon phenomenon. Do you recall the two top scholars from our school who fell from grace after entering a relationship?" At that moment, Hu Xiongnu furrowed his brow and remarked, "What did we discuss yesterday? Please set aside your pride. If you constantly regard them as fools in your heart, how can you forge friendships?" Wang Yun, slightly displeased, retorted, "Shall we then switch classes? I will engage with Lu Duzhu, and you can befriend Qichin instead." Just then, the class monitor, Yu Junyi, unexpectedly dashed up from downstairs, and, upon reaching the entrance of Class 3, said to Qingchun, "Qingchun, the foreign teacher is calling for you." "All right, I'll head over now," Qingchun replied. This is merely a customary formality at Luoqing Foreign Language School, lacking any substantial educational significance. As Qingchun descended the stairs, Hu Xiongnu suddenly asked Yu Junyi, "Excuse me, what does the foreign teacher want with Qingchun?" The class representative, Yu Junyi, chuckled and said, "How would I know? They are friends." In the past, Qingchun often practiced speaking with the foreign teacher. Eventually, Qingchun was able to converse with the teacher normally, and they became gradually acquainted. The teacher frequently brought him little gifts from abroad. I've even tasted the chocolates the teacher sent to Qingchun. Hu Xiaoyu and the others were momentarily taken aback. This alone was sufficient to demonstrate that Qingchun's spoken English and listening skills were entirely proficient, far removed from their initial assumptions. Hu Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said, "I now suspect that he might also be a time traveler. Let me confirm once more. Did he eavesdrop on your conversation?" Bai Wan'er pondered for a moment and replied, "Firstly, we can ascertain that he was indeed writing math problems and did not eavesdrop. That does not eliminate suspicion," Hu Xiaoyu replied calmly. "I need to find a way to confirm this." Chapter 61. Return, Revised. In the evening, Qingchun went to purchase a new pressure cooker, as he needed it for cooking beef. Without a pressure cooker, it would be quite impossible. The small house on Xingzhou Road had been neglected for too long, resulting in a leaking pressure cooker and a broken washing machine. Now that he had acquired gold from the inner world, he naturally wished to exchange it for some new items. At this moment, Wang Yun and Bai Wan'er were visiting Jiang Shui's home. This time, the two did not bring extravagant gifts such as champagne or whiskey. Instead, following Hu Xiaoyu's advice, they simply bought a selection of vegetables. While Jiang Shui was cooking, the two accompanied Li Tongyan like older sisters, watching animated shows together. At the moment when the episode of the Paw Patrol concluded, Wang Yun playfully inquired of Li Tongyan, "Little one, may I ask you a question?" "Of course," Wang Yin quickly retrieved a piece of chocolate from her pocket and offered it to her. Is this acceptable? Li Tongyin replied with a beaming smile. Thank you, sister. I adore chocolate. Wang Yin pondered for a moment before asking, isn't Brother Qingxin a time traveler like your mother? The particularly impressive kind? Li Tongyin, appearing puzzled, shook her head and replied, I don't know. Has the little one ever inquired about him? Bai Wanner interjected, believing that Li Tongyun's response was quite normal. If the child had confidently asserted that Qingxin was not a time traveler, she would have begun to doubt that assertion. Moreover, how could a 10-year-old child possibly lie? What else did he say? Wang Yin pressed further. Li Tongyun, dutifully enjoying her chocolate, stated, he said those time travelers are nothing special. Bai Wanner and Wang Yun exchanged a glance, both displaying a hint of delight in their expressions. If Qingxin were indeed a time traveler, it seemed implausible for him to dismiss time travelers as unremarkable. This sentiment appeared to reflect jealousy and admiration within a certain context, alongside a form of self-reassurance. At that moment, Bai Wanner also pulled out a piece of chocolate from her pocket and gently patted Li Tongyun's head, saying, You're such a good girl. As they stood up to bid farewell to Jiang Shui, they lowered their voices and remarked, Do you think the little girl was speaking the truth? Such a well-behaved little girl must be speaking the truth, and she certainly cannot fabricate such things, Bai Wanner analyzed. It appears that Qingxin is indeed not a time traveler, Wang Yin remarked. Now, Hu Ziyunio can rest easy. They were unaware that at the moment the door closed. Li Tongyin silently discarded the chocolate from her mouth into the trash bin and rolled her eyes skyward. In truth, she harbored a dislike for the taste of chocolate. Her father had always delighted in buying her chocolate, but ever since she witnessed him strike her mother, she had developed a deep-seated aversion to that flavor. However, there remained one piece of chocolate she did not discard. She merely nonchalantly tucked it into her pocket. He opened the door, allowing Li Tongyin to pass. Come in. What seems to be the matter? Li Tongyin glanced at the unwrapped pressure cooker. You could ask your mother to help you cook beef. We have a pressure cooker at home, and my mother makes the most delicious beef. It's fine. I prefer to be self-sufficient, Qingxin replied with a smile. Yes. Qingxin understood well that it was due to the matter concerning the foreign teacher. Where did you get the chocolate? Li Tongyin replied without batting an eye. I bought it for you. It's a gift. Thank you, Qingxin chuckled. Thus, they had traveled such a distance from City No. 7 to escape the grasp of the Qin family, Li Tongyin pondered. However, I do not desire such information. Then what do you want? Qingxin inquired with curiosity. I want your identity, Brother Qingxin, Li Tongyin said, batting her eyelashes. That is not possible, Qingxin coldly refused. Brother Qingxin, could you assist me with my homework? Li Tongyin gazed at him with eager eyes. How dull. A wave of regret washed over her. Brother Qingxin, those people living nearby are constantly watching us. It's so annoying. Should we devise a plan to chase them away? It's not advisable to drive them off, as it may expose us to unnecessary risks, Qingxin replied. Moreover, I have always felt that these 4 individuals could be of use to us, while being suspected by them could indeed pose a dilemma. Attempting to conceal our intentions would be counterproductive. The best strategy is to shift the focus. It is not merely a matter of diverting attention. These 4 affluent heirs, Hu Xiaoyo and his companions, possess the wealth and influence that I desperately need. It appears that I must have a serious discussion with Lu Dezhu regarding this incident. Qingxin felt a twinge of confusion. Why had the topic of an outing suddenly arisen? I shall ponder on it. Perhaps we can discuss it again in a few days? Yes, please do consider it, Li Tongyun remarked cheerfully as she ascended the stairs. In the stillness of the night, Qingxin played a Japanese language tutorial on his phone while enduring the agony of his training. As the countdown dwindled, the world seemed to fall into an eerie silence, devoid of any tumult. During this period, Qingxin remained vigilant regarding the case of illegal detention. The 9 fugitive suspects had yet to be apprehended, which perhaps explained the pervasive silence. Everyone was on edge. Countdown, 00:10. In the final moments, Qingxin placed the USB drive containing the meticulously copied in-game chess notation into his mouth, simultaneously activating his breathing technique while gripping a kitchen knife in his right hand. He awaited the shattering of the world as darkness descended. As darkness ebbed and flowed, Qingxin opened his eyes to find Uncle Li and Yi Wan still standing before him, as if he had never departed. He noticed that the kitchen knife in his hand had been reduced to its handle. This experiment proved effective, at the very least. He now understood the extent of what he could carry. Chapter 62. A glimpse of scenery, revised, countdown, 47, 59, 59. 2 days. The familiar confines of prison no. 18 remained, yet there was an air of difference. No longer were there the cold, solitary cells, but rather, there were those awaiting his return. Yima, punctual as ever, brought forth a temperature-controlled lunchbox, containing the beef stew he had prepared himself. This home felt somewhat dim and spacious, yet it was sufficient. Teacher, here is the chess notation I brought for you. Ching Chun extended his palm, offering a USB drive to Uncle Lee. Uncle Lee regarded it with curiosity. I have not encountered this interface before. Xiao, can you manage this? You previously mentioned that upon crossing over, a second elapsed in another world. Which is not entirely accurate, Uncle Lee remarked. In my perception, the moment you traversed, there was a fluctuation in the force field, which lasted only an instant, perhaps merely 0.1 seconds, or even less. It was during this fleeting moment that you vanished. When you reappeared, the gold bar in your hand had already vanished. So that was it. Ching Chun pondered, realizing he had indeed crossed over. But the question remained, what happened to the original Ching Chun in that world? Had he been obliterated in the process? Ching Chun inquired, Master, about the fire within me. At that moment, Li Shutong shook his head. It is not yet the time for explanations. Its emergence has simply occurred earlier than I anticipated. As they spoke, Yuan approached Ching Chun and lifted the hem of his garment. Upon glimpsing the contours of Ching Chun's abdominal muscles, he chuckled, Lin Xiao, I have triumphed once more. What wager did you place on me this time? Ching Chun asked. Curiosity piqued. I bet him that, even without supervision, you would still intensify your training, Yuan replied. We are all seasoned trainees here. The definition of your abdominal muscles would falter if you rested for even a day. Let us commence training, Ching Chun declared. Not just yet. Come with me. Li Shutong instructed Ching Chun. Where are we going? Ching Chun queried, bemused. Li Shutong turned towards the exit, responding, I shall take you to witness the world beyond. Why must I see the outside world? Ching Chun asked, perplexed. He paused momentarily, his curiosity undeniable. Tales spoke of cities suspended in clouds, of urban landscapes likened to true forests of steel, and of grand holographic projections in the sky that enchant the soul. Those fortunate souls traversed vibrant, multifaceted cities, while he found himself confined within a stark iron box known as a prison. At merely 17, Ching Chun was naturally curious and envious. You exhibit remarkable composure, Li Shutong remarked, yet a youth should possess the spirit of youth. Before you embark on your solitary journey, it is my duty as your teacher to ensure you do not lag behind others. Ching Chun was taken aback. What do you mean? The scenery witnessed by other time travelers must also be seen by me, Li Shutong's student. Tonight, I shall take you to behold the finest vistas of city number 18. Li Shutong proclaimed with a casual yet audacious tone. Yuan handed him the cat-faced mask she had prepared earlier. Put this on. Your identity must remain concealed for now. The mask bore a feline visage that seemed to smile, its red and white patterns both eerie and enigmatic. Beside the prison square, the heavy alloy gate slowly lifted for them, while above, the metallic storm remained still, and the drones in their hive continued to slumber. Ching Chun suddenly gazed at Li Shutong's silhouette, realizing that the freedom he yearned for was tantalizingly close midnight. City number 18, District 1. Above the clouds. In the revolving restaurant on the 88th floor of the Eternal Building, the melodious strains of a cello flowed gently, yet the seats lay desolate. The restaurant's decor was opulent, with a crystal chandelier composed of 36,000 crystals, each valued at 200 yuan. The piano, an antique previously showcased at a charity auction in city number 10, fetched a staggering price of 3.89 million before finding its way here. At the entrance of the restaurant, a few individuals were embroiled in a dispute with a waiter. The waiter, adorned in a pristine white shirt and a polished black vest, with a neatly tied bow tie, courteously explained to the patrons, Good evening, starting from midnight. The Sunlight Pavilion has been reserved exclusively. In light of our inability to provide you with quality service, we shall offer you 2 vouchers, redeemable for lunch and dinner on non-weekend days. A man and a woman were engaged in a dispute with a waiter. The man, somewhat advanced in age, bore a stern expression, while the woman was in the bloom of youth. The man asserted, I have never heard of the Sunlight Pavilion being available for private booking. You must be jesting with me. The waiter, maintaining a polite demeanor, replied with a smile, I sincerely apologize, sir. Prior to today, such an arrangement was indeed unheard of, and I was equally taken aback upon receiving the notification. At that moment, they gazed through the glass walls of the Sunlight Pavilion, only to discover that it was entirely vacant. This establishment, perched atop the 18th floor, was the highest restaurant in the city, offering a panoramic view that captivated the elite of the metropolis. The middle-aged man pondered aloud, "Is it the Li family or the Qing family that has booked the venue?" "Neither, sir," the waiter candidly responded. The young woman, seemingly displeased, playfully pouted, her dazzling earrings glinting, captivating the man's attention. After a moment of contemplation, the man inquired, "Might I know who is responsible for the booking? I am aware that only notable figures can arrange such exclusivity, and if I happen to be acquainted with them, I could perhaps intercede on your behalf." The business card he received bore no contact information, merely the words, "Hengsha, Li Dongza." Upon seeing this card, the man immediately took his companion and led her to the elevator, descending without hesitation. In the elevator, the woman quietly complained, "Were we not supposed to greet someone? Why did you leave without a word?" The man sighed, "I shall seek another venue for you. The meal at Sunlight Pavilion can be rescheduled for another time." "But did you not mention last month that you knew Li Dongza?" The woman lamented. "This is a separate matter." And the man was growing somewhat impatient. He was not in City 18 today. He was merely hosting for someone else. At that moment, he indeed recalled the most crucial aspect. There was only one person worthy of Li Dongza's attention, and that individual was the least expected to be present here. He ought to be in prison 18 instead. Tonight, a new tempest was bound to arise, and he wished to remain unentangled in its whirlpool. As they descended in the sightseeing elevator, a black hovercar slowly hovered to a stop atop the Sunlight Pavilion restaurant. Li Shutong, accompanied by Qing Chun, disembarked from the hovercar, where a waiting attendant promptly offered Li Shutong a warm towel to wipe his face. Qing Chun, masked, gestured that he did not require it. "Mr. Li, your table has been prepared. The cameras throughout the Cloud Mist building have just been turned off, and Mr. Li Dongza has arranged your favorite braised pork, which is now perfectly cooked for tasting," the attendant whispered. Li Shutong remarked to Qing Chun, "Perhaps one day you will grow accustomed to this world. Here, as long as you possess wealth and power, everything will align just right." Chapter 63, A Web, Revised. Qing Chun stood on the helipad as the hovercar's turbine jet stirred up a cacophony of winds. Suddenly, in the distance, a light rail traversed the sky between the cities, its windows aglow with a silvery light, resembling a white celestial steed. Even more astonishing was its passage through the dense clusters of buildings. It is not merely the passage through the gaps between buildings, but rather the hollowed-out interiors of the towering structures themselves, through which the light rail traverses like a serpent weaving through a series of tunnels. Each platform is nestled within these grand edifices, shrouding the city in an inexplicable aura of mystery. If one can emerge at any moment, why remain in prison number 18? Qing Chun suddenly inquired. As the attendant turned to lead the way, Qing Chun whispered again, "Is the restaurant still open at this hour? Given that it is already 1 o'clock in the morning?" Li Shutong cast a glance at him. The life of this sleepless city has only just begun. Do people not require sleep? Is there no work to attend to tomorrow? Qing Chun questioned, perplexed. Is there no after effect from this technology? He asked once more. Indeed, there are, Li Shutong replied. After a month of using this technology, even if you desire to indulge in a lazy slumber, it becomes impossible. That sounds rather grim, Qing Chun lamented, acknowledging that while he strives diligently, he occasionally relishes the pleasure of sleep. Li Shutong addressed him. Technology is a double-edged sword. No one can ascertain whether it brings fortune or calamity to humanity. For instance, the Li family once developed genetically modified fast-growing timber, fast-growing corn, and fast-growing soybeans, which ultimately rendered vast tracts of land barren and incapable of sustaining plant life after 30 years. The Rika Corporation, once flourishing in livestock farming, discovered that their genetically modified animals lost reproductive capabilities after just 3 generations. As humanity continues to revel in the fruits of technological advancement, it simultaneously endures the repercussions of its own ingenuity. Li Shutong continued, stating that as humanity no longer requires extensive slumber, productivity has not significantly improved. Rather, it has led to a profound emptiness within the human spirit. At this moment, Qing Chun observed a colossal floral vessel soaring through the air between the towering edifices beneath him, its vibrant decorations exuding an eerie aura. The totem adorning the ship was utterly incomprehensible to Qing Chun. Following his gaze, Li Shutong remarked, "No need to look further. That is the of the mechanical deity sect. With every second it expels liquid oxygen and methane. It consumes the toil and sweat of its devotees." His expression remained impassive as they sat in the opulent and exquisitely designed dining hall. A meticulously attired waiter presented a plate of braised pork before Li Shutong, but only a solitary pair of chopsticks accompanied it. "What about mine?" Qingchen inquired, puzzled. "You wear a mask, making it impossible for you to eat," Li Shutong replied nonchalantly. Picking up a piece of the pork, Qingchen was left speechless. After a moment, Li Shutong looked up with a smile and asked, "Are you hungry?" "A little," Qingchen admitted. To his surprise, Li Shutong summoned the waiter, instructing, "Bring him a bowl of," despite the fact that the Sunlight Pavilion had never served this dish before. Once it was prepared, Li Shutong dismissed all the staff and then turned to Qingchen, saying, "Remove your mask. It's time to eat." As Qingchen mixed his noodles, he gazed out the window. This was undoubtedly one of the tallest structures in City 18, and as he looked up, only two distant buildings remained, standing alongside it in the heavens. "Those are the buildings of the Qing and Li families," Li Shutong explained. Qing Chun gazed downward once more, where a labyrinth of buildings was interconnected by sky bridges, rendering the entire city akin to a shimmering galaxy, with lights and neon serving as the stars within this celestial expanse. Occasionally, airborne vehicles soared past, their turbojets exhaling flames reminiscent of shooting stars. At that moment, standing on the 88th floor, Qing Chun felt as though he was suspended between heaven and earth, enveloped in vastness and grandeur. "Is this the most beautiful scenery in City 18? He inquired. Uncle Li explained that the Eternal Tower was constructed atop 6 other buildings, deriving its current height and beauty from their foundation. If one overlooks the graffiti, urine stains, sewage, and crime marring the lower structures, then indeed, this is the most exquisite view," he remarked. "Today, I shall show you the most beautiful aspects, and if fortune permits, I may also reveal to you the city's most grotesque side." He gestured towards a telescope by the window, designed for diners to appreciate the vista. "You may take a look." Approaching the telescope, Qing Chun observed the ceaseless flow of vehicles below, as well as groups of people engaged in playful antics. He noticed individuals adorning the walls with bizarre yet trendy graffiti, alongside the wafting smoke from barbecue stalls and the fluttering banners of izakayas. Suddenly, he spotted 2 black helicopters descending onto the plaza below, from which over 20 combat personnel disembarked in tactical formation, swiftly advancing towards the Eternal Tower. 2 mechanical dogs raced alongside them, clearly targeting Uncle Li. "Well?" Qing Chen remarked with focused intent as he savored his noodles. Uncle Li, intrigued, queried, "Aren't you afraid?" The teacher, on their inaugural outing with students to behold the scenery, surely would not allow any student to perish along the way. Otherwise, such a teacher would be deemed wholly incompetent, Changshen remarked with an air of certainty. Li Shutong's hearty laughter resonated outward. At that moment, over 20 combat team members within the building were divided into 2 factions. One group ascended to the 87th floor via the elevator, while the other ventured into the emergency escape passage, opting for a foot patrol to conduct their search upwards. Outside the Eternal Tower, 2 armed helicopters, designated Black Kite 01, once more soared into the sky, their rotors gently swirling as they hovered around the 70th floor, poised for heavy fire support at a moment's notice. In the distance, at a makeshift military base, more than a dozen armed helicopters and airships had just taken flight. Farther still, the Chang family's colossal airship, the Land Cruiser, commenced loading new solid fuel canisters amidst the flurry of logistical personnel. All of this unfolded like a tightening net. Just as the net constricted, a calm voice emerged over the communication channel from the combat team's leader. "Halt. Conduct an immediate check of your mechanical limbs' energy status and report back to me." Upon his command, he gestured for all tactical team members in the stairwell of the safety passage to enter a state of silence, momentarily disabling all communication systems. "Captain, I didn't quite understand," a combat team member stammered. The leader replied, "You will comprehend in due time. Repeat after me. No firing. I repeat, no firing." No sooner had the words left his lips than a young man adorned with a black cap descended the stairs with a cheerful demeanor, greeting, "Good evening, everyone." "Who?" the combat personnel exclaimed, turning to face him. However, time seemed to halt at that very moment. Rather, it had transformed into a languid flow. A young man clad in a black duckbill cap descended the staircase with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly incapacitating the defenseless operatives one by one. He chuckled, remarking, "Do not disturb others while they dine." Fierce and formidable. Chapter 64. Seizing the opportunity to revel again, revised. No one noticed the unfolding events within the security passage, which resembled an abyss, consuming everything in its wake. Outside the restaurant, solitary footsteps echoed. A young man adorned in a navy blue suit slowly entered the Sunlight Pavilion restaurant, his cuffs embroidered with a diminutive white turbine motif. Uncle Lee had finished a generous serving of braised pork and was quietly observing the boy relishing his noodles with fried sauce. From the young man's vantage point, he could see Uncle Lee's face, yet only the back of Ching Chun, just as he contemplated uttering a word. He noticed Uncle Lee gently raising his hand to silence him, smiling as he pointed toward Ching Chun, saying, "Let him finish before discussing anything." The young man paused, casting an unusual glance at Ching Chun's silhouette. Due to Ching Chun's turned back, he was unable to ascertain his identity. Even with someone waiting, Ching Chun continued to eat at a leisurely pace, as though he were oblivious to the thunderous clamor generated by the Black Kite 01 outside, or the dozen or so airships encircling the Eternal Tower, laden with peculiar projectiles. These aerial instruments hovered like asteroids orbiting a star. "I have finished," Ching Chun announced, wiping his mouth before donning the cat-faced mask once more and turning his gaze toward his mentor. Li Shutong smiled at the young man outside the door, inquiring about Chun Yehu, the long-cherished heir of the Chun family. "I have heard that you have been promoted to grade A. Fear not. We shall engage in conversation for a while before taking our leave. I assure you, we shall not impose upon you," he remarked with a grin. "That is commendable. I shall refrain from disturbing you for now. We will depart once you have taken your leave," Chun Yehu replied, exiting the Sunlight Pavilion restaurant. Below, the tactical teams ceased their movements, while armed helicopters began to hover in place. The helicopters even extinguished their searchlights, and the roar of their engines was reduced to the faintest whisper. It seemed as though matters had concluded quite simply. However, it was far from straightforward. Li Shutong turned to Ching Chun, stating, "Once I step out of prison number 18, I will set off a chain reaction among many. Thus, you comprehend my reluctance to emerge. Are they afraid of you?" Ching Chun inquired. "Indeed," Li Shutong replied, as Ching Chun followed him to the rooftop. Standing amidst the night breeze atop the clouds, Ching Chun, adorned with a cat-faced mask, cast his gaze once more upon the galactic expanse of the city, as well as the helicopters swirling beneath him. Chun Yehu stood solitary before the floor-to-ceiling window, calmly watching the Black Knight hovercraft disappear into the night. He posed a question. "Has that tactical team made any discoveries?" Unbeknownst to the number of individuals who ventured into the long-distance conference room in the dead of night, nor the multitude of analytical reports generated, the news of this significant event traversed the internet, prompting media outlets to compete in their coverage. Some analysts speculated that those who met with Li Shutong might represent a certain external force. Others posited that the recent surge in incidents involving traversers had caused unrest in the surface world, thereby drawing Li Shutong back into the public eye, as he schemed anew. Tonight may have an incalculable impact on the entire Federation. People tend to lean towards the first conjecture. Uncle Lee, after 8 years, has emerged from prison to meet someone of great significance and discuss a matter of utmost importance. Although the identity of the individual donning a cat-faced mask remains unknown, their importance is undeniable. Judging by their stature, it could possibly be Qing's Qingjuan, Li Yunjia of the Lejima Consortium, or perhaps Yunlu Shindai of the Shindai Group. Certainty eludes them. However, what they are oblivious to is that Uncle Lee, having exited from prison 18, sat in the line of sight of armed helicopters and artillery aimed at him, merely to show Ching Chun a glimpse of the scenery. As he himself articulated, the vistas that others have witnessed must also be seen by his students. Nothing more. His desire to indulge in braised pork was simply a personal craving. On their return journey, as Ching Chun reclined in the plush seat of the hovering vehicle, Uncle Lee addressed him. "Do you understand why I asked you to wear a mask?" He further inquired, "Are you aware of the reason I have accepted you as my student yet refrained from acknowledging it? Do you feel a sense of imbalance?" "Not at all," Ching Chun replied calmly, shaking his head. "You understand the difficulty of shedding your own shackles, hence your concern that those chains may also bind me." "Thank you, teacher. You have always been astute, possessing boundless potential," Uncle Lee marveled. "Indeed. It is precisely for this reason that I believe you should not bear any burdens as you step onto this battlefield." Ching Chun did not respond to this statement, but suddenly posed a question. "Will we have the opportunity to emerge again in the future?" Li Shutong, with great interest, inquired. "Do you wish to go out and play again?" "I do," Chang Chen nodded in affirmation. "Then let us find an opportunity to venture out in a few days." Li Shutong replied with a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed by the commotion of the night. This middle-aged man appeared to have never known fear. Yet, Changchen felt that these might be the most exhilarating 3 hours of his 17 years of life. At this moment, Zheng Yuandong quietly arrived at the mercenary bar in City 18, where Lu Yuan had been waiting since early. Zheng Yuandong asked, "Have you seen the news?" Lu Yuan replied, "Indeed, boss. I believe we should attempt to engage with Lu Dizhu's again. Li Shutong is a figure of immense significance. Even if you hold Lu Dizhu's in disdain, you must acknowledge that he is currently the closest person to Li Shutong." Zheng Yuandong continued to shake his head. "I trust my instincts, and my conviction grows stronger. Lu Yuan, you must understand that a person of Li Shutong's caliber would never regard Lu Dizhu's with favor. There must be a third time traveler in prison 18. What shall we do then?" Lu Yuan asked helplessly. "We must find him." Chapter 65. The Composed Duo. Revised. Countdown. 44, 30, 00, 3:30 a.m. City 2, District 9. On a small street at the city's underbelly, a young man clad in a gray suit strolled leisurely. The puddles on the ground resembled mirrors, reflecting his composed demeanor. Here, the bustling scene one might envision is nowhere to be found. Instead, the streets are marred by pools of stagnant water and litter, while walls are defaced with vibrant graffiti, laden with profanities and protest slogans. This place bears little resemblance to the anticipated technological metropolis. It resembles more of a slum. Yet, as the young individuals traverse this area, they exude an air of nonchalance and gentlemanly demeanor, reminiscent of the streets of Britain. He arrives before a clothing store, where the proprietress, in her 30s, lounges with her legs crossed, engrossed in the world news on her transparent phone. In truth, the external world is replete with such inexplicable little boutiques, perpetually peddling outdated garments, with scarcely any patrons. One is left to ponder how these establishments sustain themselves, yet they never seem to close their doors. The proprietress appears indifferent to the presence of customers. However, it is likely that no one anticipates the hidden intricacies of these small shops. Their operational model has now been transported to the inner world. As the young man steps inside, the proprietress remains oblivious, seemingly unaware of his arrival. He stands at the counter, a smile gracing his face as he lightly taps the surface with his fingers, concealing a sharpness behind that smile. The moment she raises her gaze, she hastily rises, flustered, and apologetically exclaims, "My apologies, I did not notice you enter." Acknowledging her, she quickly memorizes the tasks assigned by He Jinxiu. The second matter is to inform Xiao Xiao to gather as much information as possible about Li Shutong. It appears his influence is even more formidable than previously investigated, managing to emerge unscathed from such a significant ordeal, which is indeed astonishing. Understood, she responds once more. He Jinxiu murmured to himself, "It seems we must win over Lu Dezhu before we proceed with our plans regarding Kunlun. We require his assistance." The proprietress lowered her head and replied, "I have no objections." "Very well, then it is settled." With that, He Jinxiu turned and departed. The slums were among the few places in the cyber city devoid of surveillance. No one would notice the presence of a peculiar visitor here. In prison number 18, the familiar sound of knocking echoed in the morning. The alloy gates vibrated as the inmates pounded upon them, as if on the verge of resonating. These individuals were perpetually brimming with energy, yet had no outlet for it. Qing Chen remained inside, patiently awaiting Lu Guangyi to seek out the time travelers among the new arrivals. Surprisingly, no new prisoners had been transferred to prison number 18 the previous night. He turned over and continued to sleep, entirely indifferent to the commotion outside. At this moment, Uncle Li sat calmly at the dining table, contemplating the recently acquired chess endgame, exhibiting no signs of fatigue. At one point, even Lin Xiao remarked on the turmoil outside due to last night's events, noting how their boss remained unfazed and seemingly unconcerned. Bald and shiny, Guohu Chan stealthily approached and whispered to Lin Xiao, "What exactly did your boss do last night? Did anything exciting happen that I might have missed?" "How did you know?" Lin Xiao inquired with curiosity, glancing sideways at the bald man. He scrutinized Guohu Chan and asked, "Did the mental type extraordinary beings from Spade come as well? Just how many of you arrived? Without fear of the consortium sweeping you all away?" "Only I have arrived." Guohu Chan inquired about Li Shutong with great curiosity. "Seriously, where did he go?" Lin Xiao glanced at him and replied, "If I tell you he merely wished to indulge in some braised pork, would you believe me?" "Nonsense." Guohu Chan retorted with an incredulous expression. "Such a commotion must surely have a purpose." Lin Xiao sighed, fully aware that no one would accept the truth, that their boss had no significant business last night. He simply desired to take Qing Chen out for a leisurely outing. People only remembered that their boss was a formidable contemporary demigod, forgetting that he was also quite capricious and carefree. Furthermore, Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but reflect on the other protagonist in this affair, Qing Chen, who remained blissfully asleep until noon, as if nothing were amiss. As Qing Chen drifted in and out of slumber, he suddenly heard the prison intercom announce, "Inmate number 010101, there is a family visit." He slowly sat up, feeling somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, Guo was questioning Lin Xiaoxiao in the courtyard. "Wait, isn't a normal visit supposed to occur once every 3 months? I recall someone visiting this fellow just yesterday." Lin Xiaoxiao, appearing unconcerned, remarked, "Our boss takes no liking to him. So I advise you not to get too close or inquire indiscriminately." Half an hour later, accompanied by a mechanical prison guard, Qing Chen gently pushed open the door to the visiting room, only to find that it was still not Qing Yin, but rather Kamishiro Koyan. In this instance, the girl was not dressed in formal attire. The other party donned a loosely fitting white sweater, complemented by a lengthy pleated skirt and a pair of dainty leather shoes. Her slender calves were encased in white socks. Perhaps owing to her departure from her usual attire, Kamishiro Sora no longer exhibited her previous restlessness. She sat serenely, her large eyes seeming to converse as they earnestly scrutinized the young man before her. Qing Chen settled down opposite her, separated by an iron table. Surrounding them were gray metallic walls, and overhead hung a stark white LED strip. Yet inexplicably, the initially eerie ambience transformed into something refreshing with Sora's presence. Qing Chen hesitated momentarily. "What brings you here?" "I brought you some food, which I prepared myself," Sora replied, lifting a small cloth bag from beside her chair. Inside was a temperature-controlled lunchbox, more exquisite than the one Yiwan had provided. Qing Chen quietly opened the lunchbox, revealing 3 neatly arranged handheld sushi on the right, a bowl of beef rice in the center, and a row of eel on the left. I inquired, "And it seems the meals in the prison are rather unpalatable." "So I made some for you," Sora stated. "I find it curious. We aren't particularly acquainted, at least not to the extent of visiting me in prison daily." Qing Chen replied calmly. Sora pondered for a moment before softly saying, "This time, I came with my elders to City 18. They insisted I spend more time with you. And I find it somewhat challenging to acclimate to their presence." An air of silence enveloped them as Qing Chen picked up the chopsticks Sora had prepared and silently consumed all the food from the lunchbox. It must be said, the girl's culinary skills were commendable. Subsequently, an extended silence enveloped them once more, persisting until the culmination of the allotted 30-minute visitation. Even Qing Chen, who had maintained composure in the face of the previous night's formidable spectacle, found himself exhibiting a degree of unease. At that juncture, Kamadai Kongyin murmured sotto voce. "Pardon me?" Qing Chen inquired, perplexed. "It is of no consequence, merely a vernacular exclusive to my lineage," Kamadai Kongyin responded with a smile as she arose. "Until our next encounter, Qing Chen Kuan." The young woman appeared accustomed to their mutual reticence, and the game of expressing her innermost thoughts through language incomprehensible to others seemed to amuse her. Concurrently, Lin Xiaoxiao, languishing in the reading area, lamented the diminished amusement within the prison since the warden had mandated Qing Chen's concealment of his identity. While he yearned to converse with Qing Chen, they were compelled to feign indifference. As for engaging in discourse with Yuan, the taciturn nature of her mother rendered even the briefest exchange a laborious endeavor. This engendered a sense of solitude within Lin Xiaoxiao. Regarding Guo, he fervently desired to maintain his distance from the bald-headed man. Abruptly, Lin Xiaoxiao slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked something. According to prison regulations, today marked the conclusion of Lu Diju's solitary confinement. "Warden, this individual must not be released," he declared to Li Shudong. Li Shudong's gaze ascended from the chessboard. "Then confine him once more. We shall revisit the matter this evening," he stated. No one knows how Li Shudong accomplished it. Nor does anyone know who received Li Shudong's command and subsequently issued orders to the mechanical prison guards. Just as no one is aware of how he managed to escape from prison number 18. Lu Diju felt a twinge of despair within. Each time the countdown concluded, he was forcibly drawn into the underworld by the rules of this world, leading him to endure several days in confinement. At such a tender age, he bore burdens that one of his years should not have to carry. Suddenly, the metallic gate before him creaked open, revealing a dimly lit corridor where a figure adorned with a cat-faced mask stood, silently observing him. "Who are you?" Lu Diju hesitated, a flicker of fear creeping in. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noted that the figure bore no weapon, merely holding the reading device from the prison. This was the third time traveler within prison number 18. Realization dawned on Lu Dezhu. Qing Chun slowly stepped into the isolation chamber, and with the sound of hydraulic machinery, the metallic gate began to close behind him. What do you intend to do? Lu Dezhu's heart raced in the confined space. Qing Chen began to inscribe a phrase on the reading device. I saw the news. You were mistaken for me. Lu Dezhu's eyes widened in surprise. Brother, I did not mean to overshadow you. I have resolved to refrain from boasting in the future upon my release. I shall confess that I am not the time traveler encountered by Jian Shang. Qing Chun continued to write on the device. No need. Huh. Lu Dezhu was taken aback. Then, what do you wish for, esteemed one? Qing Chun. Lu Dezhu was momentarily taken aback. He truly had no knowledge of the specifics of his sentence, having found himself in prison upon his arrival. Qing Chun inscribed on the reader, 99 years and 7 months. Lu Dezhu? Qing Chun elucidated. According to the news, you have been convicted of robbery, theft, smuggling, drug trafficking, and attempted murder, with multiple sentences to be served concurrently. Astonishingly, Lu Dezhu nearly retched. At that moment, Qing Chun retrieved the news regarding his trial from the reader. This reader belonged to Li Shatong, thus granting access to news articles. Lu Dezhu stared blankly at the device, where his deeds were laid bare, stating that this was the highest sentence in city number 18 in the past 2 years. Qing Chun continued to write. Of course, I believe. Suddenly, Lu Dezhu inquired, Master, you have been communicating with me through writing out of fear of being recognized by your voice, right? So are you someone I know? Or someone in close proximity to me? At that instant, Lu Dezhu exhibited his original intellect, a clarity unmarred by the disorientation of his circumstances, revealing a rational human mind after regaining composure in the isolation cell. Yet, this intellect felt somewhat out of place. Qing Chun gazed coldly at his counterpart, then, beneath the mask, spoke. You are, in fact, a scapegoat thrust forth by the syndicate. The underworld organizations often resort to such tactics. Once they attract the attention of the Federal Security Administration, they randomly select a hapless individual to bear the full brunt of their crimes. In that moment, Lu Dezhu sensed a shift in the other's aura, a transformation in their presence. An imperceptible sense of oppression enveloped the atmosphere, causing one's breath to become involuntarily erratic. Lu Dezhu pondered, had he ever encountered such a voice, he would surely remember it. Yet, within the recesses of his memory, no impression lingered. Qing Chun inquired, now that you have heard my voice, can we continue our communication? Apologies, esteemed one, I misunderstood. Lu Dezhu's demeanor faltered once more. Qing Chun gazed down upon him, stating, I have come to you with a proposition. You will impersonate me, and in return, I shall assist you in absolving your guilt. He initially shattered Lu Dezhu's hopes, only to subsequently offer a glimmer of optimism. This was done because Lu Dezhu could very well serve as a conduit to the superficial world. Chapter 67. A transaction regarding the superficial world, revised. How can I assist? Lu Dezhu inquired. After a moment of reflection, he added, but even if you depart without aiding me, I would remain powerless, would I not? Do you possess any alternatives? Qing Chun asked calmly. Lu Dezhu fell silent for a brief moment before resigning himself. I accept this transaction. What must I do? I believe there will be individuals drawn to your superficial persona. You must discern their desires and convince them that they can procure what they seek from you. Qing Chun articulated. In essence, I wish to utilize you to forge connections among them. Esteemed one, surely I cannot walk away with nothing in return. Lu Dezhu timidly questioned. With every transaction, rewards or shares are bestowed upon you, such as improvements in sustenance within the confines of the underworld, the ability to access external news even from solitary confinement, or even the provision of virtual life equipment from the entertainment area to your cell, Qing Chun promised. Lu Dezhu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this third-time traveler wielded such formidable influence within the confines of Prison 18. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. But, esteemed one, if I were to assume your identity, I would be exceptionally vulnerable in the outer world. Qing Chun regarded him silently, and it suddenly dawned on him that he had long been curious about how Lu had sustained his injuries and what had transpired. Please elaborate. According to the information provided by the Kunlun organization, someone had taken an interest in my association with Li Shatong, intending to use me to get closer to him. Lu Dezhu explained. They had set out from Easy that morning and attacked me in Luoqing that evening. The Kunlun organization had laid an ambush outside the school, apprehending them all. Understanding dawned on Qing Chun as he nodded. It became clear why Kunlun had not been present at the school that day. It was no wonder Lu Daju had arrived at school injured without explanation. It was all due to the lurking dangers of the outer world. Thinking it over, Qingxin realized that having Lu Daju take the fall for him was indeed perilous. His concern was not for Lu Daju per se, but rather that he had finally discovered a suitable connection, and it would be a pity for it to be lost so easily. Qingxin looked at Lu Daju and inquired, "What do you mean by enhancing your capabilities, for instance?" "Genetic serum," Lu Daju replied, having chosen an alternative path within his professional trajectory. Qingxin closed his eyes, allowing himself to sink into contemplation for a full 10 minutes. In the silence, Lu Daju endured great torment. Suddenly, Qingxin opened his eyes and declared, "I can offer you this, but I expect you to prove that you are worthy of this genetic serum and that you comprehend the implications of collaborating with me." "Just watch my performance," Lu Daju responded eagerly. "I must tell you, there are currently 4 individuals attempting to ingratiate themselves with me, but I have ignored them until now." Lu Daju continued, his excitement palpable. "You have no idea. They are extraordinarily wealthy. I heard that one watch alone costs hundreds of thousands." The notion of a student possessing a watch worth such a fortune astonished Qingxin, who realized Lu Daju was referring to Wang Yun and her associates. Qingxin cautioned, "No cash and no watches. I only require unmarked gold bars. By the way, you are aware that I attend the Los Angeles Foreign Language School, correct?" Lu Daju inquired. "Indeed," Qingxin nodded. "There is a fool from my adjacent class who constantly seeks opportunities to befriend me. He added me through our class WeChat group, but I declined because I heard he was quite poor. He attempted to add me twice more before I finally accepted," Lu Daju recounted. "Yet, just 2 days after accepting, he inexplicably added me to a group filled with vendors selling socks and introducing wealthy women." Qingxin's expression grew even more peculiar, as he realized this could only be Ningangchun. If it weren't for the mask he wore, Lu Daju might have discerned the truth from Qingxin's demeanor. "Esteemed one, how should I contact you in the realm of watches?" Lu Daju asked cautiously. Qingxin smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will reach out to you." With that, he turned and exited the confinement chamber. Until the metallic gate behind him closed, Qingxin finally slowed his breath. Behind the mask, the fiery patterns on his cheeks were swiftly fading. Voice modulation, this was the second function of the breathing technique. Before arriving, Qingxin had contemplated that his reluctance to communicate verbally would eventually raise suspicions in Lu Daju. However, if he had used the reading device last time and then spoke this time, it would seem rather inappropriate. Therefore, it was more convincing to allow Lu Daju to discover the issue himself, and then Qingxin would address it, thereby alleviating any doubts. To be honest, he was somewhat concerned that Lu Daju might never uncover this problem. Otherwise, he would have to continue writing with the reading device. How exhausting. In the lonely confinement chamber, Lu Daju sat in silence after closing the metallic gate. His mind was filled with the enigmatic feline mask. The intertwining red and white patterns on the mask created an uncanny aura that seemed to gaze back at him, powerful and mysterious. Lu Daju inexplicably thought that although he could not associate with Li Shutong, mingling with Li Shutong's air appeared to be a commendable choice. He had already realized that he was not the protagonist of this world. Perhaps the true master belonged to that cat-faced mask. Outside the door, Li Shutong, Lin Xiaoxiao. "And Yuan awaited. Is this your classmate? I thought everyone from the outer world was like you." Li Shutong inquired with a smile. "How did it go?" Qingxin pondered for a moment. "I require a genetic serum." Chapter 68. The Sleepless Night of the Paparazzi, revised, a genetic serum? Li Shutong responded with curiosity. "Is it for Lu Daju?" "Indeed," Qingxin nodded. "Why?" Lin Xiaoxiao mused with curiosity. "Are we simply allowing him to benefit for nothing?" Lu Daju, lacking in resolve, confessed everything under the first interrogation from Lin Xiaoxiao. Entrusting such a person to act as a shield against the outer world left Qingxin feeling somewhat uncertain. Thus, he adopted a different perspective. If he is bound to confess once apprehended, then the key is to ensure he remains elusive. Lin Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and remarked, "That does seem quite reasonable." The following night, with merely 1 hour remaining on the countdown, the alloy gate before Lu Daju swung open once more. He gazed at the familiar cat-faced mask and the briefcase held by the other party. This was, Lu Daju was taken aback, speechless. Only after the exchange did he unveil the contents of the case, revealing 2 refrigerated syringes. One was intended for a skin test to assess the body's rejection response to the agent, while the other contained a genetic serum. The azure liquid tightly sealed within the transparent glass, undulating with an entrancing rhythm. Inscribed on the syringe were the characters Li S. FD 005. Qing Chun left the briefcase behind and, before departing, advised, first, administer the skin test injection. If you experience a tearing pain, it indicates no rejection of the agent, allowing for the second injection. The first will sting for approximately 15 minutes, while the second might cause discomfort for up to 5 hours. However, if you lack the courage to endure the injection, then it holds little worth. The Li family's FDE gene serum necessitates a sequential injection process, commencing with FDE 005, followed by FDE 004, FDE 003, FDE 002, and finally FDE 001. Each injection must be spaced 1 month apart, facilitating a progression from F grade to B grade. Should one attempt the FDE 001 injection prematurely, it would result in immediate mortality. This gene serum boasts significant advantages: a low probability of rejection, rapid efficacy, and no harm to bodily organs. However, B grade represents the pinnacle of the FD gene serum. Furthermore, FDE 001 and FDE 002 are exceedingly rare, nearly unattainable in the market. Lin Xiaoxiao remarked that this path is the swiftest among all shortcuts, yet paradoxically the shortest. Thus, Qing Chun comprehended that although his journey seemed the most distant, it was also the longest. Tell me, after he completes the skin test, will he still proceed with the gene serum injections? Qi inquired softly in the dimly lit corridor outside the confinement chamber. For the past 15 minutes, the anguished screams of Lu Dizhu's had resonated without pause. To be frank, even Qi had underestimated the potency of that initial injection. Merely listening to Lu Dizhu's cries indicated the excruciating pain involved. It's hard to say, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. The agony induced by the gene serum penetrates to the very bone. Many abandon the process after the skin test, as they lack the confidence to endure the subsequent 5 hours of torment. Beside them, Yuan added, everything in this world comes at a price. To enhance one's strength inevitably entails suffering, even with the most effective gene serum. And what of the awakened? Suddenly, Qing Chen inquired, isn't it said that awakeners can transcend the ordinary overnight? Yuan elucidated, most awakeners are subjected to exceedingly potent external stimuli, such as the loss of friends or family. Gradually, Lu Dizhu's anguished cries finally ceased. The three stood quietly in the corridor, whispering to one another while awaiting the next scream, which would signify that Lu Dizhu had summoned the courage to administer a second injection to himself. However, Qing Chun had overestimated Lu Dizhu's resolve. After enduring the skin test, he found himself devoid of the courage to proceed with the second injection. Many harbor dreams of becoming stronger, often believing themselves prepared to confront the costs associated with such transformation. Yet, it is only when faced with true pain that they comprehend the reality they must confront, and they retreat. At that moment, Yuan unexpectedly produced a gold bar from her pocket and handed it to Qing Chun. Here, the boss asked me to give this to you. Oh, why are you giving me a gold bar? Qing Chun queried. The boss said you could refuse it. But as a teacher, he cannot neglect to offer it, she replied. Qing Chun was momentarily speechless. Just then, Lin Xiaoxiao pulled out 2 slender black devices from his pants pocket, each the size of a small palm, resembling miniature phones. He placed them into Qing Chun's hands, prompting Qing Chun to ask in confusion, what are these? How did you know I needed this? Qing Chun questioned Lin Xiaoxiao. It's not me. It's the boss who instructed me to give them to you, Lin Xiaoxiao shrugged. The boss said that a teacher should always consider certain matters from the perspective of the students, and this device will help you conceal your identity in the outer world, which, given your temperament, you will undoubtedly require. Qing Chun scrutinized the communication device in his hand, then turned his head to inquire, given my disposition, I would certainly require. What is my disposition? Yuan interjected suddenly. Boss probably perceives you as rather Machiavellian. Qing Chun was taken aback. After a protracted silence in the corridor, Qing Chun glanced at the countdown, which had dwindled to a mere minute. It appears he won't administer the injection himself. Let's proceed. As he spoke, Lu Dizhu, drenched in sweat and on the verge of collapse, watched in horror as the alloy gate reopened. Yuan and Lin Xiaoxiao rushed inside. No. Let's discuss this amicably. Lu Dizhu roared. In the next instant, Yuan pinned him firmly to the bed, while Lin Xiaoxiao seized the syringe and plunged it forcefully into his posterior. Son of a... Lu Dizhu's body arched rigidly on the bed. Moreover, seizing the opportunity as he opened his mouth to wail, Yuan shoved a communication device directly into his mouth. Countdown, 0000000 before Lu Dezhu could even unleash his anguished cry in the other world. The world dissolved into darkness. Tonight, for the paparazzi of Los Angeles, was destined to be a sleepless night. Chapter 69. Knowing how to shout 666 will suffice. Revised. Could it be that he, like others from the underworld, is crude and barbaric? This was the second time Kojiro Kamishiro had spoken in hushed Japanese. Frankly, he was somewhat perplexed by the girl's intentions. It is indeed imperative to dedicate oneself to learning the Japanese language, sighed Chinchin. From the current news, it appears that only individuals from RB and Korea have traversed into the realm he inhabits. Chinchin searched for news regarding Kamishiro Sora, discovering that, as of now, no one in the world has identified her as a time traveler. This is somewhat perplexing. The girl is, after all, a celebrity in her homeland. Even if a minor one, how could it be that no one has noticed her? Or is it possible that she has remained reclusive in her world, preventing ordinary people from ever encountering her? He has a lingering sense that she is not particularly joyful in her realm, which may explain her desire to visit him. However, the underlying reason for her visit might not be for his sake, but rather an escape from the outside world. Suddenly, Ching-chun felt that sitting across from the girl in the visitation room was a rare moment of relaxation for himself. There was no need for conversation, no need for bonds or machinations. He no longer had to contemplate survival in the perilous world outside. The half hour in the visitation room was entirely detached from the outside world. It was as if he had finally been afforded a chance to breathe. Perhaps she truly thinks this way. Ching-chun glanced at his arm, the countdown reading 47, 55, 01. Another 2 days had passed, the countdown to his next traversal oscillating erratically, devoid of any discernible pattern. On the ground lay a severed kitchen knife, remnants from his last journey to that world, where he had brought only the handle along. Remembering that he had yet to complete his training task for the day, he searched online for a Japanese course video, listening attentively while training. Just past 3 in the morning, having just finished his shower and stepped out of the bathroom, he opened his phone and felt as if the world had exploded around him. In the dead of night, Lu Dezhu's returned to the surface world, only to emit a blood-curdling scream from within his home. The cries echoed for 3 long hours, leaving many to ponder the harrowing experiences of the youth, who was perceived as the protagonist of the underworld. By dawn, a throng of paparazzi had gathered outside Lu Dezhu's residence. He felt as though he were strutting down a red carpet, surrounded by an array of cameras and microphones. In the past, the paparazzi had shown some restraint, but now they seemed eager to thrust their lenses directly into his face. However, he did not don an elegant suit. Instead, he pushed a dilapidated bicycle. The rear wheel was slightly askew, a result of an ambush the night prior beneath the overpass, robbing him of any semblance of grandeur. A journalist obstructed Lu Dezhu's path. "Greetings, I am Xian Shanglong from the Low City Daily. Pray tell, what transpired last night? Were you injured in the underworld?" "No," Lu Dezhu replied hurriedly, pushing the bicycle forward. "If you were unscathed, then what prompted the screams?" Xian Shanglong pressed. Lu Dezhu fell silent, straining to maneuver through the crowd. Onlookers multiplied, not only comprising journalists and paparazzi, but also curious neighbors from the community. They chattered amongst themselves. "Look, that's the kid who screamed until 5 in the morning. I hear he is quite formidable in the underworld." Heat rushed to Lu Dezhu's face, and when he could no longer contain himself, he forcefully shoved his way through, only to find that several journalists and paparazzi had been toppled in his wake, with some even damaging their cameras. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, and Lu Dezhu himself was momentarily taken aback. In front of him stood at least 7 or 8 individuals, and despite their unpreparedness, the force of his casual push was astonishing. Lu Dezhu felt a twinge of panic. Seizing the opportunity amidst the crowd, he hastily mounted his bicycle and sped towards the school. Yet, within him, there lingered a flicker of exhilaration. He had read accounts from numerous time travelers asserting that genetic agents were exceedingly rare, but upon merely voicing a request, the enigmatic time traveler adorned with a cat-faced mask had procured one for him within a single day. This extraordinary potency instilled a newfound confidence in Lu Dezhu. It was akin to playing a video game. It mattered not if one's skills were lacking, as long as one had a skilled ally to rely upon. They could still achieve victory. Upon arriving at school, Lu Dezhu immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere in the classroom. However, this time, it was not him that his peers were observing. Rather, they were engrossed in their phones. Someone had shared a news article in the group chat regarding a TikTok user known as Chuang Wang, who had suddenly released a report about the underworld. Uncle Lee had, after an 8-year incarceration, stepped out of prison accompanied by a man in a cat-faced mask, heading to the top floor of the Eternal building for a meal. Uncle Lee indulged in a serving of braised pork, while the masked individual opted for a dish of fried sauce noodles. Concurrently, both the Qing and Li military bases had reacted, with eyewitnesses claiming to have seen the Qing's land cruiser airship ascend into the heavens. It is widely known that the land cruiser has long been utilized by the Qing clan to contain the forbidden object AC-009. Yet no one had ever laid eyes on what this forbidden object truly was. Thus, it seemed likely that the Qing intended to deploy this forbidden object in response to the unexpected emergence of Uncle Lee. To this day, the identity of the man behind the cat-faced mask remains shrouded in mystery, as does the reason for Li Shudong's release from prison. This incident has sparked a considerable uproar across the entire Federation. Lu Dezhu silently gazed at the news, or more precisely, at the statement regarding a certain cat-faced masked man dining at the top of the Eternal building. He finally comprehended that his understanding of the powerful figures was still rather superficial. Chapter 70, May I Stay at Your Home, revised. The individual known as Chuang Wang appears to possess an abundance of information. Even the parties involved, including Qing, were unaware of the existence of the Qing family's airship, the land cruiser, or the forbidden item AC-009. Although the nature of this object remains unknown, its potential to be wielded against Li Shudong suggests it is extraordinarily formidable. But who exactly is this Chuang Wang? In the current realm, the most authoritative figure regarding information is He Xiao, yet their focus lies in strategy, whereas Chuang Wang resembles a battlefield correspondent. In terms of immediacy, Chuang Wang undoubtedly excels. Within a mere 2 hours, the follower count of Chuang Wang's account surged past 30 million. Qing Chun surmised that those emerging at this juncture were certainly not fools. Either they possessed connections to organizations like Kunlun, showing no fear of rogue elements, or they, like He Xiao, wielded technology or abilities that allowed them to remain hidden. Traversing through this world is an endeavor dictated by the survival of the fittest. Individuals like Lu Dezhu, who initially boasted bravado, would likely have perished long ago if not for the protective mechanisms afforded by imprisonment. Qing Chun continued to wait, eager to see if anyone would unveil the identity of Chuang Wang. At a previous moment, a time traveler emerged, shrouded in mystery, only to be located by hackers within an hour, resulting in the exposure of a plethora of personal information, including the revelation of childhood classmates who claim to have been assaulted by this internet celebrity. In this age of information, one must possess exceptional skills, otherwise, one will inevitably be discovered. However, as the morning passed, the enigmatic figure known as Chuang Wang remained elusive. It appeared that an increasing number of time travelers were about to make their grand entrance. Changshan discerned that these time travelers differed from past internet sensations. They wielded the technology to resist the superficial world and possessed their own techniques for concealment. At that moment, the device was already secured on Lu Dezhu's wrist. Moreover, Hu Xiaoniu, Lu Dezhu, and Zhang Tianjun engaged in lively conversation, as if they had become fast friends overnight. He discreetly messaged Lu Dezhu from his private room. Have there been any developments in communicating with those 4 transfer students from High City that you mentioned earlier? Changshan found himself both amused and exasperated. Initially, he believed the other party had misunderstood his suggestion, but it now seemed apparent that Lu Dezhu intended to keep that watch for himself. This individual aimed to extract as much as possible from Hu Xiaoniu, only to allocate a portion for himself, ultimately managing to swindle some benefits from Changchun, such as genetic agents. In the end, Lu Dezhu would reap substantial rewards, while Changchun and Hu Xiaoniu would merely serve as tools for his profit. It must be said, Changchun suddenly sensed that Lu Dezhu's intellect had surged. Had he not been in the adjacent class, he might have genuinely fallen for the ruse. Perhaps Lu Dezhu had never anticipated that this third time traveler would be right next door to him. After all, despite its modest size, Los Angeles boasts a resident population exceeding 6 million. At this moment, Lu Dezhu received a message. Boss. A classmate from Haiqing wishes to understand how to swiftly establish themselves in the 18th city. How can we assist them? Shall we perhaps offer them some initial incentives? Originally perched in the restroom while sending the message, Lu Dezhu suddenly looked up, realizing the significance of the term watch. In an instant, it dawned upon him that the other party was already aware of everything. Was this third-time traveler a classmate from his own class, or perhaps an alumnus? He recalled the throngs of students bustling through the corridors and the sea of people during the recess exercises on the playground. A chill swept over Lu Dezhu, as if a pair of unseen eyes were quietly observing him through the crowd from an unknown location. Moments later, Lu Dezhu emerged from the restroom, and Hu Xionyou, waiting outside, looked puzzled. Why were you in there for so long? How about we hit a bar tonight? I haven't been to one since arriving in Los Angeles. Lu Dezhu took a deep breath and replied, let's hold off on the bar for now. I would like to extend my early New Year's wishes to you. May you find contentment, and may your family enjoy good health. Hu Xionyou stared blankly at Lu Dezhu, utterly bewildered. After speaking, Lu Dezhu pressed a watch into Hu Xionyou's hands and lowered his voice, saying, let's continue our collaboration, but from now on, we shall transact using gold bars. To be honest, at that moment, Lu Dezhu regretted his earlier decisions profoundly. Just as Lu Dezhu finished tidying up, a new friend request appeared on Qing Chen's WeChat. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find that Li Tongyun had added him. However, he distinctly recalled that Li Tongyun did not possess a mobile phone before. Qing Chen had just accepted a friend request when Li Tongyun sent a message, Brother Qing Chen, Kunlun has alerted my mother, stating that the 9 fugitive suspects might have already entered the city of Luoqing. In the past 24 hours, 2 time travelers have gone missing, so you must exercise caution. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within Qing Chen. Chapter 71. The Sounds from Above, revised. At that moment, Li Tongyun was with Jiang Shui. Ever since Kunlun sent the message, Jiang Shui had picked Li Tongyun up from school, and they had remained in the shopping mall. Furthermore, Jiang Shui had even purchased a mobile phone for Li Tongyun to facilitate their daily communication. Li Tongyun relayed Kunlun's message to Qing Chen without alteration. In the message, Kunlun specifically cautioned that the 3 time travelers who had gone missing in Luoqing had inadvertently exposed their information online, which could lead to the disclosure of their home addresses. Among the over 200 known time travelers in Luoqing, nearly 1/5 were deemed to be at risk. Kunlun urged everyone to refrain from carelessly disclosing information and to prioritize their safety. It appeared that Kunlun did not mention providing protection, indicating a shortage of personnel. Qing Chen pondered. I never imagined that the registered time travelers would number so many. Surely, there are many more concealed in the shadows. These individuals had hastily arrived in Luoqing, leaving them no time to investigate further details. Thus, as long as they were not at home, the adversaries would be unable to find a target. For instance, if they knew Jiang Shui's home address, they might attempt to abduct her. However, Jiang Shui was not at home. At most, they could only kidnap Solitude. It must be said that Li Tongyun's line of thought was entirely correct, and Qing Chen felt compelled to commend her. As the afternoon approached the end of school, Lu Dezhu seized an opportunity to send a message to Qing Chen. Boss, I have made significant progress with the transfer students. We have yet to discuss specific transactions, but they are willing to pay some gold bars in advance as a gesture of sincerity. Boss, I do not wish for a share of the gold bars. Could you possibly improve the conditions of my confinement? I truly feel I might go mad from sheer idleness. The courtyard at number 4 Xingzhou Road remained tranquil, with few pedestrians in sight. Qing Chen, carrying the vegetables in hand, strolled slowly along the tree-lined path. The early autumn had passed, and the leaves of the sycamore trees lining the road began to fall. Today, the courtyard appeared perhaps at its most picturesque. The 9 suspects in this case seemed quite different from the previous 2 rogue individuals. They were organized and strategic, with so much time having elapsed without capture. This criminal organization posed the most significant danger. Qing Chen kept his gaze straight ahead, yet internally he was silently tallying all those he encountered. Each one a familiar face from the neighborhood he had seen before. There were no strangers. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Shui's balcony. All the furnishings remained undisturbed. Even the creases in the curtains were unchanged from the morning. There were no ambushes at home. Standing in the corridor, Qing Chen sent a message to Li Tongyun. Come in, the door is ajar, and you may enter directly. Before long, Jiang Shui and Li Tongyun, one large and one small, quietly opened the door a crack and slipped into the room. It was at this juncture that Li Tongyun, still quite young, finally breathed a sigh of relief, appearing utterly endearing. Qing Chen remarked with a smile, I am not a time traveler. Even if they sought to abduct one, they wouldn't find me here. As fugitives, they surely wouldn't wish to escalate the situation. With so many residents in a building, the criminals wouldn't scour the entire edifice simply because they didn't find Jiang Shui at home, unless they were utterly mad. Jiang Shui responded with a smile. I'm deeply indebted to you this time. While I knew I could hide elsewhere, being out and about always made me feel uneasy. You and Xiaoyan watch some television for a while. I'll prepare a meal for us." With that, the woman rolled up her sleeves and entered the kitchen. Qing Chun felt a pang of sentimentality. Aunt Jiang Shui was perpetually gentle and kind. Qing Chun ruffled her hair and inquired softly, "Have you heard of Li Shudong's affairs in the inner world? Could you recount them to me? How do the consortiums view this matter?" "There's not much to tell," Li Tong'an replied, seated on the sofa, her short legs dangling off the edge. "I heard from my older sister in the inner world that Li Shutong has been dormant for many years, and his sudden emergence will undoubtedly cause astonishment." The sister seemed to admire Li Shutong quite a bit. Qing Chun retrieved a quilt from the cabinet. Although the apartment had 2 bedrooms and a living room, the other room was bare, devoid of even a bed, and filled with the sundries he had previously purchased. He said to Li Tongyun, "Tonight, you and your mother sleep in my room, squeeze onto my small bed, and I'll sleep in the living room." "How embarrassing," Li Tongyun said politely. Yet she did not decline, her eyes curving into crescent moons of delight. "By the way, Brother Qichin, where were you when Li Shutong was dining at the Sunlight Pavilion?" "Me?" Qichin glanced at her. "I was on the light rail train, and I only caught sight of the airship heading towards the Eternal Building." "Oh," Li Tongan replied. Not pressing further, Qing Chun then inquired, "By the way, why was Li Shutong imprisoned?" Li Tongyun glanced at him and replied, "I'm not certain. It would be inappropriate for someone of my tender age to request his case files. Well, I've shared quite a bit of information, so let's exchange some of yours." "Brother Qichin." Qichin pondered for a moment and said, "What I can share pertains to the information of the surface world. I believe it is essential to join the group chat mentioned by He Xiao. However, before doing so, we must secure the Data Fortress program from the inner world to evade detection. I now suspect that He Xiao is not acting alone, but rather represents a collective that is systematically gathering all time travelers. Of course, this is merely conjecture." Li Tongyun tilted her head and remarked, "Brother Qingchen, you only share information from the surface world because revealing any intelligence from the inner world would make you too identifiable and expose yourself, correct?" Qingchen smiled and replied, "What do you think?" At that moment, both of them heard a sound above them, the unmistakable noise of a chair toppling onto the floor. The building was so antiquated that the sound insulation between neighbors was woefully inadequate, let alone the disturbance of objects crashing to the ground. However, the issue at hand was that both Qingchen and Li Tongan were acutely aware that there should not be anyone in the room on the rooftop at present. Chapter 72, Midnight Excursion, Revised, Hush. Qing Chun whispered to Li Tongyun, "There is someone upstairs." The young girl, filled with trepidation, glanced up at the ceiling of the living room, her body instinctively retreating further into the sofa. The shadow of the last encounter with intruders had not yet dissipated. And now, once again, danger loomed. Li Tongyun, in a reflexive motion, reached for the remote control to turn off the television, but Qingchen halted her. When the intruders arrived, they would undoubtedly notice that their apartment was illuminated, indicating the presence of occupants. Thus, feigning an unoccupied home was paramount to avert calamity. Qingchen gently patted the back of the girl's hand, silently mouthing, "Do not be afraid, I am here." Li Tongyun wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and nodded. Everything in the room appeared entirely normal, devoid of any changes. Qing Chun turned towards the kitchen, gesturing for Jiang Shui to continue cooking. He inscribed a message on paper for Jiang Shui to read. "The intruders are upstairs. From this moment on, we must all maintain our composure and behave as if we are ordinary people. Do not panic. They would not expect you to be right below them." The entire building housed dozens, if not hundreds, of residents. The intruders were unlikely to search the entire premises, and they were unaware of the close relationship between Qing Chun and Jiang Shui, as it had not been reported in the news. Jiang Shui, forcing herself to remain calm, completed the dish and brought it into the living room, then, suppressing her fear, scribbled on the paper, "What should we do now?" No sooner had she spoken than a crash of shattering glass echoed from above, followed by the heavy thud of footsteps passing directly overhead. A sense of dread washed over Qing Chun. The weight of mechanical prosthetics was unmistakable. It is improbable for an ordinary person to produce such heavy footsteps. Gradually, a peculiar scraping sound emanates from the ceiling above. Qing Chun searches his memory for a similar sound to compare. It resembles the noise made when a zipper meets the ground. At this moment, someone is indeed lying on the floor, listening intently. Like a demon that has descended upon you in the dark of night, breathing softly and exhaling the scent of blood. Qing Chun remains motionless on the sofa. In a forest, if you find yourself as the prey facing a seasoned hunter, you must first learn to conceal your scent. Do not attempt to take risks, for your opponent wields a gun. When the sound of the zipper scraping against the floor echoes once more, the individual on the ceiling appears to rise, and the heavy footsteps head towards the kitchen. Qing Chen messages Jiang Shui. Contact Kunlun via WeChat. Do not call, as it may be overheard. Jiang Shui silences her phone and attempts to message Lu Yuan, but it fails to send. Qing Chen glances at his own phone. To his astonishment, the signal here is completely blocked. There is not a trace of reception. These criminals have prepared meticulously. Wait. The communication device between Qing Chen and Lu Dezhu still shows full signal. It seems the jamming technology of the outer world has no effect on the inner realm. Qing Chen writes, "Let us bide our time." Li Tongan nestles in her mother's embrace, her emotions gradually stabilizing as she gently taps her chopsticks against the porcelain bowl, producing the normal sounds associated with mealtime. However, at that moment, the sound of a door opening echoes through the corridor. Unsure whether Jiang Shui and the others were home, Hu Xiaoyo remarked, "I had someone purchase fresh beef." Hu Xiaoyo and his companions ascended the stairs, conversing amongst themselves. Qing Chen, Jiang Shui, and Li Tongan exchanged glances, each realizing the situation. It was undoubtedly Hu Xiaoyo and his group, paying an impromptu visit to Jiang Shui's residence. A knock resounded, followed by Wang Yun's voice. "Aunt Jiang Shui, are you home?" Immediately thereafter, a sudden exclamation and sounds of a scuffle erupted from upstairs, accompanied by the thud of a heavy object hitting the floor. The sounds arose abruptly but ceased just as quickly, as if the assailants had swiftly concluded their engagement and were now dragging the four individuals into the dwelling. Qing Chen was taken aback, having underestimated the combat prowess of the perpetrators. Even if Hu Xiaoyo and his friends were still ordinary individuals, they should not have been subdued so rapidly. What should we do? Should we rescue them? Jiang Shui scribbled on paper, her alarm evident. Should those four students fall prey to the criminals? One could readily surmise the grim events that would unfold. Qing Chen sighed inwardly. Hu Xiaoyo and the others were likely still alive. Given the suspect's modus operandi, they would likely regard the time travelers as assets, not to be disposed of lightly. Thus, there was still time. He abruptly closed his eyes, his pupils constricting in the darkness behind his eyelids. The fragments of information that had once surfaced in his mind were now being meticulously examined. If someone were to inquire about the treasures of his past, Qing Chen would calmly inform them that within lay the forgotten riches. It has been reported that 9 suspects remain at large. "Hello, student. Are you acquainted with Lu Dezhu?" For transfer students have arrived from Haichen. Suddenly, Qing Chen seemed to have stumbled upon something. What Lu Dezhu had once imparted to him within the confines of the isolation cell eluded Qing Chen's immediate recollection. Having ascertained the whereabouts of the Easy faction, Kunlun had strategically positioned themselves outside the school premises in advance. A certain Zheng Yuandong, the person in charge, had assured him that protective measures would be in place for him. Abruptly awakening, Qing Chen made his way to the lavatory, took a seat, and dispatched a message via his communicator to Lu Dezhu, instructing him to promptly secure a taxi and station himself in front of the 12th floor of the No. 4 compound on Xingshu Road. The instant Lu Dezhu received the message, he was taken aback. He wondered what the meaning was behind this sudden connection to Hu Xiaoyo. Qing Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. His intention in summoning Lu Dezhu was not to endanger him. Rather, it dawned on him that while an insignificant time traveler like Jiang Shui might struggle to establish contact with Kunlun, Lu Dezhu certainly could. This wasn't about Lu Dezhu personally making contact, but rather the realization that Kunlun was undoubtedly already lying in wait near him. What Qing Chen needed wasn't Lu Dezhu himself, but rather for Lu Dezhu to bring Kunlun into the fold. Gradually, the faint sound of a girl's weeping emanated from upstairs, indicating that someone had awakened. The sound of dragging on the floor followed, suggesting that someone was being forcibly led into the bedroom. In the Xinglong residential complex, several Kunlun operatives stationed beneath Lu Dezhu's building were engaged in conversation. They observed Lu Dezhu furtively exiting the stairwell, casting furtive glances around before swiftly departing the complex and entering a taxi parked at the entrance. A Kunlun member whispered into his headset, "Attention, attention, Sparrow has taken flight. Sparrow has taken flight. Sparrow has boarded the Eagle's chariot." Amidst the enigmatic night, Lu Dezhu sat in the back of the taxi, his heart filled with trepidation, and instructed the driver, "Master, to the number 4 compound on Xingshu Road, please make haste." The voice of Lu Yuan resonated through the headset. "Everyone, Keep pace. Sparrow has relayed the address. Be alert for anomalies. Wrench, Hawthorne, expedite your movements and secure concealed positions ahead of time. Unbeknownst to Lu Dezhu, his actions were setting off ripples of concern. Chapter 73, Detonation. Revised, before the number 4 compound on Xingjing Road, a taxi came to a gentle halt. As Lu Dezhu settled the fare, the youthful driver remarked with feigned nonchalance, "That'll be 14 yuan, handsome. This used to be the old government compound, you know. What brings you here?" Preoccupied with thoughts of gold bars, Lu Dezhu blurted out, "Coming to collect gold bars." The words were barely out of his mouth before he regretted them, hastily cutting himself off as he exited the vehicle. Once he had entered the residential complex, the young driver, codenamed Little Eagle, activated his headset. Calling Kunlun, Sparrow reports he's here to retrieve gold bars. Lu Yuan, who had infiltrated the complex ahead of time and was lurking in the shadows, extinguished his cigarette. Retrieve gold bars. Could he have struck a deal with the chrononaut? Potentially. A Kunlun member analyzed. His unique status in the reverse world could be of assistance to numerous individuals. It's plausible that someone is paying for resources from the reverse world. Lu, wasn't there a similar incident in Taichung just days ago, where the buyer received the medication but failed to remit the final payment, nearly resulting in a fatality? The Kunlun operatives there were beside themselves. Indeed, Lu Yuan concurred with a nod. That seems to be the case. Damn it, I'm sacrificing my night to safeguard him. Preventing his abduction by suspects, only for him to nonchalantly come here to collect gold bars. In the darkness of the night, Lu Dezhu cautiously navigated through the neighborhood, glancing east and west, resembling a thief intent on pilfering chickens from a village. Unbeknownst to him, numerous onlookers were silently observing his every move. As he approached Building 12, over 20 members of the Kunlun organization stealthily advanced from the shadows, encircling him at the core of their formation. Why is he crouched down? What could he possibly be doing in front of Building 12? One of the Kunlun members inquired, puzzled. Lu Yuan turned to look and was taken aback to see Lu Dezhu squatting motionless, his hands crossed and tucked within his sleeves, appearing as if he were a fool waiting for roasted sweet potatoes. What on earth is he doing? Another Kunlun member whispered. Silence, Lu Yuan suddenly commanded. He sensed a hint of danger lurking. As time ticked away, the world seemed to succumb to a profound silence. Just then, from the shadows of the corridor, a man clad in a black jacket emerged slowly. He wore a Bluetooth headset, surveying his surroundings with a cold detachment, fully alert, his right hand hovering near his waist. The glint of his exposed mechanical hand was particularly striking, exuding strength and power. His gaze gradually swept the vicinity, and as he turned his head, he locked eyes with Lu Dezhu, who stared back in a daze. In that moment, their eyes met, and an eerie stillness enveloped the atmosphere. The assailant silently scrutinized Lu Dezhu, the air thick with an unspoken tension. Confirming that no one else was present, the assailant took a step toward Lu Dezhu, the faint sound of hydraulic mechanisms emanating from beneath his clothing as he walked. Lu Dezhu silently watched as the figure drew nearer. The assailant approached, engaging Lu in conversation. "Friend, you seem so familiar, are you?" After a brief silence of 2 seconds, Lu's mouth contorted, saliva dripping as he stammered, "ABA, ABA, ABA, ABA." Pretending to be nonchalant, he abruptly turned and attempted to walk away. The assailant pressed a button on his Bluetooth earpiece. "We have a situation." In that moment, as the assailant spoke, Lu quickened his pace and soon broke into a run, repeating, "ABA, ABA, ABA, ABA." The sound of his footsteps faded into the distance. Beneath the trees of the community, shadows intertwined and danced, while in the darkness, Lu Yuan suddenly lifted his gaze. At that very moment, a solitary figure was coldly observing him through a window on the second floor. Discovered, they were encircled. Lu Yuan spoke in a low voice. "Be careful, the adversary is extremely dangerous." The members of Kunlun slowly advanced towards Building 12, when suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed from behind the building. The man who had been staring at Lu Yuan expressionlessly turned away from the window and vanished from sight. Lu Yuan's expression changed. They planned to escape through the back window. The individual who had appeared moments ago was indeed the fugitive they were pursuing. Lu Yuan had been here before. He knew that the second floor was Jiang Shue's residence. They flanked Building 12 from both sides, converging towards the rear. Just as Lu Yuan and his team rounded the staircase, a flash of fire erupted from a metal trash bin at the end of the street. With a deafening explosion, Lu Yuan barely managed to shield his neck and vital areas with his arm before a wave of scorching air hurled everyone backward. The resounding blast reverberated as the metal trash bin was obliterated into fragments. This is the explosive device that the criminals had concealed upon their arrival. They stealthily stashed it within a garbage bin as a means of delay before silently infiltrating Jiang Shui's residence. Should their actions be discovered, they would shatter the rear window to divert attention, subsequently detonating the explosives on the road to inflict harm and chaos. In doing so, everyone would have ample time to evacuate with composure. This plan was meticulously devised, as if an unseen puppeteer were coldly observing everything from the shadows, orchestrating the unfolding events. Lu Yuan staggered to his feet, brushing off his head, and inquired of his comrades beside him, "Is everything all right?" The team members also rose from the ground, reporting that only one had been struck in the leg by shrapnel, while the others had escaped without direct injury. It seemed all team members had sustained minor concussions. Yet at that moment, such concerns were secondary. "We must pursue," Lu Yuan declared with determination. "If we allow this group to escape, we cannot fathom the time it would take for the time traveler to suffer." The Kunlun organization continued their chase towards the rear of the building. But Lu Yuan suddenly halted, sensing something was amiss. He had an inkling that something had gone awry. These criminals aimed to abduct the time traveler. And as far as he knew, their mechanical limbs were not particularly advanced, likely unable to withstand the impact of jumping directly from the second floor. Perhaps the criminals could leap down themselves, but certainly not while carrying someone. Once the explosion disrupted their senses and their minds became chaotic, they would instinctively follow the initial target, lacking the time for careful consideration. Consequently, all of them had pursued towards the rear, allowing the criminals to brazenly exit through the front door. One team member asked, "Lu, shall we not pursue? Enough with the chatter, Little Eagle. Have you arrived yet?" A voice crackled through the earpiece. Almost there, almost there." Lu Yuan resumed his frantic sprint, acutely aware that a misjudgment could mean allowing the criminals to escape from behind the building. Yet, he had faith in his instincts. Chapter 74, Confront Him. Revised, Lu Yuan dashed forward, as if grasping the most crucial element in a moment of clarity, pain mingling with exhilaration. He glanced down, noticing blood streaming from his thigh, where shards of metal were embedded in his muscle. He had indeed been injured. Sure enough, from the shadows of the corridor emerged four assailants. Casually carrying heavy black woven bags, the synthetic fibers distorted under the weight. The leader of the group regarded Lu Yuan with a cold stare, seemingly surprised by his quick reaction, though he paid it little heed. They tossed the black bags into the vehicle and settled into the rear seats of a business van, while one individual lingered by the car, drawing a cold handgun from behind his waist and aiming it at Lu Yuan. In that instant, Lu Yuan's muscles surged with an explosive force, defying his prior momentum. He shifted his body to the right, having anticipated the trajectory of the bullet, narrowly evading the first shot. One cannot outrun a bullet, yet one can outpace the speed of the gun's muzzle. His sneakers tore apart, exposing his toes. But he paid it no mind, shouting with all his might, "Little Eagle, ram into him." Then, he leaped into action. At the end of the alley, the roar of an engine thundered forth as a taxi suddenly drifted into view, with Little Eagle at the wheel, flooring the accelerator to its limit. The taxi, still swaying from inertia, collided with a black business vehicle, while in the sky, Lu Yuan lunged at the assailant with fierce determination. If this moment were to be frozen in time, it would undoubtedly hold great significance. In the next instant, the taxi crashed headlong into the front of the black vehicle, causing Xiaoying to strike his head against the steering wheel and lose consciousness. The armed assailant momentarily froze, just before succumbing to darkness. Xiaoying even heard the sound of bone shattering. In the following moment, everyone in the community heard Lu Yuan's furious shout, "Beat him up." Unbeknownst to Lu Yuan and the others, Qing Chen had been silently observing the scene outside through a gap in the curtains. He pondered to himself, realizing that Lu Yuan was also an extraordinary being. At that moment, he witnessed members of the Kunlun organization encircling the area, ultimately subduing all the assailants. Lu Yuan was injured and taken away by an ambulance, along with Hu Xiaoyou and Zhang Tianjin. Hu Xiaoyou and the others bore no visible wounds. It seemed they had merely been rendered unconscious. Numerous areas within the community were cordoned off with caution tape, as professionals were tasked with inspecting every corner to ensure no explosives remained left by the assailants. This was an exceedingly heinous criminal incident, with 4 suspects apprehended and 5 others unaccounted for. This event made Qing Chun and his companions acutely aware that this organization was far more cunning than they had imagined. Far from being merely a band of scattered rogues, Although the individual combat capabilities of the assailants were not particularly high, their actions were organized and methodical. Qing Chun suspected that among the 5 remaining fugitives, there must be individuals with significantly higher combat prowess. Jiang Shui looked at the young man before her and said, "Thank you. Without you, both Xiao Yun and I could have been in serious trouble. I will go heat up the food now." After Jiang Shui prepared the meal, the 3 of them hesitated to partake, allowing the food to grow cold. In the living room, Li Tongyan gazed at Qi-Chen, feeling that her brother was unlike anyone else. He seemed to possess an uncanny ability to transform the mundane into the extraordinary, no matter the time or place. "Qi-Chen Gu, did you summon Kunlun?" Li Tongyan blinked innocently. Yet, Qi-Chen did not seem averse to the little girl uncovering some of his secrets. He gently ruffled her hair, asking, "Are you still afraid?" "Somewhat," Li Tongyan replied. "Qi-Chen Gu, I know you wish to keep your identity hidden, but if I were to encounter danger in the inner world, would you come to my rescue?" Content with her inquiry, she nodded thoughtfully, but then muttered softly, "It's fine not to reveal your identity to others, but keeping it from me is going too far. I'm just a child. What malicious intent could I possibly harbor?" The seasoned hunter often appeared in the guise of prey. Jiang Shui stood in the kitchen, her fingers trembling slightly. Had Li Tongyun suddenly turned off the television, or if Qing Chun had not reminded Jiang Shui to continue cooking, calamity might have befallen them. Li Tongyun chimed in, "Qing Chen Gu is not a child anymore. He can drink." Qing Chen took a bite of the dish, his expression turning peculiar. In her fright while cooking, Jiang Shui had forgotten to add salt. Blushing and at a loss for words, she could only look down. Qing Chen hastily reassured her. "It was entirely normal to be scared. I was frightened too." Li Tongyun murmured beside them, "You being scared is quite the ghostly matter." Despite the meal not being to their taste, it did not dampen the atmosphere. Rather, it grew even more lively. Chapter 75, The Truth, revised, at the Second People's Hospital of Luoqing, within the emergency department. What was once a tranquil ward suddenly became crowded with members of the Kunlun organization. These individuals, who had previously displayed remarkable vigor while apprehending criminals, now lay in their beds, lamenting and pleading with the nurses for pain relief. Yet, their ailments amounted to little more than minor abrasions. Initially, the nurses assumed they were feigning distress to elicit sympathy, but soon realized that these youthful warriors were genuinely in pain. In truth, this pain has a specific term in the inner world: overload syndrome. While ordinary individuals experience discomfort due to lactic acid buildup from excessive exercise, those who have received low-numbered genetic serums endure a more acute form of nerve pain. For instance, if Lu Dizhus were to overexert himself now, he would indeed feel pain, as he had only administered the FD-005 serum. Should he have successively taken the 004 and 003 serums, such after effects would gradually dissipate. Hu Xiaoniu contemplated the apparent strength of the Kunlun organization. It had not been long since their arrival in this realm, yet they had procured such an array of genetic serums. The individual known as Boss Zheng must possess a significant standing in the inner world. At that moment, Lu Yuan was the last to be lifted from the ambulance. He turned to the Kunlun members and said, "Please move me next to that Hu Xiaoniu." The Kunlun member paused in surprise. "We have arranged for you a private room." After a moment of thought, Lu Yuan replied, "There are still matters I need to clarify. I must consult with our 4 new acquaintances. By the way, have Wrench investigate their identities." "Understood." Bearing the mended Lu Yuan, the Kunlun operative ushered him into the ward. The operative witnessed Lu Yuan, who a moment before was composed and calculating, suddenly feigning agony upon entering the room, instantly adopting a posture of cunning. Once Lu Yuan was situated in the bed adjacent to Hu Xiaoniu, he remained aloof, preoccupied with his feigned pain. Hu Xiaoniu hesitated for a moment, then turned to Lu Yuan, expressing, "We are grateful for your timely intervention and rescue." "Of course, it is our duty," Lu Yuan responded, wincing with each movement, his injuries causing him visible discomfort. "Did you witness my valor in rescuing you?" I remained composed amidst the chaos, facing the adversary's firearms with unwavering resolve. "Oh, but you were still confined in the sack then, unable to witness it." Hu Xiaoniu remained silent. Lu Yuan sighed, lamenting, if only Boss Zheng had witnessed it. Surely a promotion and raise would be in order. Hu Xiaoniu diverted the conversation, inquiring, "How did you know we were in peril?" Hu Xiaoniu inquired with perplexity, "Someone else? Who might that be?" "I cannot divulge," Lu Yuan replied, indicating his adherence to confidentiality protocols. A Kunlun operative entered the ward, bearing a black plastic bag. These 4 cellular devices were recovered from the assailant's vehicle. Could you identify if any belonged to you? Hu Xiaoyo retrieved his own device from the bag, noting its intact security. Upon activation, he discovered a message from Lu Dezhu, which read, "Consider this the inaugural transaction. Remember to remit the gold bars." Hu Xiaoyo was taken aback. This WeChat message intricately weaves together all the preceding events. Lu Dezhu, upon realizing he was in peril, orchestrated an opportunity for Kunlun to apprehend the assailants, thereby rescuing himself. Thus, Lu Dezhu claimed that the first transaction was complete. This so-called transaction was, in essence, a matter of preserving his own life. In an instant, Lu Dezhu's persona became enigmatic and imposing. How did the other party discern his danger, and how did they mobilize Kunlun? He found himself perplexed. Upon receiving the news, Lu Dezhu on the other end of the phone was overwhelmed with joy. What a remarkable ally he had. One who promised double and delivered double. Was this truly the realm of the affluent? Furthermore, he mused that this time he might be able to discreetly pocket a gold bar. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly inquired of Hu Xiaoyo, "By the way, how did you end up being captured?" "Initially, I thought the assailants had taken Jiang Shui or Li Tongyun, but upon opening the sack, I discovered otherwise. I had never encountered you before." This was one of Lu Yuan's lingering questions. Lu Dezhu inexplicably lingered at number 4 Xingzhou Road, as if he were awaiting the criminals. The taxi driver who brought Lu Dezhu to Xingzhou Road was affiliated with Kunlun, the very same who later collided with the assailants. At that time, the driver had inquired, probing Lu Dezhu about his purpose for being there, to which Lu Dezhu replied he was there to collect gold bars. In retrospect, it became evident that the crime scene was located within Jiang Shui's residence, yet neither Jiang Shui nor Li Tongyun was present. While Hu Xiaoyo and his companions had inexplicably appeared, there were numerous points of suspicion surrounding the events before and after the confrontation. Hu Xiaoyo clarified, "We are new residents on the 12th floor, students from Luoqing Foreign Language School. Today, we intended to visit the neighbors in room 201, but unexpectedly encountered the assailants inside. Are you not time travelers?" Lu Yuan questioned, filled with confusion. "Ah, it is merely a coincidence." Hu Xiaoyo nodded affirmatively. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, yet remained silent. At that moment, a member of Kunlun approached, bearing a stack of documents, and handed them to Lu Yuan, stating, "We have located Jiang Shui. After receiving the notification, she and her daughter have taken refuge at a friend's house downstairs." Lu Yuan paused, realizing, because we notified them in advance, the assailants were thwarted, resulting in those unfortunate 4 children encountering trouble. The Kunlun member hesitated before continuing, "Captain Lu, we need to cover the medical expenses. The reserve funds are inadequate." Lu Yuan inwardly cursed his misfortune, lamenting, "How unfortunate. My salary is meager, and now I must front the costs." Beside him, Hu Xiaoyo hesitated, surprised to learn that the salaries of Kunlun members were not substantial. It was well known that this department dealt with bizarre incidents, where danger was ever present. Who would willingly risk their life for a meager wage? With access to genetic serums and extraordinary abilities, one could easily earn a substantial income, even as a bodyguard for the wealthy, with annual salaries starting at $1 million. Was this not an era where wealth could wield great influence? After a moment of contemplation, Hu Xiaoyo earnestly declared, "If possible, I would like to donate to Kunlun in my personal capacity." "Stop right there," Lu Yuan interrupted him. "If you make a donation and find yourself in peril alongside an ordinary citizen, whom should I save first? I can only rescue the one closest to me, correct? However, if you were indeed the one nearest, our integrity at Kunlun would come under scrutiny. This is not merely my assertion. It is a principle articulated by our superior. Rest assured, our esteemed boss Zheng possesses remarkable capabilities. He will undoubtedly amass wealth on his own." Lu Yuan, after speaking, opened the documents, revealing the identities of Hu Xiaoyo and others. A member of Kunlun leaned down, whispering in his ear, "His father is transferring to Lu Dezhu's class." Lu Yuan was taken aback. It was no wonder he spoke of money so casually. He must be extraordinarily wealthy. Suddenly, he turned and asked directly, "Hu Xiaoyo, how many gold bars did you promise Lu Dezhu's, and what is their weight?" Hu Xiaoyo was momentarily stunned, as Lu Yuan's unwavering gaze seemed to pierce through him, revealing all. After a brief hesitation, he replied, 100 grams each, and this time I will provide 10. A staggering sum of gold bars worth 380,000. Lu Yuan mused that this made perfect sense. Hu Xiaoyo was indeed Lu Dezhu's buyer. The other party was affluent and influential, making it entirely reasonable for them to seek Lu Dizhu's for resources from the underworld. He instructed the Kunlun member, register all 4 of them. Each one is a time traveler without a doubt. Chapter 76. Beyond the Stage. Revised. Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement as he pieced together the intricate relationship between Lu Dizhu's and Hu Xiaoyou, as well as the unfolding events of the evening. He promptly conveyed his thoughts to Zheng Yuandong. Hu Xiaoyou initiated the invitation for a transaction with Lu Dizhu's. And during the process of collecting the gold bars, they inadvertently encountered assailants from Kunlun. All 4 of Hu Xiaoyou are time travelers, while Lu Dizhu's has already earned the right to trade with others. Lu Yuan pondered, "Boss, what seems amiss?" After making arrangements with Lu Dizhu's, Hu Xiaoyou did not remain at home as expected. Instead, he ventured to visit a neighbor. "Do you visit your neighbors before engaging in a significant transaction?" Zheng Yuandong inquired. "No, that would defy logical behavior." Lu Yuan suddenly comprehended his boss's implication. "You mean to say that Hu Xiaoyou is entirely unaware of Lu Dizhu's arrival, and they have made no prior arrangements?" "Precisely," Zheng Yuandong continued. "If you were in Lu Dizhu's position and someone sought your favor, would you remain seated below their building for over 20 minutes without feeling aggrieved?" He then asked, "What if I asked you to wait for half an hour? Would you comply?" Lu Yuan, feeling somewhat guilty, responded, "Boss, how could I dare to leave?" "Are you suggesting that Lu Dizhu has another superior?" Zheng Yuandong remarked. "So, do you still believe your previous conclusion holds merit?" Lu Yuan experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, he had previously uncovered numerous clues, yet they could not withstand meticulous scrutiny. He stood there, stunned. "Tonight, there is another individual, unknown to us, operating behind the scenes." A chill ran down his spine, as if he were performing fervently on stage while someone silently observed from the darkness beyond. He was oblivious to their identity, even unaware that they were scrutinizing his every move. Lu Yuan felt his mind falter. Perhaps only someone of his boss's caliber could engage with that enigmatic time traveler. "Boss, might it be prudent for me to seize an opportunity to interrogate Lu Dizhu? That could reveal the identity of this mysterious figure." He then recalled, Jiang Shui has taken refuge in the neighboring house. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "That neighbor's son. I have always found him rather peculiar." "Peculiar in what way? Is it his appearance?" "At a glance, it is easy to remember," Lu Yuan remarked. "However, we discovered that the assailants are equipped with signal jammers. Being so close, they still couldn't contact Lu Dez. Perhaps I overthought it." The countdown reads 23:50:00. At 11:50 in the evening, Qingchen remained wide awake. He lay quietly on the living room floor. Beneath him was the bedding that Aunt Jiang Shui had prepared. Jiang Shui's home had been ransacked, and with 5 suspects still at large, the mother and daughter ultimately took refuge in Qingchen's home. The ground floor was decrepit and dim, occasionally filled with a damp odor. Ants would occasionally venture out from the kitchen, yet Qingchen had never bothered with them. That night, Jiang Shui meticulously cleaned the room, silently expressing her gratitude for Qingchen's protection. Sleep eluded Qingchen. Anyone who had gone through so much would find it impossible to rest. Even if Lu Dez were subjected to torture, others would only know that he had a mysterious figure backing him, without any means to discern who it was. Tonight's events felt as though they were detached from him, yet the intricate web of causality was woven through him. This sensation was quite extraordinary. It was akin to a game of chess. He has always been better suited to the role of the player rather than that of a mere piece. He was unwilling to be just a pawn. The bedroom was filled with soft, delicate sounds as Li Tongyun quietly slipped out of her room, donning a nightgown, and sat beside Qingchen on the floor. "Brother Qingchen, you're still awake," she noted. Qingchen, resting on his arm, looked at her and asked, "Why aren't you asleep? Where is your mother?" Li Tongyun replied softly, "My mother is asleep." "How have you considered the matter I asked you about last time?" "What is it?" Qingchen inquired. As if just recalling, he added, "Ah yes. Let's venture out for leisure. With so much transpiring, a change of scenery would do us good." Li Tongyun, possessing a childlike disposition, had her eyes gleaming in the darkness at the mere mention of an outing. "If you desire to go, by all means, proceed. Why the insistence on my accompaniment?" Qingchen responded, amused. Li Tongyun lowered her gaze. "If you don't come, my mother shall not permit it. She deems venturing out perilous, yet I believe remaining in the city to be the true danger." The news reports indicate that 5 members of the organization remain at large, undoubtedly surveilling the city's time travelers. Qingchen conceded the validity of this point, yet inquired, "Is your desire purely for recreation?" "Well, not entirely," Li Tongyun confessed, her head bowed. If I do not depart for the National Day holiday, I shall inevitably be consigned to tutoring classes. Qing Chun was taken aback. In contrast to Li Tongyun's intelligence, wit, and precociousness, this was a concern more befitting a child. Even amidst the transmigrant incidents, children could not evade tutoring, regardless of their lineage within the Li consortium of the inner world. He chuckled, stating, "Where do you propose we go? I doubt I possess the ability to persuade your mother. That shall not be necessary. Your agreement suffices. I shall persuade her," Li Tongyun declared, her resolute gaze fixed upon Qing Chun. "Her sole concern is the lack of safety, but your presence ensures our security." A logical argument. Li Tongyun continued, "We shall not venture far, merely to the vicinity of Luo City, such as Mount Lao. It is said that the sunrise there is breathtaking." For Li Tongyun, the destination is of little significance. What truly matters is escaping the city and the tutoring sessions. Qing Chun, noticing her eager eyes, smiled and replied, "All right, I shall grant your wish, but if your mother disapproves, I cannot assist you." Just then, a message from Nan Gengchen suddenly arrived. "Qing Chun, Qing Chun, Qing Chun, are you there?" Qing Chun inquired, "What is it at this late hour?" Nan Gengchen added, "It is said that Hu Xiaoyo from the neighboring class is treating everyone, and no one has to pay a single penny." Qing Chun was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly such a coincidence? It was also at Laojun Mountain. The four of them had spontaneously organized this outing, seemingly hoping to strengthen their bond with Lu Dezhu, especially after he had just saved their lives, proving his worth. However, while Wang Yun had invited Nan Gengchen, he had not received an invitation himself, which struck him as rather peculiar. He messaged Nan Gengchen on WeChat, asking, "Does she know about your identity as a time traveler?" With resignation, Qing Chun thought, "Fine, you're not one." This fellow usually nearly brandished the words time traveler across his forehead, so Wang Yun must have already uncovered Nan Gengchen's secret. Hence, it was understandable why they would extend an invitation to this fool. Chapter 77, Do Not Forge Enmities, Revised, Countdown, 1700 hours, 00. In the morning, the cheerful chirping of birds wafted in through the window. Qing Chun turned over, hearing the sounds of cooking emanating from the kitchen. Rising from his slumber, he noticed that the bedroom door was still closed, while Jiang Shui had already risen early to prepare breakfast for them. Jiang Shui smiled upon seeing him and remarked, "It seems you often cook at home. You have every seasoning imaginable." "Indeed, dining out is quite expensive," Qing Chun explained. Jiang Shui continued, "Your parents are quite something, leaving you to fend for yourself. Don't worry, from now on, Ani will cook for you, so you can focus solely on your studies. By the way, are you attending any tutoring classes? If not, I could recommend one." Qing Chun found himself both amused and exasperated. Was she already arranging tutoring for him? No wonder Li Tongyun had begun planning her escape in advance. However, he truly did not require extra tutoring. Last year, during his first year of high school, he often had to take on odd jobs at night, leaving him too fatigued to stay awake during the day. At that time, when mathematics teacher Tian Hailong was lecturing, if Qing Chun suddenly lifted his head, Tian Hailong would instinctively question whether he had erred in his teaching. Jiang Shui inquired with a smile, "Did Xiao Yun mention that you agreed to accompany her to Laojun Mountain?" Qing Chun nodded. "You are too indulgent with her when she expressed a desire to go play. I did not acquiesce, but now that you have agreed, she insists on going," Jiang Shui said, though her tone lacked true reproach. After a moment of thought, Qing Chun replied, "Given that she has recently faced two perilous situations, it would be beneficial for her to unwind. Children who have not experienced such events should not be left with psychological scars." "All right," Jiang Shui nodded. "Then we shall take the bus this afternoon after your classes. It will take just over 2 hours to arrive. We can stay there for the night, then hike to the summit to witness the sunrise before returning." Upon perusing the reviews on Matewan, I discovered several homestays boasting commendable ratings, with culinary offerings that appeared particularly delectable. Qing Chun mused to himself that it seemed as though a well-prepared itinerary was at hand. He inquired, "If we only have 2 days and 1 night, will it not be rather rushed?" Qing Chun arrived at class early, only to find Nan Gengchen and Wang Yun seated together, engaged in hushed whispers. While Bai Wana had yet to arrive at school. The previous day, the four of them had sustained little injury, merely having been rendered unconscious and subsequently bundled in sacks. At that moment, Wang Yun, with reddened eyes, was recounting the events of the previous night to Nan Gengchen, while the classroom was intermittently filled with his comforting reassurances. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a romantic date. Suddenly, Qingchen felt as though he had missed a multitude of happenings due to his absence from class. At that juncture, Nan Gongchen posed the question, "Qingchen, have you made up your mind about going to Laojun Mountain?" To which he nodded, "Then I shall not go either. What are your plans for National Day? Perhaps you might consider taking me along." Wang Yun's expression shifted slightly, yet Qingchen patted Nan Gongchen on the shoulder, remarking, "If someone is treating, why not accept the invitation? I genuinely have matters to attend to. Otherwise, I would have agreed last night. By the way, when do you plan to depart?" "Tomorrow," Wang Yun sighed in relief. "We shall convene at the school gate at 7 o'clock in the morning. It is regrettable that you cannot join us this time, Qingchen, but we shall be certain to extend an invitation well in advance next time." In the aftermath of the violent incident from the previous night, Lu Daju's stature appeared to have risen once more. During the break, one could observe Hu Xiaoniu, Zhang Tianjin, Bai Waner, and others gathered around him, whispering secrets to one another, their expressions exuding an unusual excitement. However, Lu Daju appeared somewhat distracted, occasionally glancing around as if searching for someone. Hu Xiaoniu was the first to notice this peculiar behavior and inquired with curiosity, "Brother Lu, who are you looking for?" The address held a certain streetwise flair. Yet, Hu Xiaoniu pondered for quite some time, unsure of what to call him. The name was simply too distinctive. To call him by his full name, Lu Daju, felt overly formal. Addressing him as Daju seemed to suggest a lack of intelligence. Referring to him as Brother Zhu conjured images of gathering together to harvest corn in the fields. Only Lu Daju himself understood that the elusive big shot was likely observing him from an unknown location. The promise of a brighter future hinged upon his connection to this influential figure. At that moment, Lu Daju appeared to recollect something important and earnestly advised Hu Xiaoniu. "There is one thing you must be cautious about. Be extremely careful not to make enemies with anyone in this school." Hu Xiaoniu, somewhat perplexed, questioned why Brother Lu suddenly brought this up. "It's nothing," Lu Daju sighed inwardly. "I merely fear that you might inadvertently provoke someone you shouldn't, jeopardizing our business." Meanwhile, He Jinxiu was strolling through the courtyard at number 4 Xingzhou Road, clad in a gray suit. He abruptly halted on the sidewalk, gazing upward at the French parasol tree. In autumn, the leaves of the tree had turned a vivid yellow, and with the slightest breeze, they would spiral gracefully to the ground. He Jinxiu fell into a reverie, standing there for over an hour, as if savoring the scenery was his primary purpose, rendering all other matters insignificant. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a voice suddenly inquired behind him, "Why are you wasting your time in this small place instead of staying in the capital?" Chapter 78, ACE 099, Revised. The representatives of Jiuzhou and Kunlun stood facing each other beneath the sycamore tree. One was a youth clad in a gray suit, while the other was a middle-aged man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit. The world seemed to be cleaved in two by the trunk of the sycamore, creating a striking and vivid contrast. Once comrades in arms, they were now rivals. "I am quite curious," Zheng Yuandong calmly remarked beneath the sycamore. "What draws you to visit Luo City twice a month from the capital?" He Jinxiu chuckled softly. "Zheng, you jest. Last night, Kunlun successfully apprehended for criminals. How could Jiuzhou not come to witness this? It is only fitting to extend my congratulations. Merely your duty." He Jinxiu smiled. "Zheng, are you reminding me that Jiuzhou has recently breached the established protocols? From the inception of the two organizations, distinct functions had been delineated. Kunlun remained focused on external matters, while Jiuzhou attended to internal affairs. Much like the distinction between the CIA and the FBI, where the CIA may command 70 of intelligence authority abroad and even orchestrate minor military operations, they still lack legitimate power within domestic borders. Jiuzhou, too, was bound by this premise. Yet, He Jinxiu seemed never to have intended to adhere to this rule in the 19 cities. The intertwining of Kunlun and Jiuzhou often led to unforeseen conflicts. In the capital city, a confrontation nearly erupted between the two parties over a time traveler girl named Jiu Ran. At that moment, He Jinxiu suddenly inquired, "Is Boss Zheng not at all anxious?" "Anxious about what?" Zheng Yuandong retorted. "Once He Xiao's group chat is established, time travelers from across the nation will flock to Jiuzhou. At that point, with Kunlun's absence, how can one ensure the fulfillment of their duties?" As they spoke, a single sycamore leaf spiraled down from the sky, gently caught by He Jinxiu. "I know that Boss Zheng possesses the capability to procure gene serums. Thus, even ordinary soldiers could prove invaluable. But have you informed the little ones at Kunlun about the side effects of those gene serums?" Zheng Yuandong replied. "Each individual's choice is different. Once a decision is made, there is no need for regret." He Jinxiu then posed a question. Why has Kunlun classified all of Lu Deju's information as top secret? Although he has crossed paths with influential figures like Li Shutong, something feels amiss. The coin's obverse displayed a circular pattern of wheat spikes, while the reverse featured two intersecting swords. He turned to Zheng Yuandong and asked, I have personally observed Lu Deju, and with your discerning eye, you would undoubtedly dismiss him. So why elevate his classification to the highest level? Is it to protect him, or to safeguard others through his protection, or perhaps to mislead me? Beneath them, the leaves on the ground began to whirl, as if an invisible breeze was gently stirring them. He Jinxiu found it impossible to understand the events of the previous night under Kunlun's information blockade. However, he was acquainted with Zheng Yuandong, the old squad leader. He Jinxiu remarked, You are not here to protect Lu Deju, are you? The gold coin settled firmly in He Jinxiu's palm, and he exclaimed in astonishment, Old squad leader, you truly know everything. Well, it seems I cannot extract any more information today. Nevertheless, He Jinxiu's smile grew more pronounced. I cannot say I have left empty-handed. With that, He Jinxiu turned and departed, the gold coins in his hand whispering softly. Once seated in the rear of a black sedan parked along Xingzhou Road, he leisurely retrieved a 100-gram gold bar from his pocket. He gently touched the gold bar to the forbidden item ACE 099. In an instant, the gold bar appeared to melt, flowing into the gold coins, yet their size remained unchanged. Gradually, the patterns on the coins began to ripple like liquid, resembling a tranquil lake. He Jinxiu murmured, My debt is repaid. In the blink of an eye, the front of the coin reformed into a wreath of wheat, returning to silence. He Jinxiu gazed out the window. He had come bearing the correct coin, yet the proprietor Zhang offered him no opportunity to uncover the answers. The prerequisite of spinning the coin on the back of his finger was indeed rather conspicuous, he sighed. The driver in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror and inquired, Boss, our people have been unable to locate the whereabouts of the 5 fugitive suspects. It is said that there are some leads from the interrogation over at Kunlun. Should we seek to acquire that information? He Jinxiu shook his head. This is Zheng's domain. Let him resolve it himself. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the homeroom teacher, Tian Hailong, unexpectedly announced an early holiday for the class. Although the break was premature, he urged everyone to recognize that they were now in the 2nd year of high school. Thus, it was essential to adjust their mindsets and not let their spirits run wild. Qingchan was taken aback. He found himself able to skip class today. He left the classroom early and, after meeting up with Jiang Shui and Li Tongyun, boarded the bus heading to Laojun Mountain. The young girl, Li Tongyun, carried her small backpack, which was brimming with snacks. However, unbeknownst to Qingchan, the plans of Hu Xiangniu and his companions had also shifted due to the early holiday. The rented bus had arrived at the school gate by 5 o'clock. At 5:20 p.m., students from Class 3 and Class 4 gathered at the bus after first returning home to fetch their belongings. Nearby, 2 members of Kunlun, who had been tailing Lu Deju, observed this scene and promptly reported back to headquarters. There seems to be an anomaly with Lu Deju. They appear to be renting a bus for a trip. What are your instructions? Should we send reinforcements? Chapter 79. Before taking action, revised, as Hu Xiangniu, Lu Deju, and the others assembled. Qingchen had already arrived at Laojun Mountain ahead of them. The area was teeming with people. Li Tongyun jumped out of the vehicle first and stretched her limbs in the parking lot. Her small backpack hung loosely on her back, seemingly on the verge of falling. Yet it remained steadfastly in place. What is the matter, Qingchen? Jiang Shui asked, nearly losing her balance as Qingchen pulled her. She turned to catch a glimpse of the boy's profile, only to find him gazing intently out the window. Jiang Shui hesitated. Is there danger? Qingchen gazed silently outside, where he observed 5 individuals emerging from a nearby black Buick van, each carrying a black handbag. They were all adorned with sunglasses and donned identical black leather boots. Boots he recognized from the feet of 4 assailants at number 4 Xingzhou Road. They appeared as if procured in bulk from a military supply store. Behind them, an impatient woman in the vehicle exclaimed, Are you getting out or not? If not, move aside. Qingchen remained indifferent to her remarks. It was only after he confirmed that the 5 had entered the scenic area that he turned to the passengers behind him and offered an apology. If one were to remember every event in their life, they would undoubtedly dismiss the notion of coincidence. Countless occurrences transpire under the guise of coincidence, concealing ulterior motives beneath the surface. The identical boots, the same 5 individuals. Qingchen suddenly grasped something, though uncertainty lingered. They were not tourists. No one burdened with a wanted notice would possess the leisure to travel. At Laojun Mountain, there exists but a singular path for ascent and descent. If they were to be discovered by Kunlun, escape would be arduous. Truly astute criminals would refrain from placing themselves in such perilous situations, yet here they were, inevitably drawn by the passage of time. The buyer was not a wealthy individual battling cancer, but rather a pharmaceutical company acquiring medications for research purposes. Otherwise, selling a single vial for 10 billion would be entirely feasible. On the very day this pharmaceutical company publicly auctioned targeted drugs, their stock price surged by 32. Between the outer world and the inner realm lies immense commercial value. The affluent purchase life, tech companies acquire technology, and various firms seek publicity, each with their own desires. The evident monetary value has directly forged an immense chain of gray interests. There will always be individuals willing to take risks for such gains. As dusk descended upon Laojun Mountain, a crowd akin to the ocean surged forth, swiftly concealing the whereabouts of all nefarious figures. Upon disembarking, Qingchen noticed Jiang Shui hastily grasping Li Tongyun's small hand, inquiring, "What is the matter, Qingchen? What have you seen?" Jiang Shui, adorned with a pair of black silk gloves to disguise her mechanical limbs, listened intently. "I have spotted 5 individuals, likely the 5 fugitives still at large," Qingchen remarked, surveying the surroundings. "However, you can rest assured, they are not here for you, or else we would already be cornered in the vehicle." Qingchen and his companions were not affluent, opting for public transport, while Hu Xiaonyo and others had chosen to rent a vehicle, thus not bound by schedules or routes. Li Tongyun chimed in, "Mom, please don't worry. Let us just listen to Brother Qingchen." Qingchen refrained from advising against going to Laojun Mountain, as that would expose his own intentions. Yet, he trusted that as long as Lu Dizhu's did not arrive, Hu Xiaonyo would likely cancel their plans. The journey stretched on for several hours without a hint of fatigue. Observing Qingchen standing for an extended period, Jiang Shui suggested, "Xiaochen, why don't you take a break? I will watch from the window." Qingchen shook his head. "You don't know what they look like, Aunt Jiang. Please prepare a bucket of instant noodles for me and retrieve the beef jerky from my bag. I'm feeling a bit hungry." From the neighboring guest house, the faint sounds of laughter, coupled with the rhythmic beat of drums and music, wafted through the air. In contrast to the merriment next door, their surroundings appeared somewhat desolate. Li Tongyun quietly moved a chair to stand behind Qingchen, gently massaging his shoulders and neck with her small hands to alleviate his fatigue. "Brother Qingchen, aren't you tired? Perhaps you should take a break. You mentioned they aren't here for us, so there's no need to be so tense." Qingchen shook his head resolutely, showing no intention of resting. "It's fine, I can still endure. Caution is the key to longevity." Jiang Shui observed the silhouette of the young man and suddenly felt a sense of security. She began to speak. "What if Shou?" Qingchen interrupted her unfinished thought. At that moment, he caught sight of a familiar figure outside the window. 2 assailants were warily scanning their surroundings as they slowly passed by the entrance of the inn where Qingchen and the others were staying. One of the assailants had a walkie-talkie clipped to his chest and appeared to be communicating something with a serious expression. As they walked, the right hand of one remained poised near his waist. Once the 2 figures faded from view, Qingchen glanced at the time on his phone, 11:55 p.m. The countdown read 0:05:00. The final 5 minutes. Qingchen furrowed his brow. The assailants had entered a state of heightened alertness, a posture indicative of being ready for combat at any moment. Their target could very well be the inn next door, Qingchen deduced. Jiang Shui was momentarily taken aback. The Yinshang Inn? There are so many people there. They are in danger. Indeed. Chapter 80. Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain, revised, in Meng County. Located in the northern part of Luocheng, Lu Yuan led a team through the rugged mountain paths to arrive at Dazhuang village, their 7 off-road vehicles splattered with mud. In this village, 3 individuals reported a suspicious incident, claiming that 5 strangers, laden with climbing backpacks, had ventured into the mountains, exhibiting limbs as sturdy as steel. The informants did not specify that these 5 were fugitives. They merely described their behavior as dubious. Lu Yuan instructed the village chief to summon these 3 individuals, subsequently directing his team to escort them to a separate room for individual questioning, while he personally interrogated the first informant. This man, his face etched with wrinkles and skin darkened by the sun, was evidently a quintessential farmer. Lu Yuan inquired, "When did you first observe them?" The elderly man, his gaze wandering, replied, "It was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. As soon as I saw them, I called the police." A sense of unease washed over Lu Yuan. What sort of clothing were they wearing? Was there a woman among them? His expression turned grave. The old man hesitated. I don't think there was. He stammered, struggling to recall the details. How much did you receive for filing a false report? Lu Yuan erupted, rising in anger. Do you have any idea how many lives could be endangered by such a prank? It was unnecessary to probe further. A genuine informant would never behave in such a manner. If Lu Yuan lacked this discernment, he would not have remained in Kunlun, contemplating the situation silently outside the door. Lu Yuan pondered the tactical diversion at play. Yet, what was the purpose of such a ruse? 6 Kunlun team members were still stationed in the city. Even in his absence, any movement from the adversaries would not guarantee their safe escape. Suddenly, it struck him. Laojun Mountain. They had meticulously lured him to this remote location to ensure he could not reach Laojun Mountain in time. The nefarious deeds executed by the assailants were merely to seize a fleeting 7 hours. Thus, the adversary's scheme for the evening is destined to culminate within this interval. The night has deepened, and they are poised to race through the enveloping darkness. The countdown reaches its conclusion, resetting to 48:00:00. As the veil of darkness lifts once more, Qing Chun remains adorned with a feline mask, standing in the dimly lit corridor. Meanwhile, within the confinement chamber, Yuan and Lin Xiaoxiao have only just administered the gene serum to Lu Dezhu. Having traversed this ordeal with them, Lu Dezhu is taken aback by their presence, and he expels 4 gold bars from his mouth, exclaiming, "Could you kindly release me, esteemed heroes?" The injection has been completed. Hu Xiaoniu has generously provided 5 gold bars, as per our prior agreement, 1 for my commission. Yuan and Lin Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, retreating to the side, uncertain of the happenings in the external realm. At this moment, it is Qing Chun who finds himself momentarily stunned. At this juncture, Lu Dezhu and his cohort of 47 classmates have all arrived at Laojun Mountain. Furthermore, they have engaged in merriment under the auspices of Hu Xiaoniu and Zhang Tianjun. In the external world, the drums continue to resonate. After a prolonged silence, Qing Chun inquires, "You all went to Laojun Mountain? Which inn are you residing at?" Lu Dezhu responds, "It's called the Yunshang Inn. It seems to be quite renowned at Laojun Mountain. We are a total of 47 classmates, and a transfer student from Haicheng has graciously funded our 3-day stay there." Qing Chun then questions, "Was this journey planned long ago? Why has it never been mentioned to me before?" Lu Dezhu sensed that the esteemed figure was somewhat displeased and hurriedly clarified. "It was not long ago that this was arranged. It was merely a spontaneous decision for a transfer student from Haicheng. Initially, we were scheduled to depart on the morning of October 1st, but due to the school's early vacation, we set off ahead of time." At that moment, Lu Dezhu pondered to himself. It seemed that this distinguished individual was not one of his classmates. Otherwise, how could he be oblivious to the happenings at Laojun Mountain? Meanwhile, behind the mask of the feline visage, Qing Chen's expression had entirely settled into tranquility. The Yusang Inn had been mentioned by Jiang Shui before. Originally, Jiang Shui intended to book this very guest house, but it appeared that they catered primarily to group bookings during the National Day holiday. Most importantly, the Yunsang Inn was situated right next door to them. Qing Chun regarded Lu Dezhu, contemplating that the earlier jovial laughter and applause must have been orchestrated by them. Absolutely remarkable. The cacophony of dozens of voices, mingled together from over 50 meters away, was such that even Qing Chun could not discern some familiar tones among them. It was evident that the assailants had come specifically for Lu Dezhu. On the surface, there was no other time traveler at Laojun Mountain more valuable than Lu Dezhu. However, Qing Chun could not fathom how the assailants had knowledge of Lu Dezhu and his companion's visit to Laojun Mountain ahead of time. This was evidently a premeditated act, with knowledge of their accommodation at the Yunsang Inn clearly in hand. There must be an insider. Qing Chun stated calmly, "Someone has provided the assailants with your itinerary. They not only know where you are staying, but were even informed of your early arrival." Lu Dezhu gazed at the feline mask before him, perplexed. "Esteemed one, what are you implying?" Chapter 81. A traitor among us. The term traitor felt so distant from Lu Dezhu that he could hardly believe it. Qing Chun pulled a chair and seated himself opposite Lu, stating, "What I am about to share must be etched in your memory, for it pertains to your very life. My informant has been tracking 5 fugitives, and he now reports that they are surrounding the Yunshang Inn, armed and evidently intent on taking all within hostage. He has merely observed from a distance and is unaware of your presence inside." Lu Dezhu was taken aback. Just a moment prior, he had been at ease, preparing to engage Qing Chun and test whether this formidable figure was aware of his possession of 10 gold bars. Yet in the blink of an eye, he realized that his personal safety might be in jeopardy. Rising from the bed, tears nearly spilling from his eyes, he implored, "Master, is your man nearby? Please, let him save me." The Kunlun men have warned that these individuals are particularly ruthless. Qing Shen regarded him with disdain. Calm yourself. At least you have a couple of days left in this world. Moreover, the adversaries wish to capture you to exploit your status here. They will not kill you. But that is still perilous. Being treated as a pawn is fraught with danger, Master. The Kunlun men have said these criminals will eliminate any ordinary person who knows too much, silencing them forever. There are over 40 classmates with me, over 40 lives at stake. Qing Shen paused, pondering the implication of silencing ordinary people. Master, you speak truly, Lu Dezhou replied earnestly. Lu Dezhou inquired with a dazed expression, is it possible to escape? Esteemed one, Qing Shen replied, you can only gamble on the fact that they have not yet completed their encirclement. There exists no other alternative. Lu Dezhou silently committed this crucial piece of information to memory. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, are you suggesting that the traitor may be among these classmates? Having uttered this, Qing Shen turned and exited the confinement room. With only 2 days remaining in the countdown to return, he needed to ponder what actions he could take. However, just as he was about to leave, he abruptly pivoted and fixed an intense gaze upon Lu Dezhou. Qing Shen had an unsettling feeling that he had overlooked a vital clue, a piece of information of utmost significance. Suddenly, his pupils dilated as if his blood was boiling. There must be a lead yearning to be uncovered. The sounds of footsteps, explosions, and gunfire echoed, fragmented yet charged with tension. Qing Shen envisioned himself in Jiang Shui's ravaged home, silently observing his surroundings when he recalled the frictional noise he had once heard. Among the 4 transfer students, one had been taken into a room alone. Qing Shen opened his eyes and asked Lu Dezhou, who proposed the change in schedule. Lu Dezhou replied feebly. It seems it was the transfer student named by Wana from the adjacent class. By Wana? Qing Shen refrained from further inquiry and stepped out of the confinement room. In the dimly lit corridor, Yuan expressed curiosity. It appears that quite a few events have transpired in the past couple of days. Indeed, Qing Shen nodded. Someone intends to abduct a group of time travelers to transport goods for them, displaying a ruthless disposition. 9 individuals have been captured, 4 of whom are now encircling the inn where Lu Dezhou is located. Are you in danger yourself? Yuan questioned. I remain uncertain whether the situation will affect me. Qing Shen removed his cat-faced mask and stated, I do not care whether Lu Dezhou is dead or alive. He opened his hands to reveal a gold bar. Lamenting that Lu Dezhou had just established his reputation and begun to earn money, only for his source of income to be jeopardized. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the possibility of Nan Geng Chen's demise. Let us go, Qing Shen said to Yuan. Yuan paused momentarily, asking, where to? Training. Qing Shen replied matter-of-factly. Yuan exchanged glances with Lin Xiao, astonished by Qing Shen's remarkable mental resilience. Just a moment ago, he had been managing a crisis, and now he could seamlessly return to his training regimen as if nothing had transpired. Lin Xiao pondered. Despite his limited encounters with life and death, he managed to suppress his anxious emotions with absolute composure, choosing the most prudent path amidst the chaotic crossroads. Chapter 82. The Fragility of Life, Revised. The 18th prison at night remained as tranquil as ever. Qing Shen tossed a USB drive to Lin Xiao and addressed Li Shutong. This contains all the classical music scores I could find from the material world. Li Shutong replied with a smile. I appreciate this gift. Consider it a favor owed to you. Has the teacher ever owed anyone else? Qing Shen inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Li Shutong chuckled. The individual now harbors a deep-seated animosity towards me, making a reunion rather difficult. Perhaps I shall repay that debt in the next life. Qing Shen sensed there was a story behind this, suspecting it was not merely an emotional debt. Li Shutong remarked, this time, I can see that you are facing a significant dilemma. However, I shall not assist you. Your clarity in not seeking my help merely confirms my previous observations. Qing Shen understood that in order to establish himself in the tangible world and to expand his foundational wings, such endeavors would be aided by Li Shutong. Yet, once genuine peril arises, the latter would become indifferent. Li Shutong smiled and remarked, there exists a type of eagle known as the Qingshan falcon. When they reach maturity, even floating vessels cannot subdue them. However, in their youth, they possess timid hearts, afraid to soar into the skies. Consequently, the adult Qingshan falcons, when the time is ripe, will seize the fledglings and bring them to the precipice, a nest of 7, each pushed over the edge in turn. Those who take flight will thrive, while those who remain timid shall plummet to their demise. Statistically, the Qingshan falcon typically raises 2 nests, allowing but one to survive. Yet, from the moment the survivor learns to fly, it becomes the sovereign of the skies. Qingshan, intrigued, inquired, "Is this Qingshan falcon truly formidable in the tangible world?" Reflecting on Li Shutong's character, he found it quite amusing to consider that even someone of such prowess once fled in disarray during his youth. At that moment, Li Shutong suddenly interjected, "It is not solely the extraordinary who give rise to forbidden lands upon their demise. Even certain formidable beings can do so. For instance, upon the death of a Qingshan falcon, the flora surrounding its remains becomes considerably more potent, potentially developing aggressive traits, as robust plants require greater sustenance. Is there currently a method to suppress these forbidden lands?" Qing Chun inquired. "This resembles a state of entropy increase. If we allow the forbidden land to expand unchecked, will there not be a time in a few hundred years when the very soil necessary for human survival is eradicated?" Entropy, when exemplified by the forbidden land within the inner world, signifies an incessant rise in disorder, impervious to the natural laws that would typically foster reduction. Ultimately, it threatens to engulf the entire world. "There is no method of restraint," Li Shutong remarked. "Perhaps this reflects the principle of Earth's purification. One day, colossal beings reminiscent of dinosaurs may once again grace our planet, while raptors like the Qingshan falcon could mirror the pterosaurs of ancient epochs. In such an era, the Earth will present an entirely different visage. How will humanity find its place in such a world?" Qing Chen asked. "Perhaps only the extraordinary will endure." Li Shutong replied with a faint smile. "Mankind often perceives itself as the sovereign of this realm, yet time will reveal that true dominion is an illusion. Shall we embark on an expedition? Allow me to show you the true forbidden land." Lin Xiaoxiao distinctly noted a trace of regret on Li Shutong's countenance. However, Li Shutong continued, "Have you considered how you will respond?" After a moment of contemplation, Qing Chun declared, "By killing." "Do you know how to kill?" Li Shutong queried. Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Wan exchanged glances, marveling at the forthrightness of their dialogue. Qing Chun elaborated, "I have devised a strategy. In the coming days, Yi Wan will spar with me, enabling me to record all techniques of combat and anticipate the reactions of my adversaries. By exhaustively analyzing these factors, I aim to seize the initiative in battle." However, it was later discovered that the method was feasible, yet time was insufficient. "It is akin to playing chess, is it not?" Li Shutong pondered, noting that exhaustive enumeration represents a brute force approach to problem solving. When an opponent makes a move, one must contemplate all possible responses and the subsequent variations that may arise, ultimately selecting the most optimal solution. For Qingchen, playing chess involved memorizing all possible endgame scenarios. The moment his adversary made a move, he would already know the multitude of potential responses. Yi Wan inquired, "With the breathing technique, coupled with your relentless practice, your physical prowess indeed resembles that of a soldier. Nevertheless, should the opponent possess mechanical limbs, you would still hold no advantage." At this juncture, Li Shutong interjected, "The human skeleton comprises numerous bones, 29 in the skull, 51 in the torso, and 26 vertebrae. The upper limbs consist of 64 bones, while the lower limbs contain 62. The human body is composed of approximately 639 muscles, which are in turn made up of around 6 billion muscle fibers." Li Shutong remarked, "The variations within the human body far exceed those in chess. Thus, attempting to exhaustively explore all changes within 2 days is futile. In fact, one decisive move is sufficient for a kill." Listening intently, Li Shutong continued, "Yuan, you need only teach him a single technique and then inform him of the various responses the enemy might employ. This approach simplifies matters considerably." Yuan contemplated, "Is one move truly sufficient, boss?" Li Shutong smiled. "Indeed, after all, life is exceedingly fragile." Qingchen reflected, 2 evenings may still prove inadequate. He stood there, momentarily stunned. Although the other party claimed they would not assist him, they nonetheless mobilized considerable resources. Chapter 83, Vital Points and Biomimicry, revised. In a prison housing over 3,000 individuals, Li Shutong ensured that his students had ample time to study by forbidding them from leaving. It seemed that the very existence of this prison was solely for the purpose of Qiuqing. "By the way," Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, "I dealt with the 2 assassins we captured." Qiuqing responded with a puzzled expression. Lin Xiaoxiao continued, Rest assured, I managed to extract information from them before their demise. It appears that the Qi family's fourth branch is behind this. However, we remain in the dark regarding their motives for wanting your life. Yuan interjected. Let us not squander any more time. We shall commence training. Before we begin, I must reiterate what our employer stated. Life is indeed exceedingly fragile. A fractured sternum can obstruct breathing, leading to asphyxiation due to ruptured alveoli. Similarly, a ruptured spleen can cause lethal hemorrhaging, resulting in death within a short span. Therefore, one could incapacitate an opponent with sufficient force delivered to any part of the body. However, times have changed, and many warriors now undergo modifications to minimize fatal vulnerabilities. Some opt to implant biomimetic alloy skin at their necks to prevent throat slitting. Yet, there is one aspect frequently overlooked by mechanical warriors: the protection of internal organs. Upon hearing this, Qiuqing felt a sense of unease. Wait, we all know that internal organs are of utmost importance. So there must be numerous individuals here who have implanted biomimetic skin. Yuan remarked. Primarily, the cost of nanobionic skin is exorbitant, amounting to several 100,000 yuan per square centimeter. Under typical circumstances, few can afford to protect all their organs due to the vast area required. Qingchen was taken aback. Could it be that poverty limited capability? Yuan continued, based on your description. The mechanical limbs of those assailants are not of the highest quality, leading me to deduce that their organs lack protective measures. In other words, Yuan surmised that they could not afford such extensive bionic alloy skin. The spleen is particularly vulnerable due to its precarious position. It cannot be shielded by the spine or the ribcage. It is susceptible to penetration from either the back or the front, Yuan elucidated. Furthermore, the most critical point is that very few people know how to safeguard it. Once you have confirmed a penetration into the spleen, you need not concern yourself further. The individual is guaranteed to perish. Qingchen pondered, would a fruit knife suffice? No, Yuan replied after contemplation. An ordinary fruit knife, especially if not sharpened, might not even pierce the assailant's clothing. The inmates in the cell were still slumbering, and upon being roused by the metallic sound of the alloy gate opening, they groggily observed Yuan entering, brandishing a knife, and departing in one fluid motion. Qingchen, momentarily stunned, inquired, could we not use something more technologically advanced? Yuan shook her head. This will suffice. Does the practice also require genuine items? Qingchen asked again. Indeed, Yuan nodded. You must not only become familiar with all offensive techniques and the opponent's defensive strategies, but also with the weapon you wield and its tactile feel. Well, what shall we do now? Changchen inquired. To strike at the vital points, one must first ascertain their locations, Yuan responded. However, as each individual varies in height, so too do their vital points. It requires the experience of taking many lives and extensive practice to pinpoint them accurately. As she spoke, Yuan handed him a pair of glasses. Put these on, they are for night vision. Suddenly, the entire prison was engulfed in darkness, the world shrouded in black. Yuan led Changchen to the entrance of a cell. Once the alloy gate opened, she stepped inside, forcefully pinning the inmate to the bed, akin to the way one might subdue Lu Dezhu. She disregarded the inmate's desperate struggles and pointed to the area beneath his ribcage, addressing Changchen. Observe. The spleen's vital point lies precisely here. A single thrust would be fatal. After this, Yuan guided Changchen to the next cell. Again, she restrained the terrified inmate and elucidated the distinctions between this man's vital points and those of the previous one, explaining the reasons for these differences and how to assess them based on the individual's physique. From 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., Yuan devoted a full 5 hours to familiarizing Changchen with over 1,000 inmates throughout half of the prison. Changchen felt as though he were studying anatomy. Yet unlike ordinary medical students who lack access to cadavers, he had over 1,000 bodies at his disposal to enhance his experience. For Changchen, it was a night of enrichment. However, for the inmates of Cell 18, it was a night of terror. Each of them endured a similar experience. The cell gates suddenly swung open, and the world around them was engulfed in darkness. Then a brawny man exerted his overwhelming strength to dominate them, remarking to another, "Behold, this is the location of his spleen. A knife thrust here would spell his demise." This was more chilling than the most harrowing scenes in virtual reality films. Chapter 84. Combat and Enlightenment, Refinement. If one's prowess pales in comparison to another's, the most effective strategy is to launch a surprise attack. However, Yuan asserted that one cannot perpetually maintain the upper hand, while ambushes are indeed crucial. An incessant fixation on how to execute them amounts to mere opportunism. Qing Chun persistently endeavored to initiate offensive maneuvers, seemingly tireless. Armed with a genuine switchblade, he faced not an intangible foe, but the corporeal Yi Wan. Yi Wan stood like an immovable mountain, effortlessly withstanding Qing Chen's fervent assaults. If the first step involves identifying the vital points, the second step now emerges: strategy. In theory, there are not many angles from which one could stab the spleen. There are merely a handful of options. Yet, Yi Wan imparted the art of feigning intentions, leading the opponent to misjudge the target of the assault, thereby unlocking the pathway to the spleen. Should one's intentions be laid bare, one would invariably find oneself at a disadvantage in combat. Yi Wan stated, "When your strength is insufficient to overpower an opponent, then feints become your most potent killing technique." Qing Chen pondered this insight. He had previously regarded the matter with undue simplicity, believing it merely required practice in direct or oblique thrusts. Unexpectedly, Yi Wan was teaching him the intricacies of strategy. For instance, one might deftly apply force to strike at an opponent's neck, and at the precise moment they attempt to defend themselves, one would engage their waist and elbow in unison to alter the trajectory of the dagger in hand, plunging it into the opponent's spleen. Techniques of this nature, Yi Wan imparted over 160 variations. Yi Wan remarked, "You must remember this. Combat is perpetually enigmatic and unpredictable. You observe many tactical dagger masters who can strike multiple times within a second, yet only one of those strikes constitutes a genuine attack. Close-quarters combat is a perilous psychological duel." What Yi Wan could do was to teach these practical techniques to Qing Chen, enabling him to acquire the foundational skills necessary for lethality within 2 days. What Qing Chen needed to do was to engrave all of this knowledge into his mind. The third and final step is practical application. Merely possessing knowledge in one's mind is insufficient. Yi Wan believed Qing Chen must also possess a clear understanding of the limits of his own physical capabilities. His strength and speed must be distinctly recognized. It is not enough to know the opponent, one must also know oneself. Such rigorous training, where one exerts every ounce of energy, left Qing Chen utterly exhausted after merely 3 hours. Coupled with having stood at the window for half the night, by 9 in the morning, his responses had begun to dull. At this juncture, 2 hours and 40 minutes had elapsed since mealtime. The inmates within the prison gradually sensed something amiss, as they fervently beat against the alloy doors, as if every door were malfunctioning. Among them, Guahuchen struck the door with the most ferocity, seemingly intent on breaking it down. It was only when Li Shutong approached his door to issue a warning that this burly man ceased his assault. This place is filled with serious offenders, more than half of whom have resided here for over 5 years. Prior to this, they had never encountered such peculiar occurrences. The entire situation simply stems from a young man facing a crisis, with his mentor striving to secure him a brief respite, nothing more. When Yi Wan suggested a moment of rest, Qing Chen unexpectedly tilted his head and collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep slumber. The prisoners had missed breakfast and lunch. It was only at dinner time, upon Qing Chen awakening, that the alloy gates of all the cells swung open simultaneously. During the meal, the inmates remained exceedingly cautious, not daring to utter a word for fear of provoking trouble, lest they find themselves subjected to practice in the dead of night. What if this time it wasn't merely idle threats? Uncle Li observed Qing Chen with keen interest, asking, "So, have you grasped the basics?" After a moment of contemplation, Qing Chen replied, "It's satisfactory. The significance of memory and computational ability in combat is more substantial than I had anticipated." Lin Xiao smiled at Yi Wan, inquiring, "According to your standards, how does his training progress appear?" Yi Wan pondered briefly before responding. "Compared to an ordinary person, he undoubtedly excels. For instance, when I was learning tactical dagger techniques, it took me 3 months to reach his current level. The state of hypermnesia is indeed formidable. If we practice again tonight and further refine it tomorrow, eliminating a few adversaries will not pose a challenge." "What are your shortcomings?" Lin Xiao asked. She scoffed, "Qing Chen, do not be deceived by him. A band of desperate criminals cannot possibly harbor true experts. Those whom Yi Wan recognizes as skilled are renowned figures in this underworld." Yi Wan looked at Qing Chen and smiled. "Did you sleep well?" Having rested well, they could continue. Qing Chen nodded, revitalized by his breathing technique. "Come, let me practice with you," Lin Xiao said cheerfully. With that, he stepped into the arena and gestured to Qing Chen. After a moment's thought, Qing Chen suddenly unleashed his leg power and swiftly thrust his spring knife towards Lin Xiao's thigh. Lin Xiao laughed. This feint is rather childish. Ah, that was a close call. Qingqin's dagger had grazed his leg, but fortunately he reacted quickly, pinching the blade's tip between two fingers. Otherwise, he would have suffered a serious injury. Qingqin was momentarily taken aback. Lin Xiaoxiao had previously mentioned that he was not a combat-oriented talent, but rather a functional one. Nevertheless, his ability to intercept the blade with just two fingers was astonishing. The chasm between extraordinary beings and ordinary people is insurmountable. Only those of equal prowess or combat masters with the most advanced mechanical limbs can engage in close combat with the extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao, irritated, exclaimed, "Didn't you say you were targeting the spleen? You just channeled power through your waist. Why didn't you raise the blade? What happened to the feints and distractions you promised?" Everyone expected Qingqin to strike at the spleen, yet he deliberately chose not to, embodying the principle that deception is paramount in warfare. Li Shutong looked at Yuan with a smile. "What do you think of his comprehension? Keep practicing. Do not become complacent." Li Shutong chuckled heartily as he moved towards the reading area. Chapter 85. Ambush and Observation, Revised. How does one maximize gains in a battle of 1 against 5? To deliver a lethal blow from an unexpected angle in an inconspicuous location is the method that expends the least physical energy while inflicting the greatest damage. The battle that Qingqin is about to face inevitably necessitates the choice of a surprise attack, aimed at minimizing the number of assailants as much as possible. However, Yuan is well aware of this, yet has not imparted such skills to Qingqin. After training for 6 hours and resting for 1, Qingqin employs breathing techniques to enhance his capabilities, honing himself in a state almost beyond human endurance. Following this grueling regimen, which could shatter one's will, the outcome is swifter and more precise strikes. Over 3,000 inmates remain confined within their cells, yet this time, silence prevails. On the second midnight since Qingqin's arrival, the prisoners lie despondently on their beds, passively resigning themselves to the familiar routine once more. This time, Yuan need not expend effort to control the inmates. He directly commands in the darkness, "Lie face down." The prisoners obediently comply. Yuan then instructs Qingqin, "Yesterday, I guided you in recognizing the front. Today, we shall focus on the back." In truth, locating the spleen from behind poses a greater challenge, and to ensure a more rapid thrust, it may require the use of the left hand to wield the knife. Tears of humiliation trickle down the faces of the prisoners as they lie prostrate. As the countdown returns to 1500 hours, 00, it is 9 a.m. Suddenly, the alloy gates of the prison swing open. 2 mechanical guards stride into the courtyard, addressing Qingqin simultaneously through the amplifiers embedded in their cranial cavities. "Inmate number 010101, you have a family visit." Yuan chuckles. They actually dispatched 2 mechanical guards. Qingqin turns to inquire, "Is there any difference?" "Oh," Yuan elucidated. "The system will assess the threat level of each inmate and subsequently deploy a corresponding number of mechanical wardens. Previously, it sufficed to send 1 for your escort, but now it has escalated to 2. Lin Xiao remarked, "It appears that it considers you to be more dangerous now." The entity known as E, which oversees prison number 18, was indeed an artificial intelligence. Qingqin pondered internally, wondering if this entire prison was, in fact, managed by that very AI, which would explain his never having encountered a human warden within these confines. At that moment, Li Shutong lifted his gaze from the classical score, scrutinizing Qingqin with earnestness. "It must be that young lady from the Shindai family, correct? You are drenched in sweat, having soaked through your prison garb. It would be more prudent to change before meeting her." Qingqin shook his head in refusal. "It is unnecessary." Li Shutong appeared momentarily taken aback. "Do you not care for your appearance? After all, she is your fiancée. Moreover, I have conducted a little investigation, and it seems she is a pristine canvas, quite unlike certain hypocrites from the Shindai lineage." In response, Qingqin explained, "Currently, all the inmates are confined to their cells solely to conceal my identity. Though they remain unaware of who I am, they can certainly surmise that Yuan is instructing me in the art of assassination. Should I visit her now, and later someone corroborates the timing, it would become apparent that Yuan was teaching me." Qingqin then turned to Li Shutong and stated, "Therefore, Master, I cannot meet her. Let us proceed with the training." As Li Shutong observed Qingqin's earnest expression, a look of astonishment gradually spread across his face. "What you say is remarkably insightful." The countdown to return stood at 9 o'clock, 00. It seemed that every subtle change in the way he walked concealed a unique mystery. Yuan possessed unusually large feet. Yet Qingqian noticed that regardless of whether she walked or ran, she emitted no sound at all. This peculiar ability was astonishing. Each muscle fiber activated in succession, from the soles to the ankles, then to the calves and thighs, as if every movement had been meticulously calculated. However, Yuan lacked such terrifying computational prowess. This was the result of years of training, accumulated experience, and memory. Qingqian meticulously recorded all of this in his mind, understanding that this final lesson was paramount. Unconsciously, he closed his eyes, appearing to either doze off or delve into contemplation. Li Shutong shook his head. In your first encounter with blood and the act of killing, you must exert every ounce of your strength, even if it means grinding your teeth to dust. You must vividly remember what it feels like to take a life with your own hands. When the dagger pierces the enemy's flesh, the blood flows along the blade to your hand, still warm with the essence of life. This unparalleled sensation is what will etch the reality of death into your memory. The countdown to return ticked down to 2 o'clock, 00. Mysterious hydraulic sounds resonated in the darkness, alarmingly synchronized. In the dim corridor, the 21 confinement rooms were opened one by one. Jin Sheng had already been transferred to another prison by Li Shutong, leaving only Lu Dizhu's alone in this place. Lu Dizhu's, trembling with trepidation, peered into the abyss beyond the ajar door, calling out into the darkness, "Is anyone there?" His voice echoed, "Is anyone present? Why is the door open?" After what felt like an eternity, he summoned the courage to venture outside. The corridor lay desolate. The door leading to the prison yard left ajar for him. With unsteady steps, Lu Dizhu's cautiously advanced. Yet behind him, the dimly lit corridor was devoid of life. Save for the faint glimmers of light seeping from the solitary confinement cells, casting elongated shadows along the hallway. In this moment, Lu Dizhu's felt as though he were ensnared in a chilling game reminiscent of Silent Hill. The world around him had transformed into a realm both terrifying and serene. All that remained was he and the eerie corridor, a place where lethal danger could emerge at any moment. But Lu Dizhu's heard no footsteps, saw no figures. Faintly, he discerned a breath, long and intricate, resonating with an uncanny rhythm. Gasping, he darted behind the bookshelf in the reading area, cautiously peeking around the corner, yet found nothing amiss. Unbeknownst to him, the presence was already there. Chapter 86, Screams and Silence, revised, by heavens. Lu Dizhu's exclaimed, nearly toppling the bookshelf in sheer fright. The sensation was overwhelmingly terrifying, akin to living through a horror film. At that moment, Yuan and Lin Xiaoxiao emerged from the shadows of the shelves. Realization dawned upon Lu Dizhu's. These three had orchestrated this late-night escapade merely to toy with him? With a heavy heart, he lamented, "You three are truly taking advantage of me." Qingqian listened intently. Yuan continued, "The essence of a stealth attack lies in remaining undetected. When you first approached Lu Dizhu's, your eagerness betrayed you. The air and sounds in the corridor underwent subtle changes. While Lu Dizhu's himself may not have noticed, his body would certainly alert him. Furthermore, when the target moved swiftly, you failed to manage your breathing and footsteps adequately. To my ears, the noise you made was as loud as a drumbeat, and even Lu Dizhu's could sense it. Had he been a trained soldier, you would have met your demise." "Indeed, I shall strive to improve," Qingqian replied, his bare feet pressing against the ground. The key to silencing one's footsteps lies in mastering the exertion and retraction of one's steps. However, his shoes were of such poor quality that the soles were excessively rigid, rendering any efforts futile. Yuan cautioned, "Your learning period has been too brief, allowing you only to walk silently. Remember, do not run. You are not yet capable of suppressing the sound of your footsteps while in motion." "Understood," Qingqian acknowledged. He shook his head. "It is of little consequence. Wounds will eventually heal. Being tough on oneself is commendable, yet once this ordeal concludes, you must procure a pair of suitable shoes," Yuan advised. "Do you have any further inquiries?" "In truth, what I find most crucial in this battle is the lesson of stealth. Why was it taught only at the end?" Qingqian inquired. "Stealth is not akin to a simplistic virtual game, where the enemy stands idly like an NPC awaiting your attack. One cannot predict when one may be compelled into direct confrontation, which is why I have devoted the most time to teaching you about face-to-face combat." However, Qingqian suddenly remarked, "I have no intention of exchanging my life for another's. If the situation becomes too perilous, I may very well choose to withdraw." Yuan smiled and responded, I support your stance, but you must understand that if one can control their own bloodlust, it ceases to be bloodlust at all. Sometimes, it is only by truly confronting a matter that one comprehends the nature of their choices. Qing Chen pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, Yuan brought a chair from the adjacent reading area and placed it before Qing Chen. Curiously, he asked, "What is this for?" Yuan contemplated for a moment and said, "You will understand in due time." "No, rather, you will comprehend this 2 days from now." She continued, "There is something the boss did not convey, so allow me to take the liberty of speaking on his behalf." "What is it?" Qing Chen inquired, puzzled. The countdown began, 0:05:00. The final 5 minutes. Qing Chen approached Lu Dezhu and calmly requested, "Please repeat the 2 matters I entrusted you with." He sighed, realizing that had he possessed a better option, he would not have entrusted this individual as his proxy. Bear in mind, the assailants are undoubtedly eager to uncover the secrets you hold. Yet, you must grasp this crucial point. The moment they uncover your secrets, that will be the moment of your demise. Upon finishing, he cast a glance at the time displayed on his arm. The countdown, 0:00:01. Return. From the depths of darkness, the sound of drums emerged, accompanied by laughter. The time that had been severed and suspended in that world began to pulsate anew. In an instant, the dim confinement room transformed. The world was now bathed in the orange-red glow of a bonfire, and shadows danced rapidly in the flickering light. Lu Dezhu widened his eyes, gazing at the bonfire before him and the exuberant crowd surrounding him, feeling somewhat out of place. The dichotomy between dimness and brightness was stark, as was the contrast between tension and merriment. He felt as though he was detached from his classmates, who wore beaming smiles. A voice in his mind seemed to warn him, "Danger." Recalling what Qing Chen had said, he immediately stood up and shouted, "Run. Everyone run. There is danger." Yet, the scene he envisioned of everyone scattering in panic did not materialize. Instead, they merely stared at him in confusion. His classmates could not comprehend how Lu Dezhu, who had just moments ago been laughing and joking, now appeared so frantic and fearful. Only Hu Xiongnu was quick to react, for to the rest, time flowed continuously and coherently. However, for these time travelers, they had already spent 2 days in the inner world. Thus, Lu Dezhu's warning was not without reason. He had experienced something extraordinary in that realm. Hu Xiongnu rose and inquired, "Lu, what happened?" As Lu Dezhu pushed past his classmates, he replied, "If we don't leave now, it will be too late. There are criminals planning to encircle this place. Forget it. If you all won't go, I will." Yet, despite his clear warning, his classmates remained bewildered. Hu Xiongnu's expression shifted. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Tianjin and quickly followed Lu Dezhu. However, just as they reached the gate, 2 middle-aged men in police uniforms approached and asked, "Hello, students. You seem anxious. Where are you headed?" Lu Dezhu's heart soared with joy upon spotting the police uniform. "Officer, there are criminals in the vicinity." 2 middle-aged men clad in police attire exchanged glances, then drew their pistols, stepping forward to press the barrels against Lu Dezhu's and Hu Xiaonu's chests. One of them chuckled softly, "Criminals? I see none." Hu Xiaonu stood in a daze, staring at the gun pressed against his chest. It bore a silencer. Chapter 87. The numbers are off, revised, during his time in Haicheng. Hu Xiaonu often frequented legitimate shooting ranges and had encountered such equipment before. He had even listened to the instructors elaborate on it. In fact, acquiring a silencer in the country is more challenging than obtaining a firearm. Furthermore, most firearms equipped with silencers do not produce the absolute silence often depicted in films. The sound merely diminishes from 140 decibels to 120 decibels, a significant difference, yet it does not fundamentally alter the concealment effect. The mythos surrounding silencers has been perpetuated by cinematic portrayals. However, a select few firearms, when paired with subsonic ammunition, can indeed minimize the sound to a whisper. The Glock 34 in the hands of the assailants is one such example. A sudden realization struck Hu Xiaonu. The adversaries were exceedingly professional, potentially even hailing from the ranks of foreign mercenaries. Despair washed over Lu Dezhu's. This twist of fate was too abrupt. The big boss had only warned him of the criminals, but failed to mention that they would don police uniforms. Moreover, there were certainly more than 5 assailants. Taking a deep breath, Hu Xiaonu declared, "Let us proceed, as they say." Simultaneously, 5 more armed individuals emerged from the rear entrance, holding the staff of Yinshang Inn, the owner, and 2 members of Kunlun hostage. Several girls gasped in shock as a villain swiftly pulled the trigger. the bullet striking a member of Kunlun squarely in the calf. The Kunlun member collapsed with a thud, yet resolutely kept his lips sealed, suppressing any cries of anguish. The assailant then aimed his firearm at Hu Xiaonyo and Lu Dezhu, coldly stating, "Silence, or your classmate will perish at this very moment, along with many innocent souls beyond the inn." You see, this Kunlun comrade is quite astute. He understands that his cries would attract attention from the outside. Yet, atop this Mount Laojun, no one can come to your aid. Summoning outsiders would merely serve to amplify the casualties without cause. Moreover, he is acutely aware that those capable of rescuing you will not arrive for at least 6 hours. Therefore, I urge you all to remain quiet and avoid complicating your situation. The fallen Kunlun member silently closed his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead from the excruciating pain, yet he remained mute. At that moment, a figure clad in a black trench coat stood before the students. Smiling as he spoke, "It is a pleasure to meet you all here on Mount Laojun. However, do not panic. I have no interest in ordinary individuals. Once I have identified all the time travelers among you, I will take them away. So, I kindly ask for your cooperation, if you please. If you comply, this will conclude swiftly." Amidst the crowd, Wang Yun suddenly interjected, "Everyone, please remain calm. Do not jeopardize Hu Xiaonyo and the others." Hu Xiaonyo and Zhang Tianjin exchanged glances, their thoughts inscrutable. At this moment, the students were engulfed in profound fear. Yet the terror of firearms and the imminent threat to their lives compelled them to retain a semblance of composure, stifling their sobs with trembling hands. The earlier screams from the cloud inn appeared to have alerted those outside the premises. In the adjacent guest house, the proprietor, busy preparing ingredients for the following day, wiped his hands on his apron and stepped out into the courtyard. He stood on the road in front of the entrance, surveying the next door. To his surprise, he noticed an individual clad in police uniform standing at the threshold, seemingly on duty. Driven by curiosity, the innkeeper approached and inquired, "Officer, what has transpired next door?" However, before he could reach the entrance of his own guest house, he felt the chilling cold of a dagger piercing upward through the interstice of his ribs, aiming directly for his heart and lung. A gloved hand swiftly covered his mouth, dragging him into the Cloud Inn's entrance. Shortly after, the assailant in police attire exited, firmly securing the entrance of the Cloud Inn from the outside, while he remained stationed at the door, motionless, with his hand resting on his waist. Inside the Cloud Inn, all individuals were herded into the courtyard. The students trembled in fear, while the assailant brandished 2 black plastic bags, methodically confiscating their mobile phones. Before tossing the devices into the bags, he meticulously ensured that each one was powered off. Reluctantly, the 3 individuals complied, extracting their phones, yet the assailant did not depart. Instead, he continued to fixate expressionlessly on Hu Xiaonyo. With a sigh of resignation, Hu Xiaonyo retrieved another phone from his left pocket and tossed it into the plastic bag. The assailant let out a chilling laugh and then shoved the 3 of them back into the crowd. Lu Dezhu stood there, lips sealed and trembling, exhibiting an unusual fortitude by remaining silent. The assailant chuckled softly, not inclined to speak. "Are you? Let me take a guess. Beyond this Cloud Inn, you have companions as time travelers, do you not?" Lu Dezhu abruptly realized that, even if the adversary had deduced the truth, he appeared unfazed. Could it be that he possessed other trump cards? Or perhaps the current assailant was not the entirety of the threat. Qing Chun caught a faint sound reminiscent of a mechanism, yet he was unaware that it was the muted click of a silenced pistol. The woman gazed at the blade in his hand. "Xiao Chun, what are you intending to do?" Qing Chun removed his shoes and turned to exit. "Aunt Jiang Shui, please stay here with Xiao Yun. Lock the door and do not venture outside. Rest assured, I shall be fine." Jiang Shui called after him. "Perhaps I can assist you. I possess a mechanical arm." With that, he vanished into the night. Chapter 88. 3 more, repaired. A gust of wind swept through the mountain. At over 2,000 meters above sea level, the winds of Laojun Mountain were brisk and frigid. Mist hung in the air, and by dawn, a layer of moisture would envelop all outdoor furnishings. In the courtyard, someone tossed fresh firewood into the bonfire, dimming the flames momentarily. The flickering light danced within the slowly flowing mist, resembling the enchanting play of shadows at night. Amidst the shadows, a youth gripped a knife, silently standing at the intersection of fog and darkness, quietly observing the lone assailant outside the courtyard. It was only at this moment that he comprehended Yiwan's words. Life is indeed remarkably fragile. A knife plunged into the heart, regardless of the stature of the victim, will lead to death. However, taking a life is no simple task, for one must confront the most ruthless of human endeavors. Ching Chun secured a stolen scarf around his face, remaining silent. The assailants had rendered the signals in this area ineffective, and everyone had replaced their communication devices with police walkie-talkies pinned to their left chests. Suddenly, a gust of mountain wind swept in, causing the pile of firewood in the courtyard to blaze fiercely, illuminating the world beyond the courtyard. In that moment, hidden in the shadows, Ching Chen noticed that one of the thugs outside seemed to have sensed something, his expression shifting to one of suspicion as he turned his gaze towards Ching Chun, gradually inching closer. A pang of anxiety gripped Ching Chen's heart. Yet, at that instant, Li Tongyan appeared at the entrance of the inn. She timidly addressed the assailant, saying, "Uncle Policeman, have you seen my mother?" The thug paused, taken aback. "Your mother? I haven't seen her, little one. Why don't you come here? An Uncle Policeman will help you find her, all right?" In that fleeting moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. An ambush. Instinctively, the thug raised his left hand, swinging the baton, while his right hand moved towards his waist to draw his weapon. Amidst the flickering shadows cast by the bonfire over the wall and through the thin mist, the youth had silently approached him, a mere blade's distance away. Ching Chen swiftly crouched, evading the thug's swinging baton, and with the howling mountain wind as his ally. He advanced before the assailant. With his dagger poised, he aimed for the thug's left hand, which was reaching for his firearm. Realizing he was too late to draw his weapon, the thug instinctively recoiled. The young man's blade descended, and the thug's arms reflexively reached out, attempting to seize the youth's hand. As if foreseeing the imminent danger, Ching Chun retreated a step, causing the assailant's flailing left hand and baton to strike nothing but air. Alarmed, the criminal lifted his gaze to the darkness above, yet all he could discern were the icy eyes of the youth, fixed upon him with an unwavering stare. In the very moment when the assailant exerted all his strength, the dagger in the fierce youth's hand sliced through the mist once more, slipping through the narrow gap between his arms. Breath. Uncle Li Tong once stated that in the struggle between beasts, the essence lies in breath. It is the key to mastering the oxygen within your body and maintaining a lucid mind. Once one comprehends the significance of breath, one gains control over oneself and, consequently, over all things. The choice lies with you, whether to be the hunter or the hunted. In a flash, the edges of Ching Chen's masked scarf erupted with fiery patterns, as if all power surged and concentrated in his right hand, then transferred to the tip of the dagger, which plunged fiercely into the assailant's spleen. The criminal's eyes widened in shock. What transpired in that fleeting moment? The masked youth's movements flowed seamlessly, as if everything had been meticulously orchestrated. He anticipated the assailant's swing of the baton, recognized the feigned attack that deterred him from drawing his firearm, and understood the trajectory of his flailing arms amidst the chaos. The opponent seemed to know it all, evading every potential point of contact. It was not until the dagger pierced the assailant's spleen that genuine physical contact was established between them. In this psychological duel of close combat, every step he took was calculated by the adversary, as though he were merely enacting a script penned by the youth. The young man had long since written the conclusion for himself. Aware that his time was dwindling, the assailant struggled to reach for the intercom. Yet, the youth, with fierce determination, thrust the criminal's body against the wall, pinning him down. Ching Chun pressed his left hand firmly over the assailant's mouth, while his right wielded a knife that twisted with relentless force. The mechanical limbs of the assailant attempted to exert power, but the intense pain surged through his brain, almost severing all rational thought. The spleen, the body's reservoir of blood, ruptured, gushing forth a copious amount of crimson fluid that flowed along the dagger and into Ching Chen's grasp. The warm blood, swiftly dissipating in the cool night air, served as a stark reminder of the reality of death. When the assailant's heartbeat and breath ceased, Ching Chen slowly withdrew the blade. The masked youth stood before the lifeless body, panting, lost in contemplation. Blood dripped from the blade's tip onto the concrete below, falling drop by drop. Thus, this was the sensation of taking a life. Ching Chen's breaths were not merely a consequence of fatigue or the strain on his lungs, but rather a manifestation of an inexplicable fear and anxiety within him. It was then that he comprehended Uncle Li's assertion that the first act of killing must be executed with a knife. To take a life with a firearm from several meters away renders the act distant. It feels less like murdering a person and more akin to striking a target. The absence of visible blood and the fading heartbeat strips away the reverence for life. Although Uncle Li, as a teacher, could not witness his student's inaugural act of killing, He imparted the most crucial lesson to Qing Chun, how to hold life in reverence. Qing Chun Gij, Li Tongyun timidly called out in a soft voice. The young man turned to look at Li Tongyun, who stood a short distance away, seemingly in a daze, as if the recent events had rendered her speechless. She had witnessed the masked youth commit a brutal act, watching life extinguish before her eyes. Qing Chun knelt before her, not removing the scarf that obscured his face, and gently inquired, "Are you afraid?" With tears welling in her eyes, Li Tongyun nodded slightly, "A little." "How did you come out? Where is your mother?" Qing Chun asked. Just then, Jiang Shui hurriedly descended the stairs, frantically searching for Li Tongyun. Upon reaching the doorway, she explained to Qing Chun, "I went to the restroom, and when I returned, she was gone." "Xiaoyun, you scared your mother to death." Li Tongyun lowered her head. "I just wanted to help Qing Chun Gij." Qing Chun was taken aback, realizing that her presence here was not a mere coincidence. She had come to assist him. "All right," he smiled, "it's a deal." He then asked Jiang Shui to help move the assailant's body into the courtyard of the inn, and he removed the holster from the criminal's waist, fastening it to his own. Although he had never handled a gun and was unaware of its operation, he understood that discharging it might attract the attention of other assailants, leading to an ambush. Yet, possessing a firearm was certainly preferable to being unarmed. Uncle Li had once said that a knight must wield a blade during their first kill, and he had now accomplished that. Thus, killing again should not be considered his first time. He could use a gun. Li Tongyun nodded in agreement. At that moment, the intercom resting upon the chest of the assailant crackled to life, announcing, commencing the count. 1. The chilling voices of the perpetrators echoed. 2, 3, 4. In this fleeting instant, a brief pause ensued, prompting Qing Chun to immediately employ his breathing technique. With impeccable recall, he flawlessly replicated the tone of the assailants. 5. Just as he prepared to deactivate the intercom, a fresh count reverberated through the speaker. 6, 7, 8. Suddenly, Qing Chun was taken aback. The number of assailants had increased by 3. Chapter 89, The Art of Harvesting Life, revised. Everything transpiring today seemed to impart a singular truth to Qing Chun. The outcome of battle is dictated by the future. One must never rely on past information for calculations, lest one finds oneself ensnared in irretrievable despair. Though Kunlun was in pursuit of 5 assailants, and Qing Chun had only witnessed 5 aboard the bus, the voice emanating from the intercom now counted 8. It was no wonder they had so easily subdued 2 Kunlun members. Evidently, their ranks were swelling. This world harbors an abundance of individuals willing to take risks for monetary gain. Qing Chun speculated. Spies? Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled lightly, shaking her head. No. They are 2 securities traders from City 10, who clandestinely devised this scheme to evade capture for insider trading evidence. You see, this is the power of profit. It even propels technological advancement. At this juncture, Qing Chun suddenly perceived that perhaps an increasing number of individuals would tread into the shadowy realms of this world, driven by the allure of profit, as countless souls seek such opportunities to transform their lives. He tucked the walkie-talkie into his pocket and waved goodbye to Jiang Shui before disappearing into the night. Jiang Shui crouched down and embraced Li Tongyun, asking gently, "Were you scared just now? Are you still afraid?" Li Tongyun pondered for a moment and replied, "I was quite frightened at first, but when Brother Qing Chun patted my head, my fear dissipated. The art of harvesting life. The soles of human feet must be among the softest of all creatures. To fight barefoot is a far more challenging endeavor than one might imagine. Even a tiny pebble on the ground can provoke a wince of pain. If there were any alternative, Qing Chun would certainly prefer not to engage in combat without shoes. Yet, he found himself devoid of options. Qing Chun quietly crouched beneath a loquat tree by the roadside, using its dense canopy to conceal his presence, adjusting the volume of the walkie-talkie to its lowest setting. The flickering bonfire in the courtyard occasionally cast its glow through the gaps in the leaves, dappling his figure with light. Inside the courtyard, 6 individuals were present, while another one likely stood guard at the back door. Qing Chun mused that it was utterly unrealistic to confront 7 people, especially with the assailants gathered together. He glanced down at the bloodstains beneath his feet, uncertain of what condition his feet would be in after this night. In the courtyard, Lu Dizhu sat huddled on the ground, while the leader of the assailants crouched before him, pressing the muzzle of a gun against his temple, seemingly inquiring about something. Over 40 hostages huddled together, encircled tightly by the 6 assailants, leaving no one with an opportunity to escape. To Qing Chun's surprise, he noticed a member of Kunlun lying on the ground, sweat already dampening their forehead. The barrel of the gun on the calf of the Kunlun member stood out conspicuously. blood seeping slowly from it, staining the cement floor a deep shade of purple. Tap, 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 tap. The index finger represented rapid short knocks, while the middle finger indicated slow long knocks. It resembled Morse code, yet Ching Chun was unaware of whom the message was being relayed. Was it another of his companions? He noted the rhythm of the tapping and shifted his gaze to the courtyard. At that moment, he witnessed a thug yanking Wang Yun's hair, forcibly dragging her from the crowd. Wang Yun struggled desperately on the ground, her legs thrashing, yet ultimately she was pulled into the inn. The students watched this scene in terror. Hu Xiaoniu and Zhang Tianjin attempted to rise, only to be pressed back down by the cold, dark muzzle of a gun. The uninjured Kunlun member glared in fury, but was struck fiercely in the abdomen by another thug, collapsing to the ground like a shrimp, gasping for air without a sound. Beyond this, no one dared to resist. Yet, at that moment, morality could not be wielded as a weapon. The instinct for self-preservation surged in the face of danger. The students, untrained and overwhelmed by fear, exhibited the emotional response expected. Little did they know, the thugs had never intended to spare an ordinary person. Ching Chun observed the unfolding chaos with a stoic expression, refraining from taking action. He found it illogical, for the assailants were trained fighters. Engaging in such behavior at this juncture seemed utterly foolish, yet it was evident they could not be so naive. Shortly thereafter, one of the thugs emerged from the inn, patting his companion on the shoulder. "It's your turn." Upon hearing these words, the students immediately recoiled in fear. The assailant, with an insidious smile, surveyed the crowd, causing the girls to avert their gazes, as if by doing so they might remain unnoticed. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze unexpectedly settled upon Nan Gingchen. The thug pushed through the throng, seizing the frail Nan Gingchen and dragging him toward the building. Ching Chin stood transfixed by the scene before him. He had finally confirmed certain truths. There was no time to delay any longer. He was unaware of the location of the other thug lurking at the back door, but he could not afford to wait. This was the opportune moment. The Yunshang Inn was built against the mountains, and behind it lay not flat ground, but an upward slope of trees and rocky terrain. One thug leaned quietly against the back door, smoking a cigarette. The ember glowed intermittently in the darkness, the faint crackle of burning tobacco audible in the silence. Unlike his counterpart at the front, this thug had already grasped his silenced Glock 34, ready to confront any imminent threat. Suddenly, a sound of pebbles cascading to the ground pierced the stillness. Curiously, the thug's instinctive reaction was to look in the opposite direction of the sound, his gun trained toward its origin. Regardless of where an intruder might lurk, he was prepared to react swiftly. This was the most prudent course of action, but there was no one. Gradually, the tension in his muscles eased. Discarding his cigarette butt, the thug calmly raised his firearm, scanning for the source of the earlier noise. At that moment, a voice emanated from the intercom. "Count, 1, 2, 3. The assailant pressed the intercom and responded, 4. In that fleeting second, his attention shifted to the device, his focus and hearing momentarily fragmented. He released the intercom and resumed his vigilant survey of the surroundings. Suddenly, his pupils constricted in alarm, but he was already silenced by a hand that pressed over his mouth, as a cold dagger, like a thunderbolt, plunged from behind into his spleen, halting within his lung tissue. In the next instant, he heard a voice right behind him, pressing the intercom to say 5. The hand gradually loosened, yet the assailant could only emit a series of gasps. The intercom continued to relay the numbers 6, 7, 8. Unbeknownst to anyone, 2 of their comrades had already perished. Chapter 90. Courage, Revised. Within the Cloud Inn, Nan Gengchen was dragged, weeping and wailing, into a room on the 2nd floor. Outside the window, the flicker of a bonfire danced, yet he felt as though he had plunged into the depths of hell. "Brother, I implore you, do not touch me. Truly, that Hu Xiaoniu and Zhang Tianjin are far more appealing than I am. Seek them instead," he cried, while desperately straining his abdomen in secret. He had read online that in such perilous moments, if one could manage to relieve oneself, it might just spoil the opponent's appetite and secure one's safety. However, the anticipated sound of a belt unbuckling never materialized. The assailant, clad in a black leather jacket, bore a cleanly shaved head. The assailant slowly removed his gloves, revealing the rough, mechanical limbs underneath. He flexed his fingers, which emitted a creaking sound with each clench and release, a disconcerting reminder of mechanical wear. Understanding dawned upon Nan Gengchen, who nodded eagerly. "What is your status in the inner world?" the assailant inquired. Nan Gengchen hesitated, only to find the gun barrel pressed against his forehead. "I am asking you a question," the assailant reiterated. With tears welling in his eyes, Nangungshan replied. "I am a hacker." The assailant cursed under his breath, for traversing the inner world meant one did not inherit knowledge or memories. Thus, technical time travelers were deemed worthless in their eyes, possessing titles but lacking abilities. The assailant pressed further. "Which city do you reside in?" "Which district?" "District 1. Nangungshan hastily added, "I just moved there." The assailant whistled. "So, a wealthy resident of District 1. Why the sudden relocation?" With a sense of grievance, Nangungshan confessed. "I was just recently taken in." The assailant was taken aback. The conversation seemed absurd. He continued to question. "What is the latest holographic projection displayed at Chishui Square in District 1? "It is a projection of a trio of orcas leaping out of the water," Nangungshan answered. The assailant pondered for a moment before pressing a button on his chest-mounted communicator. "Boss, we have confirmed the time traveler from City 18, District 1. Proceed to clean up the scene." With that, he released the communicator and prepared to escort Nangungshan outside, in the line of sight of Nangungshan. At the very moment the assailant bent down to seize him, a masked youth emerged behind the perpetrator. The figure had their face shrouded in a scarf. Yet Nangungshan could still discern fiery red patterns spreading from beneath the fabric to the corners of their eyes. He was bewildered as to when this youth had appeared, for there was no sound of footsteps, no breath, nothing at all. The assailant seemed to sense the anomaly reflected in Nangungshan's expression, yet his body was already rendered immobile. The spleen, serving as the body's reservoir of blood, is a vital organ. Once compromised by external force, the victim would rapidly succumb to exsanguination. This process occurs nearly as swiftly as a severed carotid artery. The assailant felt an unsettling chill enveloping his body, and he could even hear the sound of his own blood dripping onto the ground. Blood froth began to seep from his mouth as he attempted to reach for the intercom. However, someone had already gently reached from behind and removed the device from his chest. "Who are you?" Nangungshan asked, bewildered. Ching Chun gazed at him with calmness. "There's no need to pretend you don't recognize me. Come with me. We have no time for idle chatter." "All right, Chen Gu," Nangungshan replied, exhilarated. The recognition of his identity did not surprise Ching Chun. The two had been classmates since their first year of high school. After the division of science and liberal arts, they not only remained classmates, but also became desk mates. The two struggling youths had always been the best of friends. Even though Ching Chun had obscured his face and deliberately disheveled his hair, Nangungshan needed only a glance at his eyes and contours to ascertain Ching Chen's identity. Nangungshan followed Chi Chen, prepared to depart, murmuring with excitement, "I never expected you would come to rescue me. Had you not appeared, I might have been captured by them." However, just as Ching Chen intended to lead Nangungshan out through the back door, a sudden cacophony of mechanical sounds erupted from outside. It was the distinct noise of firearms equipped with silencers. Someone shouted, "Run! They're going to silence us." Ching Chen swiftly turned his gaze towards the window. Outside, the bonfire blazed like a sea of fire, and the screams of students resonated like boiling water. He drew the pistol from his waist and approached the window. The proprietor of Yangshang Inn and the staff lay in pools of blood, while students, terrified, scattered in all directions. 2 members of the Kunlun faction had fallen, shot down. Their bodies sprawled on the ground. The entrance of Yangshang Inn had been breached, and amidst the chaos, students were fleeing. 1 Kunlun member lay on the cold concrete, his chest a gruesome sight, eyes forever closed. Another Kunlun member, slumped beside the doorway, had also succumbed, his eyes shut, clutching a firearm. With the lifeless body of an assailant nearby, further in the distance lay another corpse of a criminal. The 2 assailants had been struck by 4 bullets, while the Kunlun member was drenched in blood, rendering it impossible to ascertain how many times he had been hit. It appeared he had desperately forced open the door, creating an escape route for the students. At this moment, the students struggled to rise, heedless of everything, racing towards freedom. Ching Chun remained bewildered, uncertain of the events that had just transpired. Even his sharp intellect seemed momentarily overwhelmed. By the time he reached the window, all that could have occurred had already unfolded. In the span of mere breaths, so many lives had been extinguished. Ching Chun silently gazed at the 2 bloodied corpses. The absence of first-hand experience dulled his emotions, rendering him indifferent to sorrow or sentiment. Only a sudden pang gripped his heart, though he could not discern its nature. Amidst the chaos, the remaining assailants chose not to pursue the students. Instead, with grim expressions, they bound Lu Dezhu, Hu Xiaonyo, and Zhang Tianjin's hands, intending to blend in with the students and escape with the time traveler. Indeed, The assailant's objective was the time traveler, and with the plan now thwarted, the likelihood of silencing all the students had diminished. Their best course was to mitigate their losses. A voice crackled over the radio. The fifth is unaccounted for. An unforeseen incident may have occurred. Third, you and fourth bring down the two from upstairs. We will regroup in the parking lot. The fourth and fifth had already perished. Qing Chen silently observed everything unfold. Should he pursue the assailants? A twinge of fear gripped him. Yet, he recalled Yi Wan's words. If one can control their bloodlust, then it ceases to be bloodlust. Sometimes, it is only when one truly confronts a situation that they comprehend their own choices. In truth, he did not wish to take further risks. After all, Nan Gingchen had been rescued, and this moment presented an opportune moment for his departure, unencumbered by rules, military orders, or considerations of benefit. That was courage. Chapter 91. The Traitor Revised. Yi Wan's insight rang true. Though cautious, Qing Chen was never devoid of valor. Just as he had never sought clemency upon arriving at prison number 18 after his traversal, he was resolute. With unwavering resolve and a spirit that embraces life even in the face of death, he forged his own destiny. This was the fundamental reason why Li Shudong held him in such high regard. In contrast to the extraordinary talent of hyperthymesia, Li Shudong had always placed greater emphasis on one's character. At that moment, Wang Yun emerged from a nearby room. Upon seeing Qing Chen in the corridor, her eyes widened with surprise, yet she did not recognize him due to their lack of familiarity. Qing Chen cast a cold glance in her direction, observing her immaculate attire, devoid of any signs of disarray, and her makeup remained flawlessly applied. What has transpired? Did your plan fail? Who are you? Wang Yun found herself momentarily stunned by the masked figure before her. In the next instant, Qing Chen raised his hand and fired 4 shots. 2 missed their mark, but the subsequent 2 found their target, striking the girl's legs with precision. Without a moment's hesitation, he continued to advance. It was then that Qing Chen realized he possessed an innate talent for firearms. While others typically required a substantial amount of ammunition to cultivate their proficiency, he merely needed to fire a few rounds to firmly embed the sensations in his mind. The experience of recoil, the familiar speed of the bullet leaving the chamber, the process of adjusting the trajectory, and the response of his arm's muscles at the moment of firing. All of these perceptions crystallized within him. Thus, though his first 2 shots had veered off course, the following 2 were accurately corrected. Wang Yun emitted a cry of anguish from behind him. Yet Qing Chen's heart remained unperturbed. At that moment, everything seemed to align. On September 30th, among the 4 who usually attended school together, it was only Wang Yun who arrived early, having made prior arrangements with Nan Gingchen. Throughout that entire day, during each break, Lu Deju, Hu Xiaonyou, Zhang Tianjin, and Bai Wan'er gathered in the corridor, while Wang Yun remained in her classroom, despondently seated for the entire day. It became evident that something must have transpired on the night the assailants visited Jiang Shue's home, leading to a drastic change in her demeanor the following day and creating a rift among the 4 friends. The one who had been pulled into the room was none other than Wang Yun. Thus, when he encountered Wang Yun in the corridor, his immediate choice was to draw his weapon. This may represent the coldest aspect of Qing Chen, juxtaposed with an intense fervor. For reasons unknown, the sight of the lifeless bodies strewn across that courtyard compelled him to prevent this girl from departing unscathed. Qing Chen bore no grudge. After all, he had little connection with those 2 members of Kunlun, nor with the innkeeper. Yet he pondered that this incident must exact a toll. Outside the inn lay a chaotic world, while inside, the corridor stood eerily vacant. Qing Chen grasped his Glock 34 and ventured outside. In a secluded tourist area like Laojun Mountain, even amidst throngs of visitors, the streets remained deserted after 1 o'clock in the morning. The restaurants had closed their doors, leaving only the street lights aglow. However, the commotion from Yunchang'an was too pronounced, stirring all the inns along that road. Students fled in a frenzy while the assailants, now donned in different attire, sauntered leisurely behind them. The remaining 3 men grappled with Lu Daiju, Zhang Tianjin, Hu Xiaonyou, and Bai Wan'er, concealing their bound hands beneath their garments. On the road, Hu Xiaonyou calmly stated, "You cannot escape with the 4 of us in tow, for circumstances have transcended your plans. There exists but a singular route up and down the mountain. Kunlun may very well have established a blockade along the way." The leader of the bandits did not interrupt him, but rather listened with keen interest. With a slight smile, the leader responded, "We appreciate your concern for our predicament, yet you are overly apprehensive." With that, he gestured for his companions to unveil a plastic bag, revealing more than a dozen meticulously crafted Molotov cocktails. In the next instant, the leader produced a lighter, igniting a cigarette for himself before setting fire to the cotton fabric of a Molotov cocktail. "Lao Lu, throw it," he calmly instructed the other bandits. One of them, with a vigorous motion, hurled the Molotov cocktail, which crashed into a nearby guest house. In an instant, a fierce blaze erupted. The bandits proceeded to walk while tossing the incendiary devices, as an entire row of ghost houses ignited in flames. Countless tourists awoke from their slumber, hastily scrambling onto the streets in disarray. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The leader called back, "Lao Chi, remove the silencer and empty a magazine. Let these delightful tourists flee with even greater fervor." Blood gushed from the wound in the waist of the victim, streaming forth from a ruptured spleen. No one knew when Lao Chi had met his demise, nor did they discern who had delivered the fatal blow. It was as if a hunter lurked within the mist, and they had transformed from hunters into prey. With a stern expression, the bandit removed his silencer and aimed at Lu Dizhu's, pulling the trigger. In that fleeting moment, Lu Dizhu, faced with the harrowing choice between life and death, suddenly summoned an immense courage. He bent low and pushed the assailant beside him away, swiftly darting into the enveloping darkness, evading and weaving as he ran. His speed was remarkable, and his explosive power formidable. The enhancements from the genetic serum had saved his life, catching the leader of the assailants off guard. As he had never anticipated, this timid individual would suddenly muster the audacity to resist. At that very moment, an unknown gunshot rang out, striking the thigh of the assailant who had been holding Lu Dizhu captive. Before the injured thug could collapse to the ground, the unseen hunter fired again, this time piercing through his skull. The leader's countenance darkened. Abandoning all restraint, he recklessly fired several shots into the crowd of tourists. The sharp crack of gunfire startled all the visitors, who, upon witnessing the fallen victims, erupted into a chaotic scramble for safety. The leader seized Hu Xiaonyo and Zhang Tianjin by their collars and blended into the throng, hastening towards the parking lot. The night had unfolded with too many unforeseen events. What was meant to be a meticulously crafted plan had unraveled into chaos due to the sudden turn of events. Of the 8 assailants, only the leader remained. He needed to escape swiftly. Chapter 92. Another time traveler, repaired. Flames erupted from over a dozen lodgings, reaching towards the heavens. As the mountain winds swept through, the fire continued to spread farther afield. Even the sky was illuminated, resembling a layer of twilight mist drifting from the midnight curtain. Countless tourists fled from the inns in a desperate bid for safety, only to find themselves entangled in the chaos of the shooting, resulting in a frenzied stampede for escape. At that moment, another assailant unexpectedly emerged from a nearby inn, rushing to join the leader of the gang. "Brother, what has happened?" he inquired, having been tasked with keeping watch at the entrance, only to find that the plan had faltered. "We must leave at once," commanded the leader. The final 2 criminals concealed themselves among the crowd, escorting Hu Xiaonyo and Zhang Tianjin while hastening towards the parking lot. Time travelers could always be bound again, and companions could be sought anew. At this juncture, all they needed was to drive away from Laojun Mountain. There was still time to escape. His gaze traversed the chaotic throng, landing upon a masked youth who, in turn, was scanning the crowd for him. The boy was surrounded by frantic tourists, with a raging inferno at his back. Yet, within the youth's eyes, there was no sign of the surrounding turmoil, only him. A shiver ran through the leader's heart as an ominous premonition washed over him. He realized he had been marked. If he did not perish tonight, his adversary would not rest until he had his revenge. Had it not been for the barrier of Hu Xiaonyo between them, he might have already met his end. "Dongzi, if we do not eliminate this boy today, we will surely not escape," the leader declared. "Just wait for my signal when we reach the parking lot." With that, the leader, clad in a black trench coat, drew a gun and fired 2 shots, striking Hu Xiaonyo and Zhang Tianjin in the abdomen, allowing them to crumple slowly to the ground. "Brother, what are you doing?" Dongzi exclaimed in astonishment. That boy might know these 2 students. "Let us see if they can buy us some time," the leader replied, before abandoning Hu Xiaonyo and Zhang Tianjin and slipping into the parking lot. Here, hundreds of buses are parked, serving as a natural cover, resembling a labyrinth that obscures sight. Qingchen silently approached Hu Xiaonyo, and upon confirming that the latter still breathed, he immediately called out to a passerby for assistance and dialing 120. The scenic area possesses a clinic, and while the doctors and nurses may not have encountered gunshot wounds before, both Hu Xiaonyo and Zhang Tianjin had been struck in the abdominal region, which, though serious, was not immediately life-threatening. Provided the medical personnel arrived promptly, it should be feasible to stabilize their conditions. He reassured Hu Xiaonyo, who lay on the ground, saying, "I have called for help. The ambulance will arrive shortly. I will stay here with you. Rest assured, these are not fatal injuries. You will be fine." However, Hu Xiaonyo suddenly struggled to sit up, grasping Qing Chen's sleeve. His lips were pale, and his voice trembled as he implored, "I know you are formidable. Please help me eliminate those two villains." Qing Chen glanced at the maze-like parking lot. Before he could respond, Hu Xiaonyo continued, "You are one of Lu Dezhu's men, right? Please help me avenge this. I will, as before, reward Lu Dezhu with 10 gold bars afterward. The two from Kunlun must not die in vain. Do not worry about us." Qing Chen fell silent for a moment, perplexed by the events that transpired at the inn, which had incited such fervent desperation in Hu Xiaonyo, his willingness to sacrifice his own life for the sake of avenging the Kunlun members. He spoke softly, "Stay here and do not move. Apply pressure to your wounds. Rest assured, they will not survive today." With that, he cast another glance at the labyrinthine parking area and stepped inside. However, it seemed that Qi did not take the gold bars to heart this time. He was merely intent on taking a life tonight. After a moment of contemplation, he surprisingly climbed atop the roof of a bus, utilizing both hands and feet. Despite the roof being composed of thin metal, he made not a sound as he stepped upon it. Upon reaching the edge of the opposite side, he was astonished to see a thug below, frozen in place as if ensnared in viscous glue, struggling to elevate the gun's muzzle by even 10 centimeters. This individual was immobilized by an unseen force. Qing Chen's gaze shifted suddenly to the other side, where a figure clad in a hoodie and donning a hood stood in the shadows, adorned with a pink mask featuring a small Hello Kitty design. The figure extended an arm, palm open, toward the thug on the ground, as if wielding the power to dictate a person's fate with a single hand. A time traveler, and a legendary extraordinary being at that. In the darkness, the hooded time traveler tilted her head eastward and said, "This one was sold out," and another fled. "It's up to you now." The voice emanating from behind the mask was unmistakably feminine, and as she tilted her head, the Hello Kitty on the mask swayed in tandem. Qing Chen was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that the two thugs hiding behind the bus must have intended to ambush him, only to be firmly restrained by this enigmatic time traveler. The peculiar nature of her abilities had compelled the thug leader to abandon his comrade and flee. Qing Chen appraised the figure before him, estimating their height to be around 176 centimeters, an elegant and slender silhouette, though their features remained obscured by the darkness. "What are you still dawdling for? If you linger any longer, they'll escape," the mysterious girl urged. In the distance, the roar of an engine echoed. Qing Chen caught sight of the business vehicle he had previously encountered, now revving to life, with the gang leader at the wheel. Flooring the accelerator as it sped towards the winding mountain road leading out of the scenic area. Without further contemplation, Qing Chen leapt from the roof of the bus, snatched the assailant's handgun, and sprinted away with fervor. The girl in the shadows watched him depart, her gaze fixed upon his bare feet, which were already stained with blood. Yet the youth seemed oblivious to the pain. Gradually, she emerged from the shadows, positioning herself beside the assailant, observing as he slowly knelt upon the concrete ground. In the next instant, her outstretched palm suddenly closed. The kneeling criminal emitted a piercing scream as his legs were forcefully pressed against the pavement, the immense pressure causing a sickening crack to resonate from his knees. The parking lot was left with only the shattered remains of his kneecaps and his anguished cries. Meanwhile, the black business vehicle navigated the treacherous mountain road, hindered by numerous sharp U-turns that prevented the assailants from gaining speed. Gunfire erupted from behind, instilling fear within the gang. The youth possessed remarkable marksmanship, capable of accurately striking the vehicle even at high velocity. Little did they anticipate that, to complement the Glock 34 handgun equipped with a silencer, he had deliberately chosen subsonic ammunition to minimize the sound of the shots. This particular bullet possesses little merit beyond its compatibility with a silencer, with an effective range that, once equipped with such a device, falls short of even 20 meters. It is suitable solely for extremely close-range assassination-style shooting. At this moment, the assailants felt a twinge of relief that they were using subsonic ammunition, otherwise, they might have already met their demise. The gunfire gradually subsided, and the youth appeared to have exhausted his ammunition, discarding the firearm in his grasp. Nevertheless, Qing Chen did not cease his pursuit. In the rearview mirror, the assailants observed the masked youth on the road, resembling a solitary wolf, relentlessly biting at their heels, as if intent on bringing them to their end. Chapter 93. The Dust Settles, Revised, Inside the business vehicle, the leader of the assailants, frustrated by his inability to shake off Ching Chun, steeled himself and began to decelerate. He still possessed a firearm, while Ching Chun was left unarmed. As they approached a turn, the leader abruptly rolled down the window. In that fleeting moment, as the vehicle veered, he raised his weapon outside, aiming at Ching Chun and pulling the trigger. However, the assailant leader was unprepared for the revelation that Ching Chun, at that instant of deceleration, drew another handgun from his waist and simultaneously squeezed the trigger. Ching Chun was equipped with 2 firearms. His earlier act of deliberately exhausting his ammunition and discarding the gun was a ruse, cleverly orchestrated for the leader's benefit. As he understood the difficulty of catching up to the vehicle, panic surged through the assailant leader. As he fired, he instinctively ducked, causing his aim to stray. A sudden numbness enveloped his ear, as if pierced by a projectile, and he could even detect the acrid scent of his hair singed by the bullet. In the midnight hour, gunfire erupted along the mountain road, and Ching Chun too was struck. Even though the adversary had lost his aim, the bullet still grazed past his shoulder, leaving a deep gash on his right arm. Ching Chun lost his balance and fell to the ground. The tremendous inertia from running and the slope of the hill causing him to roll uncontrollably. He bit his lip and rose anew, coldly observing the receding silhouette of the vehicle on the mountain road. In the next moment, in a desperate bid to close the distance to the business car, he found himself barefoot, traversing the forest between the roads. As he ran through the mountainous terrain, Ching Chun seized a stone larger than his head. He trod upon branches and pebbles, the nerves in his soles sending shivering warnings. Unbeknownst to him, his once pristine feet had become a gruesome mess, blood and dirt mingling in a cruel display. Yet, he paid no heed to the bloodstains on his cheeks from the branches, nor the gash on his shoulder, nor the debris beneath his feet. All he could do was cast aside every perception of pain within his spirit. He was determined to make the culprit pay for tonight's misdeeds. Ching Chun ran faster and faster. As he darted through the woods, the world transformed into a vast chessboard. In that moment, he was no longer a mere player, but a valiant soldier crossing the boundary of conflict. Bloodied yet brave, the mountain road chessboard gradually took shape in Ching Chun's mind, as he silently calculated his speed and that of the vehicle. A myriad of informational threads intertwined within his thoughts. In the next heartbeat, Ching Chun sprinted to the edge of the high forest, mere meters above the winding road where the leader of the villains awaited. Droplets of crystalline sweat splattered from his hair tips. Brief, control, domination. Here, not only were there fierce soldiers crossing the river, but also cannonballs hurtling towards them. In an instant, he did not even glance at where the luxury vehicle had driven off to, releasing the stone he had clutched tightly in his grasp. The stone soared from a great height, tracing a precise parabolic arc as it descended toward the inevitable path of the adversary. It tumbled through the air, gaining speed under the acceleration of gravity. The leader of the assailants felt his pupils constrict in shock. He slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The black luxury vehicle collided with the descending stone as if it had been drawn into a fateful embrace. With a thunderous crash, the leader was forcefully struck at the wheel, the vehicle spiraling out of control before crashing into the mountainside. In the darkness, no one noticed the accident that had just transpired on the winding road. The leader sat silently in the car, blood streaming down his face from the impact with the steering wheel, presenting a grotesque visage. The engine hood was twisted irregularly, and a hissing sound emanated from within, suggesting a serious leak. The gun was nowhere to be found. He forcefully shouldered the car door open and staggered out, intending to retreat into the mountains on foot. However, the leader was startled to see the masked youth appearing at the bend of the mountain road. He could not comprehend why. Despite the bloodied and mangled state of his feet, the youth continued to pursue him relentlessly. In the next moment, the boy accelerated once more, running at an astonishing speed. The leader felt a surge of dread. Despite possessing mechanical limbs, he could not muster the courage to confront his opponent directly. He turned to flee. But after just a couple of steps, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. The recent car accident appeared to have affected his cerebellum, rendering him unable to maintain his balance while walking. The leader of the assailants struggled to rise, his gaze fixed upon the young boy merely 2 meters away, a fierce determination igniting within him. He stood upright, bellowing, "Come on! Did you not wish to kill me? Come on!" Yet, the youth remained silent, uttering not a word. Suddenly, the boy revealed a spring knife in his hand, thrusting it violently towards the assailant leader's neck. Startled, the leader's powerful mechanical limbs swiftly crossed to shield him. However, in an instant, the blade in the boy's hand veered midair, its sharp edge grazing against the mechanical appendage, producing a shower of sparks. The assailant leader was bewildered. The opponent's control over the blade was astonishingly swift, as if the target had never truly been his neck. The boy then withdrew, bending slightly, directing the dagger towards the leader's thigh. This time, the assailant leader was quicker, his formidable mechanical limb striking first. If he could seize the boy's wrist and crush it, victory in this battle would still belong to him. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Once more, the masked youth had merely feigned an attack. At the very moment the leader sought to grasp the boy's arm, he had already sidestepped to the left, leaving an unguarded opening. Before he could react, the spring knife had been plunged firmly into his spleen. From the onset of the confrontation, he had not even managed to touch his adversary. Even with his injuries and the blow to his head, it all seemed utterly incredible. The boy was like a gust of wind, elusive, intangible, yet lethal. The youth executed the predetermined strategy with precision, gradually coaxing his adversary to reveal his vulnerabilities, while each of his own moves fell within the calculations of the opponent. It resembled art, instilling a sense of dread within him. The boy unsheathed his spring knife and turned to depart. The leader of the assailants felt his blood surging forth. As if a dam had burst, he gazed at the indifferent silhouette of his foe, feeling like a mere pawn, devoid of any necessity for dialogue. The truth was, the boy had endured the agony in his feet solely to ensure the leader's demise, leaving no possibility of survival. Why? The leader struggled to inquire, perplexed. Ching Chun pondered momentarily before responding. I promised someone that you would die tonight. With that, the boy intended to leave, when suddenly, the leader's phone rang from his pocket. The boy paused, seemingly intrigued. Chapter 94, A New Beginning, revised. At just past 2 in the morning, all the assailants lay dead. Who could possibly be calling the leader at this hour? Ching Chun approached the vehicle, gently retrieving the phone from the leader's pocket and pressing the call button. The display revealed an unknown number. Throughout the encounter, Ching Chun used a finger from his other hand to cover the phone's camera, ensuring that no one could capture his visage, even though his face was already concealed. On the other end, there was silence, as if waiting for the leader to initiate conversation. Yet, Ching Chun remained mute. The caller soon grasped the situation, responding with a light chuckle. They are dead. Aren't they? Ching Chun remained silent. The voice on the phone continued to chuckle. Since they are already deceased, why not we have a conversation? Without hesitation, Ching Chun ended the call, wiping the fingerprints from the mobile device with the code of the gang leader, then imprinting the antagonist's fingerprints onto it before concealing it within the leader's coat. Only then did he slowly immerse himself into the night. He pondered that these were merely 7 criminals who could not even afford synthetic skin, yet they had nearly cost him his life. It was at this moment that Ching Chun suddenly realized that his extraordinary life seemed to have only just begun. The Inferno on Laojun Mountain was brought under control by morning, transforming an entire street of lodgings into a grim, ashen spectacle. Some tourists wept in the streets, while others sat bewildered by the roadside. 7 black SUVs sped up the mountain, where members of Kunlun briefly paused at the scene of the gang leader's accident, leaving one vehicle behind for a meticulous search while the others continued their ascent. Lu Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Yunseng Inn, gazing at the charred edifice. Lost in thought, before him lay the lifeless bodies of 2 Kunlun members, accompanied by several corpses of the criminals. Resisting the urge to examine his fallen comrades, Lu Yuan crouched down to conduct a preliminary autopsy on the gangsters. In total, there were 9 criminals. The one on the mountain road appeared to be the mastermind, having sustained a punctured spleen during his escape. We discovered the footprints of others on the mountain, but it was somewhat perplexing that the murderer seemed to have been barefoot. Near the inn, there were 8 criminals in total, one of whom had suffered a crushed knee in the parking lot yet still clung to life. The adversary, clearly possessing the capability to end his life, refrained from doing so, as if intentionally preserving him for our interrogation. Among the other 7 assailants, 3 bodies were charred beyond recognition by the flames, 1 was shot dead, and the remaining 3 were all, without exception, pierced through the spleen with remarkable precision, suggesting the work of a skilled assassin. Students from the convoy mentioned that Banch and Shanhu helped to unlock the door just before their demise. Otherwise, over 40 students would have been trapped. They did not bring shame to Kunlun. Lu Yuan listened quietly to his subordinate's report, a sudden pang of emotion striking him as a mountain breeze swept by. The wind howled mournfully, stirring up the ashes of the destruction. Lu Yuan hastily wiped his nose. This was not a moment for sentimentality. He knelt to examine the assailant's wounds and the locations of the discovered bodies. The first corpse was found next to the Yunju Inn, yet it was not the scene of the crime. Kunlun members had discovered traces of blood and drag marks along the path outside. Liu Yuan stated calmly. It appears someone took advantage of the cover of night to murder him on the road and then dragged him to the adjacent courtyard. The fire consumed the building but did not spread to the courtyard. As Liu Yuan scrutinized the wounds on the assailants, his astonishment deepened. His subordinate's analysis was entirely accurate. These assailants had all been struck down in a single, lethal blow. Moreover, whether the knife entered from behind or the front, the blade had precisely pierced the spleen. It struck him as peculiar. Why only the spleen? Liu Yuan pondered. Was there a particular penchant or habit at play? Following the marked locations indicated by his subordinate, he made his way to the rear of the courtyard. This should be the second crime scene, where the murderer eliminated the second assailant before entering the courtyard. Liu Yuan inquired, "What has become of the students?" His subordinate reported, 3 are severely injured, 2 of whom are named Hu Xiaonyou and Zhang Tianjin, having been struck in the abdomen by the assailants. Fortunately, only their intestines were hit, and they have been taken down the mountain for surgery. Their lives are certainly secured. The subordinate continued, "There is another named Wang Yun, but her injury is rather peculiar. She claims to have been shot in the legs by a masked assailant, and she was ultimately dragged out of the inn by a student named Nan Gengchen. Otherwise, she would have perished in the flames." Liu Yuan furrowed his brow, masked. The subordinate nodded. "I suspect this individual is not an assailant, but rather the one who dispatched the assailants. There is no doubt it must be him. Furthermore, pay close attention to Wang Yun. She raises suspicions. The person who aided us in eliminating the assailants would not randomly shoot her," Liu Yuan remarked. "By the way, why was Nan Gengchen inside the inn?" The subordinate explained, "It is said he was dragged into the inn by the assailants to commit the crime, but he appears well-groomed, not resembling someone who has been through such an ordeal. Then he must have encountered the murderer. Perhaps the murderer rescued him in passing," Liu Yuan speculated. "Have we gleaned any information?" Liu Yuan nodded. "For now, let us search within this scope. Nan Gengchen is the primary eyewitness, and his testimony is the most credible." As Liu Yuan gazed upon the dilapidated street, he pondered gravely. 8 out of 9 assailants had perished, 2 shot dead, 1 kneeling in the parking lot, and 2 slain by members of Kunlun. The remaining 4 succumbed to ruptured spleens, indicating that their adversary had struck 4 times, each blow successful. Such a person is exceedingly perilous. Yet, Liu Yuan suddenly felt a reluctance to pursue further investigation, for this individual had avenged his comrades. On the path of vengeance, the Kunlun members discovered countless bloodied footprints, and he found it hard to fathom the sheer willpower driving the assailant, who, drenched in blood, systematically dispatched the villains. In the next moment, Liu Yuan seized the walkie-talkie from another assailant, inhaled deeply, and pressed the talk button. "Hello, this is Liu Yuan from Kunlun." Chapter 95, Take Care, revised, on the summit of Laojin Mountain, within a room of a quaint farmhouse. The walkie-talkie resting on the table abruptly crackled to life. "Hello. This is Liu Yuan from Kunlun," he observed in silence, choosing to ignore it. At that moment, Qing Chun lay supine on the pristine bed, biting into a towel, his complexion ashen. At the foot of the bed, Jiang Shui held several bottles of iodine and cotton swabs, purchased earlier that morning, as she wept while tending to Qing Chun's wounds on his feet and legs. Minute wooden splinters, shards of glass, and dirt were meticulously cleaned away by Jiang Shui. Drop by drop, beads of sweat cascaded down Qing Chen's forehead, while Li Tongyan tirelessly wiped his brow. The young girl was also in tears, not from fear or any other emotion, but from profound sorrow for Qing Chun. He had fainted the moment he entered the room. Exhaustion enveloped him, alongside the terror and panic that followed his first act of taking a life. The cost of adrenaline coursing through his veins surged forth. Throughout the battle, he had employed breathing techniques, and post-conflict, a substantial release of endorphins from his pituitary gland temporarily dulled the pain. However, as Jiang Shui tended to his wounds in the morning, the agony jolted him awake. Although Jiang Shui had intended to allow Qing Chen a bit more rest, the urgency of treating his wounds could not be postponed any longer. Tearfully, she remarked, "Look at the gash on your shoulder. Just a bit lower and your scapula would have been shattered." Qing Chen remained silent, enduring the pain in stoic silence. Though his injuries appeared severe, he was acutely aware that they were merely superficial and would soon heal, particularly since he had utilized breathing techniques throughout the ordeal. His stamina had already begun to restore itself by dawn. Perhaps it was due to his consistent use of these techniques during combat. Or perhaps it was a result of the immense suffering he had endured. Qing Shen sensed that the energy within him had swelled, once merely the size of a fist, now seemingly akin to a fist and a half. Furthermore, his body seemed to be undergoing a transformation, and beneath the pervasive soreness, even his bones seemed to crackle subtly. After 3 hours, Jiang Shui finally confirmed that she had adequately cleaned the wounds at Qing Chen's feet. She gently suggested, "You should sleep a little longer. I will borrow the kitchen to prepare some nourishment for you." "Thank you, Aunt Jiang," Qing Chun replied weakly, his voice barely above a whisper. Immediately, the young girl spoke. "Then Mother examined your injuries and found that only your shoulder and foot were severely wounded, which eased our worries somewhat. Please don't push yourself so hard next time. If something were to happen to you, I would be frightened." Qing Chun managed a faint smile. "Do not worry. I will be fine." After Jiang Shui departed, Li Tongyun whispered, "Brother Qing Chun, I believe I have deduced your identity. Though it differs slightly from the information I previously possessed, I need to confirm it." Qing Chun paused, sensing that during his unconsciousness, something had been uncovered by her. However, it was of little consequence. He was not particularly bothered by the young girl discovering his identity. He was merely curious. Why was she so determined to find him in the inner world? Li Tongyun continued, "I cannot disclose my status as a time traveler to Mother. And with you not by my side, I feel quite frightened sleeping alone in the large mansion at night. Once I find you, I will no longer be afraid. Brother Qing Shen, do you know, I am all alone in that inner world." Qing Shen pondered. Is she beginning a strategy of emotional manipulation? Li Tongyun pouted. "How dull. Have you made new friends in the inner world?" Qing Shen inquired with interest. "I have an older brother and sister who are quite kind to me, and the grandfather of the Li family treats me especially well," Li Tongyun murmured. "However, the Li Corporation seems rather complicated, and that particularly kind old gentleman's health is poor. Many people are secretly discussing matters concerning his departure." Qing Shen pondered. These siblings and the grandfather must belong to the direct lineage of the Li Consortium. He had heard Uncle Li mention that the current head of the Li family was quite elderly, with health deteriorating progressively. The former patriarch must be the oldest. Yet his age remained uncertain, and the methods by which he prolonged his life appeared rather unsavory. For the moment, Qing Chen chose not to dwell on these thoughts. He turned his gaze to his shoulder, which had been dressed with fresh bandages. Everything before him served as a reminder that the past had transpired. Wait. There was still something Qing Chun needed to do. "Xiao Tongyun, could you please fetch some paper and a pen?" he inquired. "I have some in my backpack," Li Tongyun replied. With her assistance, Qing Chun gradually leaned back against 2 pillows. He searched on his phone for the method to decipher Morse code and, relying on his memory, sketched out the Morse code that the Kunlun members had tapped that night. A tap with the index finger represented a short signal, while a tap with the middle finger signified a long signal. Each combination of taps corresponded to a letter or a number. For instance, a single tap with the index finger followed by a single tap with the middle finger represented the letter A. The incident had compelled even affluent individuals like Hu Xiaonyo to risk their lives in seeking vengeance for the 2 Kunlun members. No regrets in this life. Take care. Tap. Tap, 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 tap. I shall repeat it one final time. No regrets in this life. Take care. This message was conveyed from the fallen Kunlun member to another companion present. Qing Chun sat on the bed, suddenly realizing that the moment the other had been shot, he had already resigned himself to his fate. He gazed out at the bright blue sky, noticing that the sky above the mountain seemed lower and more expansive than that of the city. He folded the deciphered slip of paper and asked Li Tongyun to assist him in tucking it into his wallet. Chapter 96. Keywords, Repair. On the mountain path of Laojun Mountain, Zheng Yuandong, clad in a black Zhongshan suit, was slowly traversing the winding trail. Bloodstains marked the ground, guiding him through a recollection of the events from that night. Scattered along the road were 9 spent cartridges from subsonic bullets, while the bullet hole in the ear of the gang leader indicated a fierce confrontation between the pursuer and the assailant had taken place there. Kunlun had also collected 2 bloodied bullets, yet the blood samples revealed that the traces belonged to different individuals. This suggested that the masked gentleman who had slain the assailants had also sustained injuries. Zheng Yuandong stood at the spot where Qing Chen had hurled the stone and addressed Lu Yuan behind him. He was injured on the road and, realizing that he could not catch up to the assailants, crossed through the nearby forest to arrive here and cast the boulder. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. So he struck the assailant's vehicle with such precision? Given the drop of over 10 meters, what remarkable foresight must that require? Lu Yuan shook his head. The results have emerged, but there are no matching DNA samples in the database. Let us examine similar profiles. Perhaps we can identify a relative. Zheng Yuandong suggested. All right, Lu Yuan nodded. This may take some time, but we should have an answer within 3 days. Zheng Yuandong remarked. If we find someone, it would be prudent. Kunlun currently needs individuals capable of standing on their own. It's all right, Aunt Jiang Shui. Qichen smiled. It doesn't hurt as much now. Suddenly, Jiang Shui expressed her concern, saying, you left so many bloody footprints at the scene. Surely someone could identify you through DNA comparison. Although your DNA has never been recorded, your father has been detained. Nowadays, blood samples are collected from anyone who has been incarcerated. However, Qing Chen shook his head, confident in his assessment. Jiang Shui cast a surprised glance at Qing Chen, sensing that there was more to the story, yet the youth was unwilling to divulge further. Within the entire incident, 2 critical factors could expose Qing Chen's identity, one being Nan Gingchen, and the other the blood sample. Nevertheless, regarding the former, Qing Chen was certain that Nan Gingchen would not make a blunder in such a matter and would likely provide misleading information to Kunlun. As for the latter, Kunlun could not locate the corresponding genetic sample for comparison as it pertained to some long-standing matters. Otherwise, Qing Chen would not have dared to pursue the perpetrator barefoot. He then said, Aunt Jiang, I wish to be alone for a while. There are matters I must attend to. Very well, I shall take Xiaoyan out for a stroll. If you need anything, just call me. I won't be too far away, Jiang Shui replied. Once Li Tongyun and Jiang Shui had left the room, Qing Chen finally took out his mobile phone and communication device. He first unlocked the communication device, which was filled with messages from Lu Dezhu. Boss, your people are truly remarkable. They utterly annihilated the criminals. Thank you for your timely reminder and for having your people rescue me. I, Lu Dezhu, will undoubtedly go through fire and water for you in this lifetime. Esteemed leader, after this night, I have truly become utterly devoted to you. From now on, regardless of the risks that others dare not take, I shall brave them for your sake. At your command, I would venture even to the most desolate of places. Why do you remain silent, my leader? Qing Chen glanced at the time. It was 9 a.m. The countdown showed 39:00:00. Lu Dezhu, standing by the communication equipment, held a profound respect for his leader. Such a significant event had transpired, yet the leader remained unfazed, for someone of such stature naturally maintains composure, unaffected by worldly joys or sorrows. Firstly, the leader was unaware of the need to come to Laojun Mountain, nor did he know he was to arrive early, as his demeanor while discussing matters in the inner world appeared genuine, not feigned. Thus, the speculation regarding the leader's presence beside him was momentarily dismissed. It is possible that the leader is an alumnus from the school, perhaps a senior from the 3rd year. Secondly, could the masked assailant from last night be the leader himself? Analyzing the character, it seems unlikely, for the leader has always projected an image of a cunning strategist, one who operates in the shadows. The individual from last night, however, seemed driven by a fierce desire for vengeance on behalf of the Kunlun members, which starkly contrasts with Lu Dezhu's perception of the leader. In summary, Lu Dezhu currently deduces that, while the possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, the masked assailant from last night is unlikely to be the leader himself. Given this perspective, it appears that the leader has already established his own influence and followers in the outer world. He opened his phone, only to discover that the class group chat had already erupted with activity. Many students have been discussing how Lu Dezhu and his enigmatic companion came to everyone's rescue. Although Lu Dezhu himself denies it, his denial has not swayed public belief. The class monitor, Yu Junyi, remarked, at that time, before the assailants appeared, Lu Dezhu had already sensed danger from another realm and urged everyone to flee, yet no one believed him. I thought he was insane back then. Reflecting on it now fills me with shame. An excited female classmate added, the leader of the assailants even aimed a gun at his head, demanding to know where his companion was. However, Lu Dezhu stood his ground, revealing not a shred of information. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Dezhu was genuinely unaware of the whereabouts of the mysterious figure and his shadowy accomplice. Even if he wished to divulge, he could not. Later, Bai Wanner recounted the events in the class group, propelling the discussion to a climax. Not only did they save lives, but they also avenged the 2 Kunlun members. Qing Chen pondered whether Lu Dezhu's growing reputation could enable him to gather some reliable time travelers, whether for business or mutual assistance. Believing that such connections might prove beneficial at some point, he closed WeChat and opened other platforms. By dawn, as the flames began to spread, news of the incident on Laojun Mountain had already reached the nation. Social media platforms like Weibo, Douyin, and Bilibili were inundated with videos and reports of the conflagration. However, the narratives predominantly focused on the aftermath of the fire, with no one stepping forward to disclose the events that transpired. At this moment, everyone realized that the arsonist and perpetrator was, in fact, the notorious mastermind behind the widely publicized time traveler kidnapping case. No one mentioned the masked murderer, nor did anyone speak of who had dispatched the criminal, for Qing Chun had concealed his identity with remarkable skill. Today marks the first day of National Day, and those who had initially intended to visit Laojun Mountain, upon hearing the news, hastily canceled their tickets. Many tourists, having missed the breathtaking sunrise from the Golden Summit, boarded buses to leave the scenic area. Reports indicate that the first bus from Laojun Mountain was already filled to capacity, leaving the transportation system in a state of paralysis. Qing Chun reflected on the events of the previous night, and once he was certain that apart from Li Tongyun, Jiang Shui, and Nan Gengchen, no one would recognize him, a crucial thought suddenly struck him: the gold bars. During the chaos of the previous night, Hu Xiaoniu had uttered a significant remark. Others might have forgotten or overlooked it due to anxiety, but Qing Chun would not. Now, the notion of gold bars occupied a pivotal place in his thoughts, serving as a unique keyword. Chapter 97, Lu Dizhu's Choice, Revised. Meanwhile, Lu Dizhu, accompanied by his classmates, arrived at the Third People's Hospital of Luocheng, the finest tertiary hospital in the city. Perhaps due to the financial backing, they were provided with the best medical facilities, along with over 10 doctors convening for expert consultations to avert any potential aftermath from their injuries. Their parents had flown in on a private jet that morning and were currently waiting anxiously outside the ward. As Lu Dizhu and his classmates approached the entrance to the hospital room, they were met by a group of 6 or 7 men clad in black suits, each adorned with a transparent earpiece. These must be the bodyguards of the reputed magnate. One of the guards intercepted the students, while a dignified middle-aged man regarded them with curiosity. "Who are you?" The class leader of the second year, Class 4, CS Sun, replied, "Hello, uncle. We are classmates of Xiaoniu and Tianjin, and we wish to pay them a visit." The middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback. "May I ask, which of you is Lu Dizhu?" Lu Dizhu, amidst the crowd, also found himself momentarily stunned. I am." The man strode toward him with purpose, extending his right hand. "Thank you, young scholar. Thank you for saving Xiaoniu's life. He told me upon regaining consciousness that you and your companions rescued him. Otherwise, he would surely have been taken or killed by the assailants." Lu Dizhu fell into silence for a few seconds before grasping the man's hand and responding, "Uncle, I truly did not do much." It seemed that, with Xiaoniu's condition stabilizing, the middle-aged man's demeanor had relaxed considerably. He smiled and remarked, "It is commendable for the youth to be humble, but excessive modesty can be detrimental." Initially, a businessman of significant stature like Xiaoniu's father held little reverence for time travelers. Among the 7 bodyguards outside, one was indeed a time traveler. However, after Xiaoniu and his companions faced peril in city number 7, his perspective shifted. In that moment, he realized that no amount of wealth or status in the material world could truly safeguard his son. The wealth of the outer world can procure many items from the inner realm. However, this does not imply that wealth can acquire everything within it. It is precisely for this reason that he consented to transfer Hu Xiaoniu to Luocheng. Moreover, Lu Dizhu, a time traveler capable of foreseeing fortune and misfortune, as well as remedying calamities post facto, is truly exceptional. Hu Xiaoniu's father is a visionary. He recognizes that while Lu Dizhu may currently seem unremarkable, he has already glimpsed the potential of Lu Dizhu's future. This grand venture, involving countless crossings, has only just begun. Who can ascertain the brilliance of the other's future? It is indeed a worthy investment. The affluent act differently, while others ponder how to approach Lu Dizhu. Hu Xiaoniu's father contemplates how to take Lu Dizhu away and secure him by his side. However, Lu Dizhu promptly declined, saying, "Uncle, I currently have no intentions of going to Haiqing. This is the place where I was born and raised, and all my parents' friends reside here." Hu Xiaoniu's father responded, "I can prepare a house for you in Haiqing. You can bring your parents along, and I will also provide you with a relocation allowance." "No, thank you, uncle." Lu Dizhu shook his head again. "I appreciate your kindness." At this moment, Lu Dizhu had already weighed the pros and cons in his mind. A house in Haiqing, along with a relocation fee, sounds exceedingly tempting. However, the powerful individuals he associates with are in Luocheng, while others believe he saved Hu Xiaoniu. The truth is that without the intervention of the influential, he might have perished on Laojun Mountain. Firstly, he could indeed go to Haiqing, but the powerful ones are unlikely to follow. At that moment, should anyone attempt to abduct him again or covet something from him, his fate would be sealed. Furthermore, Lu Dezhu had come to realize the paramount importance of strength during his escape. Numerous time travelers online had remarked that in the inner world, wealth does not guarantee access to genetic agents. Some had ventured into the black market only to be duped into purchasing fakes. In stark contrast, the enigmatic figure known as the cat-faced mask wielded genuine products with ease. The FD genetic sequence he injected bore the numbers 004, 003, 002, and 001. With all prospects resting in the hands of this formidable individual, Lu Dezhu did not yearn for much. Achieving a complete series of genetic agents to become a B-class expert would suffice. It was said that even in the inner world, a B-class expert was considered a significant presence, while A-class experts were a rare breed. By that time, acquiring a property in Haiqing would be a simple endeavor. Moreover, he had pocketed half of the doubled remuneration that Hu Xiaonyo had provided last time. If the counterpart could offer even more this time, it would be delightful. After all, the big shot was oblivious to how much he had concealed. Just then, Lu Dezhu's communicator buzzed in his pocket, prompting him to address everyone. "Excuse me. I need to use the restroom." Once inside a stall, he activated the communicator and saw a message from Qing Chun inquiring. "I heard from my subordinate that Hu Xiaonyo informed him about the last occasion's doubled remuneration, and this time it would be doubled as well?" The moment before, Lu Dezhu had been secretly relishing his good fortune, but now, cold sweat streamed down his face. He had no inkling that such events had transpired the previous night. "Brother Hu Xiaonyo, why must you divulge everything?" This marked the second occasion on which he had engaged in deceit. The first instance involved a watch, and now it was a gold bar. Lu Dezhu was left pondering what treatment awaited him during his next visit to the underworld. Outside the restroom, whispers circulated among the crowd, speculating about Lu Dezhu's prolonged absence. At that moment, Lu Dezhu unexpectedly emerged through the door. Hu Xiaonyo's father gazed at him, a broad smile adorning his face, and remarked, upon reflection, "You are still quite young, and perhaps not inclined towards material possessions such as houses. How about this? Tell your uncle what you desire, and I shall ensure it is arranged for you." Lu Dezhu hesitated for a moment before responding, "Uncle, you might be unaware, but I take delight in offering early New Year greetings to others. So, I wish you a prosperous New Year, with all your aspirations realized and wealth flowing in." Hu Deshang was taken aback. Chapter 98, Revenge, revised early. New Year greetings? Nearby, a classmate from the second-year class 3 quietly commented to the study commissioner, "Yu Junyi, do you think he might possess a system?" "A system?" Yu Junyi replied, perplexed, as he struggled to comprehend the statement. He had always been a diligent student, uninterested in games or novels, and thus remained oblivious to the concept of a system. A nearby classmate patiently elaborated, "It's akin to the systems depicted in online novels. The system assigns various tasks to the host, enabling them to become stronger." "Ah?" Yu Junyi was momentarily stunned. The classmate continued, "However, typically only the protagonist in a novel enjoys such privileges. Could it be that Lu Dezhu is the protagonist of our realm? However, without a system in place, one cannot elucidate why he oscillates between brilliance and folly." It must be acknowledged that this student's judgment is remarkably astute. From a certain perspective, Qing Chun serves as Lu Dezhu's system. Yet, upon the completion of the task, there are no rewards, merely a punishment for his insatiable greed, and this punishment is far from over. As Hu Xiaonyo and Zhang Tianjun were still resting, the students paid a brief visit before departing. Once everyone had left, Hu Xiaonyo's father turned to enter the hospital room. Hu Xiaonyo gently opened his eyes and, with a voice tinged with weakness, inquired, "Dad, what is your opinion of Lu Dezhu?" "It remains uncertain," Hu Xiaonyo's father replied, shaking his head. "Without having faced a crisis, it is challenging to discern the true nature of this individual." Hu Xiaonyo remarked, "Yet, after this incident, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. If we deem him incompetent, he has nonetheless acquired the precious gene serum. Conversely, if we consider him capable, he hardly embodies the traits of a competent person. Dad, could someone like him truly earn the regard of Uncle Li?" Hu Xiaonyo's father responded, "There are 2 possibilities. My son, are you aware of how many inept eunuchs have existed throughout history? The Grand Eunuch Wang Jun from the Ming Dynasty nearly single-handedly brought ruin upon Emperor Yingzong and decimated the elite troops of the Ming. Yet, such a person wielded immense power. Why is that? It could be due to his exceptional flattery or perhaps his unwavering loyalty, which garnered the recognition of those in power. Even among wise leaders, one does not always find only the finest warriors. All kinds of individuals exist. Certainly, there exists another scenario, Hu Xiaonu's father continued, wherein he is merely a puppet pushed forth by others, akin to how someone has temporarily held certain shares on behalf of our family. Father, which of these scenarios do you believe holds a greater likelihood? Hu Xiaonu inquired. However, his father shook his head. It is unnecessary to draw conclusions so early. Regardless of whether Lu Dezhu is a pawn or not, this presents an opportunity for you. Rest assured, the family will offer unwavering support. Do not harbor any concerns. I understand that you envy your brother for beginning to take on some family responsibilities, but you are still young, and what he can accomplish may not be feasible for you at this moment. Moreover, in the future, your brother may very well require your assistance. Suddenly, Hu Xiaonu posed a question. By the way, father, why do you advise me not to bestow too many gold bars at once? The other party has saved my life on 2 occasions. Logically, offering 100 gold bars would be no exaggeration. Hu Xiaonu's father chuckled. Let us assume for a moment that Lu Dezhu is indeed a puppet manipulated by someone. In that case, the other party must be in dire need of funds. Otherwise, they would not be fixated solely on gold bars. However, if you were to present him with 100 gold bars at once, what could you offer him in the future when he no longer lacks financial resources? At that point, he would have no need for what you can provide. But what if someone else proposes a higher price? Hu Xiaonu questioned, perplexed. Then you must forge a friendship with him before others present a more enticing offer, his father replied, with a knowing look. Suddenly, Hu Xiaonu recalled something. What about Wang Yun? In the early morning, Hu Xiaonu awoke and immediately informed his father about Wang Yun's situation. However, by that time, Wang Yun had already escaped with the aid of her parents. Bai Waner should have suspected her treachery as well. Why did she remain silent? Furrowing his brow, Hu Xiaonu pondered. Perhaps she could not bear to see her dear friend imprisoned. His father calmly remarked, Xiaonu, remember this, when someone becomes your enemy. Any act of forgiveness is not an act of mercy, but rather a manifestation of cowardice. I understand, Hu Xiaonu replied. His father continued, now, Wang Yun has vanished without a trace, and I have been unable to locate her. Hu Xiaonu responded with composure, soon, I shall traverse into the other realm and find her. His father glanced at him. Do you wish to seek vengeance upon Wang Yun? After a moment of silence, Hu Xiaonu asked, is that permissible? The middle-aged businessman chuckled softly, certainly, but I am curious as to why you are so fixated on revenge this time. This morning, you expressed that last night, in your quest for retribution, you instructed that assassin to disregard your own safety, which is uncharacteristic of you. He knew his son well, possessing a modicum of cleverness and wisdom, yet lacking the experience forged by the trials of life. His character held some integrity, but he had yet to clarify the kind of person he aspired to be. At that moment, Hu Xiaonu spoke. When I was a child, my grandfather often regaled me and my elder brother with tales of his wartime exploits, recounting how his old company commander heroically sacrificed himself to cover the retreat of others. I am rather a selfish individual, perhaps due to the distant memories of wartime, which leads me to believe that my grandfather has been embellishing the truth. However, it was only yesterday that I came to realize that such individuals truly exist in this world. While I may never become one of them, I earnestly wish to contribute in some manner to their cause. Chapter 99. Surely, you are quite concerned, aren't you? Unbeknownst to me, the moment for the time travelers to embark on their journey has arrived once more. Outside, the cacophony of discussions surrounding the case resounds, and thus, the masked assailant portrayed by Qing Chun has also come into the public's gaze. Yet, the masses are only aware that he nearly annihilated the criminal organization and pursued vengeance under the cover of night, oblivious to his true identity. Undoubtedly, another enigmatic figure has emerged among the nation's most renowned time travelers, equally as mysterious as he Xiao Xiao. Countdown 010:00. In the land of the rising sun, Osaka. At the pinnacle of the Swiss hotel near Shinsaibashi, a young girl sits curled up in a chair beside the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. Dressed in refreshing light green shorts and a white t-shirt, she gazes down at her phone. The news of the old June Mountain time traveler kidnapping case has reached the island nation, causing quite a stir. At this moment, there have been over 100 reported incidents concerning time travelers. Surprisingly, the statistics reveal a high rate of crimes committed by acquaintances among friends and family. The girl, Kamishiro Sora, observes all of this with a sense of bewilderment swelling within her. She initially aspired to focus solely on her career as an artist, yet she finds herself abruptly entangled in such troubling matters. It is precisely these circumstances that leave her feeling profoundly insecure. In the realm of the ordinary, she must constantly worry about others discovering her identity as a time traveler. In the realm of the inner world, she must tread carefully around the Kamishiro family to prevent their discovery. Just a few days prior, the Kamishiro family conducted a meticulous internal investigation, subjecting 7 time travelers to horrifying interrogations. Having integrated into the Federation early on, the Kamishiro family in the inner world has long adopted Mandarin, retaining Japanese heritage exclusively among direct family members. They regard this as their most esteemed tradition, using Mandarin for external communication while preserving Japanese for genealogy and ancestral rites. The time travelers from the 3 northern Kamishiro cities hail from Tokyo, Osaka, and Kobe. Apart from Kamishiro Sora, none possess the ability to converse in Chinese, resulting in their collective demise. Due to a marriage alliance, Kamishiro Sora was brought to City 18 to meet the young man named Qing Chun. The Kamishiro family places great importance on the outcome of this union and the subsequent benefits, thus their scrutiny of her is relatively lenient. Reflecting on the marriage, Kamishiro Sora suddenly typed Qing Chun into the Chinese search engine on her phone. However, as with previous attempts, no valuable information surfaced. The vibrant nightscape of Osaka resembled a swirling nebula, while the young girl's thoughts danced amidst the starry sky. As the countdown reached 0, the dark and fragmented world began to reassemble. Just as her body tilted precariously, Yiwan caught her with a chair, allowing her to sit. In that moment, Qing Chun smiled, realizing that Yiwan had anticipated her eventual collapse, thus having prepared a chair for her in advance. As if the other party had anticipated it all along, despite fervently proclaiming that those individuals were not worth the risk, he ultimately found himself unable to suppress his inherent valor. Li Shutong aptly remarked that deep within his calm and formidable mind lay an unimaginable ferocity. This contradiction was both perplexing and harmonious. Yiwan smiled and nodded, saying, "Beyond life and death, there are no significant matters. However, the sudden shift from your previous well-being to this unexpected lethargy is quite disconcerting." Li Shutong chuckled as he patted his shoulder. "Your maturity and demeanor is rather unsettling. Perhaps life's tribulations have compelled you to temper your youthful spirit prematurely. Yet, you thought to be characterized by a certain recklessness. There are experiences you might forego in your youth, only to realize, upon reaching my age, how much you have missed. Youth is a time of fervor and naivety, during which one may commit errors, indeed, many errors. However, at the moment your youth concludes, you will come to understand that making mistakes is, in fact, one of the splendid and radiant aspects of youth. In this phase, you are impulsive, unrestrained, and fearless, yet never regretful." After Qing Chun settled into his chair, Yiwan instructed him to remove his shoes and shirt. "Let us assess the severity of your injuries. Xiao Xiao has prepared some ointment for you." When everyone beheld the intricate wounds on Qing Chun's soles and the deep gashes on his shoulder, they could almost visualize the ordeals this young man had endured over the past 2 days. The wounds on his feet signified the countless miles he had traversed barefoot, while the gashes on his shoulder indicated the formidable foes he had faced with firearms. For an ordinary youth, this experience could be deemed perilous in the extreme, yet his counterpart returned unscathed. Lin Xiaoxiao remarked, "Congratulations, you have surmounted the most arduous obstacle." The obstacle he referred to was the maiden battle of one's life, a profoundly unforgettable encounter. Those seasoned individuals were acutely aware of the significance of this inaugural struggle, as it often dictates future accomplishments. It is not merely a matter of enhancing one's prowess. Rather, it is about whether one will falter when confronted with future adversaries, and whether they will continue to possess unparalleled courage and tenacity. Strength establishes the lower limit, while character determines the upper limit. Meanwhile, Yiwan gazed at Qing Chun's soles and mused, "Qing Chun, who attended to your wounds? Their care is remarkably meticulous. I initially presumed you would require further treatment. Considering that walking barefoot could embed numerous microscopic impurities into your flesh, potentially sowing the seeds of ailments. The individual who tended to your injuries displayed considerable attentiveness." As Chapter 100 unfolds, titled "The Punishment That Must Be Accepted," Yuan began applying ointment to his wounds. Qing Chun felt a searing pain in his feet, accompanied by an intense itch that was excruciating. This experience was drastically different from what he had anticipated. He had hoped that the healing salves of the inner world would bring him some comfort. Lin Xiaoxiao interjected, "Endure it. This substance lacks analgesic properties, but it significantly aids in recovery. Of course, swift recuperation comes at a price. Nothing worthwhile is devoid of cost." Li Shutong inquired, "Earlier, you mentioned 5 foes. How many did you vanquish?" Yuan turned to Lin Xiaoxiao. "Pay up. It has exceeded 4. Lin Xiaoxiao reluctantly remarked, "Hey, kid, you are rather ruthless." "Wait a moment. 5 assailants and 7 killed. Did you sacrifice 2 classmates to the heavens?" Qing Chen responded, "Not quite. The number of assailants exceeded expectations, totaling 9. Understanding dawned upon her. At that moment, having grown accustomed to the duo's betting habits, Qing Chen curiously inquired, "What do you wager on how many I will kill?" 3. "I think it would be commendable to eliminate 3, considering this is your first time taking a life." Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. "Do you not feel any hesitation when you kill?" As they conversed, Li Shutong suddenly fixed a serious gaze upon Qing Chen. The young man hesitated before confessing. "Though admitting this might paint me as indecisive, I indeed hesitated while feeling the blood on my hands after the first kill. I even felt a twinge of fear and wanted to flee the scene." Li Shutong chuckled. "That is a normal reaction. If you exhibited no hesitation at all, it would be I who should regret it. I teach you to confront the world with ferocity, yet one must always harbor a sense of reverence for life within." "There are indeed 2 matters," Qing Chen stated. "Allow me to address the first." With that, he confirmed the ointment was adequately applied and, despite the pain, donned his shoes, heading towards the confinement room. Initially, his gait was somewhat awkward, but as he persevered, he forced himself to adopt a normal posture. Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled. This kid is truly merciless towards himself, seemingly unfazed by his foot's agony. However, those who are harsh on themselves are often harsher on their enemies. This is a good thing. Qing Chen once again donned the enigmatic cat-faced mask. The moment the confinement chamber swung open, Lu Dizhu obediently presented 5 gold bars, exuding an unusual docility. However, Qing Chen did not reach for the gold. Instead, he calmly inquired, "Speak of your transgressions." "I should not have neglected the communicator for such a prolonged period," Lu Dizhu replied, his gaze lowered in submission. "Moreover, I ought not to have focused solely on my escape, nor should I have appropriated the gold bars for myself." Behind the mask, Qing Chen silently scoffed. He pressed further. "I am aware that Kunlun has sought you out individually. Recount their words to me in full detail." At this moment, Lu Dizhu's eyes flitted nervously about Qing Chen's feet. In truth, Kunlun had also mentioned discovering bloody footprints, indicating that the assailant must have sustained significant injuries to their feet. Yet, he observed that the enigmatic figure before him walked with no discernible abnormality, suggesting that Qing Chen had indeed not been present on Laojun Mountain at that time. Furthermore, it was evident that he possessed a notably ruthless subordinate. Why inquire about the call received by the perpetrator? Qing Chen queried. They remarked that the fingerprint was applied later. Typically, a mobile phone would bear hundreds of fingerprints, yet that particular device had only a mere 10, Lu Dizhu explained. They deduced that the call was likely answered by one of your subordinates. In general, a frequently used mobile phone would accumulate countless fingerprints from repeated handling. However, Qing Chen had been on the verge of fainting at that moment, leaving him no opportunity to leave such a multitude of prints. Indeed, this minor deception had not escaped the astute minds within Kunlun. Lu Dizhu continued. Kunlun sought me out merely to inquire about the content of that mysterious call and the identity of the caller. They suspected that the appearance of this individual had incited Wang Yun to become a traitor. This person lurked behind the malefactors, and it was conceivable that in the future, he might conspire with those of ill intent, orchestrating even greater mischief. He continued, "Boss, should I consult with your subordinates? I could communicate the contents of the call to Kunlun." Qing Chen disregarded this suggestion and instead inquired, "Do you have anything further to say?" Lu Dizhu paused momentarily before bursting into tears. "Boss, are you implying that I should deliver my last words?" Qing Chen retorted, "Do I have any reason to spare you? Do you believe you possess any value worth preserving?" As he spoke, Lu Dizhu felt an overwhelming urge to kneel before Qing Chen. "Boss, I brought all the gold bars I had to silence myself, and I assure you I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly henceforth. Please, do not kill me. I am still of use. I can serve as your decoy, drawing the attention of time travelers nationwide. I could be your puppet to win them over." Lu Dizhu was acutely aware that should the boss choose to eliminate him now, he would likely face no legal repercussions, and the outside world would remain oblivious to the circumstances surrounding his demise. Qing Chen rose and stated, It's too late for you to say these things now. Remember, every wrongdoing exacts a toll. Though you are merely a sophomore, unacquainted with the harsh realities of society and the dangers of this world, once you have entered this game, you must grasp its rules. With that, he casually walked out. In silence, the youth, Yi Wan and Lin Xiaoxiao, seemed to share an unspoken understanding as they entered the confinement chamber, hoisting Lu Dezhu into the black box where Qingchen had once faced his trials. Chapter 101, The Search for the Traitor, revised. Within the sealed confines of the black box, Qingchen had films to watch and a resilient spirit to endure, whereas Lu Dezhu would undoubtedly falter. According to Lin Xiaoxiao's estimation, this individual would crumble after 48 hours. From Qingchen's perspective, had Lu Dezhu not indulged in frivolities a few hours earlier and merely glanced at the communicator, the incident at Laojun Mountain could have been averted. The dimly lit corridor echoed with Lu Dezhu's pleas for mercy, yet Qingchen remained unmoved. As Lin Xiaoxiao had articulated, he had already surmounted the most arduous psychological hurdle, understanding how to confront that cruel, frigid reality. Li Shetong once imparted to him, in moments of decision-making, we must sometimes discard evaluations of cruelty or benevolence that stem from societal standards. Throughout the journey of life, one need only make the most correct decision. Qingchen sighed. Lu Dezhu's flaws were numerous. At times, he truly contemplated relinquishing him. Relinquish? Why so? Li Shetong inquired with keen interest. If you were to select a representative for the external world, at present, Lu Dezhu appears quite suitable. He possesses a modicum of cleverness and a touch of greed, yet lacks conviction. He is devoid of courage, yet harbors vanity. Would a person of determination, ambition, self-discipline, and bravery willingly consent to be your puppet? Qingchen pondered this thoughtfully. Li Shetong then asked, well, the first matter is resolved. What is the second? Qingchen replied, the countdown reads 163:00:00. 5 hours have just elapsed since this latest traversal, and the sky above is adorned with a grayish hue, heralding the impending dawn. In the 9th district of City Number 7, a young man is pushing a wheelchair occupied by a long-haired girl whose legs have been injured. They traverse the dimly lit streets beneath towering edifices, a stark contrast to the resplendent holographic neon lights above, which seem to belong to an entirely different realm. The damp pavement emits a rhythmic sound as the soles of their shoes make contact with the ground. Graffiti adorns the walls of nearby buildings, while a homeless individual, shrouded in plastic, sleeps amidst a heap of refuse. Rusty, yellowed pipes, neglected and forlorn, punctuate the scene. This is the underbelly of the cyber city, where despair and decay reign supreme. Slogans of rebellion and an air of decay are omnipresent, creating a dissonance with the world above. The girl surveys her surroundings with a hint of anxiety and trepidation. The young man navigates the wheelchair around 2 corners, seemingly evading something. Wang Yun. A cold voice reverberates behind them. The one pushing the wheelchair is Hu, a time traveler employed by the 2 families, Hu and Zhang. While they cannot assist Hu Xiaoniu and Zhang Tianjin in resolving issues stemming from the Qin family, they can attend to more mundane matters. Wang Yun purses her lips, opting for silence. According to their plan, she is to join a convoy that will traverse the expansive Jianghuai Plain outside the city, skirting the edges of the Forbidden Zone number 119 on her way to City number 3. This diverges from their original intent to journey to City number 18. Yet she has no choice but to depart from this place as swiftly as possible. This escape route was purchased at a great expense by her parents in the real world. In this moment, Wang Yun gazed at Hu Xiaoniu, her heart racing with anxiety. How did you find me? Hu Xiaoniu calmly explained. You were waiting for the family-employed time traveler to come and escort you to safety. However, by chance, I encountered one of them before my journey and offered double the reward to track your whereabouts. It was far easier to locate them than to find you. After saying this, the young man behind Wang Yun softly uttered an apology, then released the wheelchair and quietly departed. In the narrow corridors between the buildings, on the dimly lit path, the injured girl sat alone in her wheelchair. What do you want? Wang Yun asked softly. Why betray us? Hu Xiaoniu inquired, his mood disheartened. We have been classmates and friends for over a year. Wang Yun retorted, what have I done wrong that led you to ostracize me since that day? Hu Xiaoniu understood that Wang Yun was referring to the night they were captured at Jiang Shui's house. At that time, Wang Yun had awakened early and was the first to be interrogated by the assailants. Unable to withstand the pressure, she revealed that the 4 of them were time travelers and even pleaded for mercy. Later, the other 3 awoke and witnessed Wang Yun's desperate plea. Hu Xiaoniu hesitated for a moment and said, we did not ostracize you. Everyone simply refrained from speaking much to you because we sensed your inner turmoil, allowing you some solitude to regain your composure. There was no intention to blame you. Subsequently, you prompted by Warner to suggest altering the itinerary, and everyone assumed it was simply your desire to hastily escape the sorrowful locale for a respite. Thus, we promptly revised our plans. Do refrain from feigning sincerity here. Wang Yun sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Perhaps you do not hold me in disdain, yet by Warner certainly does. The day following the incident, she expressed her wish to move out and live independently, declaring that she could not coexist with someone who betrays their own. Hu Xiaoyo fell silent. Wang Yun's voice grew increasingly louder. I merely happened to be the first to awaken, thus the first to endure interrogation. Do you believe that only I cannot withstand the scrutiny? It is merely that your turn has yet to come. If subjected to the same interrogation, you would falter just as I did. What right do you have to look down upon me? In her final words, her tone once again diminished. I only wish for you all to experience similar tribulations, so that you would no longer hold the lofty position to scorn me. Unable to bear the thought of her disgrace being witnessed, Wang Yun found herself swayed when someone approached her later, offering visions of a promising future. Zhang Tianjin suddenly inquired, why did you choose to sever ties completely, even revealing to the assailants that Xiaoyo possessed 2 mobile phones? I can occasionally empathize with your feelings. Yet your actions are not solely driven by a quest for psychological equilibrium, are they? There is also the lure of personal gain. At that moment, the sound of numerous footsteps echoed from beyond the path, and several men clad in black hurriedly approached. The other time travelers hired by Wang Yun's family had arrived. In an instant, a standoff ensued between the two parties. The number of individuals from the Wang family far exceeds expectations, while Hu Xiaoyo has merely 3 companions. The opposing side has summoned 6 reinforcements. Wang Yun finally experiences a semblance of security. She steadies her emotions and gazes at Zhang Tianjin, stating, indeed, my motivations are rooted in personal gain, and neither you nor Lu Di's whose can provide what I seek. Now, I kindly ask you to step aside. After today, we shall remain classmates. Behind Hu Xiaoyo and Zhang Tianjin, the 3 time travelers hired by their families exchanged glances, revealing a hint of hesitation. The Hu and Zhang families have indeed offered a monetary reward in the material realm, yet it is not worth risking their lives. Chapter 102. Forbidden Object ACE 017. Revised. Wang Yun commands, step aside. The time travelers employed by the Wang family slowly advance, creating a tense atmosphere. Nevertheless, Hu Xiaoyo remains undeterred. Wang Yun turns her head slightly, seemingly reluctant, and ultimately whispers to Hu Xiaoyo, I grant you one more chance. Please move aside. We were once friends. Do not compel me. Hu Xiaoyo responds slowly. In truth, you are a selfish individual, are you not? Whether in betraying us or in your current intent to harm us. You merely seek excuses to mask your hypocrisy. I could withdraw today, but I wish to demonstrate through action that if I were the first to awaken and face interrogation, I would not yield. Your people stand here. Let us allow the facts to speak for themselves. Hu Xiaoyo continues. I, too, yearn to step back. Yet over these past few days, each time I drift into slumber, I dream of my friends from Kunlun urging me to flee. I, Hu Xiaoyo, am not particularly resolute. Yet if I were to retreat today, I fear that sleep may elude me henceforth. Wang Yun spoke softly, you have forced my hand. Eliminate them, and I shall offer each of you 1 million. However, before her associates could respond, an eerie sound of footsteps emerged from beyond the narrow alley. The footsteps approached, sometimes seeming to come from the left, only to shift to the right with the next step. At one moment, it felt as though they were right behind everyone. Gradually, a figure materialized at the end of the path. A man, appearing to be in his 30s, nonchalantly made his way among the crowd, calmly surveying the tense atmosphere. He addressed Wang Yun in a hushed tone, you must be Wang Yun, correct? You were easier to locate than I anticipated. Wang Yun was taken aback. Who are you? The man was clad in a black overcoat, beneath which he wore an exquisite suit. A vintage pocket watch, incongruous with the cyber era, hung from his chest. His shoulder-length hair was neatly tied back into a small bun. He wore a pair of black lambskin gloves, which emitted a creaking sound as his fingers moved. Me? He pondered. It has been quite some time since anyone inquired about my identity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Dongza from Hengsha. Wang Yun gasped softly. Li Dongza from Hengsha? Such an exclamation was not uncommon. Nevertheless, Li Dongza continued, let us not dwell on that for now. My employer has tasked me with asking you a question. Who is the mastermind behind this kidnapping? Think carefully. I must have an answer today. Wang Yun was momentarily taken aback, her voice a tremulous whisper. I truly do not know who the other party is. The day after the incident at Jiang Shui's house, I unexpectedly found a letter in my bag. The envelope bore a stamp adorned with a devilish motif, and the letter stated that he would contact me. I was overwhelmed with fear, for I hadn't even noticed when the envelope was slipped into my bag. Such a formidable individual could easily take my life. Oh, I comprehend now. It is the forbidden object ACE-017, the devil stamp. Li Dongzhi nodded knowingly. Wang Yun, trembling with trepidation, inquired, Do you have any other matters to attend to here? Li Dongzhi calmly replied, Oh, I am here to kill you. Wang Yun's expression began to shift slowly, becoming a complex amalgamation akin to spilled oil paint upon the ground. What have I done wrong? She suddenly cried out in a fit of hysteria. Why do you all wish to end my life? Li Dongzhi pondered for a moment before answering, I do not know either. My employer merely instructed me to eliminate you, and I did not inquire as to the reasons. With that, he raised his hand in a gesture of feigned grasp. In the next instant, Wang Yun felt as though the very air around her was being siphoned away, plunging her into an utterly vacuous realm. Her veins bursting beneath an inexplicable gravitational pull. Swiftly, directly. Meanwhile, Li Shudong turned to Qing Chen and remarked, All right. Li Dongzhi should have already dealt with the traitor you mentioned. Qing Chen was momentarily stunned. Wait, are you saying that Li Dongzhi acted personally? In his mind, Li Dongzhi had already ascended to a position of considerable prominence within the underworld. After all, he was someone capable of reserving the entirety of the Sunshine Pavilion restaurant. Surely, he wouldn't need to personally intervene in the elimination of Wang Yun. Beside him, Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled and remarked, Li Dongzhi is the closest associate to the boss. Whenever the boss issues a target, he invariably takes matters into his own hands. A few minutes later, Lin Xiaoxiao's reading device suddenly received a message containing only the characters AC-017. Your device can still receive external information? Qing Chen inquired, puzzled. Oh, I'm responsible for helping the boss communicate with the outside world, Lin Xiaoxiao replied cheerfully. It seems that the true culprit contacted Wang Yun through AC-017. This mystery should be unraveling for you. The puppet master behind this is quite formidable, having procured a forbidden item in such a brief span. What is ACE-017? Is it a designation for the forbidden item? What purpose does it serve? Qing Chen asked. Indeed, the forbidden item ACE-017 is also known as the demon stamp, Lin Xiaoxiao elaborated. Once acquired, it requires a one-time offering of 1600 cc of fresh blood to acknowledge its master and become parasitic at the heart of the host. For the first 24 hours, no foreign blood may enter the host's body. Subsequently, each time the host pricks a finger, the blood that drips onto the envelope will transform into the image of the demon stamp. That letter will then be dispatched to any location the sender desires. However, it appears that the destination is somewhat restricted, and the message can consist of only a single sentence. Qing Chen was momentarily taken aback. Typically, a human loses consciousness when they have lost 800 cc of blood, exhibiting symptoms such as pallor, cold sweat, and icy extremities. A loss exceeding 1500 cc can lead to inadequate blood supply to the brain, a matter that could prove fatal. In other words, to become the master of the demonic stamp, one must wager their life. Lin Xiao smiled, perceiving Qing Chen's thoughts, and remarked, It is said that the design on the stamp changes. If someone fails to endure these 24 hours, the demonic image will resemble the appearance of the deceased. Some claim that this signifies the soul being claimed by the stamp. Yuan nodded in agreement. This cursed object was previously in the possession of the fourth president. He was murdered in his later years, and thereafter, the demonic stamp vanished without a trace. Qing Chen suddenly pondered that Wang Yun's betrayal might partly stem from being frightened by this letter. However, that did not absolve her of guilt. Does this stamp possess any other functions? Qing Chen inquired. Perhaps it incites the recipient's malevolent thoughts or dark side. Lin Xiao countered. The abilities of cursed objects are generally singular. It is possible that the demonic stamp serves solely as a means of delivering messages. Only a few cursed objects possess multiple abilities, such as? Qing Chen asked with curiosity. For instance, the ACE-005 that Guahuchen seeks, Lin Xiao replied. Winking at Qing Chen. Chapter 103, The Enigma of Cursed Objects Revised. The remarkable nature of cursed objects lies in their impartial rules. They do not discriminate based on the host's qualities or moral standing, whether they are virtuous or malevolent. As long as one can grasp the conditions for their containment, they may wield them to their advantage. For a mere coin, One can embark on a steam locomotive, and the infernal postage stamp can deliver letters to any destination. They are akin to exceptional anomalies within the fabric of the world, both cherished and harbingers of calamity. The possession of such entities seemingly bestows immense advantages upon their wielders. Teacher, Qing Chun gazed at Li Shutong. Throughout the battle, I consistently employed the technique of breath control without interruption. Li Shutong regarded Qing Chun with curiosity. Not a single moment of cessation? It is essential to understand that breathing is an innate human instinct. When one does not consciously remind oneself, the respiratory rhythm operates instinctively, rather than adhering to the cadence of breath control. Thus, Li Shutong was somewhat taken aback, for it had taken him over a year of practice to maintain the technique consistently. At that moment, a candidate knight is permitted to traverse the threshold of life and death. During the rigorous assessment, the breath control technique must be maintained without a single pause. Even a brief cessation of breath would render all prior efforts futile. Qing Chun continued. After the battle concluded, I experienced an overwhelming sense of tranquility, as if ensconced in a serene lake. I surmise that this sensation stems from a substantial release of endorphins. Indeed, your conjecture is accurate, Li Shutong nodded. However, he suddenly scrutinized him with earnestness. Are you certain? Absolutely, Qing Chun affirmed with a nod. Li Shutong remarked, your condition is unprecedented within the Knight organization. Having just grasped the technique of breath control, you already exhibit internal energy, and despite not yet having passed through any life and death trials, there are already indications of your genetic lock beginning to unlock. The so-called life and death trials have always referred to specific tests, with no alternatives to the 8 designated challenges. In the past, some knights sought to forge their own paths, reasoning that if the key to unlocking the genetic lock could be obtained through the breath technique amidst life-threatening crises and arduous struggles, then perhaps by enduring similarly perilous circumstances, they could circumvent a particular trial. The vast ocean had transformed into a forbidden sea, and the predecessors of the knights had ventured forth, striving to uncover new pathways for those who would follow, hoping that future generations would not succumb to the same regrets born of insurmountable obstacles. Yet, all their efforts ended in failure. Regardless of their attempts, there were no signs of the genetic lock loosening. In the present moment, the cracking sounds that Qing Chun mentioned were unmistakably the harbingers of the genetic lock beginning to yield. Li Shutong looked at Qing Chun and said, prepare yourself. I shall take you on another excursion. Initially intending to wait a bit longer, the opportunity now presented itself sooner than expected. Where are we going this time? To the underbelly of City 18? Qing Chun inquired. No, Li Shutong chuckled. The destination this time is a place that most wanderers have yet to experience. Qing Chun realized that it seemed his early signs of unlocking the genetic lock had prompted his mentor to advance a certain plan. The countdown stood at 160, 40, 00. It was 7:20 a.m. The prison was devoid of the usual sounds of inmates banging against the metal gates, leaving Qing Chun feeling somewhat disoriented. After 2 nights of searching for the spleen game, everyone remained in a state of anxious turmoil, behaving as meekly as quails. Qing Chun casually inquired of Lin Xiaoxiao beside him. By the way, I am not one to exhibit undue compassion. Yet I cannot help but wonder if this situation might have negative repercussions, especially considering there are over 3,000 individuals involved. In truth, this matter does not seem particularly significant. After all, it is merely a solitary night among many. The boss's current actions have not yet escalated to an extreme. Lin Xiaoxiao shrugged. I am the sole inheritor of this generation. Were there others in my master's era? Qing Chun questioned. Puzzled, Qing Chun continued. Who is Boss Chen? He glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao and Yi Wan, perplexed. And who is Boss Wang? Oh, Lin Xiaoxiao replied. The boss has a junior sister named Wang Xiaojiu, but she is rather young. 8 years ago, the boss took her on as an apprentice in place of her master, and it seems she has only just surpassed her 5th life and death trial. Strangely enough, despite her tender age, she is quite ruthless, though she has been missing for quite some time. Is there anyone else? Qing Chun asked, his expression impassive. No, that's all, Lin Xiaoxiao chuckled. There are some matters that escape our immediate recollection, but I shall inform you should anything else come to mind. How utterly unreliable, Qing Chun sighed. Lin Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment before shifting the topic. The prison will inevitably return to normalcy in due time, at the very least. We cannot allow them to go hungry for several meals. However, do not waste your sympathy on them. Guo Huchan once stated, and he was not mistaken. Aside from a select few, every single one here is deserving of their fate. Deserving of their fate? Qing Chen queried. Is that an exaggeration? No, Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. Those who can come here are all serious offenders. Do you remember that prisoner with the red mechanical arm? The one with the hairstyle resembling a bird's nest. Yes, Qing Chen nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao continued. That scoundrel killed over 10 people outside and even trafficked children's corneas. They claim that death is insufficient retribution. However, the current federal laws do not impose the death penalty. They can only sentence someone to over 100 years, which is utterly meaningless. What about people like Lu Dezuzu, who take the blame for others? Qing Chen pressed. Oh, we will gradually investigate such individuals. For instance, someone like Lu Dezuzu will eventually be transferred to another prison. In fact, Lu Guangyi also falls into this category. If it weren't for the arrangements made by the Qing family, he would have been moved to another facility long ago, Lin Xiaoxiao explained. You have such a remarkable memory. You must have noticed that although prisoners have been brought in, the total number is actually decreasing. Indeed, Qing Chen recalled. When he first arrived, prison number 18 housed 102 inmates, but now only 3,009 remained. However, this explanation only deepened Qing Chen's confusion as he realized that Lin Xiaoxiao had deliberately kept those deserving of death individuals. Surely, it couldn't be for the purpose of nurturing a venomous creature. Chapter 104. The New Time Traveler, Revised, Countdown, 159:00:00. The prisoners remained confined in their cells. Meanwhile, Qing Chen had yet to attend to an important matter. Earlier that morning, over 30 newcomers had arrived, and Yuan had just finished questioning them one by one. Qing Chen sighed, reflecting on the current state of time travelers. Now, they have become quite astute upon discovering their countdowns. Each individual hastily crafts an identity based on information gleaned from the internet in order to evade immediate detection upon their arrival. Presently, numerous organizations within the inner world have initiated investigations into time travelers, and the majority of these entities do not extend a welcoming hand. For instance, in the 6 cities governed by the Kamiyama and Kashima conglomerates, time travelers find themselves in dire straits, as most have traversed from RB or South Korea. They possess little proficiency in Mandarin. One by one, all time travelers have been identified and are now under centralized surveillance. At this very moment, irrespective of whether they dwell in the outer world or the inner realm, time travelers are far from secure. Consequently, each one resembles a spy, striving to conceal their true identities, fearful of attracting deadly consequences. How should we handle these 5 time travelers? Yuan inquired. They can be transferred to another prison. Qing Chen contemplated. Let us bring them to the interrogation room. I shall question them individually. Perhaps one among them may prove to be a potential ally. Moreover, since we all reside in the same city in the outer world, it would be beneficial for future recognition. The interrogation room was a dreary chamber. Its walls composed of a metallic alloy, while the harsh, sterile glow of overhead LED lights instilled an instinctive sense of dread in the captives. A large, single-sided mirror was embedded in one wall, further adding to the ominous atmosphere. Qing Chen stood quietly in the adjacent room. From his perspective, the mirror appeared utterly transparent, revealing the fidgeting time traveler within. However, this mirror was not akin to the one-way glass of the outside world. It displayed the time traveler's body temperature, heart rate, and respiratory frequency, numbers fluctuating with each passing second. Yuan entered the interrogation room accompanied by a time traveler, and upon seeing the individual for the first time, Qing Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this the class monitor, Yu Junyi? Through the one-way mirror, Qing Chen altered his voice using a breathing technique and inquired. Name. Yu Junyi. Seated cautiously, replied. Yu Junyi. Gender? Male. What is your identity in the outer world? Sir, I am merely an ordinary student there, Yu Junyi replied timidly, a sophomore. Qing Chen continued. Are there any other time travelers with you? Suddenly, Yu Junyi looked up and asked, Excuse me, is this prison number 18? Moreover, a classmate had previously asked Lu Dezuzu, does Li Shedong know about your identity as a time traveler? In that moment, Yu Junyi seemed to grasp a lifeline. Sir, I am a classmate of Lu Dezuzu, one of our own. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at Qing Chen, whose expression grew peculiar. To be honest, he had not anticipated such a twist. What kind of facade must Lu Dezuzu have maintained to make Yu Junyi believe that merely mentioning his name could ensure his safety in this prison? After a moment of contemplation, Qing Chen suddenly conceived a new plan. Lu Dezu's status in prison has always been a self-proclaimed narrative, a mere one-sided account. Now, Qing Chen can find someone to corroborate his claims. However, It is rather disappointing that the remaining 4 individuals are nothing more than ordinary employees from private enterprises, lacking significant utility. For the time being, they still serve a purpose, but once I conclude my affairs, I shall transfer them to another prison, Chichen remarked to Lin Xiaoxiao. Chichen inquired, "By the way, what has become of Lu Dezhu?" He felt a wave of exasperation. Had he not been concerned that appointing Nan Gengchen as an agent might expose that young man to peril, he would have certainly allowed Lu Dezhu to languish in confinement indefinitely. It is not a matter of distrust towards Nan Gengchen. Rather, the nature of interrogation is inherently brutal, and few possess the fortitude to withstand it. Lu Dezhu, however, is different. Even if he were apprehended, the only revelation would be the existence of someone behind the scenes, without any clarity on the identity of that individual.